Chapter 1. There was a somewhat ear-piercing sound, and a rolling shutter door was slowly lowering. Nan watched the rolling shutter door fall to the ground from the rearview mirror of the pickup truck, then pushed the accelerator, and drove away with an empty pickup truck. The warehouse was also empty, and the goods that were originally delivered to the warehouse were all packed into his small space by Nan under the cover of a truck. Nan has a secret. This secret was discovered when he was 16 years old. He has a space, a world that suddenly appeared to him, like another world that exists in the dimension of his mind. He still doesn't know how big the space is, but no matter how many things he puts, the space is never full. But apart from this storage function, his space can't hold any living things. The sudden extra space made Nan flustered and excited for a while. This kind of existence beyond scientific cognition is undoubtedly novel and full of mystery to a young man who is establishing a worldview. I feel that among all living beings, I am very different. However, the desire to explore and excitement quickly subsided, because Nan found that having such a seemingly mysterious space didn't seem to change his life much, except for storing things are a little more convenient. Besides, based on the premise of being public and law-abiding, he can't use this space to bring himself any financial benefits. So slowly, Nan let go of the matter of space, occasionally secretly using space to bring a little convenience to life, and at other times, how he should live or how to live. Until the year Nan graduated from university, his plans for the future of his life were completely shattered by natural disasters one after another, and this seemingly useless space on weekdays became the greatest vitality he had. At the beginning, no one thought that a rainstorm and a smog would reshuffle the whole world. Everyone knows that the air quality is getting worse and worse these years. Everyone shouts the slogan of protecting the environment and protecting the earth. But everyone is also wasting various resources. The smog came suddenly, except for more and more people wearing masks on the street. Everyone's life was not affected much. Later, more and more people got sick, coughing and fever, red and swollen skin, bloodshot eyes, and finally the lungs swelled and it was difficult to breathe until death. More and more people are dying from the same symptoms, not only in China, but also in almost all countries where smog has started. Even if we know that the root of this epidemic is smog, but manpower can be invested in it, except for constant little can be done to save the lives that are dying. The infection rate of lung swelling caused by smog is not high, but the death rate is extremely high. This can be regarded as the beginning of a huge death chapter for the end of the world. There are too many people who are sick, so many that the entire medical system directly collapses. There is no support from various countries and cities, because they are all too busy to take care of themselves. That chaos is just the beginning of the end of the world. At that time, Nan never thought that the world would be completely chaotic one day. He believed in the power of the country, and he also believed in the daily cheering calls on TV and the internet. The disaster will always pass. The most important thing is that he, who was alone, did not deeply understand the pain of the lost relatives in this disaster. Even though these disasters were very close to him, they were still far away from him. Nan is a full-time painter. Because he likes to draw, he has decided on his future life direction since high school. In terms of painting, Nan does have a very good talent. Turned to a career that could afford his livelihood. Before college, he even sold a figure drawing for 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which was considered a considerable profit in their circle of painters. It is precisely because of his occupation with the property of living in a house that he was not affected much even if he stayed behind closed doors during the entire smog. It is also because of this occupation that he has long been used to cooking some delicious food. The things he wants are stored in his space, so that he can take them whenever he wants. His space is a constant existence, what things look like when they are put in, and what they are still like when they are taken out. After several years of accumulation, the amount of food in Nan's space is quite considerable, because he never felt the crisis of food at the beginning, which led to Nan's death from the killing intent brought by the food. After the smog in the previous life gradually dissipated, people's lives seemed to be slowly returning to normal. Many survivors regarded the depressing and death-surrounded rest of their lives as a chat after dinner, but they didn't want to. The more difficult the future is coming towards mankind. Not long after the smog dissipated, the weather became extremely hot. Even due to the terrain, the hottest place in the country has never been higher than 50 degrees, but this summer, the temperature has reached the highest ever in the world, even as high as 50 degrees. 9 degrees. What is the concept of 59 degrees? The highest temperature in the African desert is only 55 degrees. In places where humans live, the highest temperature does not exceed 45 degrees. The 4 seasons in their country are very distinct, but this year, until December, the high temperature remained high, and the number of people who died from the heat was no less than that of those who died of illness in the smog. People have realized at this time, maybe this time, the end is really coming. Later, the government of each region was directly controlled by the military, who counted the number of people and issued new ID cards. Even if the people followed the country's footsteps, they still couldn't withstand the continuous advent of natural disasters. The 2 words are no longer hope, but deeper, unknown despair. New Nan who has space is much better than many people. No matter what the situation is, he can at least have food to fill his stomach. It is a pity that he has warded off natural disasters, but he has not resisted man-made disasters. Just because of a moment of soft-heartedness, he gave a skinny little girl a little cornbread, which caused her death. At that time, the country was leading the masses to rebuild their homes. Although it cannot be said that everyone can have enough to eat, there was no famine to the point of killing people for a little food. Otherwise, no matter how naive Mu Nan was, he would not have softened his heart at that moment. Looking back on the feeling before he died, Mu Nan would still feel a dull pain where he was stabbed at the beginning. He had space, but he died so aggrieved in the end. When she opened her eyes again, Mu Nan was reborn and returned to 3 months before the end of the world. After being reborn, Mu Nan had to reflect on that short life, because he had a life-saving trump card that no one else had. Facing such an apocalyptic world, even though he was cautious, he also felt an undetectable contempt in his heart. Food is not difficult, so he failed to feel the cruelty of the end times more intuitively and deeply than others. Whether it is death or hunger, even though he is in it, he has never personally experienced it. There is an essential difference between a doomsday struggle with confidence in his heart and a doomsday struggle without confidence. Even though his parents died early, the environment he lives in has always been very simple, and faced the end of the world directly before they had time to experience a lot of ups and downs in society. Thinking of all the things in her previous life, Mu Nan didn't feel that she had anything to regret, but there were some regrets after all. After returning the truck, on the way back, Mu Nan packed several servings of pork rib powder. This is an old shop that has been around 4 decades, and it still retains its original taste. When the smog cleared, this shop never opened again. Passed through the door, so Mu Nan would buy a lot every time he passed by, and he had already stocked up a lot in the space, but in the future, he would eat less and less. Mu Nan lives in an old house now, and it was also the first group of civilian houses with elevators built in the city planning. He lives on the 17th floor, the highest is 23, and the floors are not bad. He has lived here since he was a child, but now he is the only one left in the family of 3. Looking at the group photo of his parents with a lot of dust on the wall, Mu Nan sometimes thinks that maybe it is luck that his parents passed away early, at least they have not been tortured by the end of the world. Putting down his backpack, Mu Nan took a set of clean clothes and took a shower, washing away the fatigue and dust from a day of traveling outside, and after wiping his hair until it was half dry, he sat down to eat refreshed. The rice was cooked by himself, and the dishes were bought outside before, and he secretly put them into the space, and now they are still steaming when they are taken out. Mu Nan doesn't know how to cook. Before the apocalypse, he lived on takeaway food. After the apocalypse, he didn't have the conditions to cook. But since his rebirth, he has been good at cooking. As long as he is at home, he will start cooking all kinds of dishes and cook them well. Just put it in the space, there should be no conditions to fire for a long time in the future, so before that, Mu Nan should store more ready-made food. It has been 3 months since Mu Nan was reborn. He has already hoarded those necessities for survival. He even bought some lethal weapons at a high price for safety. Naturally, don't think about pistols. He has the time and space to smuggle in, but without that channel, even if he goes abroad, he can't just buy it casually. At present, Mu Nan is already very content. At least this time, he won't be stuck in the room again. Hit the knife without the power to fight back. Chapter 2. In the past few months, Mu Nan has spent a lot of money and spent all his savings in the past few years. Fortunately, he has space and convenient transportation. For some large quantities of food, he can go directly to the original place. Buying from the place of origin can save a lot of money by reducing transportation costs, but no matter how much you save, the money is still not enough. Facing the known future, no amount of preparation is too much. In order to facilitate receiving goods, Mu Nan specially rented a small warehouse and hired a retired teacher, 3,000 a month. Just visit the warehouse during the day to help him receive goods, and he will come over at night, pretending to be the goods, pack everything into space. Today is the last batch, and the lease of the warehouse has also expired, so he can express the remaining items that are too fragmentary to his home. New Nan, who had eaten, settled the wages by transferring money to the janitor's teacher with his mobile phone, and then went out to the leasing company to return the key and get back the deposit. On the way back, he passed by a supermarket. Looking at the money in his hand, New Nan went to wander around the supermarket. Although I have almost bought everything that should be bought, the money in the future is not even as good as waste paper, so I can buy a little while I can still spend at normal prices. New Nan's own money has actually been spent long ago, and what he spends now is sent back by Chin Huari every year. Chin Huari, the person who had been integrated into his life unknowingly for a long time, but then left. He and Chin Huari grew up together. Chin Huari was 2 years older than him. When his parents passed away, he was still young and had no autonomy. Send someone under the fence. Although the conditions of his family can only be regarded as well off, his parents dote on him very much and almost respond to his needs, which has also cultivated his arrogant temperament. He would rather live at home alone and take care of himself than live in a house, someone else's home. What's more, even though he lost his parents, Chin Huari is still here. To him, his home is still there, so he can't leave him at all. Fortunately, his relatives didn't think much about adopting him. Although his parents had accident compensation and insurance compensation, the combined sum was quite a lot, which would allow him to finish his studies without worrying about food and clothing, and even have a surplus. It's a problem after all. In the end, under New Nan's stubborn fuss, the relatives chose a compromise. He was adopted in name, but he still lives in his own house, and the neighbor across the door, Chin Huari's grandmother, helps to take care of him. Anyway, since childhood, New Nan almost grew up in Chin Huari's house, and that relative's house didn't live well either. It's far away, about 10 minutes away, just visit once in a while. He was 10 years old that year. For some adults, 10 years old may be a child who cannot be separated from others, but for a child who has encountered a great change, it is definitely possible to take care of himself, let alone take care of himself. And it's not that he has no one to rely on, besides his parents. He also has Chin Huari. Chin Huari's grandmother passed away when he was 15 years old. She was too old and passed away very peacefully. At that year, Chin Huari, who was just 17 years old, became an orphan just like him, but they had each other. Chin Huari said that from now on, they will depend on each other. At that time, New Nan didn't have much fear of the future. Although her grandmother was gone, they had each other. However, it didn't take long before Chin Huari's father, whom he had only seen in photos, found him and took Chin Huari away forcefully. After leaving, New Nan never saw Chin Huari again in his last life until his death. Chin Huari's father should be quite rich and settled abroad. At the beginning, under his crying, Chin Huari told him that he would not leave. He never pretended that this so-called father did not exist. But later, Chin Huari, who was determined not to leave, still left. No matter how stubbornly 2 underage children were to live with an adult, there was no other way but to compromise. But at that time, New Nan couldn't understand and couldn't accept it, and was only filled with the betrayal of Chin Huari leaving. At first, New Nan could only resist Chin Huari's departure with a resolute attitude and the toughness of breaking off diplomatic relations, with a trace of self-esteem that was stabbed by betrayal even if he bowed his head to beg, but the ultimate goal was to hope that Chin Huari could come back. He couldn't understand why Chin Huari could easily let Chin Huari leave with him who hadn't even shown his face once in more than 10 years. Especially when some neighbors casually said that blood relationship is blood relationship, it was like stabbing a knife in his heart. Facing the empty house, New Nan felt deeply for the first time at that time that he was really an orphan, with no father, no mother, no one to rely on. Not only the house was empty, but also the heart. So much so that for a long time, he closed himself off, retaliated against Chin Huari's betrayal by stripping himself from Chin Huari's world, and even chose a boarding high school far away from here, as if he wanted to leave everything here and follow Chin Huari has nothing to do with it anymore. However, the most fundamental reason for all this is that he used the most naive method, hoping that Chin Huari would come back. These resolutions are only used by him to avoid the bewilderment of bearing the future alone, and the panic and fear of losing Chin Huari. Growing up, New Nan gradually understood Chin Huari's helplessness back then. He believed that Chin Huari would never leave with his father if he could, but life is like this, and you can't do whatever you want. But New Nan's understanding does not mean that this frozen relationship will recover. On the contrary, he is even more afraid to contact Chin Huari. In that strange country, Chin Huari's new life, new friends, and everything new have nothing to do with him. Maybe Chin Huari has already started his new life, successful, loved, sought after. What's more, he may regain a close friend who can replace him. Only he himself is still living in the past. He thought they still had a lot of time, and thought that one day he would be able to muster up the courage to face things that were no longer the same as in his memory. Maybe they would become strangers, and even like many adults, with a trace of reminiscence. He talked lightly and calmly. Looking at Chin Huari in the past, New Nan thought, when one day he can accept a Chin Huari who has nothing to do with him and is just a former neighbor, it should be the time when he has the courage to contact Chin Huari again. It's just that in his previous life, he didn't have this courage until his death. Although Chin Huari left, he would send Mu Nan living expenses every month, including the annual tuition fee, but this money Mu Nan never touched in his last life, and the compensation after his parents died was enough for him to finish college. He didn't know where Chin Huari's money came from, whether it was earned by himself or given by his father. No matter whether it was the former or the latter, he didn't want to use it. But this time, Mu Nan spent all the money. He thought, maybe when Chin Huari saw that his account was empty, he would be worried about what happened to him. Come back and have a look. It is Chin Huari who is looking for him very much. It's easy because he's here and never left, but it's hard for him to find Chin Huari because he doesn't know where Chin Huari is now. At the beginning, he was the one who cut off contact with Chin Huari forcefully, but Chin Huari sent him living expenses every month, giving him the illusion that Chin Huari still kept in touch with him, can find each other. It wasn't until he took the initiative to look for Chin Huari after his rebirth that he found that there was no one for a remittance account, not to mention that the remittance account was a foreign trust fund. After being reborn, New Nan, who couldn't find Chin Huari, panicked. He searched everywhere for anyone who could contact Chin Huari, but most of them lost contact during the years of breaking off relations. There was only one who hadn't moved yet, Jiang Quan. After being reborn, New Nan went to find Jiang Quan, but unfortunately Jiang Quan said that he hadn't contacted Chin Huari for a long time, and the online account he used to contact had long been lost, and he didn't know where Chin Huari was. Until now, New Nan is still looking for Chin Huari while hoarding goods. He deeply suppresses the panic that he may never find Chin Huari in this life, and tries to keep calm and prepare for the end of the future. What will happen to him if he never sees Chin Huari again? Maybe he will collapse even more than he thought. Looking at the card handed back by the cashier, this card is the living expenses given by Chin Huari, and the last sum of money in it was completely spent today, and the big and small bags were brought home, and Mu Nan sorted them out little by little. While thinking about what else needs to be added, he habitually opened the contact group from a long time ago, but unfortunately it was quiet inside, and all his inquiries did not respond. In the early morning of the next day, a worker knocked on the door. New Nan specially customized hollow and thickened tempered glass, intending to replace everything in the house with new ones. When staying at home because of the smog in the previous life, these leaky doors and windows did make him worry and fear for a while, so this time, he took precautions early. In addition to changing the glass, New Nan also specially replaced the air conditioner at home. The air conditioner was specially customized by him when flying abroad. It is installed in a plant in a high-temperature working environment, so the model is so large that it cannot be installed at home. However, in some foreign places where the temperature is hot and hot all the year round, this high-temperature technology is widely used in homes. Although the price is much more expensive than that in China, it is better than small size and easy installation. He ordered 2 high-temperature resistant household air conditioners, installed one at home, and put it in a space for future use if needed. In the last life, when the smog dissipated and the scorching heat hit, almost all household air conditioners went on strike. The country temporarily set up a number of summer resorts, but there were too many people. Even the summer resorts had air conditioners, but with little effect. Back then Mu Nan stayed at home. The weather was too hot and the air conditioner couldn't be used, but there was water in his space, and he survived the first tormenting summer heat by relying on the water stored in the space. This time I have experience, and I have made enough preparations, so I won't live in a more embarrassing life than in my previous life. When the windows were demolished at home, Mu Nan lived next door, which was Chin Huari's house. Although Chin Huari didn't come back, Mu Nan never left. At least once a month, he would hire a part-time worker to do a general cleaning. Now that he couldn't live in his own home, he simply packed up and lived here. Before, New Nan thought about whether to sell her house and live in Chin Huari's house, but after thinking about it, it's okay, they live opposite each other, so no matter who they sell to, they may accidentally reveal some secrets, and it's fine to sell the house and leave, but living so close, if there are some disputes over the house after the end of the world, it's really not worth it. It's better to close the big iron gate outside and live quietly by yourself. When the staff were changing the windows, New Nan carefully supervised the work and told them to seal it well. He didn't live here for long in his last life. Compared with the refuge bases established by the government, some private refuges were opened earlier. You only need to pay a little food, and you can have a settlement that can escape the heat and cold. At that time, many people in their community were moved. In fact, New Nan was not moved at first. Later, it was because of an earthquake. Although it was considered a small aftershock when it reached here, many houses still collapsed. Fortunately, nothing happened where he was, but there was no way to prevent another earthquake in the future. And during that time, water and electricity cuts were too frequent here. Once, the electricity came on for a few hours for nearly a week, and the water stopped for several days. It was too difficult to cut off power and water on such a hot day. A private refuge base, among other things, can maintain power supply for at least a few hours a day. New Nan thought, he has space, no matter where he is, he will never starve to death, and there were quite a few people who decided to go together at that time, so New Nan followed along. Not to mention how many losses he suffered in that kind of private base, the more reason why New Nan chose to stay this time is that he wanted to wait. He was afraid of Chin Huari's change, but he instinctively believed that the Chin Huari he knew would always be with him. It won't change. This kind of contradictory psychology is very complicated, but no matter what, this time he wants to stay at home and wait a little longer. Chapter 3. It took almost a week for New Nan to replace all the doors and windows in the house. His house and Chin Huari's house lived opposite each other, and a security door was specially installed outside facing the corridor, and the two families shared a security door. However, the anti-theft door is a bit old. After all, it has been more than 10 years. This time, New Nan replaced the anti-theft door with a high-quality one, which cost a lot of money. In order to make it easier for people to install doors and windows, New Nan put all the furniture in the house into the space in advance. After all the doors and windows were installed, New Nan directly changed the layout of the house a little bit. The layout of his house is very simple. One bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom. New Nan left both rooms empty, and later planned to get vegetable pots and soil, and grow vegetables at home. Although the space can be stored and kept fresh, it is still idle after being closed at home. In the living room, he didn't put a sofa, but put a bed directly. He didn't want a TV coffee table, so he just set up a table, which is enough for a computer and meals. Because the balcony was closed, New Nan directly made some cabinets on the balcony. Some of his clothes and quilts were placed in the space, and some were placed on the balcony. He also tidied up Chin Huari's house. Although the doors and windows were not changed, Chin Huari's house didn't have much furniture. He piled them all up in one room. New Nan also planned to use the spare room and living room. Come grow vegetables. As for if Chin Huari came back in the future, as long as he could come back, he would not have to worry about having no place to live. When the houses on both sides were almost rectified and the vegetables were planted, New Nan even raised a few chickens on the balcony of Chin Huari's house. The house was tossed like this, and it was probably off. Thinking of Chin Huari's angry appearance, New Nan laughed, but after laughing, he felt a little uncomfortable. The scariest thing is not that there is no hope, but that hope and expectation will eventually come to nothing. Before the smog came, there was a period of torrential rain. New Nan still remembered that the torrential rain lasted for a long time, causing many places to be flooded. At this time in his last life, he was finishing the project. I need to go to and from school, and I get wet every day, making the house damp, and I feel sticky and uncomfortable when I sleep. This time, the dehumidifier is on 24 hours a day, and there is no need to be busy. You don't have to go out. You sit in a dry room, listening to the sound of rain outside, leaning on the bed and holding the computer to watch movies. Shopping online. Although it is raining heavily, there is still a period of time before the smog comes. The operation of express delivery is still normal, and things can still be purchased normally. There are 2 alumni groups hanging on the small window of the computer, one from a junior high school and one from a university. The junior high school alumni group is quiet, but the university alumni group is very lively. Because of the bad weather and it happened to be during the graduation period, the students complained a lot. Because New Nan didn't live on campus, his relationship with his classmates was relatively normal. Since high school, he has basically been alone, isn't it? He didn't want to blend in with others, but when he finally got out of the influence of Chinhua's departure, he was already used to being alone, accustomed to quietly watching others lively. A female classmate in the group was complaining about the terrible weather, saying that her little nephew had a cold and cough, and the cough had not healed for more than a week, and his body was swollen and painful. He had to go to the hospital for inject irons every day, and sometimes her brother-in-law was too busy and asked her to help take it to the hospital. I was very busy doing the final project, and I encountered this kind of difficult weather to go out, tormenting both adults and sick children. Some people suggested that it is better to do a hospitalization directly and live in the hospital, so as not to run between the two ends of the family hospital. The adults are fine, and the children suffer. The classmate said that although the family thinks the same way, there are too many people who are sick recently. Most of them have a cold and fever, and some of them have severe fever, and they are unconscious. It is too difficult to wait for a bed, so they can only be wrapped up every day, strictly run at both ends. Looking at the content of their chat, New Nan couldn't help being surprised. The symptoms the girl mentioned were exactly the same as those caused by smog. It started with a fever and cough, and then her body swelled and ached. Finally, the entire lung swelled. When the lungs started to swell, it was basically hopeless. In the last life, the root cause of the epidemic was found. It was a kind of poisonous mycelium floating in the smog. It was so small that it was invisible to the naked eye. It was easy to be inhaled by people and then infected, but he always thought that the mycelium was accompanied by the smog. Appeared, if someone has already been infected, then maybe the air is already carrying this kind of toxic mycelium. Thinking of this possibility, New Nan couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Although he had already prepared what he needed to do, and he had done enough psychological preparation for the future, but when the disaster really struck again, he still had nothing to do, except calmly. New Nan saw that the group quickly turned from sick children to complaining about the weather, and couldn't help typing a paragraph in the group. It is said that there is an unknown infectious disease spreading recently. Everyone can stay indoors if they don't go out. If you have to go out, you must wear a mask for protection, and store more food at home to be prepared. New Nan had hardly spoken in the group. When he made a noise, the hot chat group fell silent for a while, and some people began to tentatively ask New Nan if he had any more inside information. It's no wonder they asked more. It's because there have been so many people getting sick recently, which makes people feel a little flustered. It's a pity that no matter how many things New Nan can't say, he is just an ordinary person with selfish attributes. The only time he went to the police station in his life was because of his parents' accident. He didn't have the courage and consciousness to be the savior of the world. As for whether others take what he said to heart, he just doesn't care too much. Everyone has their own destiny. With the sound of ding, New Nan glanced at the download interface. The few TV dramas he selected were downloaded, and then New Nan found some TV dramas, movies and variety shows and put them in the download list to wait for download. For this reason, New Nan specially bought more than a dozen mobile hard drives with the largest capacity. In addition to various entertainment items, he also downloaded a lot of materials and books. Those materials range from how to make soap and candles to how to build a house, etc. All the things he thought of that were useful for survival skills were downloaded and classified. Fortunately, the internet will not be interrupted before the big earthquake, so he still has a lot of time, so don't worry. Although the network was slowly restored after the earthquake, it was a local area network, which can only be used in a specific area, and cannot connect to the cloud network at all. Although New Nan is not a dead star without the network, but prepare as much as possible if you have time. Several hard disks are placed in the space without taking up space. Looking at the heavy rain outside, New Nan took out his mobile phone and ordered a takeaway. There was a barbecue restaurant whose barbecue taste was very good, the meat was very fresh and the ingredients were abundant, but the stall was small, and they had to take it away or order takeaway. Now with such heavy rain, we can only take out. New Nan ordered a lot in one breath, and then got up from the bed to take a shower. The weather is already a little hot, and some families who are afraid of heat turn on the air conditioner early. Fortunately, New Nan is not so afraid of heat, and there is not much need to go out, and an electric fan squatting at home is almost enough, otherwise the air conditioner he bought is still running with a little bit of power. While taking a shower, New Nan looked at his glasses and poked his own face. Because of his occupation, he always stays at home, so although his skin is fair, it looks a bit unhealthy white. It seems that exercise should be done quickly. After a while, I pulled my hair which was too long, and planned to go downstairs to have my hair cut tomorrow after the rain has subsided a little. He thought that the disease was caused by the smog after the rain stopped, so he originally planned to get a haircut before the rain stopped and never go out again. But now things are a little bit beyond his expectations, but even if there is already smog now, the relationship with the rain should not be as serious as later, so it shouldn't be a big deal to go downstairs for a haircut after wearing a mask. At this time in the last life, he was unprotected and ran to school every day without any accident. Just be careful. Although the place he lives in is an elevator room, it is considered an old community. There is an old shop in the community where you can get a haircut for 10 or 15 yuan. It is even under their building. You can pass through the canteen directly, and you don't need to get in the rain at all. Although there is no shade to speak of, but after the air outside is worse and the smog is bigger, you can't go out for a long time, so I simply cut it short to avoid it is dangerous to go far and stay outside for a long time. The owner of the barber shop is also an old neighbor here. If his parents were still alive, they would probably be familiar with him, but Munan has been outside for a long time. In fact, he is only familiar with some old neighbors here, and he can't even pronounce their names. The uncle who cut his hair also persuaded Munan to go to the barber shop outside for styling when the rain stopped. He can only cut it short here. It would be a pity not to have a styling for this handsome young man. Munan smiled. Just try to cut it as short as possible for me. My hair is too long and I'm so hot. I have a pretty face. What style do I want? The uncle was amused by his words, and chatted about homework, saying that his father used to come to him for a haircut every few months, and every time he cut his hair, he would talk about how cute and smart his son was. The first graders were all wearing red scarves and bars, and they sighed. If Lao Mu was still there, he would not be so proud of his son. Munan listened quietly, and occasionally responded with a smile. Although many years had passed, in the mouths of these old neighbors, his parents seemed to be there all the time. She cut her hair, and Munan didn't wash it in the store. Anyway, she went upstairs and got home. After returning home, she can even take a bath and wash it together. Before leaving, Munan reminded the uncle to buy some masks and disinfectants. It seems to have the flu, which is very contagious. The uncle agreed with a smile, and Munan didn't say anything more. He put on his mask and went home. While waiting for the elevator on the other side came down, but a young couple came out, holding each other in their arms. A child wrapped in a raincoat walked out anxiously. Munan sideways avoided the wall, did not go up the elevator that had already come down on the other side, and continued to wait on the spot. Those things he knew, but he couldn't remind everyone before the matter was too serious. It's pretty weak. It's not easy to be a pioneer and a whistleblower, and it's not like if you do it, things will develop as you want. In the end, he is just a small person who is struggling to survive. After returning home, Munan went directly into the bathroom, threw the worn clothes into the washing machine, put in the laundry detergent and disinfectant, and took a shower from head to toe. The freshly cut hair felt a little rough to the touch, but it really made me feel a little relieved. After changing into comfortable clothes, Munan went to the opposite room and inspected around, looking at the growth of those dishes. However, Cai Yangzi just fell to the ground, and it can't grow so fast. I made sure that the doors and windows in the house are all right, and no rainwater has entered, and cleaned up the balcony. After all, there are chickens, which are somewhat dirty. The balcony was cleaned and food was given again. After drinking water, Munan went home, and then lay on the bed while sorting out the files he had downloaded, and flicking movies at the same time. Recently, Munan has become a bit obsessed with disaster movies. He has almost revisited many old movies, and sometimes he can sum up some experience from some disaster movies. Although it is a movie, art comes from life, and we can learn from it, learn something. For dinner, I ate a bowl of gnocchi casually. Eating alone is inevitably a little simpler. I just want to save my stomach. It rang. Munan turned off the alarm clock and got on the treadmill very consciously. Among other things, physical fitness must not be left behind. He can't fatten up at home just because he can't go out. If he is weak, he can only wait to die in the future. Chapter 4. The torrential rain has been falling for more than 10 days. When the rain became lighter and the sky began to clear up in many places, many people breathed a sigh of relief. If this rainy day does not pass, there will be no dry clothes to wear. Moreover, it rains every day, and the damp in the house is serious, and there is a sticky moisture everywhere. Many people who were unable to go out to work because of the heavy rain also started to get busy again, and their lives seemed to return to normal after the rain stopped. New Nan leaned on the bed, looking at the sunlight coming in from the outside, but he was not as relaxed as others. How he wished that when he woke up tomorrow morning, the smog from the previous life would not hit the city, and the sunshine would still be there. Just ordinary flu. All his preparations were in vain. It's a pity that the end of the world is coming, and there is no deviation. When it was still daylight, many workers who got up early realized that something was wrong. The fog was so thick that people couldn't see each other's appearance even if they were a little farther away. But even if they felt strange, these people didn't think about it in other ways. Although the dense fog was a bit heavier, it was not something they had never seen before, so there was no need to be too surprised. When New Nan woke up, the room was still dark. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, but he didn't unlock his phone to surf the internet. Instead, he sat by the bed and looked at the curtains without any light coming in. It sank little by little. His family lives on the 17th floor, which is quite high. Looking down from the balcony of his house, it was foggy, and he couldn't see the buildings opposite him, and he couldn't see the small green garden downstairs. As far as he could see, there was a thick fog. The fog is no different from the previous life. New Nan carefully checked the doors and windows again, closed the curtains, put on a mask again, went to the next door to take a look, and saw that the chickens on the balcony of Chinhuai's house were still pecking food in good spirits, and then returned home. New Nan made a simple breakfast for herself: 1 egg, 2 slices of toast, 2 slices of bacon, and a glass of milk. Although I feel a little depressed, I still have to eat what I should eat, but I may not eat as much as usual. While eating breakfast, he turned on his phone, and several of the usually active groups on his phone were already chatting 999+, and New Nan clicked on any of them to discuss the thick fog outside. Someone said with surprise and inexplicable excitement that they had never seen such a thick fog when they grew up, which was a bit exciting. Some people are lamenting that this year is really too difficult. First, it was raining heavily and it was hard to go out. It finally cleared up one day. Looking at the strange thick fog, they dare not go out even more. They don't have anything to eat if they don't go to work. There are also people taking real photos outside, shooting dense fog and some car accidents caused by dense fog, and then posting them to various online platforms to earn clicks. New Nan quit those chat groups, looked at Weibo, and the topic of dense fog has become the most popular topic, not only in their city, but also in many cities at the same time, even in many foreign countries. If the area of fog is only in a single area, it can also be said to be caused by the climate, but it can be found both at home and abroad, so this is a big problem. However, some official microblogs did not say too much, but only reminded people to pay attention to safety when traveling, and try not to go out if they cannot go out. Due to the thick fog blocking the line of sight, many car accidents have been caused in various places. New Nan sat on the bed in a daze for a while, and the light of the purifiers at home gradually changed from red to blue. He didn't know if these air purifiers were useful, but he felt that turning them on like this would make people feel more at ease. After sitting for a while, New Nan started to find something to do for himself. The smog lasted for a long time. It is impossible for him to stay at home for a long time without doing anything. There are still a lot of ingredients in his space, which can be slowly made into finished products. He didn't have time to do it before, he just bought the corresponding equipment, but now he can follow the tutorial to make some dried meat and other foods that are convenient to eat and can replenish energy. When preparing to make jerky, New Nan noticed a mountain of Chinese cabbage piled up in a corner, which he specially went to the production area to buy. In order to collect these cabbages, it was a bit of a struggle at that time. When he was about to collect Chinese cabbage, New Nan had already planned to make kimchi, but he was busy shopping everywhere and didn't have time to make it. Now that he saw it, he naturally remembered his kimchi plan. I searched for a kimchi box I bought a long time ago. After taking out all the ingredients, I played a movie and started making kimchi while listening to the background sound of the computer. Making kimchi is a labor-intensive job, and he doesn't have any exclusive secret recipes. The taste he made according to the tutorials on the internet is quite good. He likes spicy food, so he gave a lot of chili peppers. Looking at the boxes of red and white kimchi, New Nan, who has been busy for almost a day, still has a sense of accomplishment. Because space and time are constant, New Nan piled the kimchi in the kitchen, intending to store it for a few days, and then put it in the space after being well marinated by time. She was busy until it was almost 6 o'clock before Mu Nan cleaned up the house, opened the curtains and took a look outside. It used to be bright at 6 o'clock in the past, and there was still sunset at 6 o'clock in summer, but now the outside you can't see the black fingers. When Mu Nan heard someone on their floor come back from the outside, the house was too quiet, so he would amplify the sound from the outside. Sometimes he could even hear the sound of other people's cooking in the living room. Although this kind of quietness is already normal for Mu Nan, at this special moment, he still can't help but feel a sense of loneliness. Looking at the computer that doesn't know when the playback will end, Mu Nan finds that although the old variety show was several years ago, the number of episodes is long and noisy, which can more or less dispel the loneliness of some lonely families. After dinner, I rested for a while, watched the show, watched the hot chat groups, and discussed the topic of smog on the internet. In addition, the pneumonia epidemic did not seem to have spread yet. Watching other people ignorant, some complain that they have to go to work in this weird weather, some are glad that they can rest at home in this smoggy day, and some in the alumni group are crying and complaining that they are trapped in school because of rushing to finish, lonely in the dormitory. Fear. Mu Nan doesn't know how long the current peace can last, it really is one day less. I don't want to immerse myself in other people's complaints. Some news can be infected and irritating if I read too much, so Mu Nan put on headphones and played music and got on the treadmill. When I was tired from running, I didn't dream at night. Dawn. Before the smog cleared the next day, many people realized that something was wrong. The most news was the traffic inconvenience caused by the thick smog, but no explanation was given for the source of the thick smog. Bricks who have always talked a lot, this time there is no one who speaks out. In addition, some foreign situations that I could see yesterday can't be checked now. It is said that some internet police have begun to clear the internet. Inciting remarks were blocked, and even his WeChat group seemed to be missing a few, probably because someone posted some inappropriate remarks and the group was blocked. Fortunately, Mu Nan's alumni group is still there, but everyone is a lot more careful in what they say, and try to avoid some sensitive topics. Someone posted some results of today's battle in the group. Seeing that the thick fog hadn't cleared in the morning, they went to the supermarket with their family to buy some goods. They almost couldn't fit in the car. When they got home, they put them out. The scene was still quite spectacular. Some people are complaining that the parents who usually need to give up their seats on the bus are like fighter jets in the supermarket today. Those who are full of combat power, even young people will shy away from them, and those who are rampant are not afraid that an old bone will fall apart. People are saying some doomsday words on the internet, but in fact, few people really believe it. But even if they do believe it, not many people dare to put all their eggs in one basket to stock up now. The news is still shouting, saying that the national inventory is sufficient, and I hope everyone will not blindly follow the trend to stock up on goods. In order to show the authenticity of this statement, many videos of shopping malls buying goods have been released, indicating that the supply of goods is sufficient, and everyone should not panic. And many popular products in the supermarket, after the shelves are empty, new ones are quickly placed on the shelves, which really reassures some panic-stricken people who want to stock up more. However, what Mu Nan noticed was not the shelves, but some of the staff in the photos. Even though those people are not wearing protective clothing, they are wearing masks and face shields. It seems that the country should be preparing policies to deal with pneumonia. It's just that when things haven't exploded on a large scale, no one probably thought that things would become so serious. Some people go over the wall to see the situation in foreign countries. The situation in foreign countries is much more serious than in China. The national power of their country is still very strong, and the binding force on the people is obviously stronger than that in foreign countries. In foreign countries, people pay more attention to their own human rights, especially if there is no arms control. It is a mess. It is said that a large number of passengers were stranded at the airport of a country because of this strange thick fog. Some people saw the situation around the world on the internet and thought it was the end of the world. All kinds of troublemakers wanted to go home and finally lost control of their emotions and opened fire in public. Guns, indiscriminate shooting, causing more than a dozen casualties. Under this news, many netizens still lament that it has nothing to do with them. Foreigners are prone to lose control of their emotions. I lamented the safety of the country's gun control, lamented that others have never seen the world, and I was scared to death by a little thick fog. There is no shortage of gloating superiority in my words. Mu Nan sighed silently, then closed the news page, opened the notepad, checked for omissions and filled in the gaps, and made a plan for the things he planned to do tomorrow. The disaster is approaching, and everything is clearly prepared, but there was still a sense of urgency that made Mu Nan tense unconsciously. Mu Nan was woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of an ambulance. Now the ambulance still has a warning sound. Unlike later, it is not allowed to make a sound. An old man in their building was sent to the ambulance. Mu Nan remembered this thing, it was at this time in the last life, I was sent to rescue an old man in the middle of the night. It is said that it was an 80-year-old father who started coughing 2 days ago. I am old, and I have a household oxygen at home, so I can wait until the ambulance arrives. However, it was useless to send him to the hospital for first aid, because the old man never came back, and this was also the first old man to leave their community. Chapter 5. On the third day, the fog in the sky still did not dissipate, and the color of the sky could not be seen clearly. At noon, street lights were still turned on to illuminate the road. People's adaptability is very strong. After the initial panic, many people have calmed down now. The smog persists, but they still have to eat, work and school, and there is no way to stop. Although the smog is heavy, you can travel normally if you slow down on the road. Some people think that this kind of air looks very dirty, and they don't need to be reminded to wear a mask when they go out, but many older generations have no concept of wearing a mask at all. They think that no matter how dirty and dusty it is, it's still air. Don't people breathe air? Are you dead? Mu Nan even saw someone posting photos on the internet. At this time, some parents did not listen to the government's advice to stay at home, and ran out early to exercise in the fog. For this point, Mu Nan is really a little hard to understand. Whether this exercise is for health preservation or death, even if they don't know the disease brought by the smog, but this kind of abnormal weather, ordinary people can get away without going out. Try not to go out. The air quality has dropped to an unprecedented low level, and at the same time, there has been a rush to buy masks. He saw that many people in the alumni group said that they are not willing to use domestic masks, and feel that domestic masks are cut corners and are useless. I would rather spend more money to find a purchasing agent to buy it from abroad. Mu Nan doesn't know if these people who are disgusted now will be able to buy masks in the future, and if they can't buy masks, will they regret their dislike now? The disease of lung swelling exploded on the internet on the third day of the smog. It was a mother who posted a video, begging the masses for help. Her child was sick, had a fever and a cough, and has already started to have difficulty breathing. But the hospital has no beds, not to mention that they can't even get treatment, and if they don't get treatment, her child will die. In the video, the hospital is overcrowded, and there are heads everywhere. Some people even lie on the ground to get an injection, but more people don't even have the chance to get an injection, because the doctors and nurses are simply too busy. Even some doctors and nurses who are not respiratory. I was recruited temporarily, but I still couldn't resist the tide of patients. As soon as this video was released, similar videos appeared in many places. This is not a city, but all over the country. There are even some foreign students sending videos back to China to ask for help. They are sick, but they can't get medical treatment. Now the flights are grounded now. They can't even buy high-priced air tickets to return home. What's more frightening is that the foreign countries are completely messed up. They can't even go out to buy food, so they can only hide at home. They hope that the country will hear their voices and take them home. They don't know if this global smog is a harbinger of the end, but the country they are in now has obviously become the end of the world. They never knew that in their lifetime they could experience something like a time of war in a civilized country, general burning and looting. The first country to launch an evacuation operation was Huaxia. After overseas students and many stranded tourists sent out distress videos, the news released the evacuation operation the next day. Some people lamented the country's power of action, but some began to curse with their keyboards, saying that saving these people is a waste of the country's resources, and those who want to go abroad when there is nothing wrong, and want to return to the country when something happens, are not worth it at all. Save. The internet is very lively, and all the topics are smog, evacuation operations, and strange lung swelling. Some people have already associated this large-scale epidemic disease with the strange thick fog and smog before, but some people said that this disease had already appeared before the thick fog, so what the pathogen is has yet to be verified. When the epidemic broke out, many people were afraid to go out. They didn't know how the disease got it, whether it was the air or the torrential rain before. Those who got sick were desperate, and those who were not sick were panicking. Before the complete chaos, the country began to operate quickly, starting from the worst cities, stopping the opening of all public places, stopping the operation of all workplaces. Everyone must stay at home, from the community, to the urban area, layer upon layer of control. This is not a shutdown of a city, it is almost a shutdown of the whole country. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the country's economy. Maybe this shutdown will make the economy that the country has finally developed can be set back 4 decades, but the country still does this, even though it is risky, but it can protect the lives of more people. Their country is considered to be the fastest to move, the thunder strikes, and there is no one to object, so they can only obey the arrangement. But in foreign countries, this kind of national shutdown is almost impossible, such as marching with placards, gathering crowds to make trouble, clamoring for the government. Some people jointly robbed the supermarket, some people blew up the police station in anger, etc. What a mess have to. On the second day after the start of the evacuation, some people who have successfully returned to the country have sent out videos of the evacuation. Except for the stranded tourists and students in their country, other countries have it. When people of different skin colors and different races gather together, amid all kinds of flustered and desperate emotions, the bright red flags became the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of everyone. Looking at the many people who were still stranded in the same place, those who boarded the plane to return to the country were full of gratitude for their survival after the catastrophe. When the news announced that the epidemic was most likely related to smog, many people in Yunnan's community were already sick. Because of the community's control, many sick people had no way to go to the hospital by themselves, so they had to contact the community. The community goes to the hospital to arrange the number, but it is not that one hospital corresponds to one community, but dozens, or even hundreds of communities. There are too many sick people, so how can this be arranged? People who have been unable to wait for treatment will inevitably do some extreme things under all kinds of desperation, smashing and making troubles, and some even smashed the doors and windows of other people's houses. Holding me is hard, and no one else can think about it. Extreme mentality. Well, these people were naturally arrested in the end, but the paralysis of medical treatment prevented many people from getting a chance to go to the hospital, and they couldn't wake up again. In his previous life, Yunnan didn't feel so deeply. At that time, he didn't feel that this was the end of the world, because the country's control was still in place, and the overall planning and scheduling maintained social order, which made many people believe that when the initial chaos passed, it will get better later on. So even if he was locked at home, he didn't panic at all. His work was not affected by the smog and he couldn't go out. Time hangs on the internet to eat melons. Now he is idling at home, seeing more things from the internet, and this time the feeling is naturally deeper. But compared to those subsequent disasters, the smog this time is still the lightest. At least the country and human nature have not completely lost control at this time. When the iron gate outside was knocked, Yunnan didn't think much about it. He thought it was a community visit to investigate. Their community established a group after the smog closed the area. Any notices will be posted in the group. 2 days ago, that is to say, in the past few days, someone will come to register the number of people at home. When he opened the door and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar person, Yunnan was stunned. He had known Chin Huari since he was born. It was said that Chin Huari held the bottle to feed him the first milk he drank. He was so small that he was still hugging him, so he stretched out his hand to feed him. He had been separated from Chin Huari since he was 15 years old. Counting his last life, he couldn't remember how many years he had been separated from Chin Huari. When Chin Huari appeared in front of him again, his mind went blank. He thought he would never find her again. The person in his life came back, and he thought he might never see the person again in this life, and he saw it again. But the moment he saw the other party, Yunnan's heart throbbed. The grown-up Chin Huari was no longer what he remembered. This strange appearance told him that no matter how close they were, the missing those years are lost after all. Looking at the dazed man standing at the door, Chin Huari pursed his lips slightly, his heart aching uncontrollably. His Nan, the person he misses day and night, has become estranged from him because of these years of separation. Looking greedily at Yunnan, Chin Huari's voice trembled slightly. Now, I'm not even allowed to enter the house? After regaining consciousness, Yunnan took a step back, hid her trembling hands behind her back, and made way for Chin Huari. Chin Huari closed the iron gate, and couldn't help but want to reach out and rub his head to comfort him like he did when he was a child. When he just raised his hand and saw the clothes on his body, Chin Huari stepped back and put them down. He just came back from the outside. Knowing whether he has the virus, seeing Yunnan bowed his head in silence, Chin Huari said in a slightly shivering voice, I'm coming back this time, and I will never leave again. Yunnan didn't say a word. He didn't know how to face Chin Huari now. When he couldn't find Chin Huari, he tried desperately to find him. Now that Chin Huari came back, the strangeness brought by the time and the two lives was not the same. It can be erased so easily, so apart from being silent, he doesn't know what to say. Seeing that Mu Nan didn't speak, Chin Huari was a little sad and at a loss. When he left, Nan Nan hated him so decisively. He left Nan Nan alone, and it was right for Nan Nan to resent him in his heart. They were all silent for a while, before Chin Huari pretended to smile casually. "I'll take a shower first, I'm a little dirty when I come back from outside." He looked at Mu Nan, with some tentative temptations. "I'll come to see you after I take a shower." Only then did Mu Nan say, "Your bathroom hasn't been used in years." Then she turned and went back to her home, but the door was not closed. Chin Huari smiled, and followed Mu Nan into the door. As soon as he entered the door, the furnishings in the house were different from what he remembered. There was even a bed in the living room. The balcony where they used to sit with their legs dangling across the railing to watch the scenery was also closed. Time has changed a lot after all. Chin Huari put down his bag and took off his shoes at the door. Mu Nan opened the shoe cabinet and brought him a pair of slippers that fit Chin Huari's size. Chin Huari changed his shoes, picked up his bag and walked to the bathroom, asking, "Do you have any bigger clothes at home? The clothes I brought got dirty along the way." Mu Nan didn't say anything, but walked towards the balcony where the wardrobe was installed. Chin Huari walked into the bathroom familiarly, first threw the dirty clothes in the bag into the washing machine, then took off his own clothes and threw them in, and then went into the shower to take a shower. Mu Nan prepared a lot of clothes, because he hadn't seen Chin Huari for many years, and he didn't know whether he was fat or thin when he bought the clothes, but he felt that Chin Huari should be strong. When he was in junior high school, Chin Huari's physique was tall and strong in the class, so when he bought clothes before, he bought a lot of large sizes. Now he looks thinner than expected, but the clothes should be suitable. After putting the new clothes for Chin Huari in the outer room of the bathroom, Mu Nan went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Now that all means of transportation are closed, private cars cannot go on the road without a pass, and I don't know how Chin Huari came back. If it wasn't for the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Mu Nan wouldn't have believed that Chin Huari really came back. Listening to the constant sound of water coming from the bathroom, Mu Nan couldn't help but feel a little dazed, inexplicably unreal. After Chin Huari took a shower, as soon as he came out, he saw a bowl of noodles on the small table next to the bed, while Mu Nan was sitting on the other side of the bed looking down at his phone. Chin Huari sat over and looked at the noodles in the bowl. His eyes were a little sour. Although Mu Nan's parents passed away early, she has been living with him, not to mention the following, and she doesn't even know how to cook. Now, Mu Nan grew up alone in a life he never participated in. Chapter 6. It has been more than a week since the smog. When Chin Huari left, the means of transportation had basically stopped. At the beginning, self-driving was fine, but later some expressways were closed. Chin Huari had no choice but to keep day tours. He walked for more than a week with an hour-long plane distance. He was not very hungry all the way, but he was full of bread and biscuits. He hadn't eaten warm food for so long. He quickly drank a bowl of noodles and even the soup. Mu Nan, who was looking down at the phone, said when Chin Huari put down the bowl, "There's still more in the kitchen." Chin Huari said, "Enough, it's too late, there's no need to eat too much." Seeing that Chin Huari stopped eating, Mu Nan didn't say anything more. Although he had been looking for Chin Huari since his rebirth, but now that Chin Huari was in front of him, he didn't know how to face it. At this time in the previous life, his first reaction when he saw Chin Huari might be to cry, or maybe to scold, but it was more of joy and intimacy, rather than a bewildered silence like now. After all, it's different. After a lifetime and a death, some things have been suppressed too deeply, and it's not so easy to let them out. Chin Huari saw that Mu Nan kept his back to him, so he simply sat on the bed, stretched out his hand and turned Mu Nan around. "Nan Nan, let's talk." Mu Nan couldn't help picking at the phone case with her fingers, and bowed her head in silence. Chin Huari said, "Are you short of money?" Mu Nan subconsciously looked up at Chin Huari, then quickly turned her head away without saying a word. Chin Huari stretched out his hand and rubbed his head, because the cut was too short. It was not as fluffy as before, and it was a bit sticky, but this kind of substantive touch after many years still made Chin Huari feel a little bit happier, because Mu Nan didn't resist his movements. Probably seeing that Mu Nan didn't resist so much, Chin Huari's tense heart relaxed a little, and then he said, "Wang Xiaoli said you were looking for me. You were looking for me everywhere. What happened?" Wang Xiaoli is the class monitor of Chin Huari High School, but the relationship is quite ordinary. After all, he went abroad before finishing high school, and the connection between them is only in the same high school group. Not long ago, Wang Xiaoli suddenly sent him a message, saying that Mu Nan was everywhere. When he was looking for him, he came back in a hurry, but he was stranded at the airport due to the thick fog. He waited anxiously all night. After the thick fog cleared, there was a smog that could not go away. He couldn't wait any longer and drove directly. Return. At the end of the car, there was no place to refuel. He finally came back on his bicycle with his bag on his back. Mu Nan looked up at him, although his expression was calm, but his eyes were a little red. If I don't look for you, will you never come back in this life? Qin Huai's eyes gradually darkened. I said that I will definitely come back. Mu Nan really wanted to say, you also said that you would not leave, but he has grown up, and he doesn't take things for granted like when he was a child, so he swallowed this subconscious rebuttal, and asked calmly, if I don't look for you, when do you plan to come back? A bit of struggle flashed in Qin Huai's eyes. When I think you still need me. Mu Nan took a deep breath, and said in a cold voice, then you are not afraid that if you leave, one day I will die somewhere you don't know, and even if you regret it, you will never have the chance to see me again? Qin Huai's complexion sank. You're talking nonsense, don't curse yourself. Mu Nan pushed Qin Huai away, turned his back to him and lay down, and began to feel wronged in his heart. What did he mean when he felt that he was still needed? He obviously, since he was a child, never needed him. Qin Huai sat on the bed and watched him for a while, and he also knew that the knot would not be untied in a short while, so he pulled the blanket beside him and covered him. It's too late, go to sleep. I'll go there first. Yes, come back this time, I won't leave again. What's the matter? Let's talk tomorrow. Nanan, no matter what happens, this time, unless you don't want me, you drive me away, otherwise I will never leave again. Gone. Mu Nan ignored him, but listened to him getting up from the bed, put on his slippers, and thoughtfully went out to turn off the light for him. However, when Qin Huai returned to his home, he was completely dumbfounded. One room was piled up with furniture, another room was piled up with earthen pots, and even the living room had only one path to walk on. It hasn't grown yet, but some are sprouting green shoots, and there's the sound of chickens crowing from the balcony. Qin Huai couldn't laugh or cry at that moment, turned his house into a plantation farm, which probably only Nan Nan could do. Reluctantly closing the door, Qin Huai returned to Mu Nan's house lightly. At his house, even the kitchen was full of things. Apart from coming to sleep, he didn't even have a place to nest for the night. Although the layout of the house was different from what he remembered, the person sleeping next to him was still the one he was familiar with. Qin Huai, who had been exhausted all the way, fell asleep very quickly. The curtains were drawn down, so the room with the lights turned off was completely dark, but after the eyes got used to the darkness, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of the people around them. Qin Huai slept soundly, probably because he was very tired from the journey. People who never snored when they were young are now snoring. Mu Nan leaned closer to Qin Huai, and the hand under the quilt quietly pinched the corner of Qin Huai's clothes. He didn't know when Mu Nan fell asleep. He was thinking about things in his heart, thinking about how to tell Qin Huai about the future. Rebirth must not be said, but space can be said. Qin Huai's strangeness was only due to the vacancy in these years, but the strangeness brought about by this time did not affect his trust in Qin Huai at all. Trusting Qin Huai was like trusting himself. Thinking about it, Mu Nan fell asleep unknowingly. After falling asleep, he fell into that terrible dream again. In the dream, he returned to the previous life, and was blocked in the house by a group of murderers. Although he also has a knife in his space, but there are a group of people on the opposite side, and even two of them are holding arrows and crossbows. How can he be defeated by a kitchen knife alone? After taking it away, those people found a few bottles of water and half a tortilla in his room. I don't know if it was too little or they didn't intend to let him go. During the fight, he didn't even feel the knife pierced in. It wasn't until they kicked him away suddenly, and then ran away in a swarm, that he felt the pain, and the blood that couldn't be stopped no matter how much he covered it. Mu Nan suddenly woke up from the dream. The suffocation and fear before death seemed to have not dissipated from him, especially where he was stabbed. There was still a hideous pain. As soon as Mu Nan moved, Qin Huai woke up with a start. He stretched out his hand, and the people around him were drenched in sweat. He hurriedly got up and turned on the light. Seeing Mu Nan's face covered in cold sweat and his pale face, he covered his stomach with one hand, and immediately said nervously, "What's the matter, Nan Nan? Have a nightmare, or something uncomfortable? Stomach pain?" It took Mu Nan a while to recover from the suffocation of the nightmare. His body was sticky with sweat. He shook his head towards Qin Huai, and said in a weak voice, "It's okay, I had a nightmare, I'm going to take a shower." Chin Huari watched him walk into the bathroom weakly, fearing that something would happen to him. He stood at the door and shouted after a while, only to be relieved when he got a response. New Nan took a shower, his head throbbed in pain after waking up from the dream. He looked at Chin Huari, who couldn't hide his tiredness, and said, "Go to sleep, I'm fine." Seeing him lying down on his back, Chin Huari leaned over and touched his cold palm. "What happened? I was so frightened by the nightmare." As he spoke, he reached out and touched his stomach. After waking up from the nightmare, it seemed that he held his stomach uncomfortable for a while. New Nan, who was lying on the bed, was silent for a while before speaking. "Do you believe in the end of the world?" If New Nan asked this question before, Chin Huari must have asked him on a whim when he saw something again, but seeing that he was frightened like that by the nightmare just now, he thought that New Nan was looking for him everywhere, and even used up all of him to enter the account. The money in the bag suddenly jumped up. "Nan, why do you ask such a question? What happened?" When New Nan was silent just now, he had already thought of an explanation. He never thought of hiding the space, and it was naturally impossible to hide the goods from Chin Huari. Then there must be a reason for everything. "From more than 3 months ago, I started to have nightmares. I dreamed about the heavy rain not long ago. I dreamed about the thick fog and the smog. There are still many disasters behind. I don't know if it will happen, but some have already." It came true. The dream came true. I couldn't take it as a dream at all. The person he trusts the most in this world is Chin Huari. Chin Huari has been by his side since he was born and was still in the hospital's incubator. Before going to kindergarten, he almost grew up on Chin Huari's body. That is, he went to sleep at Chin Huari's house, but he had to sleep with Chin Huari, otherwise he would cry endlessly. Although the two grew up later, the situation of being stuck together and unwilling to separate was much better, but they were still together almost every day. From when Chin Huari was doing homework, he played on the sidelines, to when Chin Huari was doing his homework, Chin Huari helped him with tutoring. Before the day when he separated at the age of 15, Chin Huari had never been absent from his life. So this trust is deeper than blood relationship. If he couldn't believe even Chin Huari, then tomorrow would be completely meaningless to him. But rebirth has nothing to do with trust. The meaning behind rebirth is too heavy. He doesn't want Chin Huari to bear something that he shouldn't have to bear in this life. Chin Huari said in a deep voice, "So the epidemic caused by the smog will kill many people, and after the smog, there will be severe cold and heat, earthquakes and droughts, and various disasters?" New Nan hummed, and Chin Huari put his hand on his head. "I believe you. As long as it is what you say, I will believe it." What's more, New Nan's state can't fool him. Even if he has been separated for many years, he will not be able to trust New Nan. Nan's understanding has never been lacking. Even though this matter sounds a bit unbelievable, he still chooses to believe it without hesitation. Chin Huari stretched out his hand and pulled him into his arms, and then pressed him to lie down. "Sleep with me for a while. The sky will fall after waking up. Don't be afraid. No matter what disasters happen in the future, I will accompany you with you. I will never leave again." New Nan turned his body sideways, turned his back to Chin Huari, and muttered in a low voice, "Liar." Chin Huari smiled. "I won't lie to you again, I swear." Chapter 7. New Nan was woken up by the knock on the door. When he turned around and saw that Chin Huari was in a deep sleep, he got up lightly, but when he moved, Chin Huari immediately opened his eyes. It took him a while to realize where he was. There was a knock on the door, and he grabbed New Nan, who was about to get out of bed. "Lie down, I'll go and have a look." The person who knocked on the door was from the community to register. After knocking for a long time, no one answered. "I thought there was no one at home." Just as I was about to leave, the anti-theft door was opened. Someone passed a notebook to Chin Huari. "Write down your name, contact information and house number on it. Is there anyone living next door to you?" Chin Huari nodded, first wrote down his own information, and then filled in New Nan's information as well. The community investigator took a look. "Is there only one family?" Chin Huari hummed, and the investigator took out another piece of paper with a QR code. "This is a group in the community, which is divided into buildings. This is your building. You add one, and if there is any news in the future, we will notify you in the group. Try not to go out during this time, and contact us if you have any difficulties in life." Chin Huari added a WeChat message, thanked him, and then closed the door. After returning to the house, seeing New Nan looking at him, he said, "I came to count the number of people, and I filled in all the information." New Nan suddenly said, "Do you know my phone number?" Because the door was open, he heard the registrar asking for the phone number, and wanted to say that Chin Huari would come in and ask himself, but he actually filled it out directly. Chin Huari nodded. Although he did not appear in Mu Nan's life these years, Mu Nan never disappeared from his life. He remembered the other party's phone number more clearly than his own. Mu Nan lowered her head. Know my phone number but never contact me. Do you know that in the past few months, I have used all means to find you, and even you are ready to come back, and you have never called me. If he knew his phone number in this life, he must have known it in his last life, but until his death, he never got a call from Chin Huari. Chin Huari felt a pain in his heart. I thought you still hated me for leaving with him, thought you didn't want to see me, I thought you were living a good life. Jiang Xuan has always had my contact information, didn't he keep in touch with you all the time? I thought that if you were looking for me for something, as long as you found him, you would be able to contact me. Knowing that you were looking for me, I rushed back almost immediately, but I didn't expect continuous heavy rain first, followed by thick fog. I still don't drive the train, and I almost couldn't help calling you several times on the way back, but I'm afraid that you will know that I am on the way back, and you will come out to find me in a hurry. The Mu Nan in Chin Huari's memory is still the former Mu Nan, with a self-willed and stubborn temper. If he called before he came back, Mu Nan might not be able to wait for him, so he might really rush to find him. When I came back by bike, there was no guarantee that there would be a charging place on the way. If Mu Nan couldn't contact him, wouldn't he be even more anxious and afraid? And after thinking a lot, he held back and didn't call. At the beginning, he went abroad with that person, and later left Mu Nan with his contact information, but at that time, Mu Nan broke up with him very angry. When he couldn't even control his own future life, besides asking someone to take care of him, say goodbye, most are pale. It was also because Mu Nan had never contacted him in these years, so even if he came back later, he would just secretly see if he was doing well. He was not ready yet, and he was afraid that Mu Nan would tell him that after all these years, when I grow up, I don't need my little brother anymore. Although Mu Nan never used the living expenses he sent to Mu Nan, the process of saving money for Mu Nan's living expenses every month made him feel that there was still a thread between him and Mu Nan. Just like Mu Nan was afraid of facing Chin Huari, who had become a stranger, Chin Huari was also afraid of facing Mu Nan, who no longer needed him. Before they had the courage to face up to the changes brought about by these times, they always thought that there was still time to take their time. Hearing Chin Huari's words, Mu Nan was even more puzzled. Jiang Xuan, I haven't seen him since you left. When I first started having those nightmares, I went to Jiang Xuan and wanted to ask Jiang Xuan what he knew. I don't know where you are. I wanted to find you, but he said he didn't contact you. Jiang Xuan is Chin Huari's classmate, and he has a good relationship. He used to go to Chin Huari's house to do homework together, so Mu Nan also knew each other. It can't be said that he was not familiar with him, but he was not very close. The relationship between him and Jiang Xuan was only because of Chin Huari. When Chin Huari left, how could a former classmate of his brother still have contact with him? If it wasn't because Jiang Xuan didn't move, he probably wouldn't even know where Jiang Xuan was. Chin Huari's eyes instantly turned cold. Mu Nan looked at him. So Jiang Xuan never told you that I was looking for you? Chin Huari shook his head. If he did, how could he hear about it from an unfamiliar former squad leader, and how could he just come back now? Mu Nan was silent for a while. When did you return to China? Chin Huari said, 6 months ago, in City B, I co-founded a company with someone abroad, and the branch was located in City B. At the beginning, I wanted to make arrangements there first. I'll see you again after you graduate from university. See if you are willing to come with me. Mu Nan, if I don't want to. Chin Huari smiled. If you really don't want to and don't need me anymore, I will let you go and let you live the life you want. If you just ignore me because you are angry and lose your temper, I'll coax you well until you don't get angry and come with me. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he gently rubbed Mu Nan's hair. Sometimes because of the time and distance, he would always think about some things in the direction he least wanted to face. It was not as bad as expected, and there were even unexpected surprises. They still have a lot to say, but they are not in a hurry now. Seeing that it is getting late, Chin Huari said, are you hungry? Have breakfast first, and I will tell you everything you want to know after breakfast. There are a lot of ready-made things in the kitchen, and the refrigerator is also filled with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. These were all put in by Mu Nan yesterday when Chin Huari was taking a bath. At that time, he hadn't figured out how to tell Chin Huari about the future. And there is space. He thought that it would take some time for him and Chin Huari to get along with each other, but he didn't expect that in just one night. Many things had been discussed, and also the strangeness he felt when he suddenly saw Chinhuari yesterday, it also seems to dissipate. Hearing the sound of fried eggs coming from the kitchen, Nan felt that even though the sky was still shrouded in smog outside, his mood was much clearer. After breakfast, Chinhuari handled some matters with his mobile phone and made a few phone calls. It seemed that he was making some work arrangements. After finishing the processing, he turned off his mobile phone and moved away the small computer in front of him. Table looked at him face to face and said, "About those dreams you had, please tell me what's going on." Nan opened a small book next to the bed and handed it to Chinhuari. "This is all recorded after I had a dream, and some things recorded on it will happen." It recorded some approximate time and the environment at that time. Chinhuari looked at it very seriously, and the more he looked at it, the deeper his frown became. What he saw when he turned the page was no longer about the future foreseen in his dream, but some food items. Thinking of the money that Nan suddenly spent, Chinhuari said, "Did you use all that money to prepare supplies?" Nan nodded. Chinhuari turned back again. "Is it recorded on this that you are planning to buy, or have you already bought? Where are you going to put these things? Food is not easy to store, especially vegetables and fruits. If the environment in the future is like yours, the dream is so bad, these things can't be stored at all." Nan said, "This is the second thing I want to tell you." Chinhuari looked at him. Nan stretched out his hand towards Chinhuari. Under Chinhuari's puzzled gaze, an apple suddenly appeared in Nan's hand. Nan explained slowly, "In the year you left, I transferred to a boarding school. One day I had a fever in the dormitory. The teacher fed me medicine and left me in the dormitory to sleep. I felt so hot when I was burning. I felt that my whole body was going to be burned dry, and when the burning was blurry, I seemed to be able to touch another dimension, like another dimension. After I woke up after the fever subsided, that feeling is still there, and then I have an extra space, but this space is empty, there is nothing, people can't get in, and living things can't fit in, but fortunately, everything will not change when it is put in, as if frozen in an instant." It took Chinhuari a while to accept all this from Nan's words. Perhaps Nan's dream about what happened in the future may also be related to space, but compared to space, Chinhuari cared more about Nan being alone these years. When he was a child, whenever Nan felt a little uncomfortable, he would make all kinds of troubles, and it took a long time to be coaxed to take medicine. Even though he had already anticipated these possible situations when he left, when he heard Nan say that he was sleeping alone in the dormitory with a cold and fever, his heart was still throbbing with depression. Chinhuari breathed out slightly. "The past is irreversible, and he will not let Nan bear it alone again," and repeatedly asked if the existence of space had any other bad influence on himself. According to what Nan said, except for an extra place to put things, there is no other abnormality, so he said, "Who else knows about this except me?" Nan said, "I'm not stupid." Chinhuari smiled, looked at Nan, who was visibly more lively than the silent one yesterday, felt relieved, and continued, "You wrote everything down in the notebook. Are there any more details?" Nan said, "I wrote down everything I remember, and I bought everything on it." Then he turned out another notebook. "This one records the quantity I bought, but unfortunately I don't have any money, and I'm running out of time." Chinhuari flipped through it and saw that there were several pages of paper, some big and some small items, and even bought a box of things like sewing boxes, which was really thoughtful. Chinhuari read it from the beginning. "In your dream, after the smog, it was extremely hot. Did it become chaotic as soon as it got hot, or was there a normal period in between?" Nan said, "It gradually became chaotic, but it wasn't the kind of out-of-control chaos. The country's control has always been there, but later the weather became more and more extreme, and many things could not be produced, so it became more and more difficult." Chinhuari suddenly looked at Nan. "Is your dream coherent?" Nan lowered his head and scratched at his hands, avoiding Chinhuari's eyes. "No, it's quite fragmented, but it can be spliced together." Chinhuari didn't think too much, just said, "Then there is still some time. I will deal with my affairs, and I can get back some money." Nan suddenly raised her head. "You want to go back?" Seeing Nan's reaction was so strong, Chinhuari quickly said, "If you don't go back, I won't leave after I said I won't leave. Just do some operations online. Nan, I won't leave again, I promise." Nan also felt that he had overreacted, but he would rather Chinhuari give up those assets. Anyway, the money is not as good as paper in the end, and he doesn't want Chinhuari to take the risk of leaving. His space is not enough for the two of them for a lifetime. At least these few days Nan can't starve to death, so there is no need to take risks for those external things. When Chin Huari was sorting out his assets, he received a message from Jiang Xuan. He and Jiang Xuan were classmates from junior high school to high school, and they had never lost contact after going abroad, because they had to rely on Jiang Xuan to learn about Mu Nan's situation in China. The relationship has been very close over the years, and even after he returned to China, Jiang Xuan quit his original job and came to work in his company. Because Jiang Xuan's home is here, he comes back frequently. He often asks Jiang Xuan to help him see Mu Nan, and he does know a lot about Mu Nan from Jiang Xuan. For example, he made new friends. The relationship is good, he is very popular in school, he often participates in some painting competitions, and even won prizes. He lives well and is very happy every day. Even Mu Nan's annual physical examination report, Jiang Xuan would copy a copy for him to read. He thought that Nan and Jiang Xuan had a good relationship these years. Because of this relationship, he never thought that if something happened to Nan unexpectedly, Nan had never met Jiang Xuan, and Nan even took the initiative to find Jiang Xuan, but Jiang Xuan said that he could not be contacted. If Jiang Xuan had told Nan where he was when Nan was looking for Jiang Xuan 3 months ago, then Nan would not have to bear these burdens alone in the past few months. He remembered that Jiang Xuan once told him that when he met Mu Nan, when he was mentioned, Mu Nan said that he didn't want to mention him, and said that it was all over. Because of Mu Nan's attitude that he learned from Jiang Xuan, Chin Huari has been holding back his urgency to see Mu Nan in the past 6 months since returning to China, so Jiang Xuan has been lying to him all along. Looking at the word Jiang Xuan on WeChat, Chin Huari's eyes turned cold. Chapter 8. Chin Huari came back, so things like planting vegetables and watering and cleaning up the poo of the chickens naturally all fell on his head. Mu Nan has become psychologically dependent. At home, it is still a lot of fun. Although the gap between the two has not completely dissipated, Chin Huari can clearly feel that Nan is actively approaching him, but this approach is a plan for the future. Chin Huari knew that Nan had his presence in each of Nan's plans, but apart from that, Nan didn't mention anything about his life alone in these years. Thinking of Nan when he was a child, he would share every detail with him. If he was wrong outside, he would even complain to him, and he had to coax him for a long time before he became happy again. But now, for these things years of suffering, but he didn't say anything. Chin Huari knew that it would not take a short while to completely break the ice. Even though he was a little anxious, he also knew that there was no rush. Chin Huari has been back for almost 2 days, and the epidemic outside has also reached its peak. Looking at various news on the internet every day, Mu Nan is a little scared. Fortunately, you came back early and your health is considered good, otherwise you will be trapped on the road. There is no way to ask for help. Chin Huari's ability to rush back all depended on his perseverance. Although he was exercising every day, this exercise was just a general physical exercise. If it wasn't for his perseverance, he wouldn't have the stamina to ride a bicycle for a few days, so he recuperated overnight after returning home. After that, for the next 2 days, my hands and feet were so weak that I even wished I could support the wall when I went to the bathroom. Fortunately, Mu Nan prepared a lot of things, and bought a bunch of soothing plasters, and put them on Chin Huari's arms and legs every day, and massaged him with a massager. Looking at Chin Huari, who was covered in plasters all over his body, Mu Nan sighed and said, "It seems that I have to catch the physical part again, otherwise I won't be able to run away if I run into something later." Chin Huari also felt that he couldn't relax in terms of physical fitness. Seeing the future scenes Mu Nan dreamed about, even if he had space and food, he might not need to worry too much, but poor physical fitness would also be a hindrance, so he said, "From tomorrow onwards, I will teach you Sanda. When you were young, you gave up after 2 days of learning, and life will be so difficult in the future, learning a little kung fu will not hurt." Chin Huari practiced it when he was a child, and Mu Nan wanted to learn it because of Chin Huari. Unfortunately, he didn't have the perseverance, so he gave up before he even finished the basic skills, and went to the painting interest class instead. Chin Huari has learned it for quite a long time. Even when he went abroad, he would practice it occasionally, but he never lost some skills. Chin Huari didn't want to teach him at first. Mu Nan is a person who has no perseverance and can't bear hardships, but now seeing him insist on running for an hour every day, he changed his mind, especially if the future becomes more and more chaotic. Relying on space alone is the guarantee if he can't be safe. Teach Mu Nan some ways to save his life, so that if something happens in the future, he can rest assured. The life of the two of them staying at home gradually became more regular, running in the morning and learning Sanda at night, Chinhuari cooking at noon, and Munan following some online tutorials to dump food in the afternoon, and stacking raw ingredients into finished products in the space, so that getting along day and night every day, the two slowly regained a little of their childhood feelings. Although Munan rarely mentioned his own life, Chinhuari would take the initiative to tell him about his life abroad these years. At the beginning, his father insisted on taking him away because he was diagnosed with asthenospermia. Although asthenospermia is not as hopeless as dead sperm, the possibility of childbearing is very low. With the existence of a son, that man will naturally take him away whatever he says. The difference is nothing more than being taken away forcefully and being taken away voluntarily. What Chinhuari didn't tell Munan is that the biggest reason why he was willing to go with that man back then, it was the man who threatened him with Munan. The world of adults is so dirty, and they will do anything to achieve their goals. In the first few years, his life was not bad, and he was the only man who had one child, so he naturally devoted himself to cultivating it. Now that he has been separated from Munan, there is no benefit in resisting stubbornly. It is better to work hard to become strong, so strong that no one can control his life in the future. I just didn't expect that the man had another child later on. Although it was a test tube baby, it was still a success. One son brought back halfway, who still hated him in his heart, and a blank sheet of paper. It was obvious which one to choose, so Chinhuari, who hadn't even finished university, was given up. Munan didn't expect Chinhuari to live such a life outside, and said angrily and distressed, "And then? He doesn't want you anymore, why don't you come back?" Chinhuari looked at him and smiled, because at that time he had no money to come back, and the air ticket to return to China was 20,000 yuan, and Nan had just entered university at that time, and was still in the art department, so it was very expensive. And there was not much he could give Nan, since if you can't give him company, then try to give him enough food and clothing. But Chinhuari naturally won't say anything about it. He just said, "If I came back at that time, wouldn't it be a shame? You were crying and wanting to break up with me back then. Also said that man is not a good thing, don't regret it if I leave." Nan glared at him, "You know I don't mean that." Chinhuari hugged him and rubbed his head. "I know, it's just that I haven't finished my studies yet. And I just started a studio with a friend, and I also want to make some achievements, so why should he take me away? I can only go with him. If he doesn't want me, I can only come back." Munan fell silent, thinking in his heart that it was a good thing he didn't tell Chinhuari about his rebirth. If Chinhuari knew that he didn't come back to look for him in his last life until he died, I don't know how guilty and sad he would be. Although Munan still has doubts in his heart, since Chinhuari has been back for half a year, why didn't he come to look for him in the previous life? The end didn't come suddenly, and it didn't mean that the communication was cut off suddenly, and there was obviously a period of order before the chaos. It's a pity that this doubt can't be solved in this life. While the two were talking, Chinhuari heard crying and howling from downstairs, so he stood on the balcony with a telescope and looked down. The thick fog in the city had already begun to dissipate. Even though they were on the 17th floor, some silhouettes could be seen through the street lights downstairs. It was half a month since he came back, and this was already the 7th car of the funeral home. After a period of medical observation, the disease is not highly contagious, and the infectious activity is basically lost after death. Therefore, there is no need for special medical staff to protect and transport the dead, so the general funeral the car is enough. But the dead are dragged away, and the remaining people have to grieve for their lost relatives and worry about whether they will be infected. This kind of wailing and crying is performed almost every day in desperation. In the past half a month, Chinhuari was thankful more than once. Fortunately, the monitor of the high school contacted him and told Nan that he was looking for him. Fortunately, he was too worried when he saw that the account he sent money to Munan was empty. Come back and take a look, otherwise, if Munan is left alone in this situation, and there is no way to contact him, I don't know how scared he will be. A major event happened in the community where Munan lived. There was a sick man who ran around for several days but couldn't even get in the hospital gate. He felt desperate and ran out of the house without thinking about anything, and then took a pile of stones and smashed the windows of more than a dozen low-rise buildings, 2 of which had a newborn baby at home. Later, that person was smashed by the desperate resident who threw the flower pot, which stopped the other party's crazy behavior. When the incident happened, the community was in chaos. Although the staff in the community had protective clothing, the other party was like crazy. Even though they were wearing protective clothing, they dared not go out, for fear that the other party would scratch their clothes and expose them to the fog. In the haze. At that time, New Nan was making steamed buns at home, and he was startled when a commotion broke out downstairs. Since every household hadn't gone out, the whole community was extremely quiet, and the sudden riot made the whole community commotion. Holding the binoculars, New Nan could just see the man smashing the windows in the building opposite him. Their side is an old community. How did many people move in at the beginning? It's still the same now. Some of the doors and windows haven't even been replaced. In a house decades ago, the original windows were all single-layered, and they were so fragile that they would break if they were smashed. In many homes, the windows were broken so that their eyes were red, and they wanted to jump out and chop with a knife, but there was no protection. He didn't even wear a mask, so he could only be dragged into another closed room by his family members in a panic. In the end, the man was hit by the flower pot and fell to the ground. After making sure that the man was motionless and not aggressive, the community personnel came out and dragged him away. It was only after the incident that New Nan remembered it. In his previous life, he also stayed at home. Although the outside became scary, with death and infectious diseases everywhere, but because the government was still maintaining the schedule, he had enough food, there is no need to go out at all, so the sense of crisis is not deep. He still remembers that this crazy man should die in the end, but there is a family with a very small child, because the window was smashed, and a little outside air was sucked in. It may be because he was too young and did not have much immunity. He had a high fever that night, and the child died in the end. The father of the child hacked into the community committee with a knife, because at that time, all the people in the community were hiding in the hospital in fear of death. In the room, even though they were still wearing protective clothing, they didn't dare to come out to stop the madman. If they had come out to stop him, his child might not have died. So, in a panic, the man directly vented his anger on the staff of the neighborhood committee. Thinking of what happened in the previous life, New Nan couldn't help but said, "Fortunately, our house lives on a high floor." Chin Huai glanced at the window that New Nan had replaced in advance. "Even if it's not high, you can't break this window with a stone. Even if it's broken, we can still live on the other side." The outside gradually quieted down, but the group was blown up. New Nan didn't watch the group, and even if he did, it was useless. The smashed window couldn't be restored, and the child who might have been infected by now couldn't be rescued either. He continued to bow his head and make steamed buns, and he would not think wildly while doing things. In the beginning, the steamed buns he made were either unkneaded and turned into lumps, or they were not round enough to be too ugly, but now he has gradually gained experience. Put it away, and when you want to eat it, you can take it out at any time, and it will still look just out of the pan. Chin Huari said from the side, "I've been making steamed buns for a few days, let's make steamed stuffed buns tomorrow. Even if you need to escape in the future, it's better to eat something with oil and water." After thinking for a while, he said, "Make the buns into the shape of steamed buns." New Nan raised his head and glanced at Chin Huari. "In the future, when there is a shortage of food and you have to eat tree bark and grass, you will be very eye-catching whether it is steamed buns or buns." Although he said so, New Nan still listened to Chin Huari's words and gave the buns change the shape. "Just take out an extra rib. Tomorrow you can make sweet and sour pork ribs." Chin Huari smiled and said hello. In the middle of the night, a miserable cry suddenly resounded through the entire community. Even New Nan's 17th floor, which had been replaced with thicker double-layer soundproof glass, could not resist the sound, and it directly scared him who was already asleep. A thrill. New Nan subconsciously touched the phone, but was suppressed by Chin Huari, who also woke up and covered his ears with one hand. "Sleep, don't look at it." New Nan didn't struggle either, and knew what was going on with the crying. Everything was the same as in the previous life, and the child was still gone. The next day New Nan woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Chin Huari who was leaning against the bed and looking at his phone. Chin Huari rubbed his messy hair, put down his phone and said, "What do you want for breakfast? Toast or toast? Egg noodles?" New Nan said, "Toast. Didn't there be a little bacon left yesterday?" Chin Huari said hello, got up to make breakfast, saw New Nan opened his mobile phone and clicked on the WeChat group, and then said, "Last night, a window was smashed in a family, and there was a newborn baby in his family. The child is gone." New Nan paused slightly when she swiped her phone, glanced at Chin Huari, and said, "Oh." Chin Huari sighed silently, turned around and went into the kitchen. This kind of life filled with death every day, they need to get used to it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. The incident of smashing the windows made many people sigh, and those who lived on the lower floors were also alerted. Many homes had a special layer of quilts and blankets nailed near the glass, for fear that some newspapers would do it again. The community group also attaches great importance to this matter. In the group, they are constantly comforting everyone and asking those who are sick at home to report to them first. They will definitely find a way to arrange the hospital as soon as possible. But no matter how much the group tried to guide them, the father who had lost his child still rushed out of the house as madly as Munan remembered, and threw that kind of bone-chopping knife at the neighborhood committee. It's just that this time the neighborhood committee took precautions, closed the iron gate early, and called the police immediately, and the police came very quickly. Although they struggled hard, they still suppressed the mad father. The process did not cause casualties. Soon the residents on the lower floors could see the residents of the neighborhood committee from the windows, and posted the video to the group. Although this person is very poor, he just became a father, and his child was killed by a lunatic, but in this way the act of crazy revenge was still criticized by many people. Seeing all kinds of words in the group blaming the father, Munan closed the WeChat group. No one was involved, and no one could understand the despair of others. In the evening, Munan received a thank you from the community director. Munan replied with a smiley emoji, expressing that this was also an accidental coincidence, and she was just being careful and making no big mistakes. The director of the community was afraid for a while if Munan hadn't posted a few videos of smashing towards the community crazily because he couldn't enter the hospital for treatment, and reminded him that there was just a smashing incident in the community. He was afraid that someone would touch him. Sensitive nerves were driven to follow the trend of the newspaper so that the community should be vigilant, so as to avoid another tragedy. It just so happened that after watching those videos, he still had lingering fears. When he saw the father who had lost his child walking towards the community, he felt a shock in his heart, and he hurriedly let the iron gate down first. Fortunately, it was released in time. If the father waited until the door reached the door and then took out the machete and smashed the glass and charged in, it was hard to imagine how many casualties would be caused. Munan is also very fortunate that the director has taken his reminder seriously. It is impossible for him to tell others directly that the child's father will come to retaliate, so he can only remind him from the side. It is best to prevent a tragedy. I remember that the current director, in the year when his parents passed away unexpectedly, was only a staff member in the community and had not yet become a director. Later, after he lived with Chin Huari's grandmother, he visited him several times, telling him that if he had any difficulties in life, he could go to the community to find him. Although the director did not die in the previous life, it is said that he was seriously injured. In the future, if the injury is serious, I am afraid that he will not be able to survive for a long time. This time he can help him avoid a catastrophe, which can be regarded as repayment. He was kind enough to help his parents take care of the funeral. Chin Huari saw Munan's chat interface. Chin Huari also remembered this director Lee. He was a very kind uncle who smiled at everyone. When Munan first lived in their house when he was a child, Director Lee was still a staff member. He had seen it twice. At that time, he was always worried that this person would send Munan back to his relatives forcibly when he saw that they were not Munan's relatives. So he was somewhat repulsed by this Director Lee, so he still has an impression of this Director Lee. Seeing Munan put down the phone, Chin Huari said, "Have you ever dreamed about this?" Munan froze for a moment before nodding, looked at Chin Huari and said, "Yeah, it's not a dream, but I have a vague impression that even in the dream, I was locked in the room and couldn't get out, and then it seems that there have been a few bad things in our community, such as the smashing of the neighborhood committee. I have a little impression, so I subconsciously reminded it. I didn't expect it to be this time." Chin Huari just glanced at him, didn't say much, stretched out his arms to hug Munan. He knew that Munan had something to hide from him, even though they had been separated for these years, but Munan was brought up by him. He knew Munan well, but knowing that he knows, he has no way to ask what happened, but he just hopes that there will be a day when he and Munan can return to intimacy. After being closed at home for almost a month, many people have run out of food in their homes. Just like in the previous life, the prices have risen to sky-high prices during this period, but even if the prices are sky-high, they still have to buy them, otherwise they will have nothing to eat. As for Munan's two house vegetables, he also had a little harvest. His vegetables were not planted when they were seeds, but the ready-made seedlings he bought, so they grew faster, and the vegetables might take a little longer. But the peppers have grown, but because there is no sun, the growth is not very good, and now it is still green with a little yellow, and it has not turned red. Looking at the soil and vegetables in the room, New Nan looked at Chin Huari. Our building seems to have a few families of lonely old people. He said this not because of how kind-hearted he is. New Nan still understands himself well. He has the selfishness and indifference that modern people generally have, but it is not to the extent of completely annihilating kindness. When things do not happen to him, he can ignore it indifferently. Even if it happened in front of him, all he can do is not to hurt his own compassion. But he was afraid that he had so much food, a whole space of food, but when he was indifferent to those old people who might not even have any food at home, Chin Huari would feel that he was cold-blooded. So this question also meant to test Chin Huari's attitude. Chin Huari didn't think much about it. When he heard what Mu Nan said, he just frowned disapprovingly. Xing Mi's kindness fights against Mi's hatred. The days will become more and more difficult in the future, and you will see more and more misery by then. So Nan, I don't want you to start with this. What's more, the state order is still there. If those lonely old people really need it, the government will not leave them alone. At least now there are only people who die of illness and no one dies of starvation. Nan, if you meet someone who needs help in the future, I hope you will do what you can. Just because you have a little more vitality than others does not mean that you need to carry something heavier than life. This little vitality is also possible becoming a mortal crisis, so whether it's starvation or dying and asking for help, I hope you will always put yourself first. Before going abroad, Chin Huari may still have some innocence and kindness, but after so many years, innocence and kindness cannot allow him to survive in that cannibalistic society to this day, and the little softness and warmth he has left are all given to Mu Nan, and only for Mu Nan. Hearing what Chin Huari said, Mu Nan felt relieved. He himself experienced it once, and even died from the last trace of intolerance, so this time he was able to calm down, but unexpectedly, Chin Huari was more than what he thinks is to adapt faster, but that's good. Sometimes the most frustrating thing is not the chaos of order, nor the hopeless future, but the complicated human nature. Although the smog has lightened a bit, it has not dissipated. The country has also issued an investigation notice, saying that there is a kind of toxic mycelium in the smog that is invisible to the naked eye. Some people can rely on their own antibodies to kill this. The hyphae are wiped out, but some people are in poor health, or are young or old, or have some underlying diseases, unable to resist the toxicity of the mycelium, and this will cause lung swelling and death. But the viability of the mycelium is not high, so the infection rate is not high, but once it survives in the body, the fatality rate is extremely high, so as long as the protection is proper, the possibility of infection is very low, although this very low possibility is accompanied by almost 100% mortality. After knowing where the source of the crisis sweeping the global epidemic is, everyone can stay at home without going out. There are not many people who dare to die to challenge their own antibodies due to the poison that can be seen everywhere outside, but people do not go out, and the food at home, but it can't stand consumption. Regarding this point, the government has also begun to find a way to distribute that kind of biochemical protective clothing based on the community as a unit, and then divide the supply so that the community can make overall arrangements. Each household can buy as much as possible for a week to half a month, the amount, and then let people in protective clothing deliver it door to door. Although this is troublesome and increases the workload of many people, it can comfort more people and avoid panic caused by food. Fortunately, most people know that the current situation is very serious, and it is not easy for the government to do this, so everyone is still cooperative. Of course, no matter when, there will always be some superstars who can't recognize the status quo. This is the time, but also pick and choose. New Nan looked at the packages of some products posted in the group. It may be for the convenience of purchasing statistics. There is no single item selection, only various packages, but the packages are not limited. Brother, do we want to buy? I have all these things in my space. The current price is several times higher than when I bought it. Chin Huari directly looked at his mobile phone, thought for a while and said, buy some, although no one may pay attention to the situation of every household. But at this time, try to follow the trend as much as possible. New Nan nodded, and made various comparisons. He chose several sets of vegetable and meat set meals. If the quality of those dishes was not good, he would crush them and add ingredients to make big buns, meat buns and vegetable buns. New Nan thought about staying at home and never going out. When the smog cleared, it would be extremely hot, and he couldn't go out, so he almost spent all his money before, and now there are only a few hundred yuan left in his phone. Yes, but a few hundred yuan is not enough to buy 2 meat sets. Fortunately, Chin Huari has money, and there is still a lot of money, Seeing the balance in Chin Huari's account, Mu Nan felt distressed. If I can contact you, all the money can be used. This is also a thorn in Chin Huari's heart. It's not that it's a pity for the money, but that Nan won't be alone in the past few months if he can get in touch with him. Chin Huari patted Mu Nan's head. Don't worry, as you said, the money will be available for at least a few months, so it won't be wasted. Mu Nan nodded. Although there is still some time, after the smog of the previous life cleared up overnight, it took about half a month to heat up. Although the temperature rose very quickly once it heated up, there was still a little its time, but he is a little worried. Chin Huari's leftover money is not too small. By then, they will buy too much and will be targeted. He remembers that in his last life, there were reports that there are also a few wealthy overseas who donated a lot of money to invest in the aviation industry. At that time, it was a large donation. Now I think it is a bit strange. Maybe the country had already started to integrate assets at that time, prepared for future disasters. So if the purchase is too obvious at this time, Mu Nan doesn't know if it will be noticed. After all, in the era of big data, there are almost no secrets to speak of. Chin Huari heard his worry and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I know capital better than you. Even big data has loopholes to go. Don't worry, when the time comes, we will go to City B together and collect money. Come back right away." Mu Nan said, "Then why don't we just stay in City B? It's the capital after all. He will stay here. One is because this is his home, and the other is that he never left until he died, because there is a future that he knows and even experienced, so he feels more secure subconsciously. But no matter how much security there is, it doesn't seem to be as important as the capital of a country. What's more, he has waited for Chin Huari. As long as he is with Chin Huari, it doesn't matter where he is." Chin Huari shook his head. "It's not suitable there. You said that you will experience extreme cold in the future. In terms of the environment, our side has an advantage. There is one more thing Chin Huari didn't say, although there may not be a distinction between locals and foreigners in the future. After all, with the population decreasing, it doesn't matter which region people are in, as long as they are alive. But for local survivors, that may not be the case. Furthermore, their cities are also first-tier cities with a population of tens of millions. Even if their homes are rebuilt, their side may not be worse than the capital of the country." Chapter 10. After dispelling Mu Nan's idea of staying in City B, Chin Huari placed an order for the few packages he had just selected in the group, and the rest just had to wait for the volunteers to deliver them, and the community online shopping was settled. Chin Huari began to make video connections with people. The small company he founded with others needs to be sold. In addition to the shares in his hand, he also has some projects that are laying eggs. He is a software developer and the founder of the project. Although he left it is the company channel, but the company's profit only accounts for a small part. Now he wants to transfer the project and sell the shares, so many people want to buy it. Chin Huari didn't avoid Mu Nan when he operated these things. When Mu Nan knew that Chin Huari was going to pack and sell all these things in his hands to his partners, he was a little surprised. When things get messy in the future, these things won't be worth much anymore. Will he hate you? Chin Huari looked at him and understood what he meant, so he smiled and said, "You think we are friends?" Mu Nan was even more puzzled. "Aren't you a friend? If you weren't a friend, how did you start a company together?" Chin Huari said, "He is the rich second generation of Chinese. He has money and I have technology. What we have is the cooperation that we lack. We are friends when it is profitable, and we can become enemies at any time when interests conflict." Mu Nan is not an idiot who is ignorant of worldly affairs. When Chin Huari said this, he understood. Seeing that Chin Huari was bargaining with the other party without mercy, Mu Nan asked, "Then where are you, and you have good friends?" Chin Huari's hand tapping the computer paused slightly, then he raised his hand and rubbed Mu Nan's head. "I wish I could break it into 10 minutes. I don't have time to make friends, and I have you. Isn't it enough?" Mu Nan was a little happy when he heard this, but also a little unhappy. He was happy that Chin Huari's world still belonged to him and was not occupied by other people. He was not happy that Chin Huari had been alone all these years, and he felt a little distressed. Without waiting for him to say anything, Chin Huari pushed him into the bathroom. "It's getting late, you go take a shower." Mu Nan snorted, took the prepared clothes and went into the bathroom. Chin Huari's smiling face gradually cooled down. He doesn't have many friends abroad. When he can be regarded as a rich second generation, he has friends around him. When he is nothing, he naturally has nothing around him. Moreover, in foreign countries, the prejudice caused by skin color it is inevitable, and even more so, discrimination from compatriots is sometimes more direct. But when it comes to friends, he used to think that he had. During those difficult days, his only way to resolve it was the news about Munan passed by Jiang Xuan. During the communication, he would inevitably talk about his own situation, and the contact was frequent. Plus, with the friendship he had when he was a student, he still values Jiang Xuan as a friend. It's a pity that the friendship he thought was just getting closer with ulterior motives. Qin Huai wanted to sell the projects and shares in his hand. Jiang Xuan, who had already joined Qin Huai company to work, naturally also learned about these things. When he knew that Qin Huai had returned home, Jiang Xuan was not at peace for a moment. He even regretted himself the innocence and stupidity of youth. At that time, he only wanted Qin Huai to stay away from Munan forever. Now looking back at his childish handling at that time, it was ridiculous. What he should do is not to make Munan unable to contact Qin Huai, but to become friends with Munan. It's a pity that he was too young at that time, so young that he couldn't hide his malice towards Munan. With that little chance, Jiang Xuan contacted Qin Huai pretending nothing happened. Especially when he learned that Qin Huai was about to withdraw his shares, he was even more eager to inquire about him. No response. After dialing the well-known number again, the phone was connected, and Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and then he quickly forced himself to calm down, and tried to calm down. Qin Huai, are you here now? Where? I haven't replied to your messages or answered your calls during this time, and now you still have to sell your shares. What happened? If there are any difficulties, Qin Huai said coldly. Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's heart was raised, and he even felt his voice trembling. I am here. Qin Huai, Nan said he looked for you. Jiang Xuan had already prepared for the worst, and he had predicted countless times in his heart that when Qin Huai came to question him, what reaction and excuse would he use to respond. So when he heard Qin Huai's question, he immediately expressed surprise, said, "Looked for me? How is it possible? If he has looked for me, how could I not tell you?" Qin Huai smiled on the phone. Who do you think I will trust, you and Nan? Jiang Xuan's face turned pale. Qin Huai, what happened? Are you at home now? You wait for me to come back and we will have a face-to-face meeting. There must be some misunderstanding. Qin Huai said, no need, and Jiang Xuan, as I said before, is Nan looking for you because she wants to look for me? Jiang Xuan, who was far away in City B, became completely bloodless when he heard the sound of the phone hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Qin Huai stood by the window for a while until Munan came out of the shower, put down his phone, and walked over with a smile on his face again. Blow it with a hairdryer before coming out, it's wet, be careful of catching a cold. Munan wiped it with a towel nonchalantly. With such short hair, it will dry after a couple of strokes. Hurry up and take a shower while the water is still hot. Qin Huai didn't move, but instead took the towel from Munan's hand and gently wiped his short hair. Short hair can't be so casual, now is a special time, so you can't be sick. Come here, I'll give you a ***** first one time. Munan was dragged to the bathroom by him, and suddenly couldn't help laughing, feeling that Qin Huai was still the same Qin Huai, the same Qin Huai who even cared about what socks he wore in the morning. In order to solve the problem of food and clothing for each family, this time the community delivery speed is very fast, but the speed is fast, and the quality of some items may not be so easy to guarantee. Munan and his family received the items. The damage was not serious, some of the dishes were cleaned up, and the rest were pretty good, but looking at the community groups, some of the dishes received by the family were not very good, and some of the dishes were even crushed. Although this is an inevitable problem, but after spending so much money and receiving something not very good, this person always has something in his mind. Some people understand this, and they are very grateful to be able to get something to eat without going out in such a big environment, but some people are not forgiving for the problem of a la carte. Even in the group there was a commotion here. One family received bad green vegetables, so they complained to the community. What they said was not pleasant, and they didn't even communicate much, so they eagerly made all kinds of roaring voices in the group, and they didn't know it was the epidemic. The pressure of life is high, or the pressure of life is high. With this little matter of green vegetables, I wish I could vent all my dissatisfaction. The volunteers in the community were also wronged. They were working voluntarily at risk, but now they are too busy to get well. The bad food is not caused by them. In addition, the situation outside is getting more and more serious. they are busy outside. My own family was a little too concerned, some were dragging their families, and the tired family members were worried, so they made such a fuss and quit. If one quits, there will always be 2 or 3 who are affected and leave together. The community will lose a few volunteers, and the workload of others will become greater. So the family who was making trouble in the group was directly attacked by the group. At first, the family would resist and scold him back, but there were more people who scolded him. This family was kicked out. Since they are not satisfied, they will not help this family buy things in the future. In the end, that person didn't know whether he was worried that people would really ignore him, or that he was scolded too badly, but he didn't say anything in the group. New Nan just watched the commotion in the group silently. Don't look at how miserable many people are now scolding the family who dislike the dishes. It seems that they have spoken out for the volunteers. When the family disliked them, but a lot of people came out to agree, didn't they just want to seek their own interests through other people's troubles? Now that the reaction is so big, it is also because they are afraid that in the end they will really be beaten and no one will serve them. But the volunteers left and never came back. The community had nothing to do, and no one could be called to help at this time, so I could only ask in the group if anyone was willing to be a volunteer. Unfortunately, there were not many responses. This time I went out. It's dangerous, the weather is not considered cool, and I still wear that kind of airtight protective clothing every day, and there is no subsidy, except for those who are really kind-hearted and want to help others, who would do such a thankless thing. Chin Huari was a little hesitant. As soon as Chin Huari hesitated, New Nan could tell that even though they had been apart for a long time, the tacit understanding of growing up together was still there, so he immediately stopped him. You can't go, I won't agree. Chin Huari knew what New Nan was worried about. In fact, he didn't want to go out and take risks. Even if he had protective clothing, who could guarantee that he wouldn't be infected by the mycelia in the smog? It is closed, and what can be learned from the internet is only part of it after all. Chin Huari said, it's safe in the building. I don't go out of the building, and now the volunteers just stay in the building to deliver some things, so it's not that dangerous. New Nan shook his head. Do you know that people who have this disease cannot be cured? Chin Huari frowned and said, it can't be cured. Could it be that there will be problems after those who are cured? Although the mortality rate of this disease is high, it is not absolute. At least half of the cure rate is, and those who die are those who are not in good health. On the contrary, the elderly and young people are recovering very quickly, and the number of cured people is increasing every day. If it were not for this, people would not stay at home and obey the government's arrangements. New Nan nodded. Yes, those who have recovered are only temporarily suppressed by some drugs, and then hibernate. When the virus becomes stronger and stronger in the human body, it will break out again. The infection rate of this disease is not high. Most of them were at the beginning because the smog was not obvious, and people were infected without protection. Later, the smog became more serious, and more people wore masks, and the infection rate plummeted. Will die. New Nan knew that if he was wearing protective clothing, as long as he was careful not to breathe too much air outside, the chance of infection would be very low. At this time in his last life, he didn't even have many masks, and he went downstairs to get things, but he didn't come out in the end. What's up? But there is always a contingency in everything. Chin Huari never came back in the last life. That is the contingency that he dare not gamble on. He admires those who can step forward to serve the people at this time, but he dare not gamble with the people he cares about the most. He would rather be a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. In this life, he just wants to get along well with Chin Huari. Don't have an accident. Seeing that New Nan's anxious face turned pale, Chin Huari quickly said, okay, I won't go, I'll just stay at home and not go anywhere. He wanted to be a volunteer not because he was kind-hearted and wanted to help others, but because he wanted to prepare for the future. Since the power of the country has always been there, then in the troubled times in the future, he must be attached to the government. He and Nan, they are all people without family background, so they can only fight on their own, but the premise is that it will not affect his and Nan's own safety. After dispelling this idea, the two of them didn't mention it again, and several people in the group responded and became volunteers. Because of what happened last time, the residents in the building no longer complained strongly that it's not good, that's not good. Well, if you really want to distribute a dish that is so bad that you can't eat it, try to discuss it in a negotiable tone. Except for the still smog outside, the situation in their community was a little more harmonious for a while, but it didn't last long, because New Nan said before that the epidemic broke out for the second time. Chapter 11. The first thing was the news that broke out on the internet. Many people who had been ill before but were lucky to be cured had relapsed again, and the relapse was fierce. One of them was a 70-year-old man. In the morning, the family found that the old man had a fever and cough, but they didn't think about that. Although they were sick before, they were cured fortunately. Seeing that it was going to die, the old man left before 12 o'clock that night. This is not a special case. 2 or 3 days in a row relapse after recovery, and there are more and more menacing news, and there are more and more rumors, true and false. People who have been ill but cured are like being the asterisk of death has marked the mark, and there is no way to escape death. Under the increasing pressure, some people have jumped off the building in despair before they even relapsed. In the community where Munan lives, there was a man who jumped off a building. He was a middle-aged man. I heard that he was not married and had no children. His illness was relatively early before, after the treatment, he was cured and went home. As a result, this situation repeated. Even if this person had not relapsed, he was already desperate and unable to think about it. Munan has no impression of this incident. It may have happened in the previous life, but he didn't notice it. Although it is their community, the buildings are a bit far away, and he can't go out now. He can only get some news through the community group. Once closed, the news will naturally be closed. Chin Huai knew the person who jumped off the building, and Munan was a little surprised. You know him? Is he an old neighbor? I don't have any impression. Chin Huai said, you are still young so you don't remember much. This person is a bit mentally abnormal, so he never got married in his life, and he even fought with Uncle Mu before. Munan was even more surprised. Huh? My dad? Then who won the fight? Chin Huai smiled. Of course Uncle Mu won the game. I remember that Uncle Mu was playing cards downstairs. I happened to pass by when I came back from school. Uncle Mu stopped me and told me that Auntie was working overtime. Then he gave me 100 yuan to wait. You took you to eat KFC after school, and just as I was about to leave after taking the money, the man rushed over and bumped me. Uncle Mu gave the man a sideways look, and said something like walking without looking at the road, but the man turned back body, directly overturned Uncle Mu's card table. There is a KFC outside their community. Munan remembers that when he was a child, Chin Huai would occasionally take him there to eat. This happened every time his mother worked overtime. When his mother worked overtime, his father was too lazy to cook, so he asked Chin Huai to take him there, eat KFC, and then order a few dishes and drink some wine with the poker friends after playing cards. Especially in summer, his father will bring back a pot of shrimp after drinking. He and Chin Huai are wearing vests sitting in the living room, watching cartoons while eating shrimp. Now when Chin Huai talks about these things, Munan feels like he's back in the past, as if his father will come out of the elevator in the next second, then step on the ground twice, and light up the lights in the corridor with the sound of his footsteps. With the sensor light, he opened the iron door, looked at them with a smile on his back with the packaged shrimps, and then shouted to them, spicy shrimps, is there anyone eating them? Munan also smiled, and asked, and then, we just started fighting? Chin Huai said, well, the fight started right away. You also know that your father has such a violent temper that the card table was overturned, so there are still people who don't fight, but although they won, the 4 who fought won, and later when that person saw your father and the others, he wished he could take a detour. He didn't expect them to have such a past with the person who jumped off the building. Munan was a little embarrassed to hear these things. Originally, as fewer and fewer people got sick, more and more people were cured and discharged, and people became more and more adapted to the smog. Everyone has changed from panic to calmness, from being locked at home at a loss, to adapting to the smog. There is a big group buying in the community, thinking about what to buy and what to eat every day. As a result, the epidemic broke out again, causing many people to panic again, and they were even more afraid of the smog outside, wishing to lock themselves in a place surrounded by walls and completely airtight. Although Munan has experienced it once and knows that as long as he is careful not to go out and be exposed to the smog, he will not be infected, but with the second outbreak, he still carefully inspects the doors and windows on both sides every day, and then puts the air in both houses. There are only 2 air purifiers in the living room where he and Chin Huai live, for fear that the purification will not be in place. Although this air purifier may not be effective against this virus, the doors and windows are kept closed, and a little purification of the air in the room will always work. It is beneficial and harmless, but fortunately both he and Chin Huai are non-smokers. Seeing that life was about to return to normal, it was disrupted again by this sudden outbreak of death. Although the chaos on the internet can be seen every day, after all, they are separated by a network, and the impact can be reduced by turning off the mobile phone, but the chaos that broke out around them is not so easy to stop. At the very beginning, someone asked in the group whether these people who had recovered before were still contagious after repeating it again. Someone asked the person in charge of the community whether those who were infected before and recovered later have returned to their homes. Some people hoped that people in the community who knew the news would publish the portal numbers of those who were sick. The original intention of this request was to you have the right to know, and avoid it with precautions, otherwise you don't know if someone on the same floor as you has been infected, what to do if you come into contact with it and get infected. Later, it evolved into requiring the community leaders to move those who had been sick out of the community, and move them to hotels or somewhere outside. Many people, some people who are a bit nervous due to this disease are still making troubles in the group. They insist on sending people away from the community leaders, as if they will definitely infect them and kill them. The ugliness of human nature has begun to emerge through this second outbreak. Of course, it is impossible for people in the community to do this kind of thing, unless those who have been infected and cured relapse again. They can arrange for people to transfer these people to the centralized point provided by the hospital, but now they are alive and well, they have not relapsed, and they are old. Honestly, stay behind closed doors. They have no right to expose other people's information and make people leave their homes. But if they don't expose it, someone will. First of all, Munan and his building were the first to be exposed. A young couple lived on the 15th floor below Munan's building. Their child seemed to be born during the rainstorm. At that time, the disease was just showing its signs, and the medical resources were not so tight. Although there was no specific medicine for this kind of lung swelling, some medicines against the flu were still effective, so the child of the young couple was infected with the virus. He had recovered and was discharged from the hospital before the outbreak. Unexpectedly, they lived in an anqing at home, and their family information was exposed in the group. Munan saw the family's information circulated in the group, including how old the child was, and which elementary school class he was in. He felt that it was a bit too much, so he said in the group, "The virus is very contagious. As long as you avoid contact, you will hardly be infected. There is no need for everyone has relatives and friends, let's be considerate to each other." It's a pity that this sentence was quickly submerged in the waves of various crusades, and he said that he is such a poor family, so he might as well let that family live with him. Anyway, he won't be infected. Munan was speechless after reading this, dropped his phone and muttered, "Who are these people? The neighbors I usually meet are pretty good, although they are not familiar with each other, but most of them are kind. Why is it that across a network, it seems that the world has changed? This has not yet reached the difficult period when humanity will be wiped out." Chin Huai said, "The prejudice of the general environment is such that it cannot be reversed with a few words." Munan frowned. These people won't do anything drastic, right? He thought about his last life, but he was still busy between baishi and manga manuscripts in his last life, because everyone was locked at home, so some online works, such as novels and comics, also had a traffic peak, so the manga editor he signed asked him to increase the amount of manga updates. Every day, just drawing pictures, thinking about the plot, and preparing for the final defense took up all his time. At first, because he had never experienced such a thing, so he pays more attention to the information of the outside world. Gradually getting used to the life of being locked up at home, he became less concerned about some epidemic information, so much so that he now doesn't remember what happened to the family downstairs. Chin Huari comforted, "No matter what, there shouldn't be any radical actions now. The order has not yet collapsed, and the binding force of the law is still there. They can't do anything other than attack online." As Chin Huari said, "They really can't do much other than crusade on the internet. Now I feel that there is a virus in the air. Even if I wear a mask, I can try not to go out as much as possible. Not necessarily have the guts." But when the family information was exposed, countless cursing text messages and phone calls were attacked every day, just through the network channel. It was enough to make the young couple collapse, and now even the slightest movement at the door made them feel like they were in a panic. Obviously they are the victims of the virus, and they don't want their children to be infected. Now they are treated like this for no reason. Unable to work, their family will have no income for as long as they are locked up at home. The house they live in is rented, and the family has a little savings, but they can't afford to consume it every day, especially when their daughter was sick at the beginning. She was admitted to the ICU because of dyspnea. It will also cost thousands of dollars, and they finally survived the hell, and now they are facing a second outbreak. Looking at his innocent and lovely daughter, Mr. Lee is full of despair, and Mrs. Lee is almost collapsed. At this time, they can't get outside even though the door was closed and all the internet calls were closed. The maliciousness still attacked them at every turn. The most frustrating thing for Mr. Lee was that his daughter was watching TV well in the afternoon, and the electricity suddenly went out at home. At that time, Mr. Lee didn't think much about it. There are occasional power outages in this kind of old community, and the electricity didn't come until very late. Mr. Lee turned on the phone carefully, ignored the cursing messages, and went to the community group to check, but other people's homes were fine, and there was no power outage. It seemed that they were the only ones who had the power outage. At that time, Mr. Lee noticed the problem, so he went out with a flashlight. After looking at it, he found that the wire of his electric meter had been cut by someone. At that moment, Mr. Lee broke out unbearably, and went home angrily to look for scissors and cut their electric meters. Then everyone would have a hard time. Anyway, every household's electric boxes are outside, and others can cut theirs. You can also cut someone else's. Mrs. Lee was also taken aback when she saw her husband's angry appearance. When she learned the reason, she couldn't stop crying, but she stopped her husband rationally. Let's go, tell the people in the community for a moment, let them help us arrange to live in another place. Don't be impulsive. You cut off all of their electric meters, and they found it together. How can I resist them stubbornly? Don't make trouble, please husband, I'm scared, I'm really scared. Mrs. Lee was crying while talking. Mr. Lee gradually calmed down, and couldn't help crying while hugging his crying wife. They have never harmed anyone. Why those neighbors who used to be able to smile and say hello, can force them to do this? There is no way out. Chapter 12. New Nan learned about the wire cutting from the group the next day. In order to make it easier for people in the community to count residents' information and deliver group buying items, the community group was asked to change the name to the house number. In the afternoon, New Nan made an oven. When I was waiting, I swiped my phone, and saw a person from number 2 on the 15th floor in the group, and praised him in a complimenting tone. It's so clever. Those who are sick should cut off their home appliances. Let them consciously live outside, so as not to infect more people. Give praise to those who cut their wires. 22-09 Mimi's mommy, this is a bit wicked. She lives at home peacefully and doesn't run around. It feels a bit too much. 15-02 You live upstairs and talk without back pain, otherwise you can come and live on the 15th floor, and say you don't go out. If you really don't go out, what do they eat? Why don't you buy with us and go downstairs with us? Dishes, and go out every day to throw away domestic garbage. The air passing by is full of viruses. Don't you be afraid that you will stay here. 08-07 Guzin Tong, okay, everyone is gone, so I will say a few words. Although it is for the benefit of more people, the family is indeed pitiful. The child is sick, and the parents don't want it. Everyone, please be considerate. Many people below followed suit, saying that one thing more is worse than one thing less, and it's fine if they leave. They all acted as if they understood more, as if they weren't the ones who directed all kinds of bad words at others. Seeing Chin Huari coming back with a shovel carrying dirt, New Nan told about the young couple and finally guessed, I think it might be no. It feels like there is no silver 300 tiles. If he really cut it, then this person is too disgusting. Chin Huari said, if the owner of number 2 on the 15th floor hasn't changed, you know their family too. New Nan lived in high school, and lived in a dormitory in the first year of college. Later, for quiet drawing work, and the university he studied was not too far from his home. If there was no traffic jam, the journey would only take half an hour, so he lived back again, but he had to go to school. He goes out early and returns late, and stays behind closed doors when he is resting, so even though he has lived here all the time, he doesn't know much about the people upstairs and downstairs. At most he is a familiar face who cannot be named. Hearing what Chin Huari said, New Nan asked curiously, I know, who is it? Chin Huari said, your elementary school classmate, surname Deng, seems to be named Deng Hekwan. When you were in the 3rd grade, you were invited as a parent because of him. Don't you remember? New Nan shook his head. He is the kind of student who invites a lot of parents, so naturally he doesn't remember the reason why he invited parents one time in the 3rd grade. Chin Huari smiled. That time, you managed to win 2 yogurt-flavored Bayweir candies. You ate one yourself, and the remaining one was to be kept for me when I came back. I put it on the desk, and ended up eating it. Physical education class found that the candy was gone, and someone took a sip of the drink on the desk. Someone told you that the surname Deng stole it. I poured a whole bottle of drink into someone's school bag, and then I was invited by my parents. As soon as Chin Huari said it, Mu Nan remembered that a kind of Beiwir candy was very popular in elementary school. It originated from the plot of a magic movie. There are many kinds of strange flavors in a box of candy, and the most delicious one is yogurt. Whoever eats the yogurt flavor will win the lucky prize. If you give the yogurt candy to others, it is equivalent to giving this luck to others. So when his yogurt candy is stolen, it means the luck he originally wanted to leave to Chin Huari was stolen. No wonder he was so angry at that time. He still remembered that time when he cried aggrievedly, but Chin Huari almost emptied his piggy stomach, bought a bunch of Beiwir candy, singled out all the yogurt flavors and held them in front of him. Only then did he coax him. I'm so happy. The daily life of elementary school students is so boring and childish. Thinking of this, Mu Nan curled her lips. Stealing candy from others when I was a child, it's not that this guy can't do it when he grows up and cuts other people's wires secretly. Chin Huari put a few red peppers in the kitchen, and took out a piece of pig snowflake from the refrigerator. When he was a child, Mu Nan was very picky. He didn't eat meat that was too fat or too thin. Fat ones, especially like fried shredded pork with green peppers. The meat they use is this kind of pork neck. Although Mu Nan doesn't seem to be as picky eater as he was when he was a child, Chin Huari still eats the kind that Mu Nan likes habitually. Listening to Mu Nan's criticism of his elementary school classmates, Chin Huari said while cooking, actually, it's good to live outside. Isn't the hotel at the entrance of the community classified as a quarantine hotel? If the situation in the future becomes worse, it will be too late. Guaranteed that some people lose control of their emotions and make any radical actions. Now at least they don't have to suffer malicious attacks from others. Mu Nan leaned against the kitchen door and looked at Chin Huari, who was cutting meat. If we are the ones being treated like this, what would you do? Chin Huari turned his head and smiled at him. I will release the information that I am not easy to mess with in advance, and when I am attacked for the first time in the group, I will fight back. There is a saying that people who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Resistance and rejection are based on the virus. To be honest, it is they who are afraid of me, not I who are afraid of them. It is best not to mess with me. If you mess with me, you will naturally have to bear the consequences. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he went on to say, sometimes, blindly retreating and forbearance will not bring you peace and tranquility. Whether it is in a peaceful age or in a chaotic era in the future, those who are strong and not easy to mess with will at least not be regarded as soft. Persimmon bullying. Seeing that Mu Nan was listening seriously, Chin Huari said with a smile, but just leave this kind of matter to me. Mu Nan understood what Chin Huari meant in an instant, so he snorted softly and went back to the living room, picked up the phone with a black screen to take a picture of himself, pinched the flesh of his cheek and pulled it lightly. He was not tall enough to be big and vicious, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage in the future. If I had been more vicious in my previous life, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been surrounded and robbed as a stubble. However, the exclusion in the community did not stop because the Lee family couple left. They were just the beginning, and even because the beginning was so smooth, those who had nowhere to vent their depression accumulated in real life, on the contrary, got relief through these things. A good outlet. Most of their old communities are old neighbors of more than 10 years, or even decades. Although some of them are foreign tenants, when there are more mothers-in-law and mothers who know each other well in a place, the whole community can be said to be worthless. It's a secret, who was sick before, who received an injection in the health center and never went to the hospital, who recovered from the hospital. Although the information may not be as detailed as the community registration, but you can know the general idea. The second person to be targeted was a middle-aged couple whose surname was Ju. The exact name was not very clear, because everyone always called them Lao Ju, but their names were gradually forgotten. Lao Ju's family belonged to the community. The owner has lived here for more than 20 years. When he was young, he opened a shop and started a business. After supporting a pair of children and starting their own families, he rented out the store and played cards every day with his pension and rent. Dancing in the square, the life is also nourishing. Because Laraji regularly goes to the front shop to collect rent every month, and take a look at the situation of his own store. It has been like this all these years, rain or shine. I went to the door once, but the next day I had some cold symptoms, but at the beginning the situation was fine, so I carried it hard. When I started to have difficulty breathing, I went to the hospital together with his wife. As a result, both husband and wife did not come back from the hospital. Lao Ju's wife's symptoms were milder, so she was discharged from the hospital earlier. Not long after, Lao Ju was also discharged, but when Lao Ju was discharged from the hospital, it was already full of smog. Stuck at home and unable to go out, At that time, some people mentioned Lao Ju's family in some well-connected private groups, saying that they were lucky and went to the hospital earlier. If it was later, the hospital gate would not be able to squeeze in, and Lao Ju would have difficulty breathing. At that time, it really had to wait to die. However, the luck at that time, looking at the second outbreak now, really complied with the sentence that had wanted you to die on the third watch, and would not keep you until the fifth watch. When someone announced in the group that Lao Ju's family had been ill, yesterday happened again for the Li family, and someone insisted that Lao Ju's family also live in a hotel outside, with a tone of "I'm doing it for you," said that the hotel is an isolation point, and there are professional ambulance personnel on duty. If something really happens, it is safer than being at home. Some people play the emotional card, saying that they are old neighbors for decades, so let them consider it for everyone. These voices were also mixed with some nasty and harsh words, and their attitude was tough, as if they didn't leave, everyone would be killed by them. But Lao Ju and his wife are not that young couple. Lao Ju directly took a small notebook and copied down all the house numbers of those who spoke viciously and asked them to leave with a strong attitude, and posted a photo in the group. "Go ahead and scold. You are all going to die anyway. I am not happy with scolding. I will drag you people to die together. And those who cut the wires, if you have the ability, you can cut the wires in my house. If my house is broken, the electricity is off. Don't think about it for any of you." There are also those who attack by text messages, private messages to persuade. "I advise you all to be quiet. When I'm hanging around outside, you are still drinking milk at home." Lao Ju's series of counterattacks were not enough. He also recorded a video. In the video, Lao Ju scanned the phone before the most joyous and even cursed family in the group, standing at the door of the house without saying anything, and kicked the opponent's door several times. "Who dares to mention my family in the group again? I come to report at your door every day. I want to test whether my door is strong or not. Come here, make a fuss." That's why it is said that the evil is afraid of the violent, and the violent is afraid of death. I wish that after this series of actions, the entire community was as quiet as a chicken, and no one dared to speak out anymore. New Nan looked at this reversal and sighed. People really have to be a little bit more horizontal. But after sighing, he still couldn't help but feel a little sad. This old Jew knew him, and sometimes when they met in the elevator, he would call Uncle Jew. When his father was still there, they often played cards together. When he was a child, he also ate the snacks bought by Uncle Jew. That is to say, his father is gone, and he has grown up, and the relationship has gradually become estranged to the point where there is only a little nodding and greetings left. In the last life, no one thought that this crisis would be followed by a more serious disaster. Everyone thought that the country would recover and the disaster would pass, so what they saw was the future instead of the present. The same was true for Mu Nan at that time, because alone, with no relatives or friends, he had nothing to worry about except worrying about Chin Huari, who didn't know where he was at the time, so he didn't care about what happened around him. Faced with life and death again this time, what I felt was naturally different. At this time, the old Jew's family was not saddened by the resistance and exclusion of decades-old neighbors, nor was he angry at being attacked maliciously. He would respond to such a big counterattack, and he just hoped to be quiet. He didn't know if he would also be unable to escape death just like those who had a second outbreak. But when it really came to this time, his biggest feeling was not fear, but confusion. Watching my wife tidy up the things at home, carefully write down the passwords corresponding to the passbook and the card one by one, and recorded a video for my son and daughter, telling them where are the valuable things in the house, how much money is in the passbook, and where are they. One card is current, which card is regular, and some gold jewelry, real estate certificates. How to distribute those things. I watched the video carefully after recording. I am afraid that there is something I didn't explain carefully, so I will check for omissions and fill in the gaps, save it for later, and send these to the kids when they are really dying. Looking at his wife, who was wiping tears while watching the video, Lao Ju wanted to smile, but he couldn't smile, so he just sat beside her and asked as if chatting, "Are you afraid?" This question made his wife cry even more fiercely. After crying for a long time, she choked up and said, "Are you afraid? I can't bear it, I really can't bear it." Old Jew also had red eyes. Yes, death is actually not terrible, and when it really comes to this point, there is nothing to be afraid of, just reluctant to part with their children and grandchildren, and just want to spend more time with them, longer. Chapter 13. Because of Lao Ju's strong counterattack, the residents of their building fell silent for the time being, and there was no word in the group that they wanted to exclude people who had been infected. With Lao Ju's precedent, those who have never been infected, those who are even more afraid of getting sick, are afraid that they will be retaliated against if they offend them. But their building is quiet, but other places may not be able to have this quietness. People seem to be gradually divided into two types of people, normal people and infected people. Even if those infected people recover temporarily after treatment, experts and medical scientists will. It has been repeatedly emphasized that mycelium can only be transmitted through smog with mycelium, and the transmission between people is extremely low. Wearing a good mask can almost achieve more than 90% of the possibility of isolating human-to-human transmission. But even so, normal people will be afraid of contacting infected people, and they even turn this fear into exclusion and hostility. New Nan has seen on the internet more than once the news that a whole community or a whole village is hostile to the infected people, smashing eggs at the gate, but someone in the house puts a seal on the door, piles up garbage on the door of others, and even worse. Some tyrannical people gathered together and used force to drive those infected people who stayed at home peacefully out of their living territory. Apart from constantly urging people to rationally and correctly view pulmonary swollen disease, and not to be blindly overreacted, the government has no effective way to improve the current situation unless a specific cure can be produced. But the medicine was not so easy to develop. It was not until the smog cleared overnight that all the infected people still failed to escape death. This prejudice was buried with the death of those people. The coldness of human nature, but also the warmth of human nature. The people in white really became angels this time. The power of unity, the great love of sacrifice and dedication are happening all the time. It is these powers that put Yuan himself in a desperate situation. Some disheartened people felt the temperature of love again. This society is like this. There is a reality that makes people feel cold, and there is also love and hope that makes people continue to move forward bravely. Love and hate are intertwined, but that's all. These things happened in New Nan's life, but they were a little far away from his life. When the pneumonia first broke out, the whole people were panicked and uneasy. Facing this unknown that would bring death, everyone instinctively scared. When the second outbreak occurred, it was only the despair of the infected. Some people had already started a new life that had nothing to do with themselves, while others were struggling in the despair of losing their new life after finally gaining a new life. Lao Ju still died. More than a week later, his wife contacted people in the community, saying that Lao Ju was dying, and asked them to prepare the car and take people away at any time. Naturally, this is not going to the hospital. They know that the disease will relapse again, and it is completely impossible to save them. Moreover, the current situation in the hospital may be comparable to purgatory on earth, so they didn't even think about going to the hospital. On the day when Lao Ju was dragged away, the smog seemed to have dissipated. It was noon. Although the sky was still gloomy and the visibility was not high, people on the lower floors could still see the vehicles entering and leaving the gate of the community, so I took a photo and posted it in the group. I don't know if it's a sigh or something else, and I also sighed along with the photo. Another one is gone. Residents on the same floor as Lao Ju said in the group that the one who was carried away was Lao Ju, who walked away very quietly, and her wife did not cry loudly. Except for the footsteps of the staff who came to carry people, there were no other unnecessary sounds in the corridor. After the person left, some old neighbors wanted to get well again. When Lao Ju was young, he was in the food business. He would often distribute some delicious food to the neighbors. Lao Ju's wife also had a family tradition. Beef sauce and fermented bean curd are excellent. Among the older generation of neighbors, almost most of them have eaten old Ju's beef sauce and fermented bean curd. New Nan also ate it when he was a child. Their beef sauce is filled with a jar full of beef. When he was a child, he still disliked his own mother. Why no one wished his aunt the exclusive recipe, and his mother poked his forehead and said, "Some are good for you to eat, but I still dislike your mother." Some people recite good things, and naturally some people also hold grudges. The one who holds grudges is the one who was kicked at the gate by Lao Ju. It is said that that person complained in a private group, saying that this kind of person deserves death. He deserved the retribution. New Nan also added a few other WeChat groups, because as group buying has become a daily part of life, many merchants or businessmen have sensed business opportunities, so they launched various group buying, no longer limited to meat and vegetables, with different products. Group buying groups are naturally scattered, and some groups have a good atmosphere. In addition to shopping, they occasionally exchange information and chat. New Nan learned about this through other people's chats. The person who spoke was from number 5 on the 9th floor, and he had nothing to do with Lao Ju who lived on the 13th floor. If he hadn't said the most vicious words in the group, Lao Ju would not have chosen his house to make an example to others. Now everyone is leaving now. I have to be quick talking. If I really have to be so capable, I wouldn't be afraid to come out when Lao Ju kicked the door. This kind of person is a typical beep beep who is capable, and he is definitely the fastest one to counsel when something really happens. Newnan took his mobile phone and complained to Chin Huari, I really want to smash eggs in front of his house, this person is too disgusting. At least he had eaten Uncle Ju's snacks and Aunt Ju's beef sauce when he was a child, let alone the people of Ju's family. Well, it was him, an outsider who only had a little friendship, who looked angry. Chin Huari said, food is so precious, it would be wasted if it was smashed at the door of his house. This kind of unscrupulous person, he deserves his retribution sooner or later. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he took out Nunan's small book that recorded his purchases, pointed to a line of things on it, and said, why do you buy so much cat litter? If you want to raise a cat, I don't recommend it. It's as difficult as in your dream, and it's irrational to keep a pet. Unless it's a pet that you've had since childhood, then naturally you can't give up anything, but knowing that life in the future will be difficult, it's not right to keep a pet at this time. Are you making trouble for yourself? Recently, Chin Huari is sorting out the things that Newnan bought, to see if there is anything missing, or some things can be hoarded. Although it may not be possible to exchange all the funds he consolidated into supplies, it is possible to exchange as much as possible. Repeatedly, he made a table of what Newnan already had, only to find that there was quite a lot of cat litter in the pile of things. Newnan said, cat litter has a great effect. Don't underestimate cat litter. Cat litter can not only shovel cat feces, but also human beings. Take a good look at the role of cat litter. Although he was not short of water in his last life, he had accumulated a lot of water in the space when he realized that the situation was not right earlier, but without knowing what will become of it in the future, he would not dare to use it no matter how much water there is. Waste, so whenever he solved his daily physiology, he felt sorry for the water. At that time, he thought, it would be great if he could solve the problem without wasting water. Probably the obsession was so strong that when he was reborn to buy things, the first thing on his shopping list was not food, but cat litter. When water is scarce, this thing is too useful. After all, they live in residential buildings, and they are not some mountainous suburbs that can be buried anywhere. Chin Huari was amazed by Newnan's imaginative thinking. He really didn't expect that cat litter could be used in this way, but after thinking about it carefully, he really could use it in this way. After thinking about it for a while, he said, if that's the case, do you want to use it again? Stock up a little? Food is now under strict control. If there is no normal distribution channel, it will be difficult for private individuals to buy too much, but cat litter can be as much as you want. Newnan said, then buy it. I don't have enough money. If you can buy the things I listed, you can buy whatever you want. You can't have too much. Who knows how long it will take for normal society to return to normal order? Maybe it will never be restored, so buy more to be prepared. Chin Huari was open to new thinking by Newnan's cat litter brain, thought for a while and said, then, can anyone eat the pet's snacks? Newnan shook her head, it's edible, but it's not delicious. Oh, yes, there's also milk. Why did I forget about milk? Is it better to buy liquid milk or powdered milk? Can I still buy it now? Chin Huari wrote down the milk separately. You can buy it, buy some bottled and powdered milk, drink it yourself, or exchange it with someone later. Think about what else is missing. Newnan said, I bought everything I can think of. Think about it again, maybe there is something missing in my thinking. After Newnan finished speaking, he heard the beeping sound of the steam pot in the kitchen, and quickly got up from the bed. He has been cooking corn for the past 2 days. It is also convenient to eat. As soon as the lid was lifted, the sweet smell of corn came to my face instantly. Even though I had smelled this smell for 2 or 3 days, Newnan still sniffed. The smell of food was so satisfying. Before Newnan reached out to take out the corn from the pot, Chin Huari, who followed him into the kitchen, pushed him aside, picked up the chopsticks, picked out the corn one by one from the pot, and put the corn that he had prepared earlier. Put the food-grade sealed box on the stove, and pour out all the corn water in the pot after cleaning the corn silk. They have collected all the boiled corn water in the past few days. Some of them are cooled and kept in the refrigerator, and some of them are stored directly in hot water in Newnan's space. They added some white sugar when they boiled the corn, so the corn water also brings some sweetness, and it can add a little sugar when you drink it later. Smelling the sweet smell of corn, Newnan said, let's make more rock sugar stewed pears, add some lily and chuan bi, and collect them like this. When the weather gets cold, you can drink them anytime you want. It can also protect the lungs from the cold and keep warm. Chin Huari nodded. Let's stew it, this one will be very fast. Stew 2 pots today, let the stove rest for a while, take out the big hanging pot at night, stew the ribs, put it on a low fire and simmer overnight, and drink it tomorrow. Soup. New Nan nodded when he heard that. He doesn't have any cooking skills. If he wants to do it himself, he can only put it in a pressure cooker according to the procedure on the internet, and he can cook a pot of soup in an hour or two, but that kind of soup is not as good as the one that has been simmered overnight. The soup can't be compared at all. Fortunately, Chin Huari is here, and Chin Huari's cooking skills are much better than him. The two people here are happily planning to make soup, but the people next door will be miserable. A boy who looked about the same age as Mu Nan, with hair that seemed to have been chewed by a dog, tried hard to smell the smell of corn in the air, couldn't help but swallowed, and looked at the side that looked bigger than him. The more mature boy looked at it with a smile, and joked, or I'll go to the next door and ask if their corn is sold, so that you won't be drooling all over the floor. Jian Chu, who was being teased, didn't feel that she was being teased at all. Instead, she looked at him expectantly, hoping that he would put his words into practice. Looking at the other party's wet and expectant eyes like a puppy, Yu Zaibai couldn't stand it and looked away. As he moved away, Jian Chu seemed to hear the voice of disillusioned hope. He likes to eat corn. Although he didn't go to the point where he would die if he couldn't eat it, since he couldn't go out, he was locked up at home for almost 2 hours. It's been many months, and it's okay if I can't smell it. I can smell it but can't eat it. The torment is comparable to that of a person who likes to eat shrimp. It smells that the next door is frying fried prawns but can't eat it. The feeling is too disturbing. Taking another deep breath of the sweetness in the air, Jian Chu leaned against the balcony door full of melancholy, looking at the empty road outside, with a sad face. When will this day end? Not going out is not the most difficult thing. The hardest thing is the wallet that can't make ends meet, the rent, utilities, and the rising prices of food. If you can't go out, you can't do part-time jobs. If you can't do part-time jobs, you can't earn living expenses. I haven't got my graduation certificate yet, and I can't find a job. It's not just the smog outside that kills me, but also my wallet without a penny. Yu Zaibai, who knew what he was worried about, lowered his eyes slightly, and then smiled at him comfortingly. Don't worry about the rent, this year's rent will be paid. At least this year, you won't be allowed to live on the streets. The current environment is such that it's not you who for one person. If this disaster can pass, the country will definitely have a subsidy policy. It is useless for you to worry about grey hair now, and people are still alive in safety and health, which is the greatest blessing in this disaster. Jian Chu hummed, but was not comforted. As a notification sounded from the phone, Yu Zaibai laughed. His clear brows were extraordinarily gentle. Dao, do you want to eat corn? Jian Chu, whose nickname is Dao Dao, turned to look at Yu Zaibai, with question marks of expectation on his face. Yu Zaibai smiled and raised his phone. I added the WeChat next door. Chapter 14. While poking at his phone, Mu Nan said to Chin Huari, who was processing the corn bone, brother, the resident next door added me and asked if I could sell them some corn. Chin Huari turned his head to take a look, and said with a smile, I guess I could smell the fragrance. Give them 2, let's sell it. How many people live next door? Although they lived on the same floor, there were not many old residents. Chin Huari remembered that on their floor, half of them were tenants. Mu Nan shook her head. I don't know either. In fact, there is only a balcony between their house and the next door. When the balcony was not completely closed, you could see the next door when you stood on the balcony and stretched your head a little, but now that the balcony is closed, it is completely separated. But if you look at it from the door, Mu Nan's house is only close to Chin Huari's house, which is opposite to him, and the distance to the next door is the left and right sides of the elevator, separated by a whole corridor. So who lives next door, and how many people live there? I really don't know. Chin Huari said, then give me 2. Even if most people like to eat corn at home, they won't buy too much. I bought you the individually packaged one. It happens to be 2 in a pack. I guess there are children in the family. I want to eat it because of the smell, and the 2 children are almost enough to eat it. Mu Nan nodded, and said while replying to WeChat, then the sound insulation of their house is quite good. I have never heard the noise of children. Mu Nan wrote back to Yu Zaibai, who added him, you don't need to buy it, and the corn costs only a few dollars, but I don't have many corns at home, so I'll give you 2. I'll put them in a plastic bag and tie them on the iron gate of my house. Come and get it yourself. After a while, Yu Zaibai replied a WeChat message, and Mu Nan hurriedly said, brother, the neighbor said he would give us a bottle of sauerkraut. but I said no, there is sauerkraut at home, and he said that they pickled it in their hometown and gave it to us try it. Wouldn't it be too much of a bargain to exchange 2 corns for a bottle of sauerkraut? Or give me a few more? Chinhuari said, that's not necessary. If you give it to you, you will keep it. If you are a neighbor, if they need anything in the future, just help them if you can. Only then did Munan say hello, then went to find a small plastic bag and tied the corn to the iron gate. After a while, someone knocked on the door outside. Just as Munan was about to open the door, Chinhuari stopped him. You stay inside, I'll go. Chinhuari casually took a mask from the door and put it on before going to open the door. He originally thought that the neighbor next door would be about the same age as his father, but he didn't want to open the door to see a young man who was about his height. Although he was wearing a mask, he couldn't see his face, but judging from the exposed eyebrows, he should be a handsome guy. Yuzaibo was also a little surprised to see the person who opened the door. He had met the neighbor next door. He must be a college student. He was always wearing a pair of earphones. He seemed to live alone. He looks tired and sleepy. He has lived here for almost 3 years, and he has never had any eye contact with this neighbor, let alone say hello and get to know him, so seeing him is not a surprise. It was only then that Yuzaibai, his neighbor, was surprised. But Yuzaibai quickly recovered, smiled and said, Hi, my name is Yuzaibai. I live next door to you. Thank you for the corn. This sauerkraut is made by my aunt in my hometown. The taste is okay, but a bit spicy. You can try it if you don't mind. Chinhuari took the sauerkraut and said, My name is Chinhuari. It's just a little corn. You are too polite. We are all neighbors and young people. We can take care of each other in the future. Seeing that the other party looked easy to talk to, Yuzaibai felt a little more relaxed, and said, This kind of special time, it reflects the saying that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. My family is just me and my friend. He is treated by you. The corn from home is so delicious that I can't help it. I want to say that I have lived here for a few years, and I haven't met my neighbors, so I took this opportunity to come and get to know each other. Things were also exchanged, and we got to know each other. Although we were wearing masks, we had been outside the door for a long time. Even though there was no fog in the corridor, it still felt unsafe, so we didn't say much. The two said goodbye and went back to each other. Home. As soon as Chinhuari came in, Munan chased after him and asked, What are you talking about at the door? It's been so long. Chinhuari sprayed the sauerkraut bottle with disinfectant, put it on the shoe rack at the door to dry, went into the bathroom and washed his hands before coming out and said, I thought it was a family with a child, but it turned out to be 2 young people, young, and I feel almost, we got to know each other a bit, and we can take care of anything in the future. Munan snorted, Do you want to add any ingredients to the bone soup? Seaweed, radish or lotus root? Chinhuari, what do you want to eat? Munan said, Let's go. I bought quite a lot of lotus root, the kind of lotus root that I specially picked for simmering soup. Chinhuari hummed, Take it out first, hang up the soup base today, and add the lotus root tomorrow, otherwise it will be rotten into scum tomorrow after simmering all night. Jian Dao Dao next door ate the corn as he wished, and gave half of it to Yuzaibai with special dedication. You have worked hard in exchange for corn, and you will be rewarded. Yuzaibai found it funny to see him sweep away the decadence just now and come back to life. Thank you for your generosity. Jianchu waved his hand. You are welcome. Everyone is a good brother. After finishing speaking, he gnawed on the sweet corn with a mouthful, and immediately felt that life was happy. The two shared one piece of corn, and the other one was put in the refrigerator. They bought a lot of things in group buying, all kinds of vegetables, meat, bread and cakes, but they didn't see corn, so the rest one of them will be eaten next time when you are hungry. As a result, at night, Jianchu leaned against the balcony door again, smelling the fragrance of bones in the air, with a melancholy expression on his face. Seeing him like that, Yuzaibai couldn't laugh or cry. Otherwise, our 3 meals can follow other people's recipes, and I feel that other people's food is good. I want to drink soup. Tomorrow I will gather some bones in the group, and recently bought bones. There are quite a lot of people here, so there is no need to be greedy. Jianchu rolled his eyes at him. Which eye of yours sees that I am greedy? I am thinking about life. Sitting here and looking at the empty street outside can calm down my impetuous heart. Soup? What kind of soup? I don't want to drink soup. He himself is a student who just graduated this year. Although he has not received his diploma yet, he has earned his tuition and living expenses since he was in college. He has to go to school and work part-time all these years. It is not easy to support himself. He didn't have much savings in his hands at all. After squatting at home for so long this time, he was really a little impatient, and he didn't know how many days he could survive if he couldn't make ends meet. And his roommate is a graduate student who also graduated this year and has already received an offer from a large company. As a result, a world-class plague forced him to stay at home. Although his roommate's life is not as difficult as his, but it is not a wealthy family. His mother died young, and his father had already had his own home, so he didn't take care of him at all. So Uzaibai didn't have much savings in his hands, except for the boil that cut down on food and clothing. Where can I afford meat? Those who dare to go out now are all fighting with their lives. It is normal for prices to soar, and when everyone does not go out, almost the entire society has stopped production. No exaggeration, it is not easy to have food. I don't know when the special potion will be available, and when the world will return to normal. After today, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Under such circumstances, how can they be willing to buy it? A few hundred yuan a catty of bones to drink soup. The desperation in this world is not limited to sick people, but now all eyes are focused on mycelial pulmonary edema and other financial pressures. In the eyes of those who do not worry about money, where is life more important? There are many people who worry about money, and there are naturally those who don't worry about money. Every time a group buys something, as long as they see other people buying, New Nan will follow suit. So much so that the volunteers responsible for the delivery knew their family, and even joked, "You and your brother are the only two people in your family. You can buy a lot of this stuff. If you can't finish it, it will be wasted." Chin Huari smiled and said, "My younger brother is learning how to cook from the internet recently, making steamed buns and a pork chop. It's rare for him to be distracted by something. Naturally, he can't be discouraged. Waste will never be wasted. How expensive these foods are now I can't afford to waste it." Thinking of the current prices, the volunteers all looked pained. "No, I can't even afford cabbage." While counting things, Jianchu also came out wearing a mask. Volunteers would usually notify the group where they were on the floor, and let those who saw the news in the group come to the corridor to pick up things by themselves. But if others didn't see it, they would go there, knock on the door. But it's better to save a little trouble and save a little more. When Jianchu came over, the volunteers had just counted out Chin Huari's belongings. Vegetables, meat, and several kinds of fruits were piled all over the floor, and Chin Huari was carrying bags home. Jianchu also met the neighbor next door, but yesterday Uzaibo said that there is another person in his family who is taller and stronger than the college student, and his name is Chin Huari. When he saw the person who was picking up things, Jianchu guessed that this person should be Chin Huario. The college student they met before should be at home and seemed to want to come out to help with things, but Chin Huari pushed him in and didn't let him out. Jianchu stepped forward and stopped after a distance. Although he was wearing a mask, he could hear a smile from his tone and said, "Hello, my name is Jianchu. Thank you for your corn yesterday." Chin Huari turned around and gave a friendly smile. "You're welcome. I also want to thank you for the sauerkraut. My brother loves it." Jianchu smiled and didn't say any more, and reported the house number to the volunteers. They only bought a little vegetables, and there was not much in 2 bags. If you don't get much, you can't afford it. A catty of radishes costs $20 or $30. This is the price suppressed by the government. The prices of some private vegetable vendors are even more expensive, but they have many varieties and are fresh, and naturally there are people who buy them. Now that the price regulated by the government is so high, if you continue to stay at home and cannot go out, I really don't know what will happen in the future. Chapter 15. After Chin Huari carried the things through the door, he sterilized them all first, and then asked Mu Nan to go forward to classify the items. Some damaged vegetables and fruits had to be picked out and eaten first, and the rest were stored in the space. There are also some meats that I bought, all of which are frozen products. I have to wait for the ice to melt before storing them in the space. When I need to cook them in the future, I can take them out and cook them directly, without waiting for time-consuming thawing. Now they can only buy frozen meat. If they live in the countryside, they may still be able to buy fresh meat. After all, some families raise their own pigs, but in cities, even live poultry are under control. How can there be such a thing now? The conditions are to transport fresh meat, and it is good to buy frozen meat. New Nan sorted the meat into categories: pork belly, tenderloin, and pork ribs. I also took out some meat from the group purchased 2 days ago. I plan to make braised pork ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and stir-fried pork belly after the ones I bought today are defrosted. Now, while there is still time, I can cook some heavy-tasting dishes as much as I can. In the future, it will be difficult for every household, so they can only make less delicious food, otherwise people will not even have to eat, and your food with big fish and meat is delicious, and it is too hated. When New Nan was classifying, Chinhuari cleaned the door. Because there were a lot of disinfection items prepared in advance, he even sprayed the entire corridor. After all, it was the place where he lived, so there was no need to save it. As soon as he put down the disinfection tool, New Nan ran over with his mobile phone and looked at him with bright eyes. "Brother, are you a shrimp ball?" Chinhuai glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. There was a group buying solitaire in the WeChat group. This time it was a shrimp dumpling, live shrimp, but it was a little expensive, nearly 200 yuan a catty. However, the price is acceptable. It is too difficult to buy this kind of live meat. If it weren't for the poisonous mycelium that seems to have no signs of surviving on animals and cannot withstand high temperatures above 80 degrees, people still have. I am afraid that today's prices will continue to rise. But even if it's expensive, most people can understand that the vegetable sellers are also human beings. It's already July and it's getting hot. They wear airtight protective clothing and run around outside every day, although they are also desperately trying to make ends meet for their own livelihood. To make money, but without these people, it all depends on the government's dispatch. How can the government have so many people to work on the rations of cities and provinces? And there is another reason for the high price, because no one dares to go out. Many vegetables are rotten in the field and no one harvests them. Ripe fruits are rotten in the mud and there is no place to sell them, and some live poultry even starve to death due to lack of feed. There are many people who have nothing to eat, but more because of the general environment, the food can't find a way to sell it, and they can only watch it broken and scrapped. Those who can be dragged out and transported to the city for sale a small part. It is precisely because of this that the price becomes more expensive, so in the eyes of some people, prawns worth more than 200 pounds per catty are even considered cheap. New Nan saw a lot of people in the group, so he also wanted to buy some. He had shrimps in his space, but because he didn't know how to make them, and the space couldn't store live animals, the shrimps he prepared were all ready-made. Okay, but now he wants to eat something made by Chinhuari. Chinhuari has an exclusive recipe for cooking shrimp. Maybe it's a taste he got used to since he was a snack. He feels that the shrimp outside is not as delicious as Chinhuari's. Chinhuari threw his mobile phone to him, and said, "If you want to eat, buy it. I'll make it for you." New Nan is familiar with the way to turn on the phone and unlock it. He has no money in his own account. During this period of time, all purchases are made with Chinhuari's money. Anyway, Chinhuari's remaining money is not sure whether it will be used up in the end. It is better to use more, otherwise it would all become a bunch of discarded numbers. It would be too bad. Then how much do we buy? New Nan saw that Solitaire bought them by the price of 1 or 2 catties, but the 1 or 2 catties of shrimp had their heads and shells removed, and there was not even a few bites of meat. Chinhuari said, "Buy 10 catties." This amount of money is not considered eye-catching. If it weren't for New Nan's dreams, judging from the current situation, Chinhuari would not have expected so many natural disasters in the future, and everyone's life is gradually becoming normal, and there are already many people who can. The people who got the protective clothing went out. You can see that there are more and more group purchases. People have found a new way of life in the haze of poisonous mycelium, and they are adapting quickly. And if you want to talk about these few catties of shrimp, there must be some who can't afford it, but they are more reluctant to part with it, so even if they buy a lot, they will only say that young people can't live a life, and they are really willing to live with themselves. Otherwise, it won't cause any trouble. When the environment gets worse and worse in the future, when the money is no longer used as money, that is the time to live in a low-key manner. With Chinhuari speaking, New Nan placed the order without hesitation. Obviously he himself had experienced the apocalypse, but now he was looking for confidence in Chinhuari. As expected, habitual dependence is an instinct that cannot be changed no matter how long they are apart. There was the first person who bought a lot, and some people who placed orders later did not know if they were affected. The number of 4 catties and 5 catties gradually increased, and their 10 catties were not so conspicuous. Because it is a live shrimp, it is necessary to sell it as soon as possible. The solitaire that ended in the morning will be delivered in the afternoon, but there is no way for volunteers to deliver it to the door. Because the solitaire is a private vendor, you need to buy something yourself. Go downstairs and get it. It was Chinhuari who went downstairs. As long as he was there, he would not let New Nan go out. New Nan's health has not been as good as his since he was a child. He always has a few fevers and colds every year, and his resistance is too weak, so he dare not let New Nan go out to take risks. Although Mew Nan felt that he had been quite healthy these years, especially since he had never been recruited in his last life, he did not fight with Chin Huari. Anyway, he had prepared protective clothing. He insisted that Chin Huari put on the protective clothing, which was strictly protected. As soon as Chin Huari opened the door, the elevator stopped on their floor. Chin Huari hurried into the elevator. There was another person in the elevator. Chin Huari saw that the person looked familiar, but they were both wearing masks and couldn't recognize their faces, so they didn't say hello. But the uncle turned his head and looked at Chin Huari several times, frowning in confusion. Nan Nan. Hearing the voice, Chin Huari recognized the other party, and said with a smile, Uncle Zhong, right? I'm Chin Huari, and I live next door to Uncle Mew. Old Zhong was very surprised. Chin Huari, you have been away for several years, when did you come back? He said that his height seemed a bit wrong, but the direction he went to get on the elevator just now was Mew Nan's house again. Most of them are old neighbors here. They knew a lot about their family back then. After Mrs. Chin left, the neighbors took care of the two children more or less, but they didn't expect that they were rich. His father came and took the child away, leaving the Mew family child alone. Chin Huai said, I rushed back when the epidemic first started, and it's been a month since I came back. Old Zhong seemed to sigh a little. It's fine to come back. At this time, there is a lot of chaos abroad, but it's still safe at home. Should I go this time? Chin Huai shook his head. I'm not leaving. Old Zhong smiled when he heard the words, that's good. You two brothers have had a good relationship since childhood. At this time, it is better to have someone to accompany each other than to be alone. Nanan has not been easy these years. A child can live a life alone. I don't pay much attention to eating takeaway all day long. It ruined my stomach, and I was alone in the clinic in the middle of the night for painkilling injections. It's pitiful. That night, he happened to be talking to someone at the door of the poker station after playing cards. Seeing Mew Nan's painful face was so pale that he couldn't even sit still. They have been old neighbors with Lao Mew for decades. They have lived in the same alley yard since the previous generation. Later, it was demolished and rebuilt, and they lived in the same building. Lao Mew left early, and they were called uncles. Yes, of course, he can take care of it if he can, so he went home and asked his wife to cook some porridge, and gave the child a big bucket to take home to eat. When he returned the porridge bucket the next day, the child bought a big bag of snacks said to give food to his grandson, sensible and polite. Chin Huai's originally smiling eyebrows gradually drooped, and his heart ached. He was silent for a while amidst old Zhong's soft sigh, as if reassuring himself, and said softly, no, I won't let him be alone in the future. Gone. The elevator quickly went down to the first floor, and many people had already come down to get things. Some bought vegetables, some bought some rice, noodles, grains and oils. Chin Huai went directly to the side where the shrimps were sold, and first took a bag he had bought. Seeing that no one came down from Zayas's side at this moment, he asked again, are there many? The vendor probably was afraid that some shrimps would die on the road, or something unexpected happened, so he brought a lot more. There are many. How many more do you want? Chin Huai glanced at it, asked for an extra, weighed 10 catties, put it in a black bag, stuffed it into the trolley that he took down, and asked the vendor to pack another 3 catties, carried it in his hand, and paid the bill. Finally, he walked to old Zhong who was buying milk with the 3 catties of shrimp in his hand. Uncle Zhong, I'll take these shrimp back for you. These shrimps are not cheap, and Lao Zhong's family was not willing to buy them, so naturally they quickly refused. Chin Huai said, Nanan has been alone all these years, and thanks to the care of your uncles and uncles, you can't be polite if you show any kindness. In this special period, there is no way to invite you to dinner. Just don't push around for such a small thing. Yes, I bought them all. Lao Zhong hesitated for a while, and Chin Huai stuffed the plastic bag into his hand. His little grandson said he really wanted to eat shrimp these 2 days, but no one knows what the future will be like, so naturally he can save as much as he can. Even if his grandson wanted to eat such expensive shrimp, he would not be willing to eat them. Seeing that Chin Huai couldn't refuse, Lao Zhong accepted it with a blushing face. You child, why are you being so polite? Wait, after this matter is over, ask your aunt to make you some pickled melons. You loved eating them when you were 2 children. Kind of. Chin Huai said with a smile, then thank you Uncle Zhong. Then Uncle Zhong is busy. I'll go upstairs first. Lao Zhong looked at Chin Huai's back. He was tall and big, although he couldn't see his face clearly in the protective clothing, but Chin Huai was handsome since he was a child. If Mrs. Chin and Lao Mew were still here, how proud they were to have these 2 young men are. Chapter 16. Hearing the sound of the elevator outside, Mu Nan quickly ran out to open the door and opened the anti-theft iron door a crack. Seeing that it was indeed Chin Huari who came back, she quickly opened the door. "Why have you been down for so long? Are there many people?" A small cart was dragged up to Chin Huari, and I was shocked. "Are there so many shrimps in 10 catties?" Chin Huari smiled and said, "I saw that there were no people there, and the boss just brought some extra, so he bought an extra 10 catties. You go in and don't stand at the door. I'll take off the protective clothing first." Mu Nan picked up the disinfectant on the side and sprayed it back and forth, not even sparing the shrimp bag. The two worked hard for a while before soaking the shrimp in a large wooden basin with salt, covering the surface with a net to prevent them from running away, soaking for 2 hours and changing the water, and soaking for another 2 hours before cleaning and cleaning. The prawns are ready to cook. Seeing a large basin full of shrimps that are still alive and kicking, Mu Nan was satisfied but also had a headache. "It seems that we have a big project tonight. If there are so many shrimps to be cleaned one by one, my waist will break." Chin Huari washed his hands and said, "If you want to eat delicious food, you have to pay for it. If you feel tired, you can sit down at night and cheer me up." Mu Nan smiled and said, "How can I be so cruel? Can salt make the shrimp dizzy, and it won't pinch your hands when you wash it at night?" Chin Huari, "No, they are almost gone after soaking for a while." Seeing Mu Nan squatting there poking shrimp, Chin Huari suddenly asked, "Do you have stomach medicine at home?" Mu Nan quickly stood up and looked at Chin Huari nervously. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick to your stomach?" "I have medicines for pain relief, flatulence, and convulsions here." Mu Nan hurriedly took the big medicine in the space. He took out the box, squatted on the ground and rummaged through it to find a bunch of medicines. "There are those with gastritis, those with Waishu, and..." Chin Huari held his hand, which was nervously looking for medicine, and pulled him up from the ground. He lowered his eyes slightly and glanced at the pile of medicines on the ground. "Which ones do you often take?" Mu Nan was puzzled for a moment. "Huh? What?" Chin Huari said, "I just ran into Uncle Jong from the 19th floor in the elevator. He used to raise a black and white border animal. He said that once he saw you getting an injection in the small clinic downstairs. The pain was so painful that you couldn't sit still. Have you been to the hospital? When it hurts, you take medicine indiscriminately, or did the doctor prescribe it?" Mu Nan was a little embarrassed by Chin Huari. When he was a child, someone hurt him, so he was very delicate. He was a little uncomfortable and wished that his whole family would come to coax him. "Later, I was alone, sick and uncomfortable, and I got used to carrying it alone. After getting used to it for a long time, I don't reveal much about my own privacy. I can bear it if I can bear it. Even a little ashamed to let outsiders know, as if being known would cause trouble to others." Asked by Chin Huari at this moment, Mu Nan subconsciously wanted to be vague. "It's not so exaggerated, it just ruined my stomach." Chin Huari looked at him with a serious expression. "When you lie, you will subconsciously lick your mouth first, and you have to hide it from me. We will live together for a long time in the future. If you feel uncomfortable one day, I won't even tell you what kind of food you eat. I don't know about medicine." Mu Nan took a careful look at Chin Huari, saw that he seemed to be angry, and his expression was a little scary, so he pointed to the medicine in the box. "Take the pills in that small box first. If you can't relieve it after taking it, wait a couple of hours. Then eat that box of painkillers, usually it will be fine." After speaking, he whispered, "Don't look at me so fiercely." Chin Huari sighed softly, picked up the medicine Mu Nan pointed to and looked at it carefully. "Is this prescribed by the hospital?" Mu Nan nodded, and Chin Huari took a picture of the medicine box with his mobile phone. "How much did you buy for this medicine? Why didn't you write it down in the notebook?" Mu Nan said, "This is a prescription drug, and it can only be prescribed by the hospital. The doctor will only prescribe these boxes at most at a time. I don't remember how many. He only had 3 months to prepare for his rebirth, and he had to buy a lot of things. I can remember going to the hospital to buy medicine once because I was busy and forgot to eat once. But he bought a lot of daily medicines that can be bought in other pharmacies, and he also prepared some painkillers." Chin Huari looked at his skinny face, and continued to ask, "What's the problem? Does it often hurt?" Mu Nan shook his head. "Actually, it's okay. The last time I checked, I had some ulcers. Occasionally, I felt a little uncomfortable after eating, but it got better after a while. The time Uncle Zhong saw it was because I forgot to eat when I drew a picture, and I was hungry all day. To save trouble, I ate some instant noodles." As he spoke, he glanced at Chin Huari's somewhat ugly face, and quickly said, "But after that time, I have a long memory, and I never forgot to eat again." "Really?" Chin Huari hugged Mu Nan into his arms tightly. This kind of helplessness in the face of what had happened made him hate that man even more. How he wished that time could again. Looking back now, there was no way to reject a man. Unfortunately, at that time, his sky was only as big as the top of his head, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, he really felt the lack of these years, his Nan, in these years of his absence. His life was not good at all. Mu Nan was a little overwhelmed by Chin Huari's hug. He didn't expect Chin Huari's reaction to be so strong. When he felt the wetness on his shoulders, his heart seemed to be pulled by a hand. "Brother?" Chin Huari hugged him tightly again, wishing to rub him into his body, feeling the temperature and heartbeat in his arms. Chin Huari said with some difficulty, "I'm sorry, Nan, I'm sorry." Mu Nan smiled, hugged Chin Huari back, and patted him on the back. "It'll be fine if you come back, brother. I won't regret seeing you again." After the incident with Jiang Xuan before, Chin Huari could only be filled with the joy of being back, and the anger of being deceived by Jiang Xuan, and then all plans were disrupted by Mu Nan's dream about the future, busy organizing assets, and he was so busy remotely dispatching people from City B to help him purchase supplies, and trying to find ways to slowly draw in the relationship with Mu Nan that he had been estranged over the years, that he didn't have time to investigate too much. Now that I think about it, Jiang Xuan has never seen Mu Nan in these years. Those photos were probably taken specially by someone who told him that the details of Mu Nan's life in these years may have been made up, and even the annual medical report may be fake. Yes, regarding the physical examination, he once thanked Jiang Xuan very much. Since childhood, Mu Nan hated going to the hospital, not to mention the annual physical examination. He might not be willing to do it once in a few years. Later, he mentioned it to Jiang Xuan. "If you have time, ask him to help coax Mu Nan to do a physical examination, and then, Jiang Xuan will take a copy of Mu Nan's physical examination report for him every year." So he is very grateful to Jiang Xuan. If no one coaxes Mu Nan to watch, Mu Nan is definitely wouldn't do a medical checkup on my own. He also thought that if Mu Nan was willing to listen to Jiang Xuan's advice and go for a physical examination, then they were quite close, and it should be because Jiang Xuan usually took care of Mu Nan more. If it weren't for the details of life, sunny life, healthy body, and the attitude of resentment and resistance when mentioning him, how could he be willing to stay abroad for these years? I'm afraid he would have come back immediately when that man abandoned him. Mu Nan patted Chin Huari, who was in self-blame, and tried to divert his attention. "I'm hungry, when is dinner?" Chin Huari slowly let go of Mu Nan, except that his eyes were a little red, but there were not many traces of crying left. Ask Mu Nan to put away the medicine box on the ground, and remind him to put some emergency medicine outside, not all in the space, and then go into the kitchen to cook. In order to coax Mu Nan before, he cooked Mu Nan's favorite dishes during the time he came back. Now that he knows that his stomach is not good, he naturally has to change the recipes accordingly, and make more stomach-nourishing ones. Mu Nan, who still doesn't know what he wants to eat and drink, is about to go forever, so he obediently packed up the medicine box, put an emergency box outside, and then went to the kitchen door to look watching Chin Huari cook, so that the days of waiting for food will have the taste of home, except that the world is getting worse and worse. Mu Nan really hopes to be like this for the rest of his life. After the two had eaten, they were not in a hurry to clean up the shrimps. Chin Huari changed the water for the shrimps first, then opened the variety show Mu Nan was watching recently, pressed him on the bed and rubbed his stomach. He asked the doctor, after the meal, gently kneading clockwise can help to empty the stomach and reduce postprandial discomfort of gastric ulcer. It's just that when he touched it, Mu Nan couldn't help laughing, as if his laughing point had been tapped. "It's better to say goodbye, brother. My health is not so bad, really. I don't hurt now, it's okay." Chin Huari frowned. "Come here, get used to it. You were never ticklish when you were a child. Why do you become ticklish when you grow up? When I was a child, I could not stop laughing by scratching my armpit. Now touching my stomach is like the itching was unbearable." Seeing Chin Huari's attitude of not giving up until he rubbed him, Mu Nan had no choice but to lean closer, but as soon as Chin Huari put his hand on him, Mu Nan felt like he was being electrocuted, and his whole body was itchy. The kind that can numb from the soles of the feet to the top of the sky. The whole body is going to be wrong. He can't stand this feeling. It's really weird. Before Chin Huari could rub him twice, he hugged the pillow and rolled away Chin Huari. No, it's too itchy, so don't rub it anymore. I'm afraid it won't hurt after eating, but it will hurt from laughing." Chin Huari saw that he was really itchy, not because he resisted his own contact, so he let him go helplessly. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, you can't hide it from me, and you can't secretly take medicine and pretend that nothing is wrong. Mu Nan nodded quickly. Chin Huari did not give him perfunctory, and reconfirmed, you promise? Mu Nan raised his hand and said weakly, I promise. Only then did Chin Huari let him go, let him lie on the bed and watch the computer for a while, and then go for a walk on the treadmill to digest after half an hour, then took the brush and the small bench into the bathroom to brush the shrimps. Seeing that Chin Huari was finally no longer in front of her eyes, Mu Nan breathed a sigh of relief, and then put her hand on her stomach and touched it twice. She didn't know if it was because she touched her by herself, so it felt different, not itchy at all. Why did it change to Chin Huari? The itchy person wanted to tremble all over. When she saw Solitaire in the group, Jianchu knew that the torture from the crayfish was not far away, but she didn't expect that this torture came in the middle of the night. The weather is getting hotter and hotter recently. The doors and windows are closed tightly, making the room stuffy and hot, so I can only turn on the air conditioner early, in order to save electricity bills. When the air conditioner is turned on, Jianchu asked Yu Zaibai to move to his room to sleep. It can save a little electricity, so now I smell the spicy crayfish next door, and I really can't help swallowing twice. Yu Zaibai, who was next to him, also didn't fall asleep. Hearing his movements, he couldn't help but smile and ask, are you hungry? Jianchu sighed, you said that they are doing this kind of supper at such a late hour. Do you have a newspaper tendency? Yu Zaibai, do you want to get up and eat? Shall I cook the noodles? Jianchu is really hungry. He hasn't eaten much meat recently. He only eats food and vegetables, and he feels that there is not enough oil and water. He is a young man who eats a lot. If there are 3 meals a day without supper, he will be so hungry. So he sat up without any hesitation, and looked at Yu Zaibai next to him. Let's cook the noodles, I'm so hungry. Yu Zaibai smiled, got up in a good-tempered manner and went to cook the noodles, so the two of them sat on the ground around the small round table, enjoying the smell of spicy crayfish in the air from next door, and drank a large bowl of noodles. Chapter 17. Brother, come quickly. As soon as Chin Huari came out of the shower, he saw Mu Nan sticking a spoon into the middle of the watermelon and holding it towards him, so he walked over to him with a smile and ate the watermelon in one gulp. The sweet and refreshing watermelon dissipated almost instantly. Looking at Mu Nan's expectant face, Chin Huari smiled and said, it's very sweet, this melon is a good buy. When Chin Huari was a child, he didn't like to eat fruit, and he didn't like to eat any kind of fruit. Mu Nan was different from him. He liked to eat any kind of fruit. The sweeter the more he loved it. Every time he ate watermelon, he cherished the sweetest piece in the middle. The family members know that he likes to eat, so they will give it to him. Once when he came back from school, he saw Mu Nan sitting in the living room alone, holding a small wooden spoon and finally digging out the sweetest piece in the middle. Before Nan could put the piece of watermelon into his mouth, he ate it in one bite. At that time, Mu Nan was still in kindergarten, so young. He thought that if he ate his favorite food, Mu Nan would definitely cry, but Mu Nan didn't cry, and just laughed when he saw him. Then 2.5 watermelons. Mu Nan will definitely leave half of the sweetest watermelon core for him. Mu Nan smiled smugly. I went to Shandong to buy it on purpose. There is a high output of watermelons there, and it is very cheap to buy without intermediate transportation costs. When I bought it, the wholesale price was 90 cents a catty. I bought several trucks and bought a lot of rice noodles there, which are also cheap and delicious. Chin Huari said, eat less, watermelon is cold in nature, just eat some to quench your thirst. Mu Nan grumbled but didn't refute. Chin Huari didn't need to say that he couldn't actually eat much. When he was a child, he could eat quite a lot. He could eat half of the big watermelon weighing 6 or 7 catties in one go. Later, he stayed up late for a long time. Fu Yi is out, take out every day. The body has indeed deteriorated a lot, and I feel a little full after eating half a meal. After eating a few more mouthfuls, seeing that Chin Huari had almost wiped his hair dry, he put the remaining watermelon into Chin Huari's hands. You eat some too. After eating, put it in the refrigerator and I'll put it back in the space. Bro, your hair shouldn't it be cut? Chin Huari took the watermelon and sat on the side of the bed. Seeing Mu Nan eager to try, he said, tomorrow, you can cut it for me before I take a bath tomorrow. Mu Nan was immediately happy. I'll go find the scissors first. I bought several pairs of scissors for cutting hair. Fortunately, they are boys, so they can be cut short. If it doesn't work, they will all be shaved and long ones will be quicker. If it's a girl, that long hair can be difficult. When New Nan was arranging the scissors, he was suddenly startled by the loud sound like a door being smashed or kicked down from downstairs. He let go of his hand, and the scissors fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Chinhuari, who was beside him, reacted quickly enough, scooped New Nan away, or the tip of the scissors might poke his foot. Chinhuari picked up the scissors from the ground, and threw the few that were already on the table into the drawer. New Nan patted his chest with lingering fear. I was shocked. The noise should be from their side downstairs, probably hitting the door. The impact was so loud that even the iron door on their upstairs trembled slightly. Accompanied by the impact, there was also fierce abuse, and I didn't know what kind of hatred or resentment. At this time, there were conflicts. If there were people making trouble like this in the past, the neighbors would have come out to watch the fun, but now, even if they are full of gossip, they dare not go out casually, and at most keep their ears open to listen to the movement outside. Because New Nan and the others face two houses with only one door to another, and next to it is a sky-penetrating courtyard, so as long as you open your own door, you don't need to open the iron door outside, and you can hear the situation downstairs clearly. New Nan was a little curious about what was going on downstairs, so she squatted at the door to listen to the commotion. Probably because Chinhuari came back, his mentality began to change a lot, and he became more interested in life and the surroundings than before. Just when there was a loud noise downstairs, New Nan remembered that this happened in his previous life. At that time, he was drawing pictures in the room, and he had no interest in the noise outside. He even put on earphones to isolate the noise from the outside, and he didn't have the curiosity to pay attention to the cause of the noise afterwards. This time, he was a little curious, what could make people come out and make trouble at this time? But New Nan listened to it for a long time, all shouting to open the door and pay back the money, some Mandarin with a local accent. New Nan couldn't hear clearly when he spoke excitedly, but he could still understand some curses. What? Not a good death, retribution, the death of the whole family, etc. How ruthless it is. There was also the sound of kicking the door, so loud that it almost seemed to be kicked through the door. Chinhuari stretched out his hand, and brought in the person who was listening to gossip at the door. Don't go out after taking a shower, even squatting at the door. New Nan asked, do you remember which house we are downstairs? Is it the one where the teacher is? Chinhuari said, well, it's the teacher's house. New Nan felt strange. The teacher's family is pretty good. Who did you offend? Chinhuari motioned him to look at his phone. This incident had already started in the community group. In just a short while, the chat in the community group was 99+. New Nan directly clicked on the top and began to scroll down. It turned out that the origin of this incident was group buy. As the time of being closed in the house is getting longer and longer, many people have to venture out to find a way to survive in order to make a living for 3 meals. Not everyone has savings in their hands. Some families mainly support a large family. The pressure it is no less life-threatening than a virus, so even if there is no specific medicine yet, due to the protection in place, the number of infected people is constantly decreasing, and some people start to venture out. Therefore, in order to make a living, various private vendors are buying more and more group purchases. However, it is impossible for those private vendors to directly correspond to the residents one by one. Therefore, through some information channels, a group of commodities will be drawn, and the residents who can probably be within the delivery range will join the group to buy things. This kind of shopping can't always be given by just 1 or 2 items. You deliver the goods, so someone needs to lead the group purchase, gather the purchased items to a certain amount and place an order, and then they will deliver the goods. The downstairs resident of New Nan's house is a teacher, but he has been retired for many years. His wife left early, and his son was born with a disability. In the early years, he found a woman who did not dislike his disabled son and got married with the conditions of local household registration. Gave birth to a child. Not long after the child was born, the woman left, so the father and father brought up the child together. The boy was 1 year older than Chinhuari. New Nan remembered that the little brother downstairs was still in Chinhuari's 1st grade senior. This is because the little brother downstairs made a lot of trouble with a group purchase. Now, to meet the needs of the masses, various WeChat group purchase solitaire apps have emerged as the times require. If you become the group leader, after the transaction is successful, there will be a few thousandths of the rebate. Prices are soaring now. Rice, which used to cost 2 or 3 yuan a catty, has now risen to 10 or 20 yuan, not to mention the vegetables and meat that consume more. If you order it in a group, you will receive less rebates. Dozens, nearly 100. The brother number 9 on the 16th floor who has tasted the sweetness is dedicated to helping people start a group as the group leader. He only needs to start a group in the group, and others will choose the goods by themselves and pay for them. After the amount of the group is reached, he will wait for others to deliver the goods when he comes to the door. All he needs to do is to wait downstairs when the goods arrive, and then distribute the items according to the house number. The money is easy to get. As a result, the car overturned this time, and there was a complete range of goods. The key is that a very cheap vendor had a limited time event. He started a group. Because it was really cheap, he also placed an order and bought it out of good intentions. To benefit others, I took the initiative to recruit people in some large groups. As a result, the mission was successful, the money was paid, and the items disappeared for several days. The link to the product provided by the vendor was taken off the shelf, and the mobile phone was turned off. At this moment, the fool knew he had been cheated. The little brother on the 16th floor couldn't get in touch with the vendor. Others bought things from him and didn't see them. Naturally, he was the person who started the group, even though the money never passed his hands. But for this matter, you must find the vendor, or he will be responsible, and there must be an explanation. But now the price is expensive, the total price of the group is tens of thousands. He has no savings, although the family does not have this money, but the money of the older generation is in the passbook. Even if he wants to pay, at this time, he can't afford it. Can't come up with money. He had already explained the situation to everyone, called the police, and sent the records of the police case to the people in the group. He himself was the cheated party, and he bought hundreds of things. He was also very anxious. Although most people are angry, they also know that this matter cannot be entirely blamed on the brother on the 16th floor, and the loss of a few hundred yuan is not enough to fight with others. Naturally, the grudge is also the grudge against the scammer, but these people. There is a man with a bit of mental abnormality in the house. He is an old man living alone on the top floor. He is not considered old if he is an old man. He is only in his 60s. He has lived alone for many years. No matter how to talk to others, even if he is a little naughty, but it is not harmful, so no one cares about him. This time he also followed group buying, but he didn't understand this kind of online payment, so he traded cash with the neighbor downstairs and asked others to buy it for him. But the things he bought never arrived, so he went to the neighbor downstairs. The neighbor was just kind enough to help and didn't want to cause trouble, so he told him to go to the head of the group buying group, and then he found the small shop on the 16th floor. Elder brother. After searching several times, the little brother on the 16th floor thought that he was a widowed old man, and he had some cash at home, so he planned to refund the money to him first, but the man didn't want the things he bought himself, and he wanted them for free. The problem is that the merchants have all run away. Where can the little brother find the things he bought? It is not clear that he is looking for trouble. The little brother, who was already in a state of distress because of this incident, suddenly lost his temper. Once the money was lost, he immediately turned people away. This time I got into trouble. The old man on the top floor knocked on the door every day according to 3 meals a day and asked for something, but this time I didn't know why he was in a hurry, and started to slam the door and curse, making a scene aggressively. So there was this is out today. The group is still discussing this matter hotly. Most of it is a crusade against the old man on the top floor, thinking that there is such a psychopath living here, the harm is too great. Naturally, it is impossible to let others smash the door downstairs. Contact the community, call the police, and soon someone will come. First, people from the community came to persuade them, but they couldn't persuade them at all. People who were able to communicate more or less before, now he seemed to be unable to understand what he was saying, so he clamored to smash the door. Fortunately, this person was also getting old, and the young people in several communities were easily subdued. He was about to smash the door, and he probably ran out when he was sent back, and he was finally taken away by the police. After such a commotion in the middle of the night, the downstairs finally quieted down. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Mu Nan sighed while eating potato chips. So people must have companions, otherwise after being alone for a long time, they will gradually become abnormal in the eyes of others. Chin Huari looked at him amusedly. I thought you would conclude that you can't be a bird in the first place. Mu Nan nodded. This is also very important. Don't show your head if you have nothing to do. Most people hold grudges but not gratitude. Chin Huari rubbed Mu Nan's hair that had become very soft because it had grown long. Go to sleep, it's getting late. Mu Nan lay down on the bed, waited for Chin Huari to turn off the light and go to bed, then turned over to face him, and asked softly, Brother, if I didn't spend all the money you gave me, and didn't go to you, when the smog clears and the epidemic is gone, will you come back to me? Chin Huari said, I won't wait until the epidemic is over to come to you. I will come back immediately when the epidemic begins. I want to make sure that you are well, not sick, and safe at home. Otherwise, I can't stand it all day. New Nan was silent for a while. If you didn't come back, what would be the reason? Chin Huari tilted his head and traced the outline of the other party in the darkness, and said in a low voice, if I don't come back, it's just that I can't come back. Hearing what Chin Huari said, New Nan's heart ached. He didn't dare to think about what happened to Chin Huari in his previous life. Thinking of the terrible possibility, it hurt even to take a breath, so he didn't dare to tell Chin Huari that he was reborn. He knew that Chin Huari was just like him. Even if they were in front of each other now, the possibility that it might have happened was still unbearable. New Nan leaned towards Chin Huari, stretched out his arms and hugged him like when he was a child, listened to his heartbeat, and gradually calmed down again. New Nan said, don't leave me alone anymore. I don't want to be alone for a long time now. It becomes a neuropathy in the eyes of others. If there is no way out in the future, we will die together, okay? After a long time, in the silence, Chin Huari's hello came softly. If there is really no way out in the future, he is not willing to let New Nan struggle alone. Death with company may be happier than living alone. Chapter 18. Two people with little experience in growing vegetables, in a room with almost no light but only the blessing of fluorescent lamps, finally grew vegetables that can be fried for at least one plate. Holding a small basket of cabbage picked out of the earthen pot, Chin Huari looked at New Nan, who was still picking inside, looking full ripe and ready to pick. You don't like to eat cabbage, why would you grow this? New Nan said, this grows fast. I want to see how long it takes to harvest a batch if planted like this. Chin Huari smiled, you only grow fast when you grow seedlings. If you start directly from breeding, it won't be so fast. New Nan, who was sure that nothing slipped through the net, stood up from a pile of earthen pots, and put the 2 handfuls of cabbage in his hand into the small basket Chin Huari handed over. Try slowly, our family doesn't have any from the village, so we don't have any. I don't know people who will go to the ground, and I don't know who to ask if I want to ask someone. I can only rely on myself. Apart from this, I can't think of the days in the future. Before the social order is restored, what can we do for a living? You make software, yes, I paint. People have food and clothing problems, so there is no need for spiritual food. New Nan said again, anyway, we don't rely on this to make a living. It's just a superficial way to make a living. If it really works, it's also a livelihood. Chin Huari, after the earthquake, did the country start rebuilding soon? New Nan thought about it for a while. It's not too fast. I just dreamed that after the earthquake, many people went to the ruins to pluck things, food and valuables. Many people rummaged but no one cared. I also saw there are rescue teams, but most of them are self-rescue. For a while, it was quite disorderly and chaotic, and then began to have a base. At that time, the number of private bases began to increase. Of course, those private bases were not for charity. If you want to live in a place with water and electricity supply, you have to provide corresponding supplies. It used to be money, but after the earthquake, money is worthless. So gold, silver, jade, and food can be exchanged. Where did those things come from? Naturally, they were pulled out of the ruins. At that time, New Nan, of course, followed the crowd to rummage through the ruins for a while, otherwise he would eat and drink behind closed doors, which is too abnormal. It was not easy during that time. The weather was hot, and the earthquake shook him. There are many collapsed houses and buildings. Not to mention the heavy stones. You have to be careful under your feet. If you accidentally loosen the stones under your feet, there are many people who fall into the pit and die. Not to mention, he said that he often sees a decomposed corpse or broken limbs when he removes a stone. Those days can be regarded as an important turning point for New Nan to face the apocalypse, and it was also the first time he truly experienced the cruelty of death in the apocalypse. He still remembers that he clearly had a space of food at that time, but he was so skinny because he couldn't eat. Skinny and boneless, the whole person is as haggard as anyone else. After slowly adapting to the environment, he finally accepted the reality of the end of the world, and he didn't dare to squander the food stored in the space. Alone and thin again, but he is easy to bully if he doesn't look at him. Maybe even if he didn't give the child some cornbread that day, he might not be able to escape the robbery of those people. Maybe they have been eyeing him long ago. Hearing New Nan sigh, Chin Huari thought he was worried about the future. Worrying about this now won't change anything. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll move bricks to support you, and rebuilding the base should require a lot of manpower. New Nan glanced at him. Let me grow vegetables to support you. You can do some easy work, so why bother to work hard? Chin Huari smiled, and handed the dish in his hand to New Nan. Take it, you can fry a plate later. I'll go and see the chicken coop. The balcony of Chin Huari's house is open. In the beginning, Mu Nan kept a few chickens outside because he was worried that there would be chicken droppings, which would make the house stink. He put them outside the balcony and washed the ground with a hose while wearing a mask. Even if there is chicken droppings, it won't make the house dirty, and the mycelial virus doesn't seem to be able to colonize animals, so Mu Nan felt relieved to keep the chickens outside. But after Chin Huari came back, he put the chickens indoors, but kept them in the room where the vegetables were grown, and built a nest. Otherwise, every time he fed the chickens or cleaned the balcony, he would have to be exposed to the smog, which would be too dangerous up. The chickens Mu Nan bought consisted of males and females, and they were mixed and not separated, so Chin Huari occasionally went to check on the eggs, and the fertilized eggs were left to wait for the chickens to nest, and the unfertilized eggs were collected and stored in Mu Nan's space. After Mu Nan finished washing the cabbage, he heard the sound of chicken clucking. Chin Huari walked in with the chicken in one hand and 2 eggs in the other. Seeing him, he said, "Get a rope, I'll tie this one up first." On. Mu Nan hurriedly went to the drawer to find the rope. He also had rope in his space, but he bought that kind of lifeline, and it was a bit too long to tie the chicken with that rope. To Chin Huari, "Why are you tying it up? Do you want to eat chicken?" Chin Huari said, "Just keep the hen and 1 rooster. For the chickens you bought, there are 3 roosters. They were small before and didn't have much meat. Now that they are grown up, eat them as soon as possible. Uncastrated roosters are aggressive, strong, eats a lot, likes to crow, and is very noisy. I see people in the group these days asking who has chickens, and I am woken up by the crowing of chickens every morning." Mu Nan was suddenly a little surprised. The rooster still needs to be castrated? In his cognition, only pigs need to be castrated. Chin Huari saw his surprised expression, and said with a smile, "The chicken you eat is basically castrated. The castrated chicken grows faster and the meat is more tender. The taste of uncastrated chicken is relatively mild. To put it mildly, it's not easy to grow meat if you eat too much, so raising chickens is actually enough to raise hens, and if you want chicks, just keep a rooster." Mu Nan knows how to buy chickens because after the earthquake in the last life, although there was a shock on their side, the houses are all in good condition. He thought, then raise chickens and grow vegetables at home, and when the government base is established in the future, I moved to the base with chickens and vegetables, so I bought a few more roosters and hens, in order to sell eggs or chickens to make a living in the future. But now Chin Huari said that there is no need to keep too much, so kill and eat it. But looking at the chicken flopping in Chin Huari's hands, Mu Nan was a little helpless. "Can you kill the chicken? Chicken blood should be harvested like pig blood, is it right? Is it enough to cut off the chicken head? I'd better look it up online." Chin Huari threw the bundled chicken to the porch. "Go and boil a pot of water first, and I'll check out the strategy." Seeing Chin Huari holding the chicken and saying calmly that he wanted to kill him, Mu Nan thought he had experience, and he needed to look up strategies on the internet for his feelings. As for the process of boiling water, Chin Huari found a few chicken killing videos on the internet. So what about twisting the chicken's head to the chicken's buttocks and wiping its neck? It seemed a bit difficult for him as a novice, and he was a little afraid of being bitten by the chicken. It's better to cut off the chicken head directly with one knife. Asking Mu Nan to get a clean bowl, Chin Huari took the chicken and the bowl back to his side, so as not to fill the room with blood. Mu Nan followed behind, trying to watch from the sidelines. Chin Huari habitually treated him as a child. "Go and watch over the water in the pot." Otherwise, he was afraid that Mu Nan would be affected and dream at night when he watched the scene of blood spraying. "Although this is just a chicken, but I grew up in the city, and I may have never even been to a traditional vegetable market. I have never seen someone kill a chicken. When the chicken is dead and the internal organs are cleaned up later, let Mu Nan get used to it slowly. How can a person whose heart is numb even after touching the corpse be frightened by the scene of being killed?" Mu Nan stepped forward and took the knife in Chin Huari's hand. "You hold the bowl to catch the blood, and I'll cut off the head." Before Chin Huari could refuse, Mu Nan took out a thick glove from the space, grabbed the chicken's head with his gloved hand, and stretched its neck. "I'm going to chop it up. Grab the chicken steady." Seeing that Mu Nan really wanted to do it himself, Chin Huari stopped talking and grabbed the chicken in his hand. "Chop it up." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Nan's knife fell, because he didn't know how hard the neck of a live chicken would be, so Mu Nan's knife was a bit heavy. The knife almost fell into the cutting board, and the chicken's head naturally fell off. The blood burst out as expected. Chin Huari quickly blocked it with a bowl, picked up the whole chicken upside down and let the blood out. Mu Nan picked up the chicken head that had been chopped off. There was still meat to eat on the comb, and there was a piece of chicken neck attached to the head. What a waste to throw away. and when he picked up the chicken head, he squatted next to Chinhuari and watched the blood letting the chicken. How do I eat this chicken blood? It should be edible, right? But I have eaten pig blood and duck blood, but it seems that I have never eaten chicken blood. Chinhuari was a little surprised at his boldness. He glanced at him and saw that he was really fine and he was all about eating. So he said, "You can eat chicken blood, but let's not eat it." New Nan was puzzled. Why? If he could eat it, why wouldn't he eat it? Although he hadn't experienced it himself, he had seen others dig up tree roots and boil bark. It was a waste of any edible thing, which made people feel guilty. Chinhuari, I haven't heard anyone describe those who are too excited as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The chicken blood is probably hotter, and now the summer itself is hotter. If you eat this hot food, you will suffer. Especially they are bloody. Fang Gang's age, if he gets dry again, it will be somewhat embarrassing. New Nan didn't think too much about it. Hearing what Chinhuari said, he said, "It's fine if you can eat it, then make it first, then put it in the space, and eat it when the weather is cold." After scalding and plucking the hair with boiling water, and cleaning the internal organs, most of the afternoon passed. Chinhuari didn't stew the rooster in soup. The chicken itself was kind of woody, and it would be even more unpalatable if it was stewed again. So he enlarged the ingredients and made the roast chicken directly. The chicken was soft and rotten. He poured the chopped potatoes into it and waited for the potatoes to cook. When the flour is glutinous, you can start the pot. Looking at the continuously bubbling pot, New Nan sniffed at the aroma. It's still the same as before. Chinhuari cooked by himself when he was very young. After his grandma got old and her eyesight became bad, he and Chinhuari stopped letting her into the kitchen. If it was too dangerous to burn, he wanted to learn it. At least he could do Chinhuari a favor, but Chinhuari never let him touch a knife or fire, so Chinhuari was the only one who did the cooking. Being able to eat Chinhuari's cooking again in this life, New Nan couldn't help sighing every time. It's the taste of home. Chapter 19. Chinhuari did not let New Nan put the freshly cooked roast chicken into the space. Although the space was put in whatever was taken out, people's psychological state is not like this. This kind of freshly killed, flesh and blood is still hot and cooked. Yes, Chinhuari felt that it would be better to eat it while it was fresh. Of course, New Nan has no objection to this. He hasn't eaten Chinhuari's roast chicken for a long time, but it's a pity that the Chinhuari pepper is a little less, and there is only a little bit of spiciness. If there are more peppers, the taste will be even better. He felt that he could eat a bowl in one sitting. Chinhuari listened to his slight dislike, and said without any sympathy, "Giving such a little chili is just to enhance the taste, and eat those heavy things less in the future." New Nan bit her chopsticks, and looked at him speechlessly. "Eat less, it will be good to have something to eat in the future." After New Nan finished speaking, Chinhuari put a chicken leg in the bowl. Seeing that there was still a chicken leg in the vegetable bowl, New Nan picked it up and prepared to put it in Chinhuari's bowl, but Chinhuari stopped him. "I'll save this for you to eat at night. It's 5 o'clock, you must be hungry again in a few hours, and it's just right to eat a chicken leg." New Nan didn't listen, and insisted on putting the chicken legs in the Chinhuari bowl. "It's not delicious to eat alone, it's delicious if you eat it separately, you and me, it's just right." Looking at the chicken legs in the bowl, and thinking about the way New Nan chopped off the chicken head without hesitation, Chinhuari's emotions were a little complicated for a moment, and his heart felt a little uncomfortable and slightly sour. Seeing that Chinhuari still didn't put down his chopsticks, New Nan urged, "Eat quickly. Even when I was a child, I didn't have 2 chicken legs alone. Although I ate the last 2, you lied to me and said I don't like to eat it. When I was a child, I really believed it. At that time, I still thought that chicken legs are so delicious. How could anyone not like to eat them?" Chinhuari said with a smile, "It's not because you've been skinny since you were a child, and asked you to eat more meat and grow more meat, but you eat a lot of meat, but you just can't grow it." New Nan chuckled lightly. "Then my physique will make money in the future. If I'm easy to get fat, I'll get fat if I eat a little more. In the future environment, I'm afraid no one will believe me if I want to say that I'm also living a hard life." Seeing that Chinhuari finally stopped eating the chicken leg, New Nan was satisfied, and picked up the one in his bowl and gnawed on it, saying as he gnawed, "Compared with this chicken leg meat, I prefer to eat chicken wings now, and there are small the tip of the wings, the meat is less, but it is enjoyable to eat. Brother, you can marinate the chicken wings for me. I saw someone bought chicken wings yesterday, and today I posted a picture of fried chicken wings in the group. I asked him where he bought them. When I was young, New Nan liked some lo mai very much, but one time I didn't know whether it was because I ate too much or the lomai I bought that time was not clean, and I got enteritis. In the morning, he pretended to go to school as if nothing had happened, but before half the morning passed, he received a call from the school teacher, which scared him and ran all the way to Mu Nan's school. At that time, Mu Nan received injections for several days in a row, and he suffered a lot, and he missed the exam because he played truant. Although it was excusable, he still read a self-criticism on the rostrum on Monday. After that time, Chin Huai learned from others by himself, asked a few of their aunts who were good at cooking, and then combined the unique recipes of each family, and figured out a set of lomai recipes that Mu Nan liked. Chin Huai said, "If you ask, buy more, you don't seem to have prepared such things as chicken wings and chicken feet." Mu Nan said, "Those are all bones and not much meat, the price is not cheap, and I don't know how to make them myself, so I didn't buy them." He did buy some of these cooked snacks, but he didn't buy the fresh ones. He didn't know how to make them himself, and he didn't know when Chin Huari would come back, and if he would come back, he might not have the chance to make them after buying them. He naturally didn't buy it. If he knew that Chin Huari would come back early this time, he would definitely buy a lot of all the ingredients he wanted to eat over the years and let Chin Huari cook them for him. Now as long as you have money, you can still buy most things, such as small wingtips and chicken feet. Although they are a bit more expensive, there are still many people who buy them. I bought a lot of mobile phones. Seeing that he bought a lot, there may be elders like old neighbors in the group, who probably knew who they were, and worried that the young man would not live well, so he said, "Don't buy too much at one time, the quality of the meat will not be good if it is frozen for a long time." Chin Huari glanced at Mu Nan, who was watching a video and learning how to make chiffon cakes, smiled, and replied in the group, "I'm going to make lomai, children love it, so make more." Jian Chu, who was also in this buying group, fell on the bed with a howl, and Yu Zai Bai, who was trying to pick up jobs from the internet, turned his head and glanced at him. "What's wrong?" Jian Chu nodded sullenly and said, "Their family is going to make lomai." Yu Zai Bai wondered who their family was at first, but quickly realized what Jian Chu was talking about, and said with a smile, "I remember when I went down to get things before, I saw others buying lomai. Otherwise you can take a look in each group. Where can I buy lomai? Just buy some and bring it back. If my order is completed, I can earn 2,000 yuan, and life will not be so tight." Jian Chu just sighed. He is not so ignorant. Besides, although they rent together, now they are trapped at home because of the virus. Eating and drinking basically do not distinguish between you and me, but after all, they are not each other. Most of the rent Yu Zai Bai is burdened. How can he spend recklessly? "You haven't got the money yet, so I'll just say, save it or save it." After Jian Chu finished speaking, his throat felt itchy, and he couldn't stop coughing several times. Yu Zai Bai frowned slightly, got up and poured him a cup of hot water. Two big boys, their lives are really not so meticulous, and they never thought that this kind of thing would happen before, so they didn't stock up on some medicines at home. After all, if needed, they can buy them at any time, but now they have a cough, and they can't even eat. There is no medicine. After coughing for a while before subsiding, Jian Chu drank a couple of sips of hot water to moisten his throat, and then lay down on the bed again. Seeing Yu Zai Bai returning to the small round table to start working again, Jian Chu said, "Otherwise, you can go back to your room and turn on the air conditioner on your side. I read that there will be no electricity bills for these few months, so don't use it. We don't need to save so much if we don't have the money to pay the electricity bill and the power goes out. Let's talk about it when we need to pay in the future, so I won't disturb you." These words have been said to Yu Zai Bai more than once since Jian Chu started coughing, but Yu Zai Bai just didn't listen. At first he was quite scared for fear that he would be infected, but these days, apart from the lack of medicine, the cough has become a little bit worse. Besides, there were no other symptoms, and Yu Zai Bai was not infected by him, so Jian Chu was a little relieved, but he still wanted to live separately from Yu Zai Bai. If he had known earlier, he should not have asked Yu Zai Bai to save some electricity bills. "Live here. Even if it wasn't that disease, now I have a cold, and I can't even buy cold medicine, so I can only endure it by myself." Yu Zai Bai didn't raise his head and said, "I said so much because I'm afraid I'll be infected. If you sleep on you, you'll be infected by now. You have a common cold. Drink more hot water and you'll be fine." After Jian Chu's voice disappeared, Yu Zai Bai picked up his mobile phone. Because the initial symptoms of infection with mycelia are similar to those of a cold, the sale of this type of medicine is almost banned. If necessary, he can only report to the community. Just in case, everyone with these symptoms will be taken out for isolation, whether you have a common cold or an infection. but even if you wear protective clothing, you will be exposed to the outside, and even because of some inspections, there is still a certain risk of exposure. The sick person's own resistance is weak. There is a cold at the beginning on the internet, but because of the transfer and isolation, he went to the hospital. On the contrary, there is an example of being infected outside. Yu Zaibai really dare not take this risk. There is no cure for this disease once he gets it, so when he first determined that Jianchu was just suffering from a common cold, he hoped to rely on Jianchu's own resistance to heal himself. But seeing that it has been a few days, Jianchu's cough is getting worse and worse, without any improvement, he can't help feeling a little irritable. When she received another WeChat message from a neighbor, New Nan was lying on the bed, and Chin Huari grabbed her feet and cut her nails. New Nan felt a little awkward and wanted to cut it by himself, but was slapped away by Chin Huari. When you were young, you always kicked my hand directly and asked me to cut it for you. If you don't cut it, you don't agree. Now I take the initiative to cut it for you. Are you still not happy? New Nan said, then I've grown up and become an adult, so it feels weird to be so sticky. Chin Huari smiled, what's so strange? You are my younger brother when you are 100 years old. New Nan said he couldn't get along with him, so he could only go with him. When he received the WeChat message from Yu Zaibai, he felt strange. Didn't you say that you can find the community if you need it? Although the outside is closed now, the community should be able to catch a cold. For medicine, it doesn't seem to cost money to find the community, but it costs money to buy it from neighbors, and they are not worried that we will report them. Chin Huari glanced at his mobile phone, and the neighbor asked him if he had cold medicine at home and was willing to pay for it. Chin Huari said, then sell them a box at the original price. Just sell the anti-inflammatory and cough medicine. You tell them, tie the medicine to the fire hydrant in the hallway later, and let them get it themselves. Chin Huari understands the behavior of the neighbor. At this time, he can buy cold medicine from the community. The medicine is available, but there are also a lot of problems that follow. If it were him, he would rather pay a higher price to buy it from his neighbors. New Nan took out a box of anti-inflammatory, antitussive, cough-clearing and heat-clearing medicines from the space, thinking that what the other party said should be effective in treating coughs. That's it. It just so happens that the price is posted on it. Although a box of medicine doesn't cost much now, you still have to take what is due, and you can't give others the feeling that they can give anything generously as long as they ask. Chapter 20. Soon the other party got the medicine, but what was transferred was a red envelope of 200. New Nan felt a little embarrassed to accept the 200 directly. I'm afraid I can't buy it for 2,000, but it's not that time yet. After a while, the smog will clear and the outside will return to normal for a while. Taking advantage of that time, he can still replenish it. Check the inventory of medicines, so he feels that he is taking advantage of others if he charges more money at the moment. Brother, why don't we give another bottle of that loquat cream? I bought several boxes of loquat cream. You can buy loquat cream online, so I bought a lot of it. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to charge so much money. Chin Huari said, I'll make the lo mai tomorrow, and I'll give them a little too. Now the doors and windows of every house are closed and there is no ventilation. They are close to us. Our family will definitely have some influence by making some smelly things. No one has ever said anything about it. What? Just thank you. New Nan laughed and said, is this to make them eat people? Chin Huari folded all the clothes that had been dried under the air conditioner and put them neatly into the closet, and said, it's up to you to conclude. Take out all the big ingredients. I'll make the brine first today, and wait for the chicken wings to arrive tomorrow. Just put it in the pot. What else do you want to eat besides chicken wings? Do you want stewed beef? New Nan shook his head, no beef, the meat of stewed beef is very dry. Do you want to add some lotus root and seaweed? Chin Huari nodded, okay, you can take them out first. You can marinate the vegetarian ones first, and then bring some eggs, marinate some eggs. New Nan said hello, and happily took the ingredients out of the space one by one. As expected, it is good to have a brother, and you can eat whatever you want. When Jian first saw Yu Zaibai came back with the medicine from outside, he guessed that he must have bought it from a neighbor, because if he asked for it from the community, he would be taken away to quarantine at this time. Jianchu sighed helplessly, I'll be fine in 2 days after drinking more hot water. It's so troublesome to buy cold medicine now. How much did it cost? Yu Zaibai handed him the medicine box, with the price tag still on it. Look for yourself. A box of cold medicine only costs more than 20 yuan, which is cheaper than a catty of radishes. He didn't know that Yu Zaibai sent a red envelope to express his gratitude, and he couldn't help feeling, at this time, I'm still willing to sell cold medicine to others. They are quite nice. Uzaibai picked out 2 pills and handed them to him. It says 1 at a time, 3 times a day. You have a bad cough, take 2 pills first. I bought all the medicines, so of course I should take them. Jianchu took the medicine and swallowed it with water. Because the cough was uncomfortable, she went to bed without even eating dinner. Until midnight, Uzaibai didn't hear Jianchu's cough again, and the heart that had been carrying these 2 days was finally relieved a little. It is estimated that he took double the amount of medicine, so the effect was good. The next day, Jianchu's spirits improved a lot. When he smelled the smell of stewed meat coming from the next door, his appetite that had disappeared for several days began to brush up. A strong presence. But with this condition at home, he didn't even dare to say casually, because he was afraid that Uzaibai would take it seriously, and even saw that he was sick, so he wanted to buy something good to make up for him. Unexpectedly, their cute neighbor gave them a bag of lo mai and a bottle of loquat cream at night. The gift made Jianchu a little puzzled, so he looked at Uzaibai. Did you take something from home and exchange it with someone else? Uzaibai smiled and said, what else can I exchange at home with someone else? It can't be the kindness of the neighbors. For the sake of sickness at home, send some homemade lo mai and make contact with others. After all, they are young people. It's better to deal with some older people. Jianchu lightly clicked his tongue. Who are you fooling? Tell me, what's going on? If it's just a lo mai, it may be because the neighbors are kind and enthusiastic. There's also a bottle of loquat cream. I couldn't have given it to you yesterday. Cold medicine. Today I found out that there is still loquat paste at home, so I brought it along with the lo mai. Besides, why did they suddenly send food for no reason, let alone enthusiasm? The neighbor has not even said hello for 3 years. Uzaibai replied calmly, if my younger brother is not enthusiastic, I will not like my brother's enthusiasm. Although he was wearing a mask when we met, he could feel the aura of a person even if he covered his face. If the neighbor's elder brother is a passionate person, Jianchu felt that Uzaibai was underestimating his IQ. Seeing that Uzaibai didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. Get well soon, and the most important thing is to find a way to share the pressure of life with Uzaibai. At this time, Mu Nan was quite surprised by the neighbor next door. He put the domestic garbage outside the iron gate, so that it would be convenient for Chin Huari to take it down when he went downstairs to pick up things tomorrow. Braised meat and loquat paste, so they met each other at the 2 ends, probably worried that they would mind. After all, I have a patient in my family, so when I saw him putting out the garbage, the other party stood at the door and did not come out, and turned to the other side. He said thank you, and when he closed the door, the other party came out to get something. To Mu Nan's surprise, he had met this neighbor once in his previous life, and to him, it was a very profound relationship. At that time, the weather was extremely hot, and there was a lack of power and water, but there was no earthquake that almost disrupted the entire order. In addition, just after the epidemic, I had been closed at home for several months. Many people even went bankrupt and owed debts, and people who could not make ends meet, there are a lot of them, and when encountering this kind of extreme weather, many people can't bear the pressure of survival and commit suicide. Because the noise is too big, the government also knows that it is not easy for the masses, so they start to distribute supplies: 3 bottles of 1-liter mineral water plus 1 bag. 5 small packets of instant noodles are 3-day rations for each person, and they are collected every 3 days. Although Mu Nan was not so short of food at that time, the environmental conditions at that time already made people feel flustered, so of course he would not refuse to receive supplies for free. Even if he didn't eat now, it would not take up space if he accumulated them in the space. Because the sun is too strong during the day, people who are hot can't go out at all, so they have to wait for the sun to get supplies at night. The place to get them is the supermarket, not the neighborhood committee in the community. It is at least 5 minutes away from their community. The distance, regardless of the fact that the journey is only 5 minutes, at night, with food in the bag, and in an environment where the ban has just been lifted and the environment is extremely hot and unable to go out during the day, it may not be safe for him to be alone. At that time, he noticed that the 2 people in front of him were both tall and good-looking, which inevitably made people take a second look, but what he really noticed was the interaction between the 2. The taller one kept making the slightly shorter one next to him. The boy put the water in his bag and asked the short man to carry the 2 packs of instant noodles. The short man seemed to be in poor health. Heavy objects, and pay attention to the people in line next to him, protecting him with one hand. Looking at the 2 of them, he was thinking at that time, if Jin Huari was here, he would also be the one being protected. Seeing the moment when the two get along, the envy that someone can rely on, accompanied by longing and worry, the confusion of facing the future, and the grievance of being alone, I really couldn't help but burst out all at once. After Chinhuai left, he never cried no matter how difficult his life was. At that moment, he couldn't even hold back his tears. Later, on the way back, he felt that someone was following him, and when he turned his head to look, two hot people in shorts, dirty and looking like homeless people seemed to be sizing him up. Just when he was hesitating whether to run home, the two people he saw before came up, and the tall man said to him, "You are also from Jingling community, let's go together." Seeing that there were two more people on his side, the two homeless men naturally stopped following him. He thanked them, but he rarely took the initiative to make friends with people these years, and he was not good at talking to strangers. I didn't know what to say, so I went back to the community in silence all the way. After returning to the community, those two people seemed to have other things, so they took different paths with him. After that, he never met them again. He didn't even know that they actually lived next door to him. Because of the sudden surge of emotions at that time, he was very impressed with them. Even if he was wearing a mask and could only see his eyes, he could still recognize this neighbor as the tall man who helped him in the previous life. In other words, the person who is sick in their family is probably the slightly shorter boy he saw in the last life. It seems that he is not in good health, but he can live until then, which proves that he has not been infected. Well, that's pretty lucky too. Chinhuai saw that Munan came back from putting out the garbage, and his expression was a bit wrong, so he stopped the blender in his hand. "What's wrong?" Munan looked at Chinhuai, who was wearing an apron and holding a mixer to beat the egg liquid, and couldn't help reaching out to him. "Brother, come and give me a hug." Chinhuai laughed and put down the blender in his hand and walked over, opened his arms and embraced Munan in his arms. "What's wrong? What did you see?" Acting like a baby all of a sudden. Facing Munan's sudden closeness, Chinhuai was even a little flattered. Of course, the closer Munan was to him, the better it would be. Munan took a deep breath, smiled and sighed. "I just suddenly felt that it's nice to have a brother." Chinhuai rubbed his hair. "You have such a sweet mouth, you can talk so well." Munan said, "Then can I have an extra plate of chicken wings later?" Chinhuai let go of him ruthlessly, and refused indifferently, "No." Munan immediately looked at him inexplicably. Sometimes it's not so good to have an older brother. Chapter 21. The spread of mycelial virus has now reached a stable period. Studies have found that the content of toxic mycelium in smog is not high, because the viability of this toxic mycelium is relatively low, and it can only attach to the formation of fog. The inhalable particles in the smog are on the inhalable particles, so the heavier the fog, the higher the amount of toxic mycelia attached, but as long as the protection is done properly, the inhalable particles in the smog can be blocked, and the poisonous mycelia can be prevented from entering the human body. After repeated experiments, it can now be confirmed that the existing A-level protective clothing on the market can well block the invasion of poisonous mycelia. The activity can be almost completely eliminated, and the protective clothing can be used repeatedly after sterilization. That is to say, if it weren't for the large amount of smog that is ubiquitous and unable to dissipate for unknown reasons, it would be impossible for such a low-activity virus to cause such a large epidemic. But it is also because of the weird smog sweeping the world that this low-activity virus has become the most ferocious killer. Although there is no specific medicine to treat the poisonous mycelium, it is impossible for people to never go out because of the poisonous mycelium permeating everywhere. Therefore, as some special types of work, under the arrangement of the government, they wear tight protective clothing and rework one by one. And really, as long as the airtightness of the protective clothing is ensured and even infection can be prevented, more and more people are going out of the house. Human beings are extremely adaptable. After experiencing countless deaths, everyone has gradually found the balance of survival in this smog shrouded in death. When Munan saw the outside from the window of their balcony, it was still empty before. On the streets, more and more vehicles are passing by every day. There are some official press releases on the internet, which predict that people's lives may have to coexist with this poisonous smog in the future, and that protective clothing will become the only outdoor clothing that everyone can wear in the future, and there are even some specialized protective clothing. The factory began to receive a large number of orders. In the past, Munan's circle of friends was full of masks and group purchases, but now they are more likely to buy protective clothing and sell protective clothing at high prices. Before the epidemic, those protective suits were tens or hundreds of dollars cheap, and even biochemical grade ones could be bought for hundreds of expensive ones. Now even the most common one-piece protective suits are sold for tens of thousands, not to mention those equipped with gas masks. The price of protective clothing even went up to 1 or 200,000. Compared with the safety of life, although not everyone can have this little money, for some people, it is nothing. It was also at this time that some people felt that protective clothing would be the only hope for people to get out of the house, so they began to stock up in large quantities. Some far-sighted people have already started hoarding protective clothing when the smog started and Tianjin was begging to buy masks. Now, after the predictions of some experts, and there are examples of ordinary people wearing protective clothing starting work in various provinces and cities, those who started merchants who had hoarded protective clothing immediately began to sell the accumulated protective clothing at high prices. The cost of protective clothing that may be less than 100 yuan was directly sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Even if the country has monitored the market and lowered prices, but it has been closed for a long time, under the suspension of work and production, too many bankrupts and too many debtors. When there is no way to get a piece of protective clothing, those who are eager to take advantage of others can't go out. Those who want to make a lot of money will naturally find various private purchase channels, so even if the government is trying to control it, there is still no way to stop private transactions. New Nan was leaning on the bed and brushing his phone with a sweet air, while Chin Huari poured the cake batter that New Nan had just distributed into the mold, smelling the sweet fragrance in the air. Looking at the high price of other people's transactions, New Nan sighed, "Brother, how much can you sell for the ugly protective clothing with a gas mask that I bought now? The kind of biochemical grade, with 2 antivirus air holes on the mask, high temperature resistance and heat insulation, was very expensive when I bought it, 5 or 6,000, and he bought 4 sets at the time, in order to prepare for emergencies in the future." Looking at it now, when someone asked for this kind of advanced protection at a high price, if Chin Huari still had a lot of funds in his hand that had not been spent, he would have been tempted to sell some of them to make some money. In addition to the thick one, New Nan also bought another kind of thinner one, like medical pure white, which is also completely integrated with head and feet. That kind is cheaper, more than 300 pieces. I bought 20 pieces. Although I knew that the smog would suddenly disappear overnight, but he did not live long in the last days. Who knows if there will be another virus after he dies, so I prepared more. A few pieces, just this kind of thin ones, have now been sold to tens of thousands. After all, this kind can be used repeatedly and has a relatively high protection factor. If you can go out at this time, even if you can earn some errand money, or go buy some goods and sell them, and it won't be long before you can get your money back. Of course, Chin Huai knew that New Nan couldn't really sell the protective clothing he had in stock. Now that he sold it for money, he might not be able to use money or other things to exchange for this kind of protective clothing in the future, so he responded casually, "Someone must have bought one for 200,000 yuan. Although this is ugly, it is reassuring. When you walk on the street wearing this, you don't have to worry about being infected by the virus." New Nan swiped his mobile phone and saw celebrities wearing protective clothing going out of the street with emotion. Look at these celebrities, they have all started to come out for business, and it is not easy. Now you can still see some celebrities, and after a while, after the network collapsed with the earthquake, New Nan was never seen again. Chin Huari said with a smile, "There is nothing easy in any industry. They have a good face and pay more than ordinary people. Now these celebrities each have their own industries, whether they are catering or trendy brands. They have been closed for a few months. Who knows how much debt is behind the scenery?" Seeing people complaining about the rent, pavements and even parking fees on the internet, New Nan remembered that Chin Huari drove back at the beginning, but unfortunately there was no gas on the road. At that time, the whole country was closed and there was no place to refuel. Riding a bicycle, he quickly put down his phone and sat up and asked, "Brother, where did you park your car?" "Chin Huari, I just found a roadside parking lot in a residential area and parked there." "What's wrong?" New Nan asked. "Do you still want that car? Don't you want it? What kind of car did you buy? Is it expensive?" Chin Huari smiled. "It's not expensive, an SUV worth over 100,000 yuan. If I drive back from the place where I parked, and the road is clear, it may take more than 10 hours. At that time, we will go to City B to collect things first. If we want to get the car, get off there halfway, and then drive back. If you don't want to waste time, then don't. The car has not been modified, and the chassis is not too high. Earthquake, this car is useless." New Nan, "Otherwise, I'd better drive it back. I just don't know if I can find an opportunity to take it into the space." In case I need to use the car in the future, it's better to have it than nothing. And more than 100,000 yuan is also money, so it's a pity to lose it like this. For such a trivial matter, Qin Huari naturally followed Mu Nan's way, then go and drive back at that time, and you can buy more things along the way depending on the situation. Try to spend as much money as possible, so as not to hurt your heart. Mu Nan snorted. It was all hard-earned money. If it turned into a bunch of useless bank figures, it would be a heartache, so spend it as much as you can. Mu Nan wrote down the matter in his notebook, afraid that he would forget later. Then do we still need to buy oil? I bought some diesel and kerosene, but the price of oil was so high that I didn't buy much. I prepared the generator is diesel, the heater is kerosene, and there is electricity. I have prepared everything I can think of, but not so much. I also bought some solar panels, but I don't know when the power is cut off here. After we put the solar panels out, the hot solar energy can't drive the air conditioner at home. It is a pity that they do not live on the top floor, nor do they live in a small detached house. This kind of middle floor may not be easy to install solar energy. If there is a small single-family house like in the countryside, and the roof is covered with solar panels, then there is no need to worry about power outages at home. It's a pity that he was reborn for 3 months, so there was too little time for him, and their family didn't have any relatives in the village. If they really want to live in the village, whether they accept it or not is one thing. It depends on how well prepared they are. Maybe it will become a target. These things are not easy to buy, and the price is not cheap. It is not easy for Mu Nan to prepare so much. Qin Huari watched him record the things to be done in the small book item by item, and said with a smile, "It's very good. I'll prepare the rest. I can prepare as much as I can. I'll ask someone to buy as much oil as possible. If I still have money in my hand, I'll buy some scattered along the way on the way back." Mu Nan was a little curious. "Brother, who do you ask to help you buy things? There are a lot of things you buy, but if they disappear all at once, will it arouse suspicion?" Since he had a space, he was very careful about collecting things, for fear that his negligence would reveal his secrets. Even after he was reborn, he bought things everywhere, but because he didn't have much money, he didn't buy much. Turning around, renting a truck to pretend to be in and out of the effort, just like this, he was worried that he didn't worry about being found abnormal. Qin Huari smiled at him comfortingly. "Don't worry, it's a 2-for-1 deal. I rented the warehouse for half a year. When the door is locked, no one will know if the things inside are still there. After the earthquake, then don't worry anymore." Hearing what Qin Huari said, Mu Nan felt relieved, but his worry was a little superfluous. Compared to himself, Qin Huari might be more nervous about the exposure of his space, and he would only be more careful than him in doing things. Chapter 22. It is probably because the closed door is too closed. With more free time, more and more people are becoming obsessed with cooking. It can be seen from the increase in group buying of various flour baking ingredients in their community recently. People began to toss the kitchen in their spare time, proving that the tension shrouded in death was gradually loosening. Although the smog has not dissipated, as more and more people walked out of their homes, many people gradually became less afraid of the smog with poisonous mycelium. Although there is no specific medicine for this virus, but with the means of safety protection, they don't have to passively wait for death. Human beings can always find the most suitable way of survival from various adversities. Although the number of deaths is still growing slowly, the number of new infections is getting smaller and smaller. The data has not changed for nearly half a month. This data has given the public more confidence in the future. In this virus sweeping the world, their country has made the most correct decision from the very beginning. Looking at other countries that are still struggling with death and despair, they are sincerely grateful, and even feel that they can go out and recover from the distance. The day when work resumes, school is not far away. Death seems to be slowly moving away from them, and the order of life seems to be on the right track. If Mu Nan hadn't experienced those futures, he couldn't have imagined that when the smog cleared and the sun came back to the world, there would be even more desperate disasters waiting for them. There have been more people buying flour and other things recently, and Mu Nan has naturally bought a lot of them. So recently, his oven has hardly stopped, and the sweet smell has been permeating the house, and the fluffy cakes are made batch after batch. This kind of sugary and filling thing, naturally prepare as much as you can. Qin Huari also took care of some things that required physical strength at home, such as making kimchi. Mu Nan only needed to move his mouth. The first time I made kimchi was just when the smog started. It was a few months ago. Up to now, Qin Huari has made it 3 times. There is no way. Mu Nan bought too many Chinese cabbage, pickled it and put it in the space. There are dozens of kimchi boxes in China. It is also convenient for Chin Huari to take out several boxes of kimchi that have been refrigerated in the large refrigerator, and then chop them up again. As the kimchi box was opened, the sweetness in the air was instantly dissipated by a hot and sour wave. New Nan, who was following behind Chin Huari, sniffed and smelled it, then reached out and took a piece of kimchi that Chin Huari had just cut into his mouth. Sour and spicy, with a hint of crispness. After eating, New Nan sighed, "I feel like I can become a teacher. The recipe I make is much more delicious than the ones bought outside." Chin Huari also took a slice and put it in his mouth. It tasted really good. Although the ingredients were a bit heavy, this stuff was originally used with rice or processed stir-fried vegetables to make soup base. In the future, you will grow Chinese cabbage in the field, and then process it into kimchi, and sell kimchi exclusively. New Nan laughed and said, "This is also a path that can be considered in the future." Chin Huari was cutting over there, and New Nan helped to repack the cut pieces into small boxes. He customized many food-grade packaging boxes, big and small 500 milliliters, the large 1000 milliliters is for the convenience of taking it in the future. Anyway, the small sub-packages are not expensive, and thousands of them can be customized for $100. After finishing everything and cleaning up the kitchen, Chin Huari asked New Nan to put a small box of kimchi outside. "How about making beef with kimchi today? Let's make sliced mushrooms in oyster sauce, lettuce as green vegetables. What else do you want to eat?" New Nan rummaged through the few dishes that Chin Huari mentioned from the refrigerator and put them outside, and said, "That's enough, 3 dishes, brother. There's still a big bag of lamb chops here. I bought them last month. Well, I can't let it go anymore. When did I do it?" Chin Huari looked at the whole lamb chop that New Nan took out from the freezer, thought for a while and said, "Do you want to eat hand-picked rice?" New Nan knew that pilaf was mixed with mutton and radishes, and it seemed that there were raisins in some places, but he had never eaten it, only seen it, so he asked, "Is it delicious?" Chin Huari, "I'll make it once and you can eat it. If it's delicious, then cook more. If you have rice and meat, it's convenient to take it out to eat when you can't cook in the future." New Nan nodded, "Then I'll put this outside to defrost. I'll see what's in the refrigerator. Let's clear the inventory and buy some fresh ones to put in." Although he has space, New Nan is not someone who puts everything into the space. Although there has been no problem with this space since he owned it in his last life until his death, it cannot be held up just in case, so he also reserves some things outside. It's better, like buying things with the community group later, put them in the refrigerator if they can be consumed a little bit in the refrigerator, and put them in the space if they can't put them in the refrigerator, so their refrigerators are always full to the brim. When New Nan was cleaning the refrigerator, Chin Huari looked out of the kitchen window and said, Nan, look at the sky outside, isn't it brighter?" New Nan turned his head and took a look. It has been grey for several months, and it seems to have become brighter recently. Some people say that because the mycelial poison cannot withstand high temperatures, when the weather starts to heat up, the poison outside becomes more and more serious. So the smog is dissipating little by little, so many people have the courage to wear protective clothing to go out. It is also because the light outside is getting brighter and brighter day by day, making more people feel that the disaster seems to be over. The sun, which has not been seen for months, seems to be coming out soon. However, New Nan knew that the smog was indeed coming to an end. In the last life, it began to rain around mid-April, and it lasted for nearly half a month. At the beginning of May, the smog fell from the sky, the virus swept the world, and the chaos in foreign countries, the country's lockdown lasted for nearly 3 months. By the beginning of August, the situation in the country had been brought under control to a certain extent. Gradually, some people wore protective clothing and walked out of the house. People's lives were getting on track bit by bit. Until the end of August and the beginning of September, the smog dissipated suddenly one day, as if it had come without warning and dissipated without warning, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky the next day. At that time, people were still a little afraid of going out, and those who could go out were still those with protective clothing, but experts took samples and studied again and again, and there was no trace of poisonous mycelium in the air. But even so, it is still after experiencing a nationwide massacre, more talents have gone out of their homes. But for the sake of safety, many people still wear masks and go in and out for various disinfect irons. Even though there were no viruses in the air at that time, people still had some caution in their hearts. Just when everyone thought that the disaster was completely over and everything could be restored again, the hot weather became the next topic. But it was September and October at that time. According to the climate, it was in the autumn tiger stage, and the heat was normal, but until after October, the heat did not decrease at all, and it was even rising at an alarming speed. The hot people, I can't even wear a mask. Car spontaneously ignited, the ground exploded, more and more pedestrians died of heat stroke on the road, and people began to panic again. New Nan looked at the time, and it was mid-August, that is to say, after another half a month, the smog would clear up. New Nan said, it should be over soon. I remember that when Chiu Hu was around, many people had already gone in and out of their lives normally. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Chin Huari quickly put down the knife in his hand, but New Nan was faster than him. It should be that the shopping has arrived. I'll go get it. You have to wash your hands when you get it. Trouble. As soon as New Nan said that, he walked towards the door, and Chin Huari called out to him, put on the mask and remember to disinfect it. New Nan answered, put on a mask, and went to open the door. Sure enough, it was a delivery person, but the person who delivered the things looked familiar to him, so he looked carefully, and asked tentatively, you live next door to me, right? Jian Chu, who was wearing a protective suit, said with a smile, yes, this is something from your house, order some. New Nan was a little surprised, are you going to be a volunteer? He remembered the two who lived next door, the tall one should be called Yu Zai Bai, and he was in better health, while the shorter one seemed to be in poor health, since he was already in poor health, but also to be a volunteer. Jian Chu said, no, I work part-time at the supermarket at the intersection. The supermarket is open now, but there are restrictions on entering and exiting. I am afraid that too many people will bring in too much poisonous gas, so I can only go online at the moment. I live here, which happens to be if you are in the errand area. If you continue to squat like this at home, you won't even be able to eat the dirt. New Nan let out a cry, and took the things into the iron gate. He also saw that the supermarket was open online, so he bought a bunch of snacks and drinks. Jian Chu had a lot of strength, and New Nan carried so many things up by himself. He took a bottle of Coke from the bag and handed it to him. There are so many things, it's hard work to deliver them. Jian Chu waved his hand, no need, I also get a commission for delivery, and I should work hard if I want to make money. New Nan stuffed the drink into his hand, it's all neighbors, don't be too polite. It was not easy for Jian Chu to push him back and forth. He heard someone shouting in the room, probably because he had been at the door for too long, and the elevator came just in time, so he thanked him and left. There were still many orders to be made. Send, I'm so busy that I don't even have time to go home and have a sip of water. After Jian Chu left, New Nan closed the iron door, first sprayed all the bags with a disinfectant, then squatted on the ground, wiped the drinks and snacks bought in the bags one by one with a disinfectant wipe, and put them at home. Although it seems that the poisonous mycelium can't attach to these things, it's not a big mistake to be careful. After packing up his things and washing his hands, New Nan went back to the kitchen. The one who delivered the goods just now is the one next door to us. He seems to be working part-time in the supermarket. It has been closed for so long and the prices are so expensive. No wonder he can't wait to go out to find a job. It's not easy for everyone. Chin Huari smiled and didn't say anything. Who would be easy in this disaster? If he hadn't disposed of the company shares at the very beginning, he would probably be in debt in the past few months. When the sun came down to the world again, many people looked at the bright sky and even couldn't believe it. They were in a trance and even doubted whether the smog had ever come. But a word represents the blood of a life is so painful and profound, and the disappearance of this disaster, just like when it came, was silent. It seems that God is playing a huge joke with the world, a joke that makes the whole world laugh. New Nan squinted his eyes to feel the sunlight coming in through the window. It has been a few months, this long-lost sun, but what a pity this sun illuminates is not a new world, but a purgatory on earth that is about to be covered by death. Chapter 23. As if the sun had never disappeared, it hung high in the sky again after a lapse of several months. When the first person discovered this bright morning that was different from the past, excited screams and shouts resounded throughout the community. Many people woke up from their sleep, subconsciously thinking that someone died in the community again, and opened their eyes in a daze, looking at the glimmer of light penetrating through the tight curtain fabric. They were startled for a while, and then they couldn't believe it. He rushed towards the window, and as the curtains were pulled open, the warm light instantly filled the entire room. At that moment, it was like an illusion of returning to the world. Chin Huari was woken up by the noise outside. First, he subconsciously looked at his phone and turned on the screen. It was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. Then he noticed that there seemed to be a different light in the house than before. He turned his head to look at the balcony. The light coming in through the gaps in the tightly covered curtains all told him that this morning had become different, until he, like everyone else, pulled away the darkness that had been covered for several months, and felt the warmth of the sun again. Shouts, cries, and even roars of joy as if reborn, rang out in the community one after another. Even if I have always believed in the government in my heart, even in such a smog, life is gradually getting on the right track, but nothing is more exciting than facing the sunshine without any smog like this, and it makes me feel more deeply about the dark past. As soon as the curtains were pulled open, glaring light poured in, illuminating Mew Nan, who had been woken up on the bed, had to open his eyes and sit up, waking up from the darkness and still not used to the strong light, subconsciously squinted his eyes. Chinhuari moved his footsteps, blocking the strong sun for him, and said with a heavy voice that was different from the joyful shouts outside, "Nan Nan, the haze has cleared." Mew Nan looked up at Chinhuari in the backlight, smiled, and stretched out his hand towards him. This time he was no longer alone. Even though he was still afraid, he had more courage to live. Mew Nan knew that when the smog disappeared, the poisonous mycelia that had taken away countless lives also disappeared without any residue. When others were busy with joy and feeling new life, he hurriedly let Chinhuari help, and together with him, they tore off the plastic tape pasted in a gap of the window. Even though the windows in the house were newly replaced, he even watched over the installation when they were replaced, and the airtightness was naturally very good. But after Chinhuari came back later, he taped up all the window gaps in the house with tape, although he felt that it was impossible to avoid going out to take things and throw out the trash, and there was no way to keep the house airtight for a long time. But in order to make Chinhuari feel at ease, he and Chinhuari went to extra trouble. Now that the sun is out and the smog has dissipated, there is no need to stick these tapes. Seeing the appearance of the sun and the disappearance of the smog, many people realized something, but even so, except for a few who were hit hard by the loss of their family members, or who were not mentally well, after being closed for so long after that, when I saw the sun suddenly, I ran out of the house out of control. Most of them stayed at home and waited and watched, and they kept swiping their phones to see if the smog in their area dissipated. The smog also dissipated in other areas. Has anyone gone out? Did the virus outside also disappear with the smog? But now that the sun has just come out, the smog has just dissipated, and the government does not have the ability to foretell, without doing more sampling and research, who dares to release news that the disaster has passed. So today's police report is still asking everyone to stay at home and not to go out rashly. Although the smog has disappeared, the crisis may not be resolved. Fortunately, everyone is used to being closed, and they don't care if it takes a day or two. Most people can't afford high-priced protective clothing, so it's best if the poisonous gas dissipates together, and they can go out freely. I put myself in an airtight clothes. It doesn't matter if it's cold, but now it's so hot outside, who can stand it? When Chinhuari and Mew Nan were tearing off the tape on the window, the broadcast sounded in the community, telling everyone to stay at home. Don't take it lightly just because the sun came out and the smog cleared. Accompanied by the looping radio, a heart-piercing cry suddenly came from downstairs. The bustle of the morning had already been vented for a while when I first saw the sun, and the neighborhood became quiet again, so this sudden cry, the shouting was especially loud against the silence, making Mew Nan tremble in fright. Looking down through the window looking for the sound, in the small green garden downstairs of their community, a girl in white clothes and long hair knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. In the distance, several community members in protective clothing were walking along the road. Trot over, and then pull the girl into the building. I don't know if it was because she was crying too weak, or because the girl didn't want to resist at all. A few staff members quickly pulled her in, and the community became quiet again, but the community group began to discuss heatedly, but said what's more, I want to see if the girl will be infected when she ran out so unprotected. If not, does it mean that the poisonous mycelium also disappeared with the disappearing smog? As for the reason why the girl ran out of the house and cried bitterly, not many people seemed to care. Mew Nan knew this girl. He didn't know the exact name, but he had seen her name mentioned in the group before, Nana. Her parents divorced, and she lived with her mother and grandfather. 2 years ago, her mother got sick and passed away. After that, she and her grandfather depended on each other for life. Nana was only in her 3rd year of high school this year, and the time of the rainstorm was the entrance exam in April. The 3rd year of senior high school held tight again, and the final critical moment, the school did not dare to relax, so until the smog came, the school did not have a holiday. Naturally, this year's college entrance examination was no longer available. At that time, the smog was the heaviest, the death was the most, and the world was most panicked. I don't know if it was during the rainstorm. Nana went to and from school every day. When the rain was heavy, her grandfather would pick her up at the station. She was afraid that it would be unsafe for a girl in a rainstorm. As a result, Nana was young and fine, but her grandfather sick. When her grandfather was ill, lung swelling had already exploded all over the world, and the hospital was overcrowded. Not to mention that her grandfather was still conscious at that time, and he could even eat and talk normally. Even if her grandfather was seriously ill at that time, he might not be able to send him in hospital. Later, Nana's grandfather still left, and he left at home. It took only one night from difficulty breathing to eternal sleep. It is said that night, Nana almost knocked on the doors of all the neighbors on their floor, but at that time, who dared to open the door? No one had the ability to reach out to help her. Facing the passing life of his only relative, and having nowhere to turn for help, Nan didn't even dare to imagine how desperate that girl must have been that night. The reason why he was so impressed with Nana was that the funeral home's car came and dragged away Nana's grandfather the next day. The girl who had just grown up was crying in despair all the way, and no one else could hold her back, chasing the funeral home car, begging them not to take her grandfather away, even though it was already a lifeless and cold corpse. But no matter how much she pursued, how much she begged, just like that night, she couldn't get any response except deep despair. Nana was also taken away after that day, to an outside isolation point, but was later sent back because even though she was exposed to the smog while chasing funeral home vehicles, she remained well afterwards, without any signs of infection. Maybe today's heart-piercing cry is the despair that has shrouded her body so far and cannot be dissipated. Maybe there is unspeakable remorse and guilt in this despair. The empty family regretted how good it would have been if her grandfather hadn't been allowed to go out in the rain at that time. Seeing that Nan was still staring at the empty garden, Chinhuari covered his eyes with his hand, and wrapped his arms tightly around his shoulder. Don't look, if you're not happy, just take a look at me. On the day the girl's grandfather was taken away, Nan was watching from upstairs. Although it was foggy, she could only vaguely see the red tail lights of the funeral home's vehicles below, but the girls crying and chasing, even if they lived in 10 on the 7th floor, I can still hear clearly. At that time, Nan was sitting on the ground, leaning against the closed glass of the balcony, looking downstairs with a blank expression. Although Nan didn't cry, the calm eyes that didn't shed tears made him feel more distressed than crying. He didn't know what Nan was thinking at that time, but he knew that what Nan was thinking must be something so heavy that even he couldn't bear it. Such empty and even desperate eyes, as if he had experienced such a thing before. Like despair, Nan came back to his senses, and he could see the worry in Chinhuari's eyes when he raised his head slightly, so he smiled at him. Brother, are we going to start preparing to go to City B? I went there once before, when I participated in the competition. Unfortunately, teachers have been following us all the time, and we are not allowed to move freely at all. This time, perhaps many places have not resumed work, and it seems that we will not be able to play again. Chinhuari sighed silently, but said with a smile on his face, if you want to play, I can take you to several famous tourist attractions. Wouldn't it be more special for you to occupy the entire tourist attraction by yourself? Although the footsteps of the apocalypse are approaching, they have already prepared almost everything they can. In fact, they don't need to delay for a day or two. After all, in the future, can those famous historic cities that have spanned thousands of years survive the global earthquake? And it will continue for thousands of years. It is still unknown. While there is still a chance, it is good to leave some witnessed images. Chapter 24. Although he said he was going to go to City B, it would take at least a little time before he could go out and the traffic returned to normal. If you want to completely lift the ban, you have to wait for the higher authorities to be 100% sure that the poisonous mycelium has dissipated, otherwise the blockade in the past few months will all fall short. On the third day after the sun came out, various provinces and cities began to carry out disinfection at different times, from high altitude to carpet spraying in various areas. It is not unheard of when the smog was shrouded, but after the completion, the concentration of poisonous mycelium in the smog did drop, but it quickly increased again, and the smog did not dissipate. It's as if it can't be extinct. Although after the sun came out and the smog dissipated, no trace of poisonous mycelia could be found no matter where the air samples were taken from. The higher authorities still dared not be negligent. Only the cities that have been eradicated can gradually resume work and production. Seeing that this kind of closed-door days is coming to an end, many people who are closed at home are starting to move around. The community that has been quiet for several months has been extremely lively these 2 days, and the broadcast outside is repeated several times a day. Notice, let everyone wait for the notice, don't rush out, but some people still can't wait, because they know that they may be driven back by people in the community when they leave the building. So some older people think that even if they die, they will die. It's enough to live, and I have to go to the rooftop for a few laps every day. Even though the weather is hot now, the high temperature outside has already exceeded 35 degrees, but every morning and evening, some people still go to the rooftop to bask in the sun, saying that they have to be grounded because they have been locked at home for so long. Every day, New Nan can see from the balcony of his house that on the roof of the opposite building, 3 or 2 groups of people gather together, presumably chatting. Some of them are still wearing masks. Some of them don't even wear masks anymore, but now it doesn't matter whether you wear it or not, because when the smog disappears, the poisonous mycelium also disappears. It's just that the country dare not be negligent for the safety of the people, so it has been continuously researched for several days, and it is not confirmed before the virus completely disappears, dare not easily lift the ban. New Nan is not in a hurry about lifting the ban on going out, anyway. It's only been a few days, and people can still live a stable life, and there is not much left. Taking advantage of the ban not being lifted yet, New Nan emptied the refrigerator. Most of the ingredients that can be made are made into finished products. Originally, after the daily production and consumption in the past few months, there is not much stock left in his hoard. In the last few days, he has been cooking almost continuously, and he has finished the last bit of stock. Feeling that the space was full of cooked food, New Nan felt that even if he hadn't been able to cook on fire in recent years, he and Chin Huari would have enough to eat. On the 3rd of September, the ban was lifted across the country, although there is still no specific medicine that can treat lung swelling, and there is no progress in overcoming the virus of poisonous mycelia. People should not worry about when the virus and smog will reappear. Don't dare to go out, at least for now. People don't need to be bothered by the virus anymore. The lifting of the ban in foreign countries was faster than that in China. Almost on the day when the smog dissipated, most people walked out of their homes. It is the threat of death, not the government's control, that makes them dare not go out at will. So when they feel safe outside, they don't need to check whether the government allows them to go out, and they come out. After coming out, the first thing is to find trouble with the government. Those who are unemployed and have no income at home for several months, because of the virus, those who have negative equity, no matter whether it is a natural disaster or not, they blame all their losses on the government, wanting the government to pay for them. Therefore, in foreign countries, the lifting of the ban also means the beginning of another chaos. In China, however, there has been a lively wave of resumption of work. Although there are many unemployed and bankrupt, the government can at least control the stability of the general situation. This alone cannot be compared with many countries. The country has experienced such a pandemic that can be said to be unprecedented in history. Now that it has recovered, it is necessary to do some commemorative and mourning actions. The number of people who died of the disease this time is less than 1 million, but there are many people died at home before they even had time to enter the hospital gate. Those people didn't even get the statistics. Among the people who died, if they were divided by occupation, the medical staff were undoubtedly the most. Perhaps the people who choose the profession of medical care at the beginning may not all have the mentality of saving lives and helping the world, but after wearing a white coat and feeling the weight of other people's lives, no matter what the original intention of choosing this profession is, but with more and more life and death contacts, the mentality feels more and more responsibility, and when countless lives need their rescue, it is this responsibility, this sense of mission gradually integrated into the flesh and blood, that makes them it has become the most sacrificed existence in this epidemic. Looking at various reports on the most beautiful doctors on the internet, and various touching stories in this large-scale epidemic, it is said that each province will build a monument to commemorate all the medical staff who died in this epidemic. Everything looks so normal now. People are walking in the process of getting their lives back on track. Everyone thinks that the future will return to the same as before, and Mu Nan at this time in the previous life also felt the same way. It's a pity that there will never be a chance to erect that monument. Looking at some of the reopened stores downstairs with the words "Free for medical staff," Mu Nan turned to Chin Huari, who was sorting things out, and said, "As a family member, I'm glad you didn't become a doctor. When he was young, his health wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. He always had a cold and fever a few times a year. When he grew up, he could just turn his face away from inject irons and the like, but he couldn't stand it when he was very young, and he struggled and cried naturally. Often, he still remembers that every time he got sick when he was a child, Chin Huari would coax him and say, 'When I grow up, I will become a doctor, and when the time comes, I will give you injections gently so that you won't hurt at all. Chin Huari heard Yang smiled. If it wasn't for the man who forcibly took him away in high school, he really planned to study medicine in college, and later went abroad. Of course that man would not let him study medicine. He wanted it a capable heir, not just a son. After tidying up all the things at home, the automatic feeding machine in the other room is also set up. If it is fast, it will be back in 2 or 3 days, and if it is slow, it will be back in 3 or 5 days, so the chickens over there don't need to worry too much. Looking at the time, counting the time on the way to the station, it was almost time for them to go out. New Nan found 2 hats. The black one was put on Chin Huari's head, and the white one was put on his own head. It was very sunny outside. If he didn't wear a hat, it would be difficult to open his eyes. The air conditioner over there, is it on? Don't come back, the chicken is too hot. Chin Huari said, it's open, let's go early and come back early. Just as he was about to go out, New Nan quickly took out a bottle of sunscreen spray from the space. Wait, spray it again. They don't need sunscreen, they only prevent sunburn, although the sun is not as poisonous as it was later, but later the poisonous sun really caused a lot of psychological shadow on New Nan. After going out for 3 minutes, it would be like to peel off a layer of skin, so you have to guard against it. When they went out, the neighbor next door happened to be waiting for the elevator. Seeing them, Yu Zaibai took the initiative to say hello. You guys go out too? Chin Huari said, well, let's go out and do some errands. Jianchu on the side couldn't help sighing. I thought I would really coexist with protective clothing in the future. I didn't expect such a big epidemic to end like this. It's too dramatic. At the beginning, he bought a set of protective clothing with the money raised by the loan software. He just wanted to see some opportunities and go out early to make money. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for the smog to dissipate like that. Of course it's a good thing to dissipate, but he went out a little late. If he could go out earlier, he could earn more. Fortunately, the borrowed money has been repaid, and there are still thousands of dollars in savings. Now everything is back to normal. It depends on when the school will issue the graduation certificate, and then look for a job. Get to work as soon as possible, feeling like you're going to get rusty. Before Chin Huari could speak, New Nan said first, this incident tells us the importance of hoarding goods, so we must prepare more rice noodles at home in the future, so that if something happens again, we won't mess up our hands and feet. New Nan saw Chin Huari looking towards him after finishing speaking, so he smiled and leaned over. Yes, brother. Chin Huari hummed and pushed down the brim of his hat. New Nan thought that Chin Huari was playing tricks on him, so he reached out and patted him, and straightened his hat again. As soon as the elevator door opened, there were already several people standing inside. 3 of them were aunts who had lived here for many years. They were excitedly talking to each other about how they spent the time being confined at home, and they also talked about who the family is gone, and there are only a few lonely, widowed and pitiful people left, and the tone of the voice inevitably contained some gratitude and pride for the rest of the life. One of the aunts mentioned a young couple on the 15th floor. It seemed that the family of 3 never came back. The child must have disappeared. I just don't know whether the couple disappeared or left sadly. With a look of unbearable emotion, such a young girl, she still calls grandma when she meets her. Ouch, it hurts to think about it. At their age, the family's grandchildren are almost as old as that little girl, so it's natural that they can't bear to mention this. New Nan couldn't help turning his head to glance, but was quickly pushed back by Chin Huari's hand on his shoulder. As soon as the elevator door opened again, everyone went out, probably because they were still a little uneasy facing the outside, and put on masks as soon as they left the building. New Nan and Chin Huari also followed the trend in wearing them. Although it was hot, New Nan bought some thinner ones, so they didn't fit so tightly and didn't feel too stuffy. Yu Zaibai and Jianchu were going in the opposite direction to them, so they waved goodbye to them quickly. After they left, Chin Huari led New Nan to the place where the car was waiting for the hailed car and asked, did you talk to them before? Have you met? New Nan shook his head. No, what's the matter? There was an intersection, but it was a matter of the previous life, and he didn't even know that they were neighbors in this life. Chin Huari said, I see that you seem to like them a lot. New Nan smiled and said, you said that we are neighbors who live close together, and they are all young people. We can help each other when necessary, so it's normal for us to make friends. Chin Huari reminded, some reminders can't be given casually. We live close together. If we have any wrong thoughts, we will be near the water. Remind this sentence today, in case life is difficult in the future. Thinking about New Nan's reminder today, you may suspect that their family has a lot of things. If you are a good person, you are lucky. Trouble, especially since there were only 2 of them in the first place, knew Nan was easy to deal with at first glance. Chin Huari never minded guessing the most malicious things about things like people's hearts. New Nan knew what Chin Huari meant, and if it was someone else, he wouldn't talk too much, but it wasn't because he had helped him in his previous life, and it was also possible that he had seen Chin Huari and his shadow in those 2 people, so he instinctively I have a good impression, but what Chin Huari said is also true. He sailed carefully. Okay, I promise I won't talk nonsense anymore. Chin Huari poked him on the forehead. It's best. It's so stupid, what else can he do except pay close attention to it? Chapter 25. Chin Huari bought a train ticket, and it took less than 3 hours to take the train to City B from their side. Although it took an hour longer than the plane, it was still safer on land than in the sky. In fact, he was planning to buy a plane ticket at the beginning. After all, time is precious, but seeing that Mu Nan didn't want to take a plane, he decided to switch to a bullet train. It's not a big deal. Mu Nan really doesn't want to take a plane. In his last life, a plane exploded. He didn't know if it was caused by high temperature. At that time, many cars spontaneously ignited and buses exploded. When it was impossible to go out at all, the plane also exploded. So even if the temperature is still normal now, he dare not fly. The 2 of them didn't bring any luggage, so Chin Huari carried a bag with 2 bottles of water and a charger in it. There were few things, and it was easy to go through the security check. Because the time was stuck, the train was lucky not to be late, so he waited for the train after staying in the room for a while. I got into the car. Now the country has just lifted the ban, and it is not a New Year's Eve, so there are not many people traveling. I feel that most of them are traveling or working in other areas. I have been trapped for a few months, so I want to go back to see my family as soon as the ban is lifted. New Nan was sitting by the window, Chin Huari was sitting by the aisle, and a middle-aged man was sitting across the aisle from him, holding a black bag in his arms all the time, but looking at the outline printed on the black bag, there was still a solemn embrace. With the pose in his arms and the expression on his face that obviously hasn't recovered from the grief of the deceased relative, New Nan thinks that it might be an urn. But New Nan didn't look too much, the smog had just cleared, and there were too many people who were not easy. Soon the moving car started, and New Nan looked at the scenery that was constantly receding outside. Although he had been reborn for 3 months in order to buy the most supplies with the least money, he ran a lot of places, but the distance is as quiet as it is now. It has been many years since I let myself go without making calculations or looking at the scenery without making plans. In my last life, I left the city where I was, and it was when I was in the 3rd year of high school to participate in the competition. In the future, this kind of scenery should never happen again. Before he could make any more sighs, a big dry and warm hand touched his face. With a slight force, he pressed his head, which was sitting upright, on the shoulder next to him. Chin Huari lowered his head slightly. Although he only saw the brim of his hat, he still couldn't help showing a smile. Go to sleep, wake up so early in the morning. New Nan didn't struggle, and adjusted himself to a more comfortable position, leaning on Chin Huari's shoulder and closing his eyes. He didn't think he would fall asleep. Although when he was a child, he did have the habit of falling asleep in the car, but later this habit was gradually quit. Even if he closed his eyes and played soothing music in the earphones, he never fell asleep again. Fall asleep in any moving vehicle. However, this habit, which was quit, seemed to be broken in an instant with Chin Huari's return. New Nan fell asleep almost drooling, until he was awakened by a violent and excited conflict. As soon as he moved, Chin Huari immediately stood up and stood in front of him. New Nan, who was in a daze, hadn't realized what happened when he saw the middle-aged man who was sitting next to the aisle choking. And many people are trying to persuade the boy's neck, but there is only so little space in the aisle of the carriage, and once people are crowded, it will be even more difficult for the 2 people who are tugging to separate. Chin Huari stood in his seat without moving. New Nan's head protruded from behind him, and he pushed it back. Stay behind, don't join in the fun. The middle-aged man didn't know what stimulated him. His excited eyes were scarlet, and he strangled the boy's neck with all his strength. The boy struggled desperately, but because he was sitting on the inside, he was pinched outside. His man blocked it, and others could only pull from the man's back. In addition to the narrow aisle, 2 or 3 people couldn't even pull this mad middle-aged man away for a while. The conductor quickly rushed over, and let all the onlookers disperse, and quickly asked 2 stronger-looking helpers to pull the mad middle-aged man away. Finally, he dragged the middle-aged man out of the seat, and the people next to him rushed forward and tried to break the man's hand that was pinching the boy. But the middle-aged man was still struggling, trying to pinch it again, cursing, "Bastard. I'll strangle you, little bastard. There are people who are born and no one cares for them. If you're so vicious, you've killed your whole family." The pinched boy could no longer make a sound, and his face was pale. I don't know if his neck was pinched too hard, or he was overly frightened. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He couldn't come out, and his crotch was already wet, because he was wearing khaki crop pants, so the wet part was quite obvious. New Nan noticed that the black backpack that the middle-aged man had been wearing before fell to the ground at this moment. The backpack was somehow opened, revealing a white jade-colored box and a piece of yellow cloth inside. Looking at the size and engraving of the box, it was obvious that it was the urn he guessed earlier. The middle-aged man, who quickly became mad, was suppressed by several men and dragged out of this compartment. Several conductors who came behind helped him up from the ground, and one of them picked up the backpack with the urn on the ground, and let those who stand up to watch the fun sit down and don't gather around. Chin Huari was also standing, but he was not standing to watch the excitement, but to stand in front of him, fearing that the group of people pushing and shoving would accidentally hurt the innocent behind him. Naturally sat down. As soon as he sat down, New Nan asked curiously, "What's the matter? Why did they start fighting? That boy was about to be strangled to death." Chin Huari said, "He deserves it." Because he was sitting in the aisle next to him, Chin Huari didn't have the habit of getting in the car to sleep, so he kept swiping his phone soberly, dealing with the warehouse contact and the hotel check-in. The seat space of the high-speed train is relatively small, and those who sit inside must sit outside to get out of the way. Just now, the boy sitting inside came out to go to the bathroom. When he returned to the seat after using the bathroom, the middle-aged man turned slightly to avoid it. The earphone cable caught on the middle-aged man's backpack zipper, and the backpack was almost dropped because of the boy's pull. The man didn't say anything, but nervously opened the backpack to check, and the urn inside was the one with black and white photos on it. The boy, who was dressed very trendy and had earphones around his neck, saw the things in the middle-aged man's backpack. He didn't know whether he was surprised or felt bad luck. He suddenly pushed the middle-aged man with his hands and said, "Fuck, why don't you bring a dead man's box into the car?" Probably because he didn't expect the boy to push him suddenly, and the urn itself was a bit heavy. He was holding it with one hand, and he was opening the bag for inspection with the other hand. They all fell to the ground. The urn inside also fell down, the lid was thrown open, and even a corner of the yellow cloth wrapping the ashes was thrown out of the box. Fortunately, the ashes inside did not leak out, and that boy didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions at all. He kept cursing, saying that it was not considered unlucky to bring a dead person, and don't take public transportation with such a thing, a lot of bad luck, what the fuck. And then the middle-aged man went crazy. First he slapped the boy the face, and when the boy tried to fight back, he unceremoniously grabbed his neck. The others were startled by this turn of events, and they hurried forward to talk about it, and behind them were the ones New Nan woke up to see. Hearing Chin Huari's explanation, New Nan was also speechless. This kind of person really deserves to be beaten to death. Other people in the carriage were also discussing this matter, but most of them said that the boy deserved his life, which means that if the family education is not taught well, he can only experience severe beatings from the society. It is estimated that the boy also has a very good family background and is used to being pampered, not to mention being more sensible, knowing a little bit, being able to basically be a human being, and not making the act of throwing someone else's urn. Especially when the pandemic is just over. How many people have died? Some of them died in other places. How else can they be brought back? Not everyone has the money to charter a car. The high-speed train stopped at a station for 15 minutes. From the window, New Nan saw the middle-aged man and the young boy being taken off the train by the conductor, and the black bag returned to the middle-aged man's hand. The man's eyes were red, his expression with some numbness. He held the bag tightly and let others take it away. And the boy was left completely supported by two staff members, one left and one right. It is estimated that he was almost strangled to death and his legs softened due to fright. All the way to the destination, nothing happened on the road. When we got off the car, a wave of heat hit our face. At noon, the sun outside was too strong to stay for a long time, so Chin Huari took Mu Nan to the hotel first. The air conditioner in the room had been turned on in advance, but Mu Nan took a shower first, which relieved the heat from his body a little. When Chin Huari came out of the shower, the lunch ordered by Mu Nan was just delivered. He thought that the time was running out, so he asked while eating, "Are we going to collect the goods directly? Can we pack them all and take them away?" Chin Huari was afraid that he would choke, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, take a nap in the afternoon, and go to the warehouse at about 4 or 5 o'clock to check. Even if you are going to receive the goods, you will go at night, so don't be in a hurry." Hearing that he was about to leave the house immediately, New Nan slowed down his eating speed. Then this time, "Do you have to go to the company again?" Chin Huari nodded. "I'm going to go. Some transfer documents need to be signed to take effect." New Nan snorted, and glanced at Chin Huari. "Then will I see Jiang Quan?" He is still brooding over the fact that Jiang Quan lied to him. It's not just this time, but also the previous life. After the smog, order was restored for a period of time, because he was locked at home during the smog, so he naturally tried to contact Chin Huari, but no one in the alumni group he had before knew about Chin Huari. They scattered, and he couldn't get in touch. After the ban was lifted to go out, he rushed to Jiang Quan's house immediately, and got Jiang Quan's phone number through Jiang Quan's parents. After giving his name, before he could ask Chin Huari, he just said that I was too busy to hang up the phone, and after that, the call couldn't be reached. Jiang Quan was the only person he knew who could possibly find Chin Huari, because he didn't have any contact with Chin Huari's other classmates. When he went to Jiang Quan, it was because of this sentence that he felt that Jiang Quan could contact Chin Huari. He couldn't get through the phone. He learned about Jiang Quan's company from Jiang Quan's parents, so he immediately looked for it. "I found it. I didn't expect to find the company, but it is said that Jiang Quan had resigned before the smog, and it has been more than half a year since he resigned. The last point to find Chin Huari may also be lost." On the way back, he even suffered from heat stroke and went to the hospital. Fortunately, he fell on the bus and did not fall directly on the ground. The person who fell on the ground at that time was directly burnt. Layers of skin. Therefore, when Jiang Quan contacted Jiang Quan again in this life and learned from Jiang Quan that he had broken contact with Chin Huari, New Nan never thought about going to him again to confirm. He felt that Jiang Quan might really not know his own name, and it was just after the epidemic. If Jiang Quan knew where Chin Huari was, how could he hang up the phone so indifferently? Unexpectedly, Jiang Quan would lie to him, but he couldn't figure out why Jiang Quan would lie to him, and what good would it do to lie to him? Chin Huari naturally didn't know about the past life, and thought that New Nan was thinking about Jiang Quan's cheating on him this time, so he said, "If he is still in the company, it is possible to see him, and I want my brother to beat him up and help him. Are you angry?" New Nan shook her head. "I'm just curious why Jiang Quan lied to me." Chin Huari's eyes drooped slightly, then he smiled. "Maybe he's sick." Chapter 26. New Nan thought that when Chin Huari said he was going to the company, it was because they took a nap together, and then went together after waking up. No problem. 7. Chien Holmang slept in the hotel, went to the company by himself, and then went to the warehouse to check. From seeing Chin Huari in this life to now, they have been inseparable almost without being separated for a moment. Now that he was asked to wait for Chin Huari in the hotel, he instantly felt uneasy. "I'll go with you, it's not too hot outside now. Besides, there is an air conditioner in the car, so I don't want to cough and ride frequently." Chin Huari really didn't want to go out with him. The white sun outside, the air that was basking in the air was so hot that he could take a nap in the hotel with the air conditioner blowing, so why go out with him and suffer? But seeing New Nan's obvious unwillingness to be left alone, Chin Huari had no choice but to give in. "Then let's go to sleep first, and then go out after 2 o'clock. New Nan was happy now. After a while, I couldn't help asking again, "Brother, do you think I'm clingy?" Chin Huari chuckled lightly when he heard this. "It's not the first day you are so clingy. You have been used to being clingy since you were a child." New Nan has many nicknames: Small Sticky Bag, Little Tail, and Little Follower. This shows how clingy he is. Later, when he was in elementary school, his classmates once heard him called him Small Sticky Bag by his family, and the result spread to after school. He was called a sticky person, and after that, New Nan strongly refused to be called by his nickname by his family, but this clingy attribute cannot be changed without a nickname. New Nan sighed and flattered. "It's not good for an adult man to be so clingy." Chin Huari put the finished lunchbox in Cao Lei Na Pajong and then came in and lay down on the bed next to Ji. "What's wrong? You are not attached to anyone else. Who can say that you can't do anything?" New Nan said, "You will start a family in the future. I want to be alone again. Don't worry about it. Otherwise, what is he, Ji Bonnet?" Chin Huari looked sideways at him. "You want me to get married?" Naturally, New Nan didn't know what it would be like for him to be nice to others and then completely form a family with him, so he said sullenly, "This is not me." Chin Huari asked, "Then you, Song Rong Jun?" New Nan replied honestly, no. Chin Huai laughed when he heard his disapproval. The bones of Anhua Jiu Chin were astringent. You alone are enough for me to worry about. Let's have another one. How can I have so much free time? Close your eyes and sleep. New Nan curled her lips and flipped through chisel, pull, scorpion, heart, cedar, delicacies, looting, planting, emperor, song, and chimney can do anything. If fate doesn't come, you can't force it. If fate comes, you can't stop it. But listen. He was very happy when Chin Huai said that he couldn't get married. If the future is always chaotic and life is difficult, then it's better for the two brothers to depend on each other. After all, he still has a space, except for his space. No one will tell if there is a lot of grain quail playing with Chixiu pod between the two of them. After the meal, it makes people sleepy, the cool air conditioner is blowing, and Mu Nan falls asleep after a while. Chin Huai, who was originally sleeping on the bed next to him, was lying. Hua Changqiu was sitting Sigma Huchu, sitting on the side of the bed and looking at the unconscious person sleeping on the bed. He couldn't help poking his soft cheek lightly. Besides Ji, there is no room in my heart for a second person. Chin Huai's company rented the indefinite integral Hui floor of an office building in the central business district. In the past, there was always a queue for elevators when entering and leaving this office building. But now, there are no two people in the lobby, and although the nearby shopping malls are also open, there are no customers either. While waiting for the elevator to come down, Chin Huai said, "We can go shopping later, the doors have just reopened now, so we should. There are some promotions, you can buy more clothes." New Nan shook his head in distaste. "It's so expensive, it's not worth it. Those famous brands are just brands, and the quality of some clothes is not as good as Pishan." Chin Huai laughed when he saw his distressed look on the money. "We can buy cheap clothes for unlined clothes, but some brands of thick clothes are indeed of good quality. If we go to look around later, the money in this hand will always be spent." New Nan should be fine with this. Chin Huai's company has started to work officially. However, there are obviously few people in the company, so I don't know if they are away, or the company wants to save expenses and lay off employees. But none of this has anything to do with Chin Huai. Richie greeted him in advance, and the rich second-generation Chinese who worked with him had long been waiting in the company. Chin Huai put New Nan in the rest room, got him ice cream ***** from the refrigerator, and then went to do his own business. The rich second generation who worked with him was called Lu Sen, which was translated directly from English. He didn't have a Chinese name. When he saw Chin Huai, he would tease him in Chinese with an accent, "Long time no see, it's great to be alive to see you." Chin Huai smiled and said, "Dad, let's burn the matter, all the documents are ready, I'll sign it." Lu Sen took several parts of the documents. Falcon. Although the epidemic has just passed and the general environment is a bit depressed, the disaster is over now. It will always get better in the future, and their company's project is not a short-term project. From the perspective of long-term development, now that the price is transferred to him, Chin Huai is still at a loss. Seeing Chin Huai signing without hesitation, Lu Sen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Are you sure you don't regret it? This project is your hard work. If you need money urgently, I can lend it to you privately." After signing several documents, Chin Huai closed his pen and said, "Perhaps you should congratulate me more. If possible, I hope the final payment can arrive as soon as possible. After all, I really need the money urgently." Lu Sen put away the documents and said with a smile, "For the sake of the cooperation, I will ask my accountant to transfer the final payment to you in the afternoon. You know, the most important thing I need is money. I will share with you today." "That boy who got up is your brother? He's so cute." Chin Huai glanced at Chinese is not used in this way. "You should say, he is really handsome." Luxon shrugged, and the rest was law enforcement and financial reckoning. But now the company is entirely his own, and since he has a project with a lot of money, he doesn't care about Chin Huai's dislike of his Chinese. "I would like to chisel." Chin Huai refused. "No. I have other things to do, and there will be no date in the future." Lu Sen looked at him in surprise. "Is this idiom used in this way? Don't tell me you won't work in this circle in the future. If you come back someday, I welcome it very much." Chin Huai smiled and asked casually, "Aren't you going back to China?" Lu Sen shook his head helplessly. "Our side is too chaotic. At least we can't go back until we calm down again. Your country is better, it's very orderly, I like it very much." Chin Huai said, "Where is Jiang Xuan? Why didn't you see him?" Lu Sen smiled ambiguously at him. As soon as the lockdown was lifted, he asked for leave before returning to his company. He said he wanted to go home, so I think he should be looking for you. It's a pity you missed it. Chin Huari smiled inexplicably. Really, that's really a pity. It's a pity that there is no way to relieve Mu Nan of Jiang Xuan Huan figurine in front of Mu Nan. After dealing with everything, only use women's dark tomb Sai Ying Mu Nan just finished eating the ice cream when Chin Huari came over. The work of Bei Bane Mulberry is done. Mu Nan was surprised and said, so fast? Then what kind of transfer shouldn't be very troublesome? Do you need a lawyer to witness or something? Chin Huari smiled and said, it's not that troublesome. There is no financial dispute between the two parties. It's a matter of signing a few words, and the terms of the transfer have already been negotiated. Busy. Mu Nan, Chun, followed Chin Huari out, but there were still people sneaking into our office. Chin Huari knew what he was looking at, and said with a smile, Jiang Xuan isn't here, he's going home. When we go back, maybe he will look for me. Mu Nan asked if he can explain clearly why I looked for him, but he said he couldn't find you. Would you still be friends with him? Chin Huari turned around and looked at Mu Nan seriously. No matter what reasons he has, I will never be friends with him again. It was their luck. He heard from the squad leader in advance that Ji was looking for him, and set foot on the road before the provinces were closed. Yi Mu punished him to stay with Mu Nan during the whole smog, and they were all safe and sound. If there is any mistake in the middle, because of Jiang Xuan's concealment, any eventuality is a consequence that he cannot bear. So no matter what reason Jiang Xuan has, if he doesn't hate and retaliates, it's because of his former classmates. Hearing this, Mu Nan was very happy. You said why did he lie to me? If I was in a hurry to find you, maybe I would go to his house, maybe I could find him working in City B, and then I would go to City B to look for him, maybe there will be accidents on the road. Chin Huari squeezed his mouth that kept chattering. Can you say something nice? Mu Nan grinned. He didn't want to be that Jiang Xuan's friend. Maybe he was the one who caused him to fail to find Chin Huari in his last life. This grudge cannot be erased, so if Chin Huari hates Jiang Xuan together with him, then he'd be happy. After leaving, Chin Huari brought Mu Nan straight to the shopping mall. For the sake of for winter clothes, I should buy down jackets that used to cost thousands of dollars, but now the discount is full and you can get it for $200 or $300, and the quality of the brand is still good. There are also down boots, down pants, and down jackets that can be worn at home. Some cold-proof clothes, cold-proof sleeping bags, and winter-proof ones that may be used when going out. Almost all of them are bought. There are too many things to buy. In addition, this place is relatively close to the hotel where they are located, so let the work of the mall directly the staff delivered them to their door. Leave the altar. Chin Huari took Mu Nan directly to Jaisuan. The warehouse Chin Huari rented is near an industrial park. There are many warehouses here, and there is an industrial park not far away. There are more logistics transactions, so it will not be too conspicuous for him to let people put the purchased things here. Now that the social order is still there, if his contacts are hoarding goods at this time, they will only be considered as exotic goods to live in. Even if they go to the wrong side, the business is a legitimate transaction. It is not smuggling, and there is nothing invisible waiting for the future stockpiling behavior. The goods will be empty at that time. It's hard to say whether the warehouse is still there. What's more, he used false evidence from the beginning to the end. Even if such an abnormality is investigated, it may not be possible to find him before the earthquake. After the earthquake, it may be even more difficult to investigate. The warehouse Chin Huari rented was as big as a basketball court. In addition to the main entrance of the truck, there was also a small door with a combination lock at the back, so there was no need to hand over the key, as long as you knew the combination. Chin Huari led Mu Nan into the small door smoothly, and the inside was full of things. Mu Nan was startled when he turned back to the curtain. It's only been a few months, and his brother is still remotely controlling at home, and he can actually stock up so many things. Compared with his 3 months of hard work, he only bought a few years of rations. It's still his brother. Chapter 27. Looking at the full warehouse, Mu Nan stretched out his hand eagerly. Can we collect it now? Or do we have to wait until night to come again? Are all the things we bought here? Is there any more in the future? He felt that after rebirth, I literally turned into a hamster. The satisfaction and sense of security from hoarding somewhat dispelled some of his fears and worries about the future. Chin Huari said, that's all for now. I've almost prepared everything I need to buy, but I still have some money in my hand. I'll see what else I can buy when I go back. Mu Nan circled the shelves curiously. What did you buy? Chin Huari, some vacuum-packed food, dehydrated vegetables, all kinds of snacks you liked when you were young, rice noodles, grains and oils, daily chemical products, clothing, tobacco and alcohol, traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Yunnan Chinese medicine? Qin Huari hummed. Some Chinese patent medicines are also very good, hemostatic powder, insect repellent powder, and you didn't have a high temperature in your dream. I also bought some soothing ointment formulated with traditional Chinese medicine, which can cure sunburn, scald, and mosquito bites. Use. Yunnan also bought some of those scald creams, but not much. He swiped all his medical insurance cards and bought tens of thousands of medicines, but there were still more daily consumptions to buy, so he didn't buy them in the medicines. They spent too much money on it, and now Qin Huari has bought a lot, which has filled in some vacancies. Qin Huari said, when you collect it, pay attention to it. I also bought a lot of the medicines you take. When the time comes, you will put the medicines in a separate area, and you can take them whenever you need them. Yunnan nodded, looked at the shelves, and confirmed to Qin Huari again, then I'll take it. Qin Huari said, can you take in so much at once? If you can't, don't force it. We can come a few more times. A warehouse of more than 500 square meters, with rows of shelves several meters high. All kinds of materials are piled up in the passageway where only one person can step down, and those purchased in full boxes are piled up on the beams of the house. He sells with the acquisition of shares, and the original project in hand. A total of nearly 20 million funds have been withdrawn, and the final payment of 5 million has not yet arrived, but all the money in the early stage has been replaced by this full warehouse. Most of them are daily necessities, and the unit price of food is not high, so the quantity is quite spectacular. Putting these out, you can open a supermarket. Yunnan has never collected so many things at one time. The most he collected at one time was just a few truckloads of Chinese cabbage and large watermelons, but he thought he could do it. Since they all came, he would take them away at once. Although I saw Yunnan put things into the space more than once, but seeing rows of disappearing shelves and piles of disappearing boxes, Qin Huai still felt that this scene was quite unreal. It took nearly an hour before and after to empty out the entire warehouse. Qin Huai has been paying attention to Yunnan's state. If there is any reluctance, he will definitely stop, but Yunnan is mostly excited from the beginning to the end. He is extremely happy to receive the goods. After the last pile of items are collected, he is even a little unsatisfied. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yunnan said with satisfaction, I feel like we don't have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. After we go back, I have to classify all those things, otherwise I don't know what's inside. Like those boxes that are put in, if they are not opened, even if they are placed in his space, he will not know what is inside, so he needs to rearrange every item by himself. But there is no rush, just take your time. Anyway, things placed in the space will not expire. The two left the warehouse. Qin Huai closed the door again, and left the park immediately. Now this warehouse is still rented by him personally. If he doesn't return the warehouse, no one will know that it is empty. Lu Sen is still very trustworthy about certain things, such as the final payment. On the way back to the hotel from the park, Qin Huai received the news that the final payment has arrived, which means that he still has 5 million yuan in hand. Say more, talk less, take Yunnan to play in City B for 2 days, and buy some on the way back. When you go back, you can go out while the weather is still available, and you can buy more meat, fresh food like Japanese dishes, because these things are not easy to store. He can't get someone to buy them for him in advance and put them in the warehouse, so he can only see how much he can buy when he goes back. As soon as I finished thinking about the next plan in my mind, I suddenly found that Yunnan seemed a little too quiet, and quickly turned my head to look at him, and saw that his face was slightly pale, and my heart tightened suddenly. Nan, are you uncomfortable? Where is the pain? Yunnan pursed her lips, and leaned her head on Qin Huai's shoulder. I have a headache, just a little bit, I'll take a rest. Qin Huai reached out to touch his forehead, but felt the cold sweat on his hand. His whole face sank instantly, and he said directly to the driver, go to the hospital, go to the nearest hospital here. Yunnan quickly pulled Qin Huai's hand. No, go back to the hotel, I want to sleep, go back to the hotel first and let me sleep. Okay, if the pain is severe, I will definitely tell you. Seeing that he was still sane and unwilling to go to the hospital, Qin Huai weighed in his mind for a moment, and half compromised, let's go back to the hotel first, you lie down for a while, if the headache doesn't ease, we'll go to the hospital right away. At this time, there were not many cars and people on the road, so under Qin Huai's urging, the driver drove all the way back to the hotel. Fortunately, Yunnan's headache was not too serious, but his face turned pale. But at least he could walk, otherwise Chin Huari will definitely go to the hospital immediately. So how can he do whatever he wants? With a headache and hot weather, Mu Nan was sweating all over the way back to the hotel room when he got off the car. He wanted to take a bath, but his head hurt so badly that if he hadn't gritted his teeth and persisted, he would have if he couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. He didn't have the strength to take a shower, so when he returned to the room, he lay down on the bed dripping with sweat. Chin Huari didn't dare to disturb him, for fear of making him feel more uncomfortable, but seeing that he was sweating all over, he simply poured hot water and wiped his body bit by bit. He didn't know when Mu Nan fell asleep, so he fell asleep in a daze from the pain. Chin Huari, on the other hand, guarded him all night, afraid that he would feel uncomfortable in the middle of the night, and he would not know if he fell asleep. Fortunately, Mu Nan was fine the next day, and there was even a surprise. I can see the contents of the box. Chin Huari was relieved when he saw that he was excited, without the slightest sign of physical discomfort. Although he was relieved, his expression did not look any better. Looking at his expression, Mu Nan knew the reason for his anger. Although he didn't expect to have such a headache when collecting so many things at once, it was because he didn't know what to do, which made Chin Huari worry, so he went to Chin Huari to please him. He poked on his body. "Brother, I'm fine, really." Chin Huari looked at him with a serious face. "I said don't force it, we can take it several times, there is no rush." Mu Nan looked at him innocently. "But I really didn't force it when I accepted it, how do I know there will be stamina?" Chin Huari nodded his forehead. "You have reason." Mu Nan rubbed her forehead. "I'm already feeling uncomfortable, and you still blame me." Chin Huari turned his head and saw that he didn't speak, and Mu Nan immediately became cowardly. "I won't be so reckless in the future, I was wrong, don't be angry." Seeing the angry look on his face, Chin Huari was amused but couldn't laugh, so he could only helplessly say, "Are you hungry?" Mu Nan nodded. "Chin Huari, go take a shower, I'll order you something to eat." Taking a bath, Mu Nan was not in a hurry. Seeing that the crisis on Chin Huari's side had been resolved, she quickly shared with him, "I can see the things in the space now. Those things in the space that were packed in boxes before, if the boxes weren't open, I don't even know what's inside, but now I can see what's in the box. I think my ability to manipulate space to charge may be a kind of spiritual existence. Now that my spiritual consciousness has passed this exercise, got stronger." Chin Huari reached out and pinched his face. "Does it hurt?" Mu Nan covered his face, and nodded inexplicably. "It hurts. He is not a copper-skinned iron bone, of course it will hurt to pinch like this." Chin Huari said indifferently, "What's the use of becoming stronger and still a mortal body?" Mu Nan groaned and climbed down from the bed to take a shower. "Why is it useless? At least now he doesn't have to take everything out of the box and put everything in again, saving time and trouble." After eating, Mu Nan thought about going out for a walk before noon when it was the hottest, but Chin Huari pressed him on the bed and made him continue to sleep. He didn't know that Chin Huari kept him up all night last night, but he also knew that Chin Huari never slept so peacefully when he was uncomfortable, so he didn't resist, and chatted with Chin Huari while checking the things in the space. But after chatting for a while, there was no reply from Chin Huari. Mu Nan turned his head and saw that Chin Huari had fallen asleep. Chin Huari, who was asleep, was not as sharp as he had been tempered outside these years, and he could even see the appearance of some teenagers in his eyebrows. Speaking of which, Chin Huari is only 24 years old now. In the eyes of many parents, this age can only he is a child who is not yet sensible, but unfortunately, like Chin Huari, he is doomed to have no chance to be ignorant. He was all right, there was Chin Huari supporting him, at least he had a carefree childhood. But Chin Huari wanted to be in charge of the house since he was a child, his grandmother's house, his house, and he had to carry a lot of things that he shouldn't have to carry at a young age, so he was a little mature since he was a child. Looking at the vacant seat beside Chin Huari's bed, Mu Nan hugged a blanket on her bed and slept next to Chin Huari, probably because he was not yet asleep, but he was not fully awake, and when he realized that there was another person beside him, Chin Huari stretched out his hand and pulled the person into his arms to hug him. Mu Nan reached out and patted Chin Huari's back lightly to lull him to sleep. After patting for a while, he successfully fell into the cage sleep. There was no movement from the people around him. Chin Huari, who was supposed to be asleep, twitched his lips slightly, and let himself fall asleep completely. Chapter 28. Collecting so many things at one time must be mentally exhausting. When Chin Huari woke up, Mu Nan didn't even wake up, but although he fell asleep, his complexion was obviously a little rosier than in the morning, and he was no longer indifferent. Bloody white. She slept until the sun went down, and her stomach was growling with hunger before Mu Nan woke up. Looking at the time, Mu Nan was startled by his ability to sleep. "I've slept all day." Chin Huari rubbed his messy hair. "Sleeping is an instinctive behavior for the body to recover. How about it? Are you still sleepy?" Mu Nan shook his head. "I'm still sleepy after sleeping for so long. It's because I've slept for too long and I'm so tired." Chin Huari smiled and stretched out his hand to pull him up from the bed. "Go wash up. We'll go out for a walk when we're tired from sleep. Just as the sun is setting, take a walk around and see what you want to eat. After eating, find a barber shop and get your hair cut." While walking to the bathroom, Mu Nan glanced at Chin Huari's hair. "I helped you cut it pretty well before, and I still have some haircut skills." Chin Huari said with a smile, "It's because I'm not good at craftsmanship. I cut it for you like a dog gnawed it. I'll go back to the factory and repair it." Without the sun, City B is no longer scorching hot, but rather sultry. The air inhaled into the lungs is filled with a fiery heat. After going out for a while, the body seems to be covered with a layer of airtight mucous membrane, sticky and uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is a shopping mall near the hotel where you can shop, eat, drink, and have a hairdresser. The point is, the mall is well conditioned, so you don't need to be heated outside. Because after sleeping for a day, the food in the morning had already been digested, and they were really hungry, so the two went to a restaurant to have a meal, and then went to the barber shop to get a haircut, although it was a high-end barber shop, but neither of them asked for styling. They just asked the barber to cut it shorter. Looking at the faces of the two of them, the stylist felt a little regretful. If he did a stylist, it would add 100 points to his appearance. However, good-looking people are good-looking even if they are cut short, which is typical of self-willedness. When I finished cutting my hair, it was already dark outside. I was going to go back to the hotel, but I accidentally found an outdoor goods store. There were knives for sale in the store, but these knives were handicrafts like tang knives. Unopened ones, after all, can be sold in shopping malls, and there is no way to have controlled knives. But even if it is unopened, such a tang knife is quite rare. Mu Nan picked out a few, and there are some other extreme items that he has in his space, but there is no harm in preparing them. Can be mailed through specific mailing channels. If necessary, they can mail it on their behalf. But it was rejected by Mu Nan, so there is no need to bother. After happily spending a sum of money, Mu Nan was ready to leave the shopping mall with a gift box containing a few knives. "When we go back later, we can see where we go to play tomorrow. Just play tomorrow, and we will go home the day after tomorrow. It doesn't feel safe to be outside for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud bang, and Chin Huari subconsciously pulled Mu Nan into his arms. They had just reached the entrance of the shopping mall. Following the loud noise, the lights of the entire shopping mall went dark. The screams of passers-by, and the crowds rushing out of the shopping mall made the originally wide road suddenly crowded. Chin Huari took the gift box in Mu Nan's hand with one hand, grabbed Mu Nan's wrist with the other and walked out quickly, afraid of being scattered by the crowd who ran out of the shopping mall in a panic. After successfully running outside the shopping mall, they saw that the shopping mall did not know whether it was something on the 4th floor or the 5th floor that had exploded, and now it was constantly billowing thick smoke, and the ground was covered with explosions. One or two passers-by were unlucky. They were just walking under the mall when the glass shards from the explosion hit them. Fortunately, they were only injured, not life-threatening. Because of the heat during the day, fewer people came out, and there were obviously more people on the road at night. Now that they heard the movement here, they all gathered around to watch the excitement. Soon the sound of fire engines came from a distance, and the security guards at the shopping mall were also maintaining order at the entrance. The cause of the explosion above was unknown, and it was unknown whether there would be a second explosion, so crowds could not gather here. If there is an accident, the mall will be responsible. Mu Nan had seen this kind of sudden explosion too much in his previous life. He was just a little surprised that the current temperature is not too high. At least the high temperature in City B is only hovering at 35 to 38 degrees. In the past, although it was a little hot, it was still within the normal range, and it would not cause an explosion, or maybe it was really just an accident this time. But whether it was a high-temperature explosion or an accident, Mu Nan was not that interested in watching the excitement. Chin Huari is not a person who likes to join in the fun, and if the hidden danger is not eliminated, causing greater danger, it will be too late to leave. When the crowd gathered towards this side, Chin Huari tightly pulled Mu Nan out, until he walked out of the scope of the shopping mall. The number of people around gradually decreased. In less than 10 minutes, Mu Nan was covered in sweat, and Chin Huari's back was also wet with sweat. Seeing this, New Nan quickly fanned Chin Huari with a small fan. Chin Huari stopped him from fanning the wind. Seeing that his expression was normal and he was not frightened by the sudden explosion, he said, "Let's go back to the hotel first, and you should take a shower first. Cool down." New Nan said, "Let's go back tomorrow. Do you have anything to do here?" Chin Huari said, "There is nothing to deal with." Seeing that he really had no intention of going back to the rented room, New Nan reconfirmed, "Is there really no need to go there and pack up, anyway? It doesn't take up space anyway." Chin Huari shook his head, "It's not necessary, there are only a few clothes, and the rent has not been paid for a few months. Temporarily cancelling the rent is too troublesome, so don't waste this time." Chin Huari didn't buy a house here, and rented a small apartment directly after returning from abroad. He originally thought that he would go back to find Mu Nan after he graduated, and when he brought Mu Nan to settle here, according to Mu Nan's preferences, he bought a house and renovated it, but he didn't take any action, and it became what he is now. He didn't have much stuff in that rented house, just a few clothes, IDs, etc. He took them all with him when he went back to find Mu Nan. The house was empty, and he didn't even buy a few pieces of furniture. There was only one bed on it. Mattresses on the ground. Starting a business is not so easy, every second is devoted to work. The rental house is just a place to sleep every day, so he has never paid attention to living. Anyway, how can a person come by whatever you want? So when he brought Mu Nan to City B, he directly chose to stay in a hotel. He didn't want Mu Nan to see his empty house that didn't look like a home at all, for fear that he would feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Chin Huari really didn't have anything to pack, Mu Nan said, "Okay then, if we don't have any, we'll leave early and have to find a car. I feel that it's dangerous outside, so I don't want to play." Chin Huari said, "Really not going? If I don't go this time, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future." Mu Nan shook his head, "I don't want to go, I just want to go home and stay at home. Going to play is just to have more memories for future memories, but the problem is, if something happens on the way just because of this extra day of playing, what will happen? Even the future is gone, so what to remember?" Seeing Mu Nan's eagerness to go home, Chin Huari naturally wouldn't force him, but said, "Then I'll book the tickets first, and if we have enough time, we can charter a car and take a quick look at some scenic spots along the way. Since we're here, even if you just sit in the car and take a look, it will be more rewarding than going back directly." Mu Nan felt that this was feasible, and it didn't delay their return home anyway. Facts have proved that when people don't have the mentality to play at all, even if they go to some scenic spots with good reputation, they just look at them casually. However, every time Mu Nan went to a place, he took Chin Huari and asked the driver to take some photos for them. It happened that he bought a photo printer, and when he returned, he would print out these photos. "Anyway, I have been here." They ate something at the restaurant at the station at noon, and it was almost time to get on the train, but this time they didn't go home directly. They would get off the train halfway, and look for the car that failed to return on the way to Chin Huari. Mu Nan thought that the car that had been parked for such a long time might be full of ticket stickers. After all, it had been more than a week since the seal was lifted, but he didn't expect that when he found Chin Huari's car, there was no ticket on it. So this is for the sake of the epidemic, let it go and ignore it. Chin Huari checked the vehicle back and forth, and there is nothing wrong with it except that it is out of gas. It has been parked here for a few months, but the body is a little dirty, but it is not damaged. I guess so. The traffic has just resumed. I am afraid it will take a while. I can't manage so much, and in a few days, we may have to rectify the problem of vehicle parking on the side of the road." Mu Nan looked around. "Then I get in the car now and take a barrel of oil out of the space?" Chin Huari nodded, and opened the car door for him. Mu Nan pretended to take out a small barrel of gasoline that he had prepared a long time ago from the back seat of the car. Chin Huari filled a little gasoline into the tank, but not too much. For the car, you can find a gas station by driving a little distance, and you can still spend money to refuel at this time, so there is no need to consume inventory. Although it has been parked for several months, the car can still start normally. Mu Nan wiped the front window a little bit. After several months of parking, the accumulated dust can no longer be seen clearly. This car still has to go. Wash it. Chin Huari drove the car out of the parking space on the side of the road, and Mu Nan quickly got into the co-pilot. "I'll do the navigation." Chin Huari said, "Find the nearest gas station first, and then look for a car wash." Mu Nan hurriedly navigated to guide the way. "Drive forward, there is a gas station 10 minutes away, but I don't know if the gas station is open." Fortunately, the gas station opened, and Chin Huari filled up the fuel tank directly. New Nan watched helplessly from the window, and waited for the car to restart before saying, "Should we find a place where no one is around and pump the oil out of the fuel tank?" "Come out." Gas stations don't sell fuel in bulk. If they want to save some fuel, the easiest and most direct way is to fill it up and take it out, then change to another gas station to continue refueling. Chin Huari laughed and said, "You spend a lot of time buying oil like this, not to mention wasting time, and you may not be able to save much." New Nan said, "Other than this, how else can I get oil?" Chin Huari said, "Looking for private purchases. There are always some people who have channels that others do not have, and the oil in some private hands is more expensive and more durable than gas station ones. Just go to them to buy, that is, the price is slightly higher, that's all." Although New Nan has a driver's license, he doesn't own a car, so he has never paid attention to the issue of gasoline for vehicles. All he can think of is pumping oil. After all, he can't find a way to buy it privately. Hearing what Chin Huari said, New Nan said, "Have you found out where to buy oil?" Chin Huari nodded. "I've got in touch. When I get back, I'll rent a pickup truck, and I'll pick up gas in 2 days. New Nan couldn't help giving him a thumbs up immediately. Amazing. It took 7 or 8 hours to drive back from the place where they picked up the car, or 10 hours if it was slow. They set off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, found a hotel for the night, and returned home in the early hours of the next night. Along the way, I bought around supermarkets and shopping malls, at delicious restaurants, and packed a lot of dishes. Anyway, once the things are put on the car and the car is driven, who will know how the things will be consumed?" He took out the big and small bags from a supermarket and put them on the back seat. Then New Nan pushed Chin Huari to the passenger seat. "I'll drive. The next step is the high speed. It's already 9 o'clock, so there probably won't be any later. The large supermarkets are open, so let's just go home all the way." New Nan got into the driver's seat involuntarily, and Chin Huari had no choice but to follow him and let him out of the driver's seat. It's not easy to drive at night, and you should be more careful on the highway. New Nan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can still drive." His driving skills have been practiced very well during the 3 months of his rebirth. The car started and got on the highway smoothly. It was too late. Although there were almost no cars on the highway, New Nan was still paying attention to the road conditions. It was a long time before he noticed that Chin Huari had been looking at him. "What's wrong?" Chin Huari smiled, turned his head and looked forward. "The car drives quite well. It really has grown up." New Nan didn't hear the trace of loneliness hidden in his smile, but when he heard Chin Huari praise himself, he felt a little proud. "I've grown up already." Entered the city smoothly, and returned home safely, but because New Nan didn't have a car, he didn't apply for a parking space in the community, and the underground parking lot couldn't get in. Fortunately, after the epidemic, there are many tenants here. It was time to go back to my hometown, and there were more vacant spaces on the ground in the community, so New Nan simply parked the car under their building. When he got out of the car, New Nan couldn't help stretching his waist, and his whole body creaked. During the day, Chin Huari drove for a day, and he sat for a whole day, and he was very tired. When he drove at night, he was always highly focused on the road, and he was also tired. All the bones in his body are not his own. Coincidentally, they ran into neighbors when they were leaving, and when they came back, their neighbor next door just came back from outside, but Usaibai was the only one who saw them getting off the car, and greeted them with a smile. "What a coincidence, come back so late." New Nan was busy stretching and exercising. Chin Huari said, "Yes, you just came back." Usaibai raised the things in his hand. "Forget it, my roommate is about to leave work soon, so I came down to buy some supper and went back to wait for him." New Nan smelled the barbecue aroma in the air, and he didn't feel hungry at first, but when the aroma smelt him, he also wanted to eat, but he was so tired that he just wanted to go back and lie down. With just one look, Chin Huari could tell what he was thinking. "Want to eat?" New Nan nodded, and Chin Huari smiled. "Then you go upstairs first, and I'll go buy some." New Nan hurriedly pulled Chin Huari. He was tired. Chin Huari would only be more tired than him. "Just order takeaway, go home, it's too hot." When the three of them were waiting for the elevator downstairs, another handsome guy with long legs came in. New Nan couldn't help but take another look. Why didn't he realize before that there were so many handsome guys on their side? Usaibai seemed to know this person, and when he saw the person walking in, he smiled and said, "Hello, Dr. Zhu, are you leaving? Get off work so late?" Although the man called Dr. Zhu looked a little tired, he still smiled back. "Well, I had an operation temporarily, so I'm a little late today." New Nan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. being a doctor is really not easy. A group of people got on the elevator. Mu Nan saw that Yu Zaibai only pressed the 17th floor, and the doctor didn't move, so he subconsciously turned his head to look at him, just about to ask the other party which floor. Yu Zaibai looked at him and said with a smile, "He lives on the same floor as us, number 7. Hearing Yu Zaibai's words, that Dr. Zhu also looked at Mu Nan and said with a smile, "It's rare that you didn't wear earphones today. We met so many times, and today is the first time to say hello formally. Hello, my name is Zhu Ming." He has lived here for almost 4 years, and the first time he saw this neighbor, he was still wearing a high school uniform. Not to mention often, we can always see each other several times a month, and sometimes, the other party is like a complete stranger, walking straight past without even looking at him. He still thought, this child is quite cold. Hearing this, Mu Nan was a little embarrassed and said, "Hi, my name is Mu Nan, and this is my brother, Chin Huari." Chin Huari put his hand on Mu Nan's head, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, my brother is a bit shy, so he's not very good at communicating with people. Dr. Zhu is not a person who cares about it, and this is not something that needs to be caressed about," so he smiled indifferently. Most of the children nowadays are like this. No one loves them when they wear earphones. After a few words, the floor arrived. Several people said goodbye to each other and went into each house. As soon as they entered the house, Chin Huari closed the doors and windows again, turned on the air conditioner, and then asked, "Don't care about people." He now knows that all the things that Jiang Quan told him about Mu Nan before were false, so Mu Nan who grew up alone may not be what he thought, lively and cheerful, enthusiastic and active, with many friends. In front of him, Mu Nan, apart from being a little more mature and sensible than before, has not changed much, but people always have several sides, the side with relatives, the side with friends, school, workplace, each is different. He can't just based on Mu Nan's appearance in front of him, one can speculate on his life alone these years. Just looking at it now, he can see that even the neighbors next door to him are completely unfamiliar, as if he has never seen him before, and he can tell that his Mu Nan has nothing to do with the words lively and enthusiastic. Mu Nan thought that Chin Huari was preaching to him, and felt that it was impolite for him not to greet his neighbors, so he made an excuse with little confidence. "Other people didn't take the initiative to greet me, and I will definitely respond to those who greeted me. I can never see if you are in the elevator together. You can talk to people, and I am very mentally involved in comics. Every day I think about the plot and my hair is going to be bald. Sometimes I will get some inspiration when I am walking and listening to music. Naturally, it is more ignore the people and things around you." What Chin Huari thought was, the sweet-mouthed Mu Nan when he was a child, the Mu Nan who would call everyone uncle and aunt, but now, Mu Nan who doesn't know anyone in the neighborhood. Seeing Mu Nan carefully sizing up his expression, Chin Huari pinched him on the face amusedly. "I don't blame you, if you're a familiar person who happily chats with everyone, then I'll ask headache." Mu Nan rubbed the pinched face. "Then why are you acting like a teacher asking for a crime, scaring me to death?" Chin Huari didn't continue this topic with him, took out a change of clothes from the cabinet, and pushed him into the bathroom. "Eat barbecue or what?" Mu Nan said, "Grill, you can order a little more, and you can put the space if you can't finish it." Hearing Chin Huari's answer, Mu Nan went into the bathroom, closed the door, looked at himself in the mirror, and couldn't help but sighed softly. After a good night's rest, if there were not so many things to do, Mu Nan would have been too lazy to get out of bed. Although the temperature has not yet started to rise sharply, the heat is still very hot. He bought a lot of heat insulation things. Some are pasted on the window glass, some are installed outside the window glass to block sunlight, and some are placed inside the house to block light. For temperature insulation, try to isolate the inner and outer third floors from the sun, so that even if there is a power outage and the air conditioner cannot be used in the future, you can still use a generator to generate electricity. The generator cannot drive such a powerful air conditioner, but it is still possible to drive an air conditioner fan. Block part of the high temperature exposure, and then use the air conditioner to cool down. Even if it is not as cool as the air conditioner, at least it will not be unbearably hot. Once the temperature is blocked, the temperature in the house can be reduced to at least 30 degrees. If it is really it's too hot, and the air conditioner can't cool it down. Mu Nan also prepared an inflatable swimming pool this time. Even the water is stored in the space. If the heat is unbearable, then he and Chin Huari will soak in the water to cool down. Strive to achieve the goal of not getting too hot without going out. Seeing Mu Nan who was about to do a big job, Chin Huari said helplessly, "First put the film on, and the thermal insulation curtain inside the house can be installed, but the thermal insulation baffle outside the glass is not installed for now, it will be too conspicuous. If we install something to block the sun outside, we will install it, and before others install it, we can't make such a big fuss. New Nan thought so too. With such strict protection in advance, I am afraid that it will attract the attention of interested people. Well, let's put the film on a few windows today, and the windows on your side as well. The window is too crispy, and I'm afraid it will explode due to the high temperature, so if it can be a little warmer, just keep it a little longer. Chin Huari said, you post it slowly at home, I have locked all the windows, you have to be careful when you stand on the table to post, you can't open the windows, do you hear me? New Nan looked at Chin Huari, I posted it by myself, so what are you going to do? Chin Huari, go and see the ice house. Ice storage? Chin Huari said, I checked, and it's in season now, so ice cubes are quite popular, and the price is on the high side, about 300 to 500 a ton. I think renting an ice house and buying some ice, the heat is really unbearable. There is no way to generate electricity, so I put a few big ice cubes at home to cool down. New Nan blinked. He also thought about ice cubes, but he didn't think about buying ice cubes. What he wanted was to wait until winter and use the low temperature outside to make ice cubes and store them, so that they could be used next summer. After all, saving a little is a little bit. If Chin Huari hadn't mentioned it now, he wouldn't have realized that they have money now, so they don't have to be so picky. Chapter 29. It is not troublesome to rent a freezer. Although they are not a coastal city, the seafood industry is not developed, so there are not many special warehouses such as freezers, but there are several large seafood transshipment markets on their side. Equivalent to a heishi is a transfer station for inland seafood, and many fresh markets need to use ice, so the amount of ice cubes coming in and out is still very large. He made a move from it, and it wasn't too conspicuous. After New Nan added insulation film and heat insulation curtains to the windows of the houses on both sides, Chin Huari also took care of it properly. During the day, such large trucks are not allowed to go on the road. In addition, it is relatively hot during the day, so Chin Huari also took care of it. I didn't want to take New Nan out in such a hot weather, so I happened to take New Nan to and from transportation every night. The ice storage needs to hire workers to help with the ice. After loading the ice into the freight ice truck, he will drive the truck away to the rented warehouse on the other side, let New Nan collect the ice into the space, and run for a night. Several tons of ice can be smuggled into space in 2 or 3 trips. The oil side is even simpler, and you don't even need false certificates. After contacting a private buyer, you drive a small truck directly to pack the boxes. To the outside world, he is also a middleman, and people don't bother to ask a few more questions. There are a lot of people who transfer them from private oil dealers like them and then find buyers to make the difference. As for how others sell it, whether it will be investigated if the movement is too loud, it is none of their business. But because Chin Huari purchases more frequently, he can pull a few cars from them almost every day, which makes the oil seller a little curious. Your business is good? Chin Huari handed a cigarette with a smile, looked at the workers who were helping to load the goods, and said, if the last supply hadn't been unhappy, I wouldn't have looked for a new supply. I never worry about what I have in my hand selling, but worrying about not having enough goods. The oil dealer was a little surprised to hear him say this. He didn't expect that this man looked young, but he turned out to be a veteran. Seeing that the other party seemed to have a lot of offline, and every time he gave money, he was very straightforward, so he tentatively asked, you guys just dumped the oil? Chin Huari glanced at him. Why, do you have other goods? The oil dealer said, yes, do you want white wine? Chin Huari had some boxes of liquor in City B before, but he doesn't drink, and the boxes he prepared were just for future preparations. Of course, if the price is right, it doesn't hurt to get some more for storage. What brand and what price? The oil dealer said the brand, took out his mobile phone, turned on the calculator, and counted a few numbers. Chin Huari shook his head when he saw it. It's too high, I can't make much profit even if I sell it at this price, it's not worth my trouble. Seeing that there was something interesting, the oil dealer smiled and began to discuss with him, and finally almost found the other party's low price. Chin Huari then let go and said, okay, I've never dealt with liquor before, try it first, I'll get a batch of goods first, if you leave well done, I'll see you again. The oil dealer was immediately happy, and he called Chin Huari all kinds of brothers and brothers. As long as there was money to be made, they were brothers. And baijiu is more profitable than oil. After all, the price of oil is there, and there is only a little profit. Liquor is different, the channel is different, and the price is different. It can be said that selling 1 or 2 bottles of beige you can earn it is much more than selling 1 or 2 barrels of oil. Like Chin Huari, there seem to be many merchants who have gone offline and can sell all kinds of goods. He is naturally happy to make friends. If the liquor line can be stabilized, the epidemic will, the loss of these months can be made up. It's a pity that the oil dealer thought very well, but he didn't have so much time to make money for him. On the day when the temperature in their city broke through 40 degrees for the first time, a car exploded on the way. Fortunately, there were no casualties. I stopped and hurried to the back seat of the car to get a fire extinguisher. Some passing vehicles also stopped to help, but unfortunately the fire could not be put out, and the car exploded in the end. When they realized that something was wrong, the people who helped put out the fire and the owner of the car subconsciously ran a little further away. Just as they ran away, the car exploded with a bang. Chin Huari was driving a car at that time. Following the traffic flow around the turntable, the car behind him exploded, and when the car exploded, all the cars behind him were blocked. If he didn't happen to be in front, he might have died too, being stuck in the middle of the road and unable to advance or retreat. Although Munan said that he dreamed that many vehicles and some electronic equipment would suddenly explode when the temperature became higher, but seeing it with his own eyes now, it still makes people feel a little horrified. As soon as his car drove off the bridge, Munan called, "Brother, where are you?" "Chin Huari, on the way back, we've reached Qingchuan Avenue." Munan on the other end of the phone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Come back quickly after you've dealt with the matter. If you have anything to take, I'll go with you at night. I just saw the news of a car exploding on the Konggang Bridge. I'm so scared. I'm dead." Chin Huari said, "It's on the news so soon? The car behind me exploded just now. I saw it too. Don't worry, I'll be right back and I'll be home in 10 minutes. Munan urged, "Then hurry up, I'll wait for you at home." Every day Chin Huari would tell him where he was going and what he was going to do because he was not with him and he was afraid that he would be worried. Munan was making dumplings at home, and when he saw someone in their community post the news about the vehicle explosion on the Konggang Bridge, he was so frightened that he quickly called Chin Huari, because the Konggang Bridge is the only way for Chin Huari to go home, and when he heard that Chin Huari was coming back soon now, Munan felt relieved. He felt that he couldn't let Chin Huari go out again. Now that the temperature had started to rise, he couldn't take chances and run outside. Anyway, they had accumulated enough things, so let's forget about the unspent money. Life matters. Chin Huari parked the car in the underground garage. It took less than 5 minutes to get home from the elevator in the garage, and his body was already drenched with sweat, which shows how high the temperature is now. As soon as he entered the door, Munan handed over a wet towel. "Hurry up and wipe off the sweat to cool down. Wipe off the sweat before going to take a shower. It's so hot. Let's eat cold noodles later. Would you like to drink iced cola or iced beer? I put a few bottles in the freezer, and it's probably frozen into smoothie by now." Chin Huari, beer. After washing off the heat, Chin Huari sat in the cool air-conditioned room, eating cold noodles and said, "I'll collect the ice again tonight, and I'll return the freezer, and I won't collect the oil, which is flammable and explosive. Things, on such a hot day, if they can't be stored in the space immediately, the road is too unsafe. The daily consumption we have prepared for a few years is almost enough, and we have to go out again tomorrow night. The car we booked it can be handed over, and when the time comes, drive directly into the warehouse and put it away first, otherwise our community needs multiple RVs, which will definitely attract people to watch, and it will be too conspicuous." Munan asked, "Then how much money do we have left?" Chin Huari took out his mobile phone and looked at the account. "Except for the remaining balance that needs to be settled, there are almost 300,000 left. The RV was bought with a loan, and the first thing he could do when he was able to go out was to take Munan there, look at the car, and then apply for a loan. It is estimated that the economy has been depressed after the epidemic. The speed of loan processing is quite fast. It took about 10 days to come down, but the car he wanted has not yet arrived. He has been urging the 4S shop, and finally it is urged the car." Munan bit her chopsticks and sighed, "There's still so much money." For more than half a month since they came back from City B, they have been receiving goods in the warehouse almost every day. The most troublesome thing is ice cubes, but everything else is fine. They bought a lot of mineral water, drinks, various frozen foods. Fresh, there are also several varieties of vegetables and fruits for the meat. I am afraid of attracting attention. The amount I bought is not too large, but I have accumulated a lot every day. In addition, I bought some clothes and shoes, quilts and other bedding. I also bought a bunch of them. I also bought a lot of storage batteries for generators and solar panels on large items. I spend money like running water every day, but there are more than 300,000 yuan left. I have never felt that spending money is difficult. Things, if it weren't for the fear of attracting attention, it would be much easier to spend the money. Qin Huari said, it's a pity that we don't have enough time, otherwise we can modify a car and put it outside. If there is anything to do, the modified car will be more durable than this ordinary car, so the little money left in my hand may not be enough. During the epidemic, if you can't go out, even if you have money, no one dares to risk your life to do vehicle modification at that time. If you can go out, time is too tight, so you can only give up the idea of vehicle modification. Forget it, let's go out for a stroll at night these few days, buy some casually, and we can go wholesale some ice cream later. Newnan nodded, and asked again, aren't you going out this afternoon? Qin Huari, I'm not going out, I'll make dumplings with you this afternoon. Newnan smiled, I've finished wrapping the meat. I thought, let's take a nap in the afternoon, the day of night out is about to begin again. Qin Huari looked at him, again? Newnan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I have a lot of inspiration at night. I used to draw at night and sleep during the day. Qin Huari frowned, if you don't sleep at night and get up during the day, your body will be damaged like this. Newnan snorted, didn't listen to Qin Huari's preaching, put down the finished bowl, climbed into bed, hugged the computer and started looking for TV dramas to pass the time. The two slept together in the afternoon, finished dinner, and did housework for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, the two went out together. Feeling the double review separated by a door, Newnan sighed, it's melted, the whole person is melted. Qin Huari laughed and said, I know how hot it is outside, but I still keep thinking about going out. If he could stay away all the time, Newnan didn't want to go out, but now he can still hide in the air-conditioned room. What should he do if there is a power outage in the back? Although people are very adaptable, there must be a process of adapting. When it's hot, he won't be unable to accept it all at once. So it is better to go out every day, feel the heat outside, and let yourself have a process of adaptation. There are more people in the supermarket than expected, but many of them are walking around pushing an empty cart. It feels that there are not many people shopping, and most of them are here to catch the air conditioning. Hearing that someone lamented that the price of something had increased again, Newnan subconsciously took another look. He is not sensitive to the price of things, unless it is something he knows in common sense, such as a bottle of mineral water that costs 2 yuan. Only when he sold it for 5 or 6 yuan did he realize that the price of the item had increased. Qin Huari was much more sensitive than him, holding a bottle of yogurt that Newnan likes to drink. This bottle used to cost 23.6 yuan. Newnan glanced at the price tag, now this bottle is 27.5 yuan, which is an increase of 4 yuan. Qin Huari put a few more bottles in the cart. The weather is hot, the sales of this kind of thing are high, and the transportation cost may also increase a little, so the price will naturally rise. Newnan picked up a Yakult. What about this one? Has the price increased too? Qin Huari hummed, this one has increased by 2 yuan, it's okay, do you want it? If you want, get a few more. Newnan naturally wanted it. Although he had already stocked up many boxes of this thing in his space, there was never too much. I just picked up some yogurt and some snacks. A shopping cart was full. When I went to check out, I saw that there were still a lot of sandwiches he used to eat in the refrigerated area. Newnan walked over and took a few. There's also microwave rice here. I haven't eaten it yet. Do you want to buy a few boxes and go back and try it? Qin Huari pushed the cart and walked to him. Buy it. There are not many lunch boxes left on the shelf that can be eaten when microwaved, and they all have different flavors, so Newnan simply took them all. When he got the last one, he heard someone beside him smiling. Said, can you give me the last box? Newnan turned her head and saw that it was the doctor who lived on the same floor as them, and quickly said, Dr. Zhu, what a coincidence, which flavor do you want? It doesn't matter if you have more, we just haven't tried it before, so try something new. Zhu Ming took the last black pepper flavor from the shelf. One is enough, thanks. Qin Huari said, Dr. Zhu just got off work. Zhu Ming nodded, and sighed, the temperature is too high recently, even if you avoid going out during the high temperature period. Some pets are still scalded, their paws are severely scalded, and there are many heat strokes, so the hospital is very busy. Newnan was puzzled. Pets? Zhu Ming smiled, I'm a veterinarian. Newnan snorted, he thought Zhu Ming was a human doctor. Just as he was talking, Zhu Ming remembered something, and said to the two of them, are you in the community group? Can you help me? I don't have time to go to the community during the day at work, and I didn't join the group before. Now there is some news from the community. I can't even get notifications. This is not too much trouble. New Nan took out his mobile phone directly. Then I will add you first, and then pull you into the community group. Were you not at home during the epidemic? Zhu Ming shook his head. I lived in the hospital for a few months. If it weren't for the kind volunteers over there who would occasionally send some food over there, I would have starved to death. At that time, I didn't expect things to develop like that. A cat and dog who had just undergone an operation needed to be looked after, and it was raining and smoggy, and I was worried about what might happen on the road, so I thought about staying in the hospital temporarily, but ended up staying here for a few months. New Nan sighed. It's not easy. I'll pull you into the group and wait for the group owner to pass. Zhu Ming smiled and said, thank you. Zhu Ming probably just came to buy dinner, so he took the microwave rice and went to pay the bill. Then New Nan said to Chin Huari, when I heard about the operation that day, I thought he was a human doctor, and I wanted to say that he is so young. They are ready to go on stage 4 surgery, which is pretty amazing. Chin Huari said with a smile, when you were young, you thought about becoming a veterinarian when you grew up. At that time, your aunt would not let you keep a dog. You expressed your unwillingness that you would become a veterinarian when you grow up. Being a veterinarian will allow you to have countless cats and dog. New Nan also laughed. I had a lot of dreams when I was young. I wanted to raise pets and be a veterinarian. I wanted to eat snacks and open a small shop. If I liked to ride a car, I wanted to be a bus conductor. The egg pancake at the school gate was delicious. I also thought about being an egg. The bakery boss. There are those who sell fried chicken, those who make milk tea. Dreams, don't they just change at any time according to preferences? Chin Huari smiled even more. Then your dreams are quite down to earth. You are all scientists and astronauts. No matter how bad you are still a big boss. New Nan said, facts have proved that people still need to study more. In the future, those scientists and astronauts will definitely have a better life than the big boss. After all, they are talents who have been cultivated with great difficulty, and they are considered the foundation of the country. But the boss, unless he can do it if people's livelihood is shaken, and there is still some accumulation after the incident, otherwise, we can only squat on the side of the road and dig the roots of trees. There are not many rich business owners who can do that level in the whole country. The development is similar to New Nan's last life in memory. The funds are said to support the country's aerospace projects. Of course, ordinary citizens like New Nan don't know where the money is actually used, but since the government has been able to produce some supplies, it can be seen that the higher-ups are probably already there, prepared for the future. At this time, it is really irrational to hoard a large amount of things. Even if it is just a small amount for the above, it may not be noticed by people, but if you can't stand it, there will be unexpected events. 1. So staying at home and doing nothing is the safest thing to do. But it's said that they don't do anything. But New Nan and Chin Huari can still spend a lot of money every day, go to the supermarket every other day or two, drive a little farther in the evening, put away the things they bought when they get in the car, and go back to the community empty-handed. It will not attract attention, and buying some things online, spending thousands of dollars a day, receiving express packages for a few daily necessities, is not eye-catching. Although the temperature is a bit strangely hot now, the temperature is still hovering around 42-43, even though it is so high that some people are already vigilant, but more people just lament that everything is not going well this year, and it is too hot. Until an old man fainted to the ground due to heat stroke, passers-by hesitated for a moment, and more people came to testify to each other and carried the fainted person to a cool place, but the skin of the fainted person touching the ground was scorched red. After being sent to the hospital, even if the first aid was first aided, the news that he could not be rescued in the end was exposed. Only then did people realize that this high temperature is not only weirdly hot, but also deadly. The community New Nan lives in is relatively lucky, because it is an old community, many equipment and the like have reached the maximum service life, so there are potential safety hazards. When the old community was remodeled last year, their community was the first to be remodeled. In the past, the middle and lower floors on their side used groundwater, and the upper floors used water from water tanks. After the second renovation, all of them were changed to groundwater. The power supply box outside and the cables in the entire community have all been replaced, and the community next door had just started to renovate the water supply, but the epidemic shut down. Now the water pipes have not been renovated, so naturally they can't move the electric box, so one afternoon, there was a loud noise, and the transformer of the electric box in the next community blew up. The 2 buildings in the box, with nearly 600 households, were all without electricity. It was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the electric box exploded, and Munan and Chinhuai, whose work and rest had become upside down day and night, were startled awake by the explosion at the same time. Opening the curtains and seeing that there was nothing unusual downstairs in the community, the 2 were relieved, and soon someone posted a photo of the transformer on fire to the group. Munan said, with such a loud voice, "I thought something was wrong with our building." Chin Huari was also taken aback. "Last night, the transformer at the civil aviation dormitory exploded, and today another one exploded." Munan fell on the bed again. "Fortunately, the equipment on our side has just been replaced, otherwise it might be bombed 3 times in a row." Chin Huari also lay back on the bed, but after waking up from the fright, he lost sleepiness, so he started looking at his phone. The hottest topic on the internet right now is the global high temperature. Some people say that the polar glaciers are melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once the glaciers melt, there may be another unsolvable virus. There are many corpses of fierce beasts from ancient times, and ancient viruses from tens of thousands or even millions of years ago. In addition to viruses, the sea level rise caused by the melting of glaciers will greatly threaten the existing living environment of human beings, and may make some cities or some small countries disappear forever in the rising sea water. Of course, these future or foreseeable crises are still a little far away from their current lives. The biggest problem around them now is that medical resources are once again strained. Excessively high temperatures make it difficult for people to travel, but they have to go out in order to live. Not everyone has such good conditions to stay behind closed doors. The previous epidemic has caused many people to carry debts. Now if they don't work as soon as possible to make money, what do they live on? Many people think that it is just a little hotter. As long as they are not exposed to the sun and pay attention to drinking plenty of water, there will be no major problems. But I don't want those who overestimate their own conditions to end up in the hospital with heat stroke, or even die. There are also people who have died before being sent to the hospital, and there are not a few people who died of heat. Of course, it is impossible to announce the specific death toll, hoarding items to resist disasters, but fearing that once it is announced, it will cause greater turmoil and chaos. There are many rational and orderly people, but there are many more crazy and unbearable people. There are even those with ulterior motives who do not hesitate to use some public opinion traffic to make money, and there are more. Those who are for profit, who cares whether others will do something that causes social harm because of their provocative words. The profit is obtained, and the life and death of others is not important. So many times some people blame the higher authorities for concealing things, but if they don't hide things, the situation will only get worse. There is a nurse in their community who may not know much, but because of work, I have seen more, such as heat stroke, heat death, because I have too much contact with each other every day, so I have no idea about the seriousness of this high temperature. I paid more attention to it, so I told everyone in the community group that if possible, stock up on more food and drink, especially water, and do not go out during the day. Even if you go out at night, try to stay with relatives and friends to avoid heat. If no one finds out after being dizzy, then by the time someone finds out, he might die early. If it was before the outbreak of the epidemic, everyone might not be vigilant in the face of such high temperatures. Even if it is stockpiling enough to eat for a month is almost enough. But now people have just survived the last fatal disaster. Even if there is no such high temperature, some people may start consciously hoarding some food and drink supplies with lingering fear. Now the abnormal high temperature makes people panic even more. As a result, all parts of the country, and even some foreign countries, have started a wave of stockpiling. Chapter 30. In fact, when the temperature started to rise, many people have been doing crazy hoarding. It's October, and the temperature is still high, and it hasn't even rained in many areas for several months. This makes people who have just come out of the epidemic alert again. Their country is fine. The government is trying to divert most people's attention to the resumption of work, and even launched a lot of convenience measures for the resumption of work in various regions. The fiery wave of resumption of work has dispelled some people's concerns about high temperatures. At that time, other countries were in turmoil again, and their side was relatively peaceful, until the excessively high temperature caused too many people to die of heat stroke. In the age of self-media so developed, even if the internet has been cleared very quickly, it cannot hide all the news strictly. People like this. It was only when I realized that this might be another life-threatening crisis, so I didn't need anyone to remind me. I bought as much basic rice, flour, grain, and oil as I could. Before the epidemic was closed too suddenly, I didn't have much experience. Now there are with the experience of not being able to go out, many foods that are durable to storage, such as some quick frozen products, fast food products, and instant noodles, are almost out of stock as soon as they are put on the shelves. Older people are rushing to buy in supermarkets, and young people are placing orders online. Even if the prices of many things have increased a lot, they are sold to the extent that purchases are restricted. At this time, there are still people who think soberly that no matter how high the temperature can be, all kinds of crisis and doomsday information on the internet are just alarmist, and they even suspect that this is the government's means to promote consumption. In just a few short days, it can be seen that the consumption data of each province and city has skyrocketed, so I refuse to accept the stupid hoarding behavior with the attitude that everyone is drunk and I am alone. Ever since they had to queue up even to enter the gate of the supermarket, Chinhuari and Munan didn't go shopping very much. They continued to buy what they could buy online, and forgot what they couldn't. After dinner every night, the two of them took a walk around the community together, adapting to the outside temperature while digesting food, but they also paid great attention when they went out. They basically carried a small fan and cooling spray with them. That's not worth it. But I don't know if it's because of running and exercising every day, and learning Sanda from Chinhuari. He feels that his health is much better in this life. At least he can walk outside with Chinhuari for a few hours now, and at most he will be sweating. Under the rain, it was about this time in the last life, he would go out to buy things, but at that time he was almost dizzy from the heat when he went out, and it took a long time to get used to it. Just as they were walking around the river, a group of people gathered across the road, and the surrounding merchants were carrying a basin of water to sprinkle the face of the person lying on the ground. The ambulance had just arrived at this time, and Munan and Chinhuari stopped and looked around for a while, until the ambulance pushed the person who fell on the ground into the car. It looks like a white-collar worker who just got off work. How many degrees is it broadcasting today? Chinhuari took out his mobile phone and looked at it. 44 degrees. Munan curled her lips in disgust. I think it's at least 50 degrees. Look at the air, there are waves of heat waves. It's still late at night. In the past, when the summer was the hottest, this kind of heat wave could only be seen under the sun. The surface temperature was not low at that time. Chinhuari smiled. It's really that high. I'm afraid the higher-ups won't dare to report it. They have to suppress it a little bit, otherwise there will be more people crazy about buying things now, and they will panic even more. Munan opened the pouch hanging on his waist, took out the cooling spray in it, sprayed it on Chinhuari, and asked him to fan himself with a small electric fan. Cool down, let's go home, it's so hot few stores are open. On the way back, Munan saw the message sent by the Dr. Zhu who added before, and said to Chinhuari, brother, that Dr. Zhu asked us if we need to buy sunshade cloth, saying that he has a dog parent who is doing this. Yes, it said that it's thickened to protect against heat, and it's also added some special chemical coating to block ultraviolet rays. It's a little expensive, more than 200 yuan per meter. If you want, you can buy it with him. Now this kind of heat insulation material is also in short supply. The sun outside is too fierce. Ordinary curtains can no longer block the sun's rays and high temperature. Even the anti-light curtains, at the hottest time at noon, the air conditioner is turned on at home. It can also be clearly felt that the temperature is difficult to drop, so many people have already bought thick fabrics that can block light, trying to cover their homes tightly during the day, otherwise the air conditioner will become a decoration, and the air conditioner can still heat up. Sweating. Chinhuari took Munan's mobile phone and looked at the pattern sent by Dr. Zhu. The membrane cloth looked very thick, unlike the thin sunshade cloth that was only light-proof. It's not easy. Go back to him and say yes, we'll buy some too. Now that many people have bound the outside of the windows with sun's hads, we can also start installing them. Munan sent back a message to Dr. Zhu, and soon Dr. Zhu opened a group and brought Yu Zaibai in. It turned out that Dr. Zhu also asked Yu Zaibai, and it happened that they lived close to each other. Convenient. From the very beginning, Yu Zaibai planned to buy this kind of sunshade cloth to be placed outside. Jianchu felt that there was no need to buy it, because the price of these fabrics was very high at that time, and those that could block the temperature were sold at thousands of yuan per meter. It's a big deal to buy more fabrics with stronger sunshade and seal the windows. But that kind of thin cloth is just a cloth that can only block light, and it can't block the high temperature at all. The house they rent is an old air conditioner. Because the temperature is too high, the horsepower of the air conditioner is not enough, and it can't be moved at all. In such a hot day, there is no air conditioner. It's really deadly. So some time ago, Jianchu paid for a new air conditioner and a large cabinet, and planned to put it in the living room, and then move the bed into the living room, so they couldn't live in the room, and the two of them could sleep together in the living room. After all, the room is directly next to the window. Although the space is small, the heat insulation is poor, and there is a balcony in the living room, which is a little far away from the direct sunlight outside. The balcony door is closed and covered with a layer of light, and the heat insulation effect is better than that of the room. Much better. But no matter how much cloth is pasted on the window of the living room, it can't stop the heat from the sun every day. Just when Dr. Zhu asked them, Yu Zaibai decided to buy it. And if they live in the living room, they only need to block a window on the balcony, and leave the room alone for the time being, so it doesn't take much meters or money. Dr. Zhu's work is very fast, probably due to the fact that he was exposed to the sun at home. Even if he was not at home at work during the day, the residual temperature from the sun during the day was almost hotter than a sauna room. So once it was confirmed that both of them wanted it, I contacted the dog's parents. Qin Huai and the others asked for a bit too much, so they bought 30 meters directly. After all, there was another house with chickens and vegetables on the other side, which also needed to be covered. Yu Zaibai and the others only planned to cover a balcony door, so they didn't want much, only bought 5 meters. Dr. Zhu wanted to cover up all the windows in the house as much as possible, and he bought a lot of them. He bought 20 meters, so the two shared the transportation fee and didn't let Yu Zaibai out. It would be too disadvantageous to share the freight, and Qin Huai and Dr. Zhu are not people who like to take advantage of others. Yu Zaibai was embarrassed by their politeness, seeing that they were really persistent, so he simply helped out. After all, these fabrics also needed someone to help carry them up the stairs. Even if there was an elevator, it was still a bit laborious in such hot weather. When I carried the film cloth all the way into the elevator, several people were asking where I bought it. Now this thing is sold out, and even if I have money, I can't find a place to buy it. Dr. Zhu had been prepared for a long time, and sent the business card of the pet parent store to the person who inquired. As for the price of selling it to others, it was out of his control. After finally carrying all these cloths upstairs, several people were exhausted. Newnan waited early at the elevator entrance, and when he saw them, he sprayed them with cooling spray, fearing that they would be overheated. Dr. Zhu looked at him with a smile. This is good, it is very useful for emergency cooling. Newnan said with some regret, I didn't buy enough when I bought it at the beginning. When I want to buy it again, they have already sold out. This is naturally impossible. After experiencing the high temperature, he buys the most cooling things. Every day one bottle is enough for him to consume for several years, but the words still have to be said. Dr. Zhu said, I didn't think of this thing before. I'll ask my classmates to see if they have a channel to get some. If so, I'll tell you that we can buy them together if necessary. Newnan naturally agreed. Since Qin Huai still has money in hand, it would be a waste if he didn't spend it. Yu Zaibai first helped the two of them move the fabrics in. Qin Huai's family is convenient, they just need to move it inside the anti-theft door, and Dr. Zhu's family has to drag it into the house. Finally, he said, you need help during installation. Say, anyway, I'm free at home anytime. Qin Huai smiled and said, okay, I will call you if I need help when the time comes. I have worked hard today. Yu Zaibai's house is easy to solve. The balcony of their house is not closed. You just need to stand on the balcony, nail the film cloth to the wall of the balcony door, and cover the balcony door. Qin Huai's house is all closed, so if you want to install these things outside the windows, you need to invite workers to come and install them on the outer wall upstairs of their house. Qin Huai had greeted the two upstairs families early on, and they were quite easy to talk to. Qin Huai also said that after finishing their house and the remaining fabrics, he would give the two houses upstairs an equal score. Just rush to buy more, and there will definitely be leftovers. Now this kind of sunshade is too difficult to buy. Just to make it easier for others to get some sunshade cloth, even if they can only cover one window, then they are still making money, so naturally they are very willing. Qin Huai's action was very fast, and two workers were invited to install it the next day. Because it was installed directly from the upstairs, it only needed to nail a few nails on the outer wall to hang the membrane cloth firmly. They don't need to enter the house, which saves a lot of trouble. After spending most of the night, he finally covered the outer windows on both sides, and there were 4 or 5 meters of cloth left. He stayed upstairs and let the two families share it equally. Finally, after struggling to block the outside window, Newnan lay comfortably on the bed and watched their masterpiece. Their house is actually alright. They have already installed heat insulation film before, and installed a layer of heat insulation curtains inside the windows, and when Munan changed the windows before, he specially replaced the thick ones with great sunshade curtains. These 3 layers of barriers can block at least half of the outside temperature. Now that a thick layer of membrane cloth has been added, even if the air conditioner is not turned on, the inside of the house can be at least 10 degrees lower than the outside under such shading conditions. And the air conditioner he bought at a high price before also showed superior performance at this time. As long as there is enough power, the air conditioner has enough horsepower, but they still set the temperature at 245 degrees, although 189. The low temperature of 100 degrees will make people feel refreshed in this hot weather, but if the temperature difference between indoor and outdoor is too large, it is not good for people. Even if the temperature inside the house is not set too low, there is still a big gap with the outside, so Chinhuari and Munan will stand at the door and open the door every day before going in and out, so that the body can have a process of adaptation. The air conditioner in the Chinhuari house was replaced a few years ago, and it's been a few years since now, but it's not a problem to use it. Because it's growing vegetables and raising chickens, it's always turned on at the lowest temperature. I don't know if the temperature of the few chickens is still a little too high, they are a little sleepy, and they are not very active in eating food. But then the membrane cloth was covered outside, and soon he regained his energy. But last time Chinhuari said that only 1 rooster needs to be kept, so they discussed when to kill another rooster. Originally thinking of killing it in these 2 days, it was temporarily interrupted by an accident. With the continuous high temperature, there is no need for the government to advocate. Many people have begun to change their work and rest to adapt to the current environment. Many shopping malls have also changed their business hours. They are closed during the day and open at night. Most people have gradually adapted to the rhythm of nocturnal activities by turning day and night upside down. When Chinhuari and Munan took a walk at night, they saw more and more shops open, and there were many street stalls. Even an old beef brisket shop that had never been opened after the epidemic also opened its doors at this time. That restaurant can be regarded as where Chinhuari and Munan grew up eating, but Chinhuari never ate there after he went abroad. But Munan, occasionally, when he didn't want to order takeaway, he would come down to buy a beef brisket stew. Seeing the store open now, Munan took Chinhuari to eat together. Take a look, is it still the original taste? Chinhuari took a bite and felt it carefully. It seems a little different. Munan smiled and said, "You have a really good tongue. The owner of this shop has actually changed, and now the former owner's son is making it, but the stew and chili are prepared by the former owner himself. So although the taste is a little different, it's the same, but it's not too different. I thought before, if I can ask the boss to buy some of their chili oil, I like to eat their chili." Chinhuari said, "Then wait and ask if they sell it." Munan shook his head. "I asked, and said that if I like it, I can take a bowl away. After all, I am also a regular customer, but I can't sell it. I am very firm. I don't care about the amount of money, so I just let it go." Munan took a sip of the soup as he spoke, then picked up another piece of beef brisket and put it in his mouth, but after biting for a while, he frowned slightly. "Is this beef a bit weird? Is it a bit sour?" Chinhuari took a sip from his own bowl and felt that there was no sour taste, then tasted the chopsticks from Munan's bowl, and it was okay, no strange taste. "Otherwise forget it, don't eat it, it's so hot now. Some the food is indeed a bit perishable." Munan thought about it, and thought it better to be more careful. "Forget it, let's go home and eat pork rib powder. It's the one at the entrance of the alley. Remember, we used to eat it when we were young." Chinhuari naturally remembered it, but thought that the store didn't seem to be open now, so he looked at Munan and said, "You bought it in advance?" Munan nodded a little proudly. "That's right. I'm afraid that if you come back in the future, that store will no longer be there, and you don't have anything to eat, so you bought a lot in advance." That pork rib powder is Chinhuari's favorite food. In the past, high school had to study by himself at night, so he would go to buy that pork rib powder for Chinhuari and send it to Chinhuari's school after school. Probably because Chinhuari liked to eat it, he followed suit. Like to eat, after many times in the last life, Munan couldn't help but think, how wonderful it would be if he could go back to the time when he and Chinhuari ate pork rib powder. Of course he can't go back, but he can buy what Chinhuari likes and save up in advance. After leaving the store, Munan took Chinhuari around for a while and walked home, intending to wholesale some water. There is a place downstairs that specializes in wholesale mineral water beverages. At this time, there are many people who buy water in boxes. It's not abnormal for them to buy a little more. Anyway, they stock up, and they just accumulate a little bit at home. But New Nan walked halfway, and suddenly covered his stomach and said to Chin Huari, "Brother, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable, I feel a little nauseous." Chin Huari's heart tightened in an instant, and he hurriedly helped him to sit down on a flower bed beside him, sprayed him with cooling spray several times to cool down, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead with a cooling wet towel, then put it on the back of his neck, and then nervously said, "Apart from stomach discomfort and nausea, do you have any other discomfort? Is it dizzy? Is it tight in the chest? Is it painful in the stomach?" New Nan only felt that his heart was beating so fast, coupled with the already suffocating heat, his head naturally became dizzy, but his stomach didn't hurt, he just felt nauseous. But he didn't wait for him. When I opened my mouth to speak, there was a violent churn in my stomach, and I vomited it out when I tilted my head. I didn't eat 2 bites just now, but now I vomited it all up. Chin Huari half hugged him tightly with one hand, and was on the phone trembling with the other hand. It took a long time to get through the emergency call, and finally calmly finished talking about their geographic location. He was already covered in cold sweat. New Nan vomited once, but the nausea didn't ease at all. Leaning on Chin Huari's body, she felt dizzy. It must be the bowl of noodles just now, and she said the meat was sour. He felt that Chin Huari's hands holding him were trembling, and wanted to comfort him, but he was so dizzy that he couldn't speak at all. Chin Huari guessed that it might be the problem with the bowl of noodles just now, but he kept cooling down New Nan. While waiting for the ambulance to arrive, he didn't know whether it was his heart beating fast or New Nan's. Heart beats fast. When New Nan vomited for the second time, he finally heard the sound of an ambulance. This was New Nan's first time in an ambulance. Although he suffered from heat stroke once in his last life, the bus driver drove directly to the hospital that time. Unexpectedly, he took an ambulance once in 2 lifetimes. As soon as he got in the car, he felt that the medical staff in the car were strapping a bunch of things to his body, and there was the sound of instruments beeping beside him. The medical staff were asking about Chin Huari's situation. Chin Huari's voice was very calm. "Before I ate some food that might not be clean, I felt dizzy and nauseous. I vomited twice, and my stomach was uncomfortable, but I didn't have any cramps, and I didn't have a history of drug allergies." Although the voice sounded calm, Chin Huari held New Nan's hand, and his palm was covered with cold sweat. The medical staff on the ambulance saw that Chin Huari's face was paler than the patient's. They had seen many family members who were overly worried, so they relieved. "It's okay, his blood pressure is slightly low, and although his temperature is a little high, it's still there. It's considered normal, as long as it's not heat stroke, there's probably no major problem." That's what he said, but looking at New Nan lying on the emergency bed, how could he not be worried? It wasn't until New Nan was pushed into the emergency room that Chin Huari sat on the ground with some exhaustion, and there was no other place to sit except on the ground. The whole hospital is overcrowded. If it is not necessary to leave a place where a push bed or an emergency bed can pass, the aisle might be full of people. After a long time, New Nan was pushed out. Chin Huari hurried over, and the nurse at the side said, "No big problem, food poisoning. After finishing these bottles of water, go get some medicine, and then you can go home to recuperate. Don't go out in the first day. Heat stroke is more likely to occur in a weak body. Remember to prevent and control high temperature, and eat lightly." This is the bill of payment and the list of medicines. Family members go to pay and get medicines first. Chin Huari took the form and thanked the nurse, until he pushed New Nan's bed to a corner of the observation room, and after the nurse left, he gently stroked New Nan's pale face. New Nan opened his eyes and looked at him, and didn't drink any water after vomiting. His voice was a little hoarse. "Brother." Chin Huari looked at him distressedly. "Is it still uncomfortable?" New Nan said, "It's much better, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore." Only then did Chin Huari say, "Then close your eyes and sleep for a while. I'll go pay for the medicine, and I'll be back soon." Hearing New Nan hum, Chin Huari checked the syringe bottle for him, and made sure that he couldn't finish it all at once, so he went to pay for the medicine. However, no matter whether it was paying money or getting medicine, they all lined up in a long queue. While he was queuing up, there was a burst of crying from the emergency room beside him. A woman in her 30s knelt on the ground and grabbed the doctor kept crying and begging, "Please, please don't give up. My baby is only 7 years old. He is going to go to primary school this year. I beg you to save him again. It doesn't matter how much money you have, please. Save him, save my child." Someone on the side, and even lamented that his face was pale when it was delivered, and he looked like he couldn't be saved. "For such a small child, don't go out. This heat stroke is fatal. This side is still crying, while on the other side of the bed in the observation room, a middle-aged man suddenly began to vomit blood, and several doctors rushed forward to give first aid. A few more ambulances came to the gate, pushing the patient to the emergency room while yelling to give way. He handed over the patient quickly, pushed the emergency bed and ran to the gate, and the ambulance left quickly, presumably rushing to save the next person. All the people are busy, and there are endless crying in the whole hospital, either calling the names of comatose patients, or anxiously calling for doctors and nurses to help, those wearing white coats, whether they are old or young. He was busy walking and running among the patients, and he really didn't even have time to catch his breath. Some people cried bitterly at the door of the emergency room, some people slept tiredly leaning against the wall in the observation room, some people simply spread a thin sheet on the ground to get an injection because there was no hospital bed, and many people who suffered from heat stroke recovered after simple first aid. He was rushed to the emergency room upstairs. Family members of patients are no longer allowed to use the direct elevators in the entire hospital. All elevators must ensure smooth operation to transport patients in need of first aid up and down the stairs. During the 10 or so minutes that Chin Huari waited in line to pay the fee, there were urgently sent people in need of rescue almost every minute. They were either pushed in or carried in, or 3 or 2 people carried in together. It was high temperature at first glance. Heat stroke. Doctors and nurses have already experienced the assembly line. Those who are suffering from high temperature and heat stroke should do an emergency cooling first. Those who are in good condition will be pushed into the infusion room, and those who are in poor condition will be sent upstairs to the rescue room. It will be sent to the next patient in need of emergency rescue soon. Chapter 31. Chin Huari paid the money, took the medicine, and when he returned to the observation room, he saw Munan getting up from the bed, and the nurse at the side was reaching out to help him get the bottle, so he ran over quickly. "What's wrong?" After infusion for a while, Munan's condition was much better. He was no longer dizzy when he moved, and when he saw Chin Huari, he smiled at him comfortingly. "Brother, their beds are tight, and others need them more, so we just sit there and get the inject irons. That's it." Chin Huari turned his head, and the nurse hung up 2 bottles of unfilled water, so he stepped forward to take the bottle from the nurse's hand. "Let me do it." The nurse was also very busy, and she didn't even have time to make the bed, so she pushed the bed to the emergency room. Chin Huari helped Munan to walk over there, but the corner over there was not a chair, but a corner covered with quilts. There were many people sitting on the ground getting inject irons. "Now it would be nice to have a place for you to get an injection." The others naturally, there is no requirement for too much. When they passed by, the person next to him just finished beating, and there was more space left. So Chin Huari sat next to Munan and let Munan lean on his body to sleep for a while. "Would you like to lie down for a while? Lay down and pillow on my lap." Munan shook his head. "It's uncomfortable to lie down like this, just lean on it." "How long will it take to finish these bottles of medicine?" Chin Huari looked up and said, "At least 1.5 to 2 hours." Munan sighed. "Suffer." Chin Huari raised his hand to let him lean on his shoulder, and rubbed his hair with one hand. "It's my fault. In such a hot day, I should have thought about the problem of food outside. I was negligent." Munan looked up at him slightly. "You're not a Superman. How can you be so meticulous about everything? You ate too. Are you okay?" Chin Huari said, "It's okay, except that I'm a little scared by you. Everything is fine." Munan didn't say a word. The gap is so big. He just took 2 bites and got into the ambulance once. And in the current situation where medical resources are tight, if he hadn't really fainted at that time, his heart was about to burst from his throat. Lee jumped out, and he felt that he was wasting medical resources. Looking at the overcrowded hospital, Munan was a little worried. "Brother, there are so many people. I hadn't seen this before, and all the information was learned from the internet and other people's mouths. Seeing the situation of the hospital now, I feel it's getting more direct." Chin Huari hummed, "We won't go out when we get back." Before entering the hospital, although they knew that the high temperature was very serious and many people would die, they knew it, and the feeling was not as profound as seeing it with their own eyes. Now almost no one walks outside during the day, but at night, a bunch of people sit downstairs and chat while fanning the wind. Except for the unusually high temperature during the day, their lives don't seem to have changed much. It's just that day and night are reversed. Seeing the death tug-of-war scene in the hospital now, it is only at this moment that I deeply realize that the world has really become different. It is almost impossible to stop a car at the entrance of the hospital, now because there are at least a few incidents of spontaneous combustion and explosion of vehicles every day. There are fewer and fewer people driving on the road. No matter how much money you make, it doesn't matter. Chin Huari stood by the side of the road and waited for a while, seeing that there was really no car, then walked up to Mu Nan and knelt down. Come up. Seeing that Chin Huari was going to carry him on his back, Mu Nan was reluctant. Let's go forward together. From here, it's only 15 minutes away, not too far. How could Chin Huari listen to him? He directly wrapped his arms around his neck and made him lie on his back. Can't you be obedient and listen to me? Mu Nan said, it's so hot, you're still carrying me on your back, and you're walking forward with a heavy load. What if you get sunstroke? I can walk by myself. Chin Huari smiled, brother is in good health, as long as you don't scare me so many times, I will live a long life. Mu Nan leaned on his back and smiled, then you live 100, I live 98. Although it was very hot, but lying on Chin Huari's back like this, Mu Nan felt very at ease. Probably the pace of walking was hypnotic. When Mu Nan was awakened by the voice of talking, they were already downstairs waiting for the elevator. The one talking to Chin Huari was that as long as he went upstairs around 12 o'clock, he would definitely meet Yu Zaibai and Jianchu 6 or 7 times out of 10. Jianchu got off work at about 11:30, and it was around 12 o'clock when she walked back. Because day and night are reversed, Yu Zaibai is stuck at that time every day to buy food, buy his own dinner, and Jianchu's supper. Seeing Chin Huari coming back with Mu Nan on his back, Jianchu asked with concern, what's the matter? On such a hot day, if there were no special circumstances, no matter how willful you are, you wouldn't want your brother to carry him like this, and Mu Nan's hand was still on his back. Adhesive plaster to the eye of the needle after injection. Chin Huari said, it hurts my stomach, I feel uncomfortable. The uncle who was also waiting for the elevator couldn't help but said, hey, the temperature is high recently, and the food spoils quickly. Just a fried chicken chop stand at the door of our community was smashed by someone today, because yesterday, a building next door my child bought a piece of fried chicken cutlet at that place at night, but in the middle of the night he vomited and had diarrhea. He vomited all over his body and rolled his eyes. He still hasn't come out of the hospital. He seems to be seriously ill. He's in dehydration shock. In this weather, if you are dehydrated, you say it's scary or not. Jianchu was surprised and said, it's so serious. I said, why does it look like a pile of food is piled up on the ground at the intersection? The uncle said, isn't that serious? If it's not serious, the parents can smash the stall in a fit of anger. These days, whose children are not precious, but having said that, the stall owner might feel wronged himself. It's really a dish it spoiled too quickly. The dishes I cooked at home at noon were put in the refrigerator a little later, and the air conditioner was turned on, and the taste changed. People who set up stalls outside and do catering, inevitably have emissions, so I still eat it at home. Don't buy it outside. Buy that meat, it's better to buy frozen meat. Fresh meat can be broken if you just bring it back from the vegetable market. You can believe it. God, it's simply not allow people live. Jianchu couldn't help looking at the food in Yu Zaibai's hand, and Yu Zaibai also stared at him silently, which made him afraid to eat it. Yu Zaibai originally saw that Chin Huari was carrying Mu Nan on his back, and it might be inconvenient to open the door, but just as he wanted to go to help, he saw Mu Nan get off Chin Huari's back, so he followed Jianchu into the door without much trouble. I don't know if it's true that the food is spoiling a little too quickly, or if the uncle just said that I have a shadow in my heart. Jianchu took a mouthful of shredded pork, and said a little uncertainly, take a look, is it my illusion? Yu Zaibai also picked up a chopstick and tasted it. There seems to be something wrong. The taste is not very obvious, but it always feels faintly sour. Looking at the 2 bowls of fried rice with shredded pork, Jianchu was a little bit reluctant. Then do you want to eat it? It's 15 yuan a bowl, and 2 bowls cost 30. Yu Zaibai said, otherwise, forget it, there will be problems with eating, and it will hurt your body and cost money. We still have a little money for food now, but we definitely can't afford to go to the hospital. Although Jianchu was reluctant, but he also knew not to lose the big because of small things, sighed, and asked Yu Zaibai to clean up the fried rice that had changed a bit, and went to the refrigerator to get a pack of quick frozen dumplings. I think we should buy a freezer, just the second-hand kind. The price is not expensive. Buy more quick frozen ones and keep them at home. The current refrigerator is too small to store many things. As the uncle said, you can buy frozen meat as well. Fresh meat is too easy. Broken. Yu Zaibai said, okay, let me look at the second-hand freezer. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a transfer from Jianchu, and the money was not less than 10,000. Jianchu said, go ahead and buy it. I don't think I have much time to go to work. After I buy the freezer, I will buy more food and stock it up. That's all I've saved. You have to shop around and make a good deal of it. Yu Zaibai smiled and said, does this mean that you are responsible for making money to support the family, and I am responsible for being beautiful? Jianchu rolled her eyes. I'll take a look at you wearing a woman's dress and looking like a flower. Although he was a little tired, after Mu Nan returned home, he insisted on taking a shower. Qin Huari hurriedly boiled a pot of hot water, waited for Mu Nan to come out of the shower, mixed ice water with a glass of warm water, and looked at the boxes of medicines. He took out a few pills and handed them to him. Eat and sleep for a while. Don't eat today. If you are hungry, bear with it. Eat porridge for the next 2 days. Don't eat until your body recovers. Mu Nan lay down after taking the medicine, looked at Qin Huari who was still packing up the medicine box. Mu Nan sat up again, and took out a bowl of pork rib powder from the space. Brother. Qin Huari turned around and looked helplessly at him. Don't worry about me. I'll get something to eat when I'm hungry. Mu Nan said, no, when I fall asleep, in order not to wake me up, you will definitely sleep with me, so you won't make something to eat by yourself. You eat quickly, I will watch you eat. Qin Huari couldn't resist him. The food had already been taken out, so he could only eat it, but he still hadn't finished a bowl of noodles, and the person who said he wanted to watch him eat had already fallen asleep. Qin Huari stepped forward to pull the blanket for him, squatted beside the bed and looked at him for a while, making sure that he was sleeping soundly and that there was nothing uncomfortable, then carefully got up. The nurse said before that he might have abdominal pain and diarrhea after returning home, but probably because he didn't eat 2 bites of the bowl of beef brisket, and he vomited it up shortly after eating it. But the situation the nurse said didn't happen, which made Qin Huari heave a sigh of relief, but let Mu Nan eat porridge for 2 days to clear his stomach. On the second day after they came back from the hospital, the beef brisket they ate that night was on the local news. An old man ate a bowl of beef brisket at his house. He vomited and diarrhea that night and died of an emergency. Except for the old man, almost all the customers who ate at his house in those 2 days were directly hospitalized for serious cases, and probably in good health for mild cases. They were fine after having diarrhea twice at home, but because more people had accidents at the same time, it was reported that the sick family members came to ask for an explanation, and there was a big commotion, so it was on the news. The comments under this news are also quite extreme, and the owner of the beef brisket pot is really wronged. Their beef brisket is very fresh and large. They have been cooperating with a beef shop in the market, and they don't buy the frozen minced meat. Their family is also an old store for decades, and it is the word of mouth that the ingredients are fresh. Now that the store has reopened after the epidemic, it is impossible to fool customers with ingredients, and even showed the daily purchase of fresh beef in front of reporters. Documents. But no matter how it is proved, if someone has an accident in his restaurant, he has to be responsible for it. When Mu Nan saw the news, Qin Huari was drying his clothes. He hurriedly called Qin Huari to come over and take a look. Look, it's not that I'm in poor health. It's that his family really has a problem. Many people have accidents after eating it. Wow, fortunately I tasted something wrong and didn't eat much. I saw some experts in the news saying that today's temperature is a hotbed for rapid multiplication of various microorganisms and bacteria. It seems that everything in the refrigerator has to be put into the space, and the bad ones left outside quick. In his last life, it seemed that he had just been discharged from the hospital due to heat stroke. He couldn't find Qin Huari, and he was facing such a terrible high temperature, so he had been concentrating on hoarding food. He didn't have the mood to eat outside, although he had seen a lot of food later because of the high temperature. Fast rotten news, but the focus is on food preservation and food shortage, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape the fate of being admitted to the hospital in this life. Qin Huari glanced at him. You think you're quite proud of being able to get out of the hospital after 2 injections, don't you? Mu Nan curled her lips, turned her back to Qin Huari. What's your name? Qin Huari. You should be called Qin Dangdong. You're so good at it. After Qin Huari finished drying his clothes, when passing by the bed, he picked up the blanket that Mu Nan had kicked to the end of the bed. Cover your belly. Mu Nan quickly pulled the blanket over her body. Okay, Mother Qin. Qin Huari gave him a sideways look. It's not big or small. When the door was knocked, Mu Nan thought it was water delivery. He was going to buy water yesterday, but ended up in the hospital halfway. But he saw that the store had group buying in the community, and more than 2 boxes were delivered to the door. The price of water has increased a lot, but it would be too easy to have it delivered to your door, so Mu Nan, who was forced to lie in bed early this morning and couldn't get out of bed, bought several boxes of various mineral water and drinks at once. Just as Mu Nan was about to get up from the bed to open the door, Chin Huari pushed him back again. Lie down, don't move around. Mu Nan sighed. Those who didn't know thought he was a paraplegic, and Chin Huari almost fed him food to his mouth. Chin Huari also thought it was someone delivering water, but when he opened the door, it turned out to be Jiang Xuan, who he had missed in City B before. Jiang Xuan is a good-looking person, wearing a pair of rimless glasses. When he smiles at people, he has a kind of elegant and gentle temperament, because this person is considerate and meticulous, and there is a sense of tolerance around him, so he thinks, well, Jiang Xuan doesn't say that he can help him take care of Mu Nan, at least if Mu Nan needs help with something, Jiang Xuan will definitely help. This face is too deceptive, especially every time Mu Nan is mentioned. That face is of course not guilty, and he really brought his acting skills to the extreme. Chin Huari thought that after the last phone call, it was impossible for Jiang Xuan to come to him again, but he didn't expect him to come to him directly. Seeing him, Jiang Xuan even showed a bit of a grieved and forbearing expression. I came to see you last time, and no one was at home. After I returned to the company, Lu Sen said that you left, and I also resigned. The handover procedure was delayed. It's been a few days, so I just came back now. Chin Huari looked at him expressionlessly. Does it have something to do with me? Jiang Xuan frowned slightly and looked at him. Is Mu Nan at home? There are some things that I think can only be discussed when the three of us are together. Chin Huari said, let me ask you, Nan is looking for you. Why do you say you can't contact me? Jiang Xuan took out the argument he had already thought up. You believed him when he said he contacted me? Yes, I haven't been in contact with him these years. When you left, he refused everything related to you. I looked for him, and I said that if you need any help in the future, just come to me. He was very angry and told me to go away. The child at that age is already in the rebellious stage. If I deliberately approach him, he will only be more disgusted. But I asked my classmates around him to help me take care of him, and left them my number so that they can contact me directly if they need anything. Although I have never appeared in front of him, I have been paying attention to his life. I will give you. Are those photos fake? If you don't believe me, you can contact Mu Nan's junior high school classmates and ask them now. Chin Huari did not expect this person to be able to argue. Who do you think I will trust, you and Nan? Jiang Xuan showed hurt and self-deprecating disbelief, but looked at him firmly. My friend for so many years, Chin Huari, since I'm here and everyone is here, let's talk things out together. Chin Huari didn't want to waste time with him. Jiang Xuan, don't treat me like a fool, get out. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he turned around and was about to enter the door, but Jiang Xuan grabbed him. Chin Huari flicked his backhand and unceremoniously pushed him out of the door. Do you think I'm a good-tempered person? Jiang Xuan looked at Chin Huari unwillingly. You don't listen to my explanation, you don't look at the evidence I gave. Chin Huari, haven't I done much for you these years? Do you have any heart? To Jiang Xuan's surprise, Chin Huari walked up to him in 2 or 3 steps, and punched him hard in the face. Put away that hypocritical face of yours. Jiang Xuan, who was about to be knocked to the ground, picked up his collar and punched him again. The pair of glasses that he punched flew away. Jiang Xuan didn't expect Chin Huari to make a move, and was even stunned for a while. From the time I met Chin Huari, he was an existence who could attract everyone's attention wherever he went. Among a group of immature teenagers, Chin Huari was mature and stable, responsible and responsible. Others panicked because of a small mistake and felt that the sky was falling. When it was over, Chin Huari calmly began to think of ways to make up for it. When others were still worrying about a test result, Chin Huari had already made a future for himself. Chin Huari's living environment and background made him unable to be as carefree as others, and it was also because of his background that he became a very different person in his student days. Everything about Chin Huari attracts him, making Jiang Xuan feel that as long as Chin Huari is around, nothing can trouble him. At the beginning, when he was ignorant of love, he was just attracted by the light, and instinctively wanted to become a person like Chin Huari. Slowly, he began to understand his heart. What he wanted more was to have a person like Chin Huari. He was even jealous of Mu Nan, who was put into the protection circle by Chin Huari because of his neighbor relationship, a person who had nothing to do with him, but he could call him his brother as a matter of course, accept Chin Huari's protection and care as a matter of course, and he could even do whatever he wanted. With a temper, he didn't worry about pushing Chin Huari away at all. He was jealous, madly jealous. When Chin Huari left, he even thought viciously that time would kill everything. He fulfilled Mu Nan's waywardness, and he wanted to look. When one day Mu Nan finds out that his Chinhuari no longer belongs to him, how much he will regret it. But he never thought that the perfect Chinhuari in his cognition would raise his fist ferociously. After punching Jiang Xuan hard twice, Chinhuari picked him up from the ground, pinched his neck against the wall, and from the bulging veins on the back of his hand, it could be seen that he really put all his strength into it. If you don't come to me, I'll treat you as someone I've never known. If you're here, I'll settle the matter with you. Jiang Xuan, you should be glad that Nanan didn't have any accidents, and she was safe and sound at home until I came back. Otherwise, I will let you pay for your stupidity and hypocrisy with your life. After Chinhuari finished speaking, he pinched his neck and threw it on the ground fiercely. The depression accumulated in his heart these days finally vented part of it. When he thought that if he didn't come back and let Mu Nan face these things alone, he wanted to kill someone with hatred. He was never a good person, he only cared about that one person. If there was anything wrong with that person, legal morality was nothing. There was too much movement in the corridor. Although Jiang Xuan was beaten unilaterally, the noise was not small, so the neighbors across from them all came out to check the situation. Dr. Zhu glanced at the two of them and saw that no one would be killed. He went back to the house, but Yu Zaibai asked, "Want to help?" Chinhuari exhaled, touched his hand that was red from the beating, and said, "No, it's a small matter." Yu Zaibai nodded, then turned around and entered the room, without any intention of coming out to fight. Looking at Jiang Xuan, whose nose was blue, his face was swollen and his mouth was bleeding, Chinhuari said coldly, "Get lost." Turning around after speaking, he saw Mu Nan standing at the door. Chinhuari frowned slightly. "Didn't I tell you to lie on the bed and not get down?" Mu Nan turned his head to look at the embarrassed people on the ground, and gave Chinhuari a thumbs up with a smile. "You are amazing, my brother." Chinhuari patted him lightly on the head. He didn't care about the person who was still beaten in the corridor and couldn't get up. He directly closed the iron door and pushed Mu Nan into the room. "How long have you been watching?" Mu Nan said, "I saw you choking his neck and throwing him out. I thought you were carrying water at the door. I wondered why you didn't come in for so long. I didn't buy much. I saw it as soon as I went out. You are beating people. I have never seen you fight. That Sander is really worth learning. My brother is super handsome." Chinhuari touched his body with his hand, still feeling cold. He must have just been out for a while, so he pushed him to bed. "Are you hungry? I just had a bowl of porridge this afternoon. Do you want some noodles?" Mu Nan, "I don't want to. I don't have an appetite for clear soup and little water." "What did that Jiang Xuan come to see you for?" "I am mature, but I am quite mature. It doesn't look like when I was a child. If I pass by on the road, I will definitely not recognize it." Chinhuari asked me to explain, and make some nonsense excuses that you think are fake after hearing it. Mu Nan was a little curious, so why did he lie to me? Chinhuari glanced at him and smiled. "It is said that he is sick, and the brain circuits of sick people are naturally different from ordinary people." Mu Nan clicked her tongue lightly. "Then will he come to pester you in the future?" Chinhuari, "I don't care about him. I'll hit him every time I pester him, until he doesn't dare to come." Chapter 32. The problem of high temperature is the natural climate, which cannot be solved by manpower at present. We can only try our best to ensure the smooth operation of electricity in every city. Not long ago, a community in another province suddenly had a power outage in the middle of the night. It was also an old community, or the 7-story building. There is no elevator in the building. After the power supply was restored with great difficulty the next day, the corpses of 2 widowed and lonely elderly people were all stinking. The community rushed to check on several other homes with elderly people. Some of them had money and were willing to take care of themselves. Yes, the temperature insulation was done early, so even if the power was cut off, the room didn't heat up so quickly, so it's okay. When a family community came to the door, the person was already dying. When the door was broken and the person was sent to the hospital, the old man was almost dead. The power went out overnight, and 3 people left. This is just a microcosm of a community. Looking at the whole country, people who are dying of heat every day are afraid to report those data. What they can do now is to ensure power supply as much as possible. However, people are too hot to go out during the day, and many jobs are not so smooth even if they are carried out day and night. Moreover, in such hot weather, the air conditioners in every household cannot be turned off, and the power consumption is increasing exponentially. The power supply comes first, and the power supply has already collapsed. However, if this continues, the collapse will happen sooner or later, so in order to alleviate the pressure of electricity consumption, Mu Nan and his city began to cut off the power in stages. Naturally, it is impossible to cut off the power during the day. It is too hot during the day, and the temperature is about to exceed 50 degrees. Yes, before the high temperature of 40 degrees was unbearable without power, but now it is nearly 50 degrees, and more people will die if the power is cut off. So the community started to make statistics on which time period they would like to cut off power at night. Of course, this statistics cannot be used as the final conclusion. It is just that the community comes forward and reports the wishes of residents. It depends on how the power-off areas are divided above. In the previous life, Mu Nan and his community had power outages at 3 a.m. until 6 a.m. In this life, it is estimated that the power will be cut off at this time. In the previous life, the doors and windows of Mu Nan's house were closed, because he hadn't prepared anything in advance, and when he consciously prepared things for the summer, not to mention the high prices, things might not be available yet. Fortunately, they cut off the power in the middle of the night. Although it will be a little hot near dawn, as long as the doors and windows are closed, the temperature in the house will not be too hot. In the previous life, Mu Nan relied on a USB fan and a power bank to carry him back after the power was cut off. This time they are fully prepared. The generator is not needed yet. They only need to fully charge the prepared batteries. One battery can at least maintain the consumption of an air conditioning fan for about 10 hours, plus the temperature insulation in the house. There is also the residual temperature of the air conditioner. This time the power outage has little effect on Mu Nan. In addition to the problem of power outages, the problem of air conditioners is also very serious. Some families may buy new air conditioners this year, and the equipment is all the latest, so they can resist the high temperature for a while. A sunshade can be built on the air conditioner to avoid extreme heat. Direct sunlight is somewhat useful. However, many air conditioners that have been used for several years cannot withstand such high temperatures at all. It is good to shut down and strike. Some old air conditioners cannot withstand such high temperatures and explode directly. Those explosions on flat ground or low floors were easy to deal with, and some explosions on high floors caught fire, and the fire was not extinguished in time, and most of the buildings were burned directly. Ever since the high temperature, explosions spontaneously combust, and buildings catch fire almost every day. Not to mention, there is a community in Mu Nan's area. At noon, a family living in the middle floor had an air conditioner explosion. Yes, the whole building was burned down. Nowadays, many people will make a layer of shelter outside their windows. Originally, it is to prevent the sun from being exposed to the sun. A little spark can burn a large area. As soon as the air conditioner exploded, the spark splashed and directly ignited the sunshade cloth upstairs and downstairs. With day and night turned upside down, most people are sleeping during the day. Even if they are awakened by the explosion, they will not immediately think of a fire in their own building. Only the residents who were closer to the house where the air conditioner exploded, because the sound was too loud, got up vigilantly to check. When they saw a fire outside their windows, although they tried to put it out, the building was connected up and down. It is so easy to extinguish the fire, so I packed up the family's finances and fled out of the house in a hurry with my family. Some people who have a strong sense of responsibility will ring the door on the same floor to inform the residents to run away quickly, but there is no way to remind each household on each floor. After all, their own lives are important, so in the end the whole building, nearly half of the people failed to run out at the first time. When they realized that there was a fire, they could still struggle to run downstairs. Running to the top of the building, the middle has been cut off by the fire, and there is no way to go down. The people who ran outside were nervous when they encountered the fire, the stimulation of burning their own homes, and the scorching heat and high temperature exposure, and they fell down several times at once. Busy with fighting fires, saving people, giving first aid to those who fainted from heat, and looking for help, and the hottest sun at noon restricted many people's movements. No one came out to be in charge of coordinating. The most frightening thing is that some people rushed out of the house and naturally had no time to cut off the power. When the fire burned, several external units exploded. When the ambulance, fire engine, community leader and street leader heard the news, they rushed over. At that time, the situation had reached an uncontrollable level. When the fire broke out, the fireworks could be seen in the distance from the balcony of Mu Nan's house. Because the distance felt so close, Mu Nan was a little nervous. It won't burn over? Chin Huari patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to lift the curtains to look. The sun at noon will have a lot of sunburn even through the curtain glass. No, there are several buildings in the middle. The burn must be burnt. But come on, a fire broke out during this time period, which will affect the rescue too much. It was only after the incident that Mu Nan remembered this incident. Naturally, such a big event happened in his previous life, but he didn't remember the specific time. Many people died that time. For a long time, the community will protect. We are very tight, even if the temperature is high and every family's life is difficult, but we still fully cooperate with the community in safety protection. After all, the lessons learned from the past are not far from them. There were also some well-informed people in the group, and they directly started live broadcasting. Videos that lasted several minutes were sent to the group, which made many people frightened. Those who were trapped upstairs exceeded the upper limit of the fire ladder. Yes, we can only wait for the firefighters to rush into the fire to save people, but every day, various incidents that require firefighters to rescue happen one after another. Even if we urgently dispatch all the rescues that can be dispatched in the surrounding area, there are still not enough people. The fire burned for a whole day and night. One firefighter died, 57 residents died, and 40 or 50 people were seriously injured and hospitalized. Among those who died, most died of heat and choked to death by smoke. Few were actually burnt to death. There were also a few elderly people who were unable to move, and could not even escape from their own gates. If it was the past, such a heavy fire casualty would definitely be broadcast nationwide, and it might even be on the international news. But now, such a serious fire is only on the local news, and the focus of the news is not on the lives lost, but on the safety hazards caused by the hot and high temperature, the external unit of the air conditioner, and the outdoor shelters. Because natural and man-made disasters like this happen several times almost every day, at first they will cause people to regret and sorrow, but later, people have become numb. In addition to carefully checking the shelter and protection outside the house every day, praying that the air conditioner at home will be better, and worrying about the wallet that cannot make ends meet and the rising prices all the way, most people no longer have the strength to sympathize with other people's tragedies. After all, no one knows. One will not be yourself. Regarding the end of the world, no one is discussing it anymore. If their current life is not the end, what kind of life is it? The epidemic a few months ago, they still have hope for the future, and they feel that they are united. With strength, they will surely defeat the virus. But in the face of such a natural disaster, they really have a feeling that they can't see the future. Many people prayed that such a terrible high temperature might soon disappear like the previous smog. Unfortunately, no matter how many people prayed, the high temperature still existed. It is very rare to see foreign news in China now, and all of them have been cleaned up. Only some niche forums will send some news from relatives and friends abroad, but it didn't take long before it was deleted soon. Yunnan has seen pictures posted by others in the group. It is a small country. It used to be a tourist capital along the coast. Now the whole area is empty. The sea line keeps receding, revealing a lot of garbage on the sand. It looks extremely desolate. In some foreign cities, the water pools on the roadside where you can drink at will can no longer squeeze out a drop of water. There were also several huge riots, caused by just a few boxes of water. Similarly, whenever life is difficult abroad, those who go to school far away, or the temperature in the country rises inexplicably at the beginning, when the transportation is normal, travel to some polar glaciers to escape the summer heat, and even those who have left, they have acquired their nationality, but haven't enjoyed life abroad for a few years. Now those who are forced by various turmoil and difficulties and want to return to China have started to speak out on the internet, hoping that the motherland can take them home. This time, no one sympathized with those who were suffering from the high temperature. No matter what the reason is, people who are far away abroad at the moment refuse to go abroad for rescue. During the epidemic, a lot of resources were used to evacuate overseas Chinese ones. At that time, no one thought that such a poisonous smog natural disaster would happen, so no matter whether you are studying or traveling, if you are trapped abroad, we do not blame you, and this is understandable. But this time, it has only been a while since the epidemic has passed. Just because the country is a little hotter, you have rushed to various parts of the world to escape the summer heat. If you have the money to go abroad, then come back by yourself now. If you don't come back, you deserve it. Of course, although many people have made comments on the internet, they still instinctively feel that the country should take action to pick up people. Just look at every time in the past, the country has never done anything about it, and the speed of evacuation is always the first. However, unexpectedly, this time there was no action at all. No matter how noisy the statement of the Overseas Chinese Union on the internet was, the domestic network was completely clean, and there was no action to be seen or heard. Reasonable people began to analyze, not because they didn't want to rescue and evacuate Chinese, but because they really didn't have the conditions. Since the continuous high temperature, not to mention the whole world, even in their country, 3 planes have been blown up and completely suspended. The sea line of the ship is also impassable. A sea ship also suffered an accident due to high temperature. Now the sea area is still polluted by heavy oil, and even the bodies of those involved in the shipwreck have not been salvaged yet. Today's natural disasters cannot be resisted by the country's efforts. Knowing that there is a crisis, it is an unwise decision to take the risk. However, Yunnan feels that the country really doesn't have the time to spare for rescue, hoarding supplies, building future refuge bases, and consolidating financial resources while the order is still there. Maybe there are many petty citizens like him behind the scenes, some unexpected actions and measures. As for those who went abroad after the epidemic for whatever reason, I really can't take care of them at the moment. They can only look at this kind of matter that is related to national decision-making. Although it is not far from their lives, it is not close. The life in front of them is the most important thing. The last time Chin Huari planned to kill a rooster, he was interrupted by Yunan's accidental food poisoning. Although this chicken soup is for nourishing the body, it is not suitable for Yunan's illness due to gastrointestinal problems. The chicken soup is too oily. If you make up for him, I'm afraid it will backfire. But this rooster cannot continue to be raised. The more meat it raises, the older it will be. Because it is not castrated, it will not gain much meat if it eats a lot. When the weather is hot, the fat and water on its body will become thinner, visible to the naked eye, so Chin Huari still intends to kill the chicken early. Raw once and cooked twice. This time Chin Huari didn't need Yunnan to help chop off the chicken's head. He just twisted the chicken's head, pulled the chicken's neck hair, scratched it with a knife, let the blood out first, and then scalded the chicken's feathers with boiling water. Yunnan wasn't idle either. Most of the chicken feathers would fall off after being scalded with boiling water, but there were a small part, like the chicken feathers on the wings, which had to be picked up one by one with tweezers. Anyway, he's fine if he's idle, and when Chin Huari finished handling the chicken, he'll move a small bench and sit there to finish it up. Otherwise, this chicken can be made into beer-roasted chicken. Can you give me 2 more peppers? We can make it and put it in the space and eat it in winter. Chin Huari handled the chicken internal organs without raising his head and said, "Don't even think about it. Winter is not a reason for you to be greedy for chili peppers." Yunnan clicked his tongue in disgust. Chin's mother really didn't cry in vain. Chin Huari finished handling the chicken innards in his hand, and found that there was no sound from behind. He turned his head and saw Yunnan sitting at the door of the kitchen, holding the chicken in his arms, earnestly plucking the unmanageable feathers from the chicken's skin bit by bit. That earnest little appearance, gradually overlapped with the appearance of sticking the bird's nest bit by bit when he was doing handicrafts when he was a child, so he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After a chicken was finally stripped clean, Yunnan took a tired breath and stretched his legs. "By the way, my long legs that have nowhere to rest. Chin Dang Dang deserves to be Chin Dang Dang. People who are 1.75 meters have long legs. You can't be careless about your height," Yunnan immediately retorted. "It's obviously 1.78 meters. Did you eat those 3 centimeters? You can still break 1.8 meters with a pair of shoes, so you're not short." Well, this is also a top-notch existence among Southerners. Chin Huari didn't care about a little guy who could see the top of his head when he lowered his head. He turned around and took out the nearly thawed chicken gizzards from the refrigerator, and prepared to fry a plate with the fresh offal that had just been processed. Yunnan liked to eat some internal organs since he was a child, but the outside always felt unclean. After all, cleaning internal organs is a delicate job. People in business don't have time to clean up with you, so Chin Huari rarely let him eat. Thinking of Yunnan, it's rare after eating it once, I simply gave him a little more chili, saying that he was not allowed to eat it, and he had to nourish his stomach, but seeing him always want to eat it, I still couldn't bear it. People are so contradictory, always wanting to be good for him, but can't help but indulge him. At 6 or 7 in the afternoon, it used to be considered dinner time, but now it can only be counted as the time for the first meal after waking up. While cooking, Yunnan heard the noise coming from the corridor, so he ran out to have a look. He didn't open the iron door directly, but looked out through the cat's eye of the anti-theft door. I saw that the corridor was already full of some daily necessities. A boy who looked young was sitting on a chair with a fan and playing with his mobile phone. When the elevator door opened, a couple with large and small bags piled up on the elevator. A pair of old people who should be their parents are also helping. The boy is about to come to help, but his grandma pushes him aside. "Go over and fan yourself. If you are hungry, take some in the bag. Eat what you eat." This is probably the way of life they are used to, and the boy didn't insist on helping. After being pushed aside by his grandma, he continued to sit down and play with his mobile phone. New Nan glanced at it and turned back to the room. Even though the door was open and the air conditioning was blowing towards him, it was still a bit hot just standing at the door. New Nan ran to the door of the kitchen and saw that Chin Huari had just finished frying a piece of green spinach and was putting it on a plate. He chooses what he likes to eat, so most of the vegetables he accumulates are eaten by himself, and some of the vegetables he doesn't like are also prepared for Chin Huari, but this spinach is obviously not on his menu. I bought a lot of spinach in the vegetable group purchase, and forced him to eat half of the plate every time. Hearing the sigh, Chin Huari could know New Nan's expression without turning his head, and said with a smile, "One plate is only a little bit, half of it is only 3 or 5 sticks, and I swallowed it all at once with my eyes closed." New Nan, it's harder for me to swallow your medicine all at once. In a person's life, there will always be 1 or 2 dishes that are difficult to swallow with closed eyes and nose, although he can still work hard now. After all, he is also a person who has experienced the apocalypse, but even if he has suffered the devastation of the apocalypse, it still does not prevent him from liking it. Chin Huari doesn't get entangled with his food. Anyway, New Nan will definitely eat it in the end. It may be because he is aware of the food crisis in the future, and now he cherishes food very much, but the struggle before eating is inevitable, so he simply transfers him. "What's the matter outside? How can I hear the sound of someone moving things?" New Nan said, "The family seems to have come back before. I haven't seen them for many years. I thought they sold the house. It's that family that always quarrels and even fights every New Year's Eve." A building in their community is divided into 2 sides, with a courtyard in the middle, 5 households on the first floor, and 10 households on both sides. But the 2 sides cannot communicate with each other, and because there is a courtyard between his house and Chin Huai's house, it happens to be the door. There are 2 households on the opposite side, and 3 households on the other side. 2 of the 3 households are tenants, namely Yu Saibai and Dr. Zhu, and the other one is in the innermost. They can be regarded as old neighbors from their parents' generation. He seemed to have moved away when he was in elementary school, and he didn't notice if anyone moved in there after that. As soon as New Nan mentioned Chin Huari, he knew which family he was talking about. At that time, they were still young, and New Nan's father wanted to call the male owner of that family uncle. He still remembered that the family seemed to be named Jiang, but he didn't like that family. He is 2 years older than New Nan, and he remembers things earlier. When New Nan was 3 years old, the son of Grandpa Jiang's family had just got married. They had a custom of asking cute and clever boys to press the bed on the marriage bed. The couple will be able to have children in one fell swoop in the next year. The Jiang family seems to have girls, and the age of boys is not suitable. They are too big, but Mu Nan has grown up well since she was a child, and has a sweet mouth, which is very attractive. He probably thought that he was a neighbor and lived nearby, so he found Mu's house, and wanted Mu Nan to press the bed, that is, to sleep on his new bed for the night. Mu Nan was young and ignorant at the time, so he could be coaxed to play, but when it was time to go to bed, he would look for him instead of his father or mother, and he was used to sleeping with him since he was a child. He was only 5 years old at that time, and his age was appropriate, but the people in the Jiang family thought that he had no father and mother, and his fate was bad, so they didn't want him to accompany him, so they were crying when Mu Nan was crying. At that time, he asked him to go home and close the door to prevent Mu Nan from seeing him. In fact, at that time, Uncle Mu was already a little reluctant. With such a precious son, he had always been dependent on him. It was always uncomfortable to be forced to press the bed like this, but after all, he agreed to him, and he did it again. Happy event, it's definitely not good for him to change his mind at the last minute. His son cried all night, and he had a festive wedding with Ruiran. Of course, the latter is more important, so he endured it. As a result, the next day Mu Nan cried with swollen eyes and hugged him as soon as he saw him, and the wedding was held lively to welcome the newcomers, and Mu Nan in his family had a fever because of crying too hard at night. Mu Nan said that there is a reason for their family to quarrel and even fight every New Year. The Jiang family probably wanted to have a grandson and have a son, but the Jiang family's daughter-in-law didn't make any noise in the first year, and it was the same in the second year. At the beginning, the elders probably started to urge her. Anyway, she didn't conceive for a few years, because it became more and more troublesome every year. At that time, Grandma Jiang used to coax Mu Nan to go to her house with snacks. It was probably a kind of superstition. She used snacks to lure Mu Nan to stay at his house. When she was a child, New Nan's snacks were very strict. Sweets and the like are rarely given, so candies and chocolates are rarely eaten, so naturally they are rare. When I was a child, I often suffered from toothaches because I ate too much sweets in the Jiang family. Once or twice, Uncle Mew was a bit of an obstacle to the face of the neighbors at first, so he said it a few times euphemistically. After all, everyone looked up and looked down, but it didn't work. Stop it, New Nan sticks to him and listens to him. If he can't say to go, New Nan is obedient and refuses to go. Sometimes he sees New Nan playing in the community and wants to coax New Nan to go to her house, so he goes immediately rushed over, grabbed New Nan's hand and took him home, not giving the Jiang family a chance. So he hates the Jiang family, and it is estimated that the Jiang family also hates him. Chapter 33. If it wasn't really impossible, Jiang Jianwen would not want to come back. This house was demolished and rebuilt. In the past, their old house had a relatively large area set. This kind of building was considered very good in the era when low-rise residential buildings were common at that time, but then it developed too fast. After each of the large-scale and orderly communities was established, their community without even a property seemed extremely messy. At that time, Jiang Jianwen bought a bigger house in another place, but the house he bought was still under construction and had not been completed. In addition, after the house was handed over, it needed to be renovated, and it had to be vacant for a year or two to dissipate the smell. Just treat Jingling community as an excessive place. Later, after they moved out, they thought about selling the house, but looking at the house price at that time, they felt that if they changed hands in a few years, they might be able to double their profits, so they kept it here. At first, this empty house was also rented out. The previous tenant quit the rent the year before last. At that time, my grandson just graduated from junior high school. In order to choose a school, the family was busy inside and outside, so there was no time to toss about renting a house. The monthly rent for an old house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room is less than 3,000, which is not worth the trouble. Naturally, the grandson who is in high school is important. As soon as it was vacant, it has been vacant until now. They moved here because there was a fire in the place where they lived before. The cause of the fire was that someone stole electricity in the electric well box. The electric well box in their community runs through the entire building. There is a door for the electric well box on each floor. There is no lock, just to facilitate the usual security checks, but it turns out that it is convenient for others to steal electricity. They don't know when the family started stealing electricity, whether it has always been there, or now that the electricity consumption is so high that the family's finances can't afford it, so they have a wrong idea. Anyway, the wires are connected privately. It happened, so the fire accidentally went off, and the electric well box of the whole building was burned all at once. Fortunately, the electric well box inside the building is a weak electric box, although it caught fire. Because it was night and everyone was in a waking stage with the day and night reversed, they would be alert if there was a little movement outside. So after the fire broke out, the fire was still burning. Before it spread, many people ran out of the building. Originally, the fire was not too big, but there were too many flammable shelters on each floor and every household. Instead, it burned because of this. Fortunately, the casualties were not large, and only the gates of 2 houses were burnt red. They couldn't open it, and they were locked up at home and inhaled excessive smoke without being rescued. Most of them escaped danger, but the fire was extinguished, and the house was basically destroyed. It was completely black and flooded. Staying in a hotel is not a long-term solution. Jiang Jianwen thought it would not be a matter of time to recover, so the 5 members of the Jiang family packed up some usable things, hired a car at a high price, and returned to their place. At least there is a place to stay in the vacant house next to it. The return of the Jiang family has no effect on Munan and the others. At most it is because their floor is full and the Jiang family has a large population, so it is more lively than before. Now they seldom go out. Qin Huari only had less than 100,000 yuan left in his hand for sporadic expenses before, because now every family's life has become difficult. After all, during the period when the epidemic was closed, they could not make ends meet. Now, with the high temperature, the price of goods has skyrocketed, and the cost is even greater. When other people's funds are tight and their lives are tight, they are still spending a lot of money. I seldom take him out anymore, and I seldom follow the trend of group buying, and start to live a low-key life behind closed doors. With the continuous high temperature, the crisis of water source and food has begun to show signs. The 2 biggest problems caused by high temperature are the drop of water level and the rapid spoilage of food, which makes the already high prices increase to the level of ordinary people completely unaffordable. But even so, if you want to buy a piece of frozen meat, you can't find a meat source if you have money. Some unscrupulous merchants refreeze and package some spoiled meat. After people buy it home and thaw it, they can't eat it at all, paying a high price and buying back a bunch of inaccessible things. This makes people who are already hot and fearful about the future unable to bear the pressure of life in an instant and collapse. Food is the first crisis that erupted in the lingering heat of the people. No matter what the previous closure, there is food and drink. Although it is a bit more expensive, it is still within a range that people can still bear. Now a catty of frozen pork is priced at $400 to $500, and it is so expensive that it is still bad when you buy it home. How can it be tolerated? What's more serious is that when many pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens and ducks in farms died due to high temperatures, and even the plague spread rapidly among poultry, resulting in almost no meat sources in some markets. Vegetables and rice are also dying of drought in a large area. Some people randomly pick up a handful of rice ears in the rice field, and 80% of them are empty shells. The heat is not terrible, hiding in the house, as long as the electricity is not turned on, you can always rely on your own adaptability to survive. But the food crisis is terrible. Many people are afraid that they will not be able to buy things if they have money in the future, and their crazy hoarding behavior becomes even crazier. Nearly 100 people were killed or injured in the clashes that broke out because they were dissatisfied with the supermarket's restriction of people queuing in. Dissatisfied with the lack of stock on the supermarket shelves, he smashed wildly. It is said that the domestic security is orderly, except that some areas are more strictly controlled, and more importantly, no matter how chaotic the country is, the masses have never panicked about food. When people start to panic because of food, even with the government's vigorous suppression, it is not easy to calm down. After all, there is no food, and predictable death is more terrible than any high temperature or any virus. Another major problem derived from the food crisis is burglary, robbing all valuables, and all edible food. Many people began to feel insecure and wanted to accumulate more sense of security. After discussions and residents' votes, New Nan's community decided to install an access control door in the lobby on the first floor, because they don't have a property here, and the community has always acted as a property. The community is also used to management, so after several burglary incidents occurred in other districts, I asked the residents for their opinions on whether to install anti-theft access control on the first floor. There is no need to install that kind of home entry video, and each family will apply for an access control card according to the head, and use the access control when entering and exiting, so that even if someone wants to enter the building at night to do something bad, there is no way to enter without access control, which is more or less a layer of security. It's just because they don't have property, so people in the community can be responsible for the installation, but the installation cost needs to be shared equally by the residents. The price of access control itself is not too expensive, but because there are more burglaries now, the price has risen sharply, and since it is installed, it must be of better quality, but it is distributed to each household, and each household only needs 300 is enough. Their building has a total of 26 floors, and there are 5 households on the left and right sides of the first floor, but not every household has people. Many people died of poisonous mycelium before, and some people think that the houses here are old and unoccupied. And then a few more went away due to the heat, and now there are only 209 actual residents in the entire building. 300 yuan, as long as it is not particularly difficult, you can get it now. This amount is not enough to buy a catty of pork. If there is really a difficulty, the community will help you according to the situation. After asking the price, people in the group responded one after another. In order to install the anti-theft access control as soon as possible, after most people passed, people from the community came to collect the money the next day. The people who came to Mu Nan's building to collect money were Director Lee and a small employee in the community. Director Lee was supposed to be seriously injured by a father who lost his child's crazy revenge, but because of Mu Nan's reminder, he was lucky enough to escape the pain. The one who robbed. He always remembered Mu Nan's reminder back then. If it wasn't for that reminder that made him feel alert, it would be hard to say whether he is still here now. The whole family in his house depends on him for food, and the child is even in school. Now in this situation, if he had any accidents at that time, he couldn't imagine what would happen to his family, so the more difficult the life is now, the deeper Director Lee's gratitude to Mu Nan will be. This time, apart from coming to collect the fee for installing the anti-theft access control, I just wanted to ask Mu Nan if there is anything their family needs to help with. How much savings? Under the consumption of repeated natural disasters, life may be difficult. Even if his elder brother came back, his elder brother is not very old, and he probably hasn't been working for a few years. Such young two children may have had a hard time now. In his mind, those two children had already been imagined by him as poor children who satiated their hunger with water, ate instant noodles, and tightened their belts and only ate one meal a day. He hadn't found an opportunity before, but now that he had an opportunity, he came to inquire. Hearing Director Lee's intentions, New Nan was a little surprised. "You mean to work in a supermarket?" Director Lee nodded. "Don't look at supermarkets as dangerous now, but Chinese people still have a strong sense of law and social order, and in order to protect the normal operation of some large supermarkets, every large supermarket has a certain amount of police protection. The Yunshang supermarket in our community is also close to home. It takes 10 minutes to walk to and from work, and 3 minutes to ride a bicycle to get home. The salary may not be very high, but 2 meals are provided for the staff." New Nan didn't expect that Director Lee would be so thankful for the last reminder. Although it seems dangerous to work in a supermarket now, it is definitely a fat job. It can't be said that supplies are not worrying, at least it is better than others working hard. Competing for purchases is always a place where there is some convenience. More importantly, under the general environment, many industries have collapsed, and the food crisis will cause violent riots. Another reason is that countless people have been laid off, lost their jobs, and lost their source of income. Sky-high prices for materials, and various reasons combined, how can people not panic? So at this time, a job, not to mention salary, is simply a package of meals, and I am afraid that countless people will fight for it. Facing such a precious opportunity right now, New Nan declined Director Lee's kindness. "I work on the internet, so the current environment doesn't have too much impact on my work, and I can still afford to live in terms of income, so might not be able to go to the supermarket to work." Director Lee only thinks that New Nan is really still a child, and now there is no guarantee for any internet job, saying that he can lose it at any time, so how can he go to the supermarket to work stably? There is still such a relationship with him here. With the supermarket, he can continue to work, which is no more secure than things on the internet. Seeing that New Nan really didn't want to go, Director Lee said again, "What about your brother? You can let your brother go. Although they are not biological brothers, they live together now, eat and drink together. If his brother can have a stable, things are also a guarantee for New Nan. Where he doesn't go, of course he can't let his brother go." New Nan directly refused for Chin Huari. "My brother still has company affairs to deal with, and he is busier than me." Director Lee, "We appreciate your kindness. Yes, but right now, we really don't have time. Even if we want to change jobs, we have to finish the unfinished business first." The two brothers are unwilling, and he can't pretend to be good for them. The banner is too weak, so I can only say, "When do you feel that you need this job? Come to me again, and I will see if I can get you a chance." Hearing what Director Lee said, New Nan also heaved a sigh of relief. This is really a typical person who is most afraid of sudden concern from others. Back inside, New Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, his brother paid the money outside, but suddenly he was called out. He didn't expect it to be a reward from Director Lee. Chin Huai in the room heard what they said outside clearly, and when he saw New Nan coming in, he asked, "Is there going to be a problem with the supermarket?" "If there is no problem, for now, the supermarket is indeed a good job. It can accept all kinds of information and contact materials at the closest distance. Although they don't need to buy anything, this job in the supermarket will obviously be a good shield." He believed that what he could think of Mu Nan should also be able to, but Mu Nan refused, so it is only possible that he saw something in his dream. Mu Nan said, "Not at all, but I saw that the government started to distribute daily supplies. Supermarkets in various places are the distribution points, but the people who distribute them are all soldiers, and there are no ordinary people. That is to say, even if you enter now, I have worked in a supermarket, and apart from being tiring and coping with possible dangers, this job does not last long and will be taken over by the government in the end, so why bother? The most important thing is that after the order collapsed, robbers and murderers were incomparably rampant for a period of time, probably because they felt that the end of the world was really over, and there were no so-called countries and laws anymore. It's not hard, so it's unscrupulous. There are quite a few people who have such thoughts, and these people probably gather together with similar tastes. They are clearly targeted criminals, and the people they regard as their targets are people who have worked in supermarkets. I probably think that those people will use the convenience of their positions to hoard more things than ordinary residents. The real rich live in high-end places with good protection. Even if they have this thought, it will be more difficult to start. This kind of ordinary people who may take advantage of their positions to facilitate hoarding goods. Anyway, they are robbing and killing people, and there are more rewards if they have a goal than if they don't. New Nan didn't want him and Chin Huari to be exposed to this kind of potential danger at all, just relying on the access control downstairs and the iron gate in front of their house that seemed to be well guarded. It couldn't stop anything at all. If his space can enter people, then they can still have a little security. The problem is that his space is not as awesome as those novels where mountains and rivers can be used to plant and live in people. Therefore, in terms of security, they can only be carefully protected by themselves. Take care of yourself. The job in the supermarket is dispensable to Chin Huari. Since Mu Nan felt that there was no need to go, he didn't need to think about it anymore, so he continued to toss the crossbow in his hand. This thing is contraband, and he paid a lot of money, so someone made 2 sets for him, one big and one small, and later he managed to get some assembly parts, but the assembly was made of wood and iron sheets, which was not very durable. He would like to do it by himself in the future, but unfortunately he doesn't have the tools for polishing, so he can do it, but it will be rough, but it should be rough, anyway, it can be useful. In addition to making crossbows, you need to prepare more shooting tools for use with crossbows. This is simple, you can't get steel needles, and you can grind wood. It can't kill a person, but it can also seriously injure a person. If he had more time, he could still get some hot weapons, which Mu Nan couldn't get his hands on. He had been abroad for so many years, and he was even used to keeping one in the drawer at home. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to prepare. It's too late to go abroad, otherwise the safety of the two of them can be more guaranteed. Mu Nan was lying on the bed, watching Chin Huari grinding the wood a little bit, and said curiously, "Those things that are worn on the hands like gloves and can fly out to kill people with a single press, are they fake or real?" "Ah." Chin Huari smiled, "Shall I get you another car that can fly and transform? How about some laser swords?" Mu Nan clicked his tongue, saw a black moving thing out of the corner of his eye, jumped up from the bed, and subconsciously yelled, "Ah." Chin Huari was taken aback by him, and the next second, the person lying on the bed picked up the slippers on the ground and rushed over to slap them on the ground. It was only then that Chin Huari noticed that a cockroach had just come out of the kitchen and passed by their living room. Mu Nan was still chasing and beating the cockroach, calling him while beating, "Come on brother, shut it up, it's over to you." As soon as Chin Huari raised his foot and was about to step on it, he didn't expect that cockroach spread its wings and flew up. A Xiaoqian who can fly into the sky, not very lethal, and has a disgusting level of 10 stars. Fortunately, there are not many things placed outside their house. There is only a small dining table and a bed in the living room. There are not too many piled up items to accommodate these little disgusting hiding corners, so the flying apes died in the end, under Mu Nan's slippers. After killing a Xiaoqian, Mu Nan shivered belatedly. It could fly, it was too disgusting, and it was still a huge one. Speaking of which, he has experience in killing such things. The reason why he didn't put too many items in the house is not because it is more convenient to put them in the space, but because he was tortured enough by these disgusting things in his previous life. When the heat first started in the last life, cockroaches were very active for a period of time. It is estimated that the temperature of 30 to 40 degrees is suitable for them to survive. Later, the temperature rose all the way, and the cockroaches disappeared. Some people said that cockroaches can bear it. The high temperature of 50 degrees is the limit. At that time, the temperature outside was almost 512 degrees, and the temperature of the surface must be 60 to 70. This kind of high temperature is unbearable for cockroaches, so all those disgusting things are heated, died. Unexpectedly, the cockroaches did not know whether they adapted or mutated, and began to crazily invade the living space of human beings, or maybe it was too hot outside, so these things kept drilling into the house. No matter how many people were killed, they would always appear again. Get a new bunch. Mu Nan is not afraid of these guys, but it's disgusting, the feeling of sleeping well, with cockroaches crawling over his body. He doesn't want to feel it again in his life. Now the temperature outside has not yet reached 50, and it is still around 45 or 6 degrees. That is to say, it is about this time that the first active period of cockroaches is around this time. Cockroaches are infested. The doors of the rooms where vegetables are grown are tightly closed. The bathroom and kitchen doors are also closed as much as possible. The doors and windows in the living room are tightly closed, and there are no leaks. At the opening of the pipe, he sealed it layer by layer with adhesive tape, thinking that he was so well protected, at least he would not be tortured by cockroaches in this life, but he did not expect that there were roaches that slipped through the net. Seeing that he reacted so strongly, Chinhuari quickly comforted him. Okay, if you kill him, and then close the kitchen door, there should be no cockroaches in the living room. It's normal for such insects to exist at this temperature. Spray a little more insecticide in the kitchen and bathroom, close it tightly and repel insects, it should be better. New Nan shook his head. No, let's put away all the things in the living room first, and check everything inside and out of the house. The floor drain in the bathroom must be sealed when it is not in use. The most important thing is the kitchen, otherwise we will just clean it up. Seal the kitchen, stop cooking. You don't know, these cockroaches are very scary. Chinhuari couldn't help laughing. So scared? Where did you have the courage to slap the cockroach to death just now? If there is any more, just kill it. New Nan glanced at Chinhuari without saying a word. People who have never experienced a bug swarm are so innocent. One of the advantages of having space is that it is a matter of minutes to vacate the house. Chinhuari can't hold back New Nan, so naturally he can only rely on him. After a while, New Nan entered the living room, and the bed hadn't been moved for several months. After it was moved into the space, it was still a bit dirty under the bed. It happened to be a time when the kitchen and bathroom were sprayed with medicine and locked up to be bored. They cleaned the living room carefully for a living. Although it was just cleaning a living room, since several built-in wall cabinets were made, each cabinet had to be carefully inspected to avoid any leaks. After the two of them tossed about, it was already midnight. Seeing that the time was about to cut off the power, I stopped, went to take a shower, and took out the air conditioner fan and battery and connected them. After lying on the bed for a while, the air conditioner beeped, and the power was turned off. The air conditioner was blowing leisurely on the bed, and New Nan was still a little worried. Are the bathroom and kitchen locked? Chinhuari hummed, it's locked, go to sleep, you've been tossing all night. New Nan said, there are a lot of germs in the cockroaches, they are dirty to death. Chinhuari covered his ears with his hands. Don't think about it, there are no cockroaches, the house is very clean, everything has been disinfected, and you can sleep now. New Nan thought about the house carefully, and felt that there should be no problem, so she closed her eyes and went to sleep in peace. The next day, Chinhuari saw a piece of news on the internet, and only then did he know why New Nan reacted so strongly to cockroaches. There was a netizen whose house had a wooden floor. It was the quietest time of the day, and the movement became more and more obvious, so he couldn't help it, found tools, and pried open the floor of the house. Then I saw under the floor, densely covered with cockroaches. Chapter 34. The weather is hot, the food is expensive, and it rots quickly. After these things, what makes people even more devastated is that the cockroaches in the house are becoming more and more rampant. The situation is better if the marble floor is in the house. Since the picture of the wooden floor netizen's house full of cockroaches has become popular all over the internet, many people have posted similar photos one after another. It is not an exaggeration. When it was opened, there was a nest of insects inside, as dense as bees crawling over the hive. The scene was like watching a sci-fi movie about insect infestation. As a result, insecticide companies and masons have become the most sought-after existences in an instant. Those renovation companies that have gone bankrupt one after another due to the closure of the epidemic and the hot weather have once again ushered in the peak of their careers. It is also a profitable job, not to mention the current weather. It is definitely not cheap to send workers to do this kind of physical work, because there is not enough manpower, and there are too many customers who need to change the floor tiles to prevent insects, and even if they have money, they can't find them. The extent to which people do it. New Nan looked at all kinds of news posted by netizens on the internet that caused the loss of various items and food at home due to cockroaches, and sighed, fortunately, our house has tile floors. Chinhuari smiled when he heard that. Mu's house used to be a floor, but the boys were naughty and always liked to run around the house, throwing toys around, even if they lived downstairs with a good-tempered teacher. But they couldn't because he has a good temper, so if you don't talk about anything, you have to make an inch. If you can't control New Nan to play around at home, you have to replace all the floors in the house and replace them with marble. But fortunately, it was changed at that time, otherwise it would cost another thing now. But their family doesn't have to bother, and other families are not so lucky. The Zhang family who just came back, the house here has been vacant for a year or two. The house is not afraid of people living in it, but it is afraid of being empty. But the house still has a wooden floor installed. Zhang Jianwen's grandson, Zhang Zikeng, saw the news about cockroaches on the internet, and somehow felt that there were cockroaches everywhere under the wooden floor at home, so he couldn't hold back, and lifted a piece of the floor that was slightly warped. Once it was lifted, the whole family went crazy, because the floor of their house also became a nest of insects. What made them even more suffocated and desperate was that they had only moved here for a few days, and they were busy packing up from the burning house these days, so the things they brought in were piled up in the living room and at home. A pile of things, and the cockroaches that unsealed the floor seal crawled around the house and burrowed into the piled items. How could it not make people crazy? So several members of the Jiang family screamed and jumped, because there were too many cockroaches to step on, and they didn't have insecticide in their hands, so they had no other way to deal with it except to open the door and hide. As soon as the door is opened, the cockroaches in the house will naturally crawl out. Several people in the Jiang family are screaming and jumping in the corridor. The neighbors next door and left will of course open the door to check the situation subconsciously when they hear such a big commotion outside. Yes, there were no cockroaches in the house, but now several cockroaches also ran in. Qin Huari also came out to check the situation, but he didn't open the door, but stood inside the anti-theft door and looked outside with his cat's eyes. He saw Jiang's family members jumping around, and there were many cockroaches crawling around on the ground, so he also came out to check the situation. Mu Nan pushed home. There are cockroaches outside, you go in and close the door tightly. When Mu Nan heard this, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. There are cockroaches in the corridor. A lot? Qin Huari said. It should have escaped from the Jiang family's house. I don't know if his house has wooden floors, but judging by the number, I'm afraid it was. As soon as Qin Huari finished speaking, Mu Nan, who was holding a mobile phone, received a WeChat message. He clicked on it and saw that it was the group where he bought the film cloth last time. In the group, Yu Zaibai's account sent a voice message. When the voice was turned on, it came out. It was Jianchu's voice. Jianchu shouted with panic and disgust, "Don't open the door, there are so many cockroaches outside." Apparently, Yu Zaibai's house next door opened, and a few cockroaches ran in. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Zhu made another voice. Although his tone sounded calm, he seemed to be enduring something. "You are too late." Although Mu Nan felt that he shouldn't be laughing at this time, he couldn't help it. Their house is full of cockroaches. It's okay if you don't know about this thing, but you know how many of them ran into the house. If you don't find them and kill them, you won't be able to sleep well later. Who knows where they are hiding in the corner and eating what? Will it crawl over your bed, the table where you eat on, or even mate and reproduce in a corner of your house? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Several members of the Jiang family were still jumping outside. The young one resisted and hid back and forth, while the older one started beating cockroaches with everything they could slap, probably thinking that they could kill one and lose one. Naturally, it is impossible for this cockroach to stay still and let people beat it, and it will also hide in dark places, so the cockroaches in the corridor crawled away along the safety stairs on both sides in a short while, but there are no more in the corridor. Jiang's house. I'm afraid there is another one, that Jiang Zikeng said with a face of resistance that he was going to stay in a hotel, and he would not enter the house even if he was killed. Qin Huari looked through the cat's eyes for a while, because the anti-theft door outside their house is very tight. There is no gap for that kind of big cockroach to crawl in, so as long as the iron door is not opened, there is no need to worry about the cockroaches coming in from outside. It's nothing to see, it's a big deal. So I went back to the house. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Mu Nan sitting on the bed, hugging the pillow and laughing, and saw him waving at him. "Brother, listen to the neighbor. It seems that the sound insulation between our two houses is not good, and we couldn't hear the sound before, because the sound is not loud enough." Sitting in the living room, they could all hear the voice of Jianchu next door, who was yelling and directing Yu Zaibai to fight cockroaches. How crazy is Li at the moment? The two people next door were really sad at the moment. They themselves lived in the living room because of the air conditioner. In order to prevent the loss of air conditioning, the doors of the two rooms were kept closed. They pay attention to all kinds of cockroaches. They pick up things inside and outside the house as high as possible, and don't pile them up on the ground to provide cockroaches with hiding corners. Every day, the kitchen and bathroom doors can't be opened. There are cockroaches running out from there, polluting the place where they sleep and live. But he didn't want to try his best to prevent accidents, so he couldn't stop opening the door once. As soon as the door opened, Jianchu saw several cockroaches running in. He quickly trampled two to death, but there were still a few cockroaches who didn't know where they went in the blink of an eye. At the moment, he and Yu Zaibai are rummaging through boxes and cabinets at home, even looking for cockroaches on the bed. If they can't find the cockroach, they don't want to sleep. The situation at Dr. Zhu's side is not much better, but he lives alone. Although he is a veterinarian, he also has the habit of some doctors who are obsessed with cleanliness. He came back with a lot of insecticides and cleaned up the inside and outside of the house. Unexpectedly, opening the door once made his previous efforts all in vain. But what is better than Jianchu and their situation is that he lives in the bedroom. In order to keep the temperature in the bedroom, the door is always closed. That is to say, he only needs to deal with the living room. Even if you can't find the few cockroaches that came in, as long as you close the door tightly, you don't have to worry about running into the room. But even so, Dr. Zhu still found a roll of tape, planning to stick all the gaps in the door to death when he went to bed at night, no matter whether he could find the cockroaches or not. A bunch of cockroaches caused tragedies in 3 families, but it's not just the Jiang family's house that has flaws. Although not all houses with floors will have that kind of dense cockroaches, some are much more likely than marble floor tiles. In addition, their old buildings are more or less unable to avoid low-quality high-altitude parabolic objects. Some people will go downstairs and throw their garbage into the patio because they are too lazy to go downstairs. Although the patio is cleaned almost every week, there are still there is a lot of rubbish, so there are more mosquitoes, rats and ants. The lower floors have suffered a lot before, and now cockroaches are inexplicably rampant, which once became the hardest hit area. There are so many bugs, so many children in the downstairs house were even bitten. Although the cockroach itself does not have any poison, it carries too many viruses. One of the children developed serious symptoms after being bitten, allergies, and because of his young age, he almost failed to recover. In view of the fact that there were so many cockroaches that it became a disaster, the city government began to issue documents to the streets in various regions, and asked each community to arrange people to go to the city to collect insecticides. Not to mention that this harm can be eradicated, at least the cockroaches cannot be seriously affected. To affect life. After killing insects in a community in one city, all the corpses of cockroaches were cleaned out, piled up on the ground and directly piled up into a hill, which made the scalps of many netizens feel numb. Many people thought it was strange. No, it's just that the temperature is higher. Why there are so many cockroaches all of a sudden? Some people speculate that this is because the Earth's magnetic field is changing. It's just that humans can't feel this change for the time being, but nature and this kind of insects and animals have been affected. Therefore, the extreme climate and the mutation of pests all show that the Earth is undergoing a drastic change at the moment. The community has been carrying out pest-killing work for 3 days in a row, and a special notice has been posted, and 8 has notified the residents of the time of pest killing several times a day in the group, so that everyone can avoid going out during this time period. The poisoning for 3 consecutive days has indeed played a big role. At least now I will let the wind downstairs at night. The people who chatted with people said that after killing the insects, they have never seen cockroaches all over the ground when sitting outside. The climbing situation is gone. Although the entire community has been poisoned, some residents' homes may not be able to deal with it so well, and even because of the poisoning outside, those things are more and more found in people's homes, so it is still necessary to find a pest control company. Some people hope that the community will come forward and find someone for them, and they will just pay. But now there are cockroaches everywhere, and the pest control company has already received a lot of orders. Even if the community comes forward, they may not be able to find someone, so they can only come by themselves. Some people come by themselves, but those who live on the same floor suffer, such as the Jiang family. Since the cockroach is hiding under the floor, lift up all the floors so that the cockroach has nowhere to hide. The conditions of Jiang's family were probably pretty good, and they actually had several sets of protective clothing in their hands. In order to avoid being crawled by cockroaches, they wore protective clothing and pried the floor at home. As soon as the floor was pried, many cockroaches crawled around, making it impossible for the 2 neighbors to open the door. If it's just that you can't open the door, it's not a big problem, just try not to go out, but their kitchen window faces the patio, and cockroaches can run around unscrupulously along the wall, and they are only tenants themselves. The previous head of the household did not make a closed-range hood, but only installed an exhaust fan on the stove window, so that cockroaches ran into his home like this. Although the doors and windows are tightly sealed to avoid the high temperature outside, but this kind of head can see several cockroaches crawling around on the balcony and on the kitchen floor through the window. The picture, no matter what, feels a little disgusting. Moreover, the floor of the whole room was pried over several days, so that sometimes when they were waiting for the elevator in the corridor, cockroaches would fly over their feet, which was too unbearable. So Jianchu, who couldn't bear it anymore, went directly to Jiang's family, hoping that they would deal with this matter as soon as possible. Not to mention anything else, can you pry the floor and solve it within a day, so that they will suffer less torture, or can you pry and spray while prying? Insecticide. There is no insecticide company to deal with it. You can use insecticide water to kill as much as you can. It is better than prying open the floor and letting cockroaches crawl everywhere. This Jianwen is a good face, even if others have a discussing tone. There is nothing impolite in the words used, but when someone points it out like this, he feels that his face is damaged, so the tone is not very good. To put it simply, go buy a bottle of insecticidal water and try it. If you can buy it, I will spend double the money to buy it with you. Jianchu was about to be laughed at by the other party. If you can't buy insecticide, you just make other people's homes full of insects. If you have any difficulties, you can go to the community. There are some insecticides in the community. I think downstairs, there are residents who have received medicine in the community. Before Jianchu finished speaking, Zhang Jianwen said impatiently, "You think you can get it if you want to get it, but you have to wait in line. If you can't get the medicine and you can't kill the insects, then why don't we just stay here and pay for the hotel? You give it. You young people don't know how to speak and do things. You really don't know how to be polite." With just these two sentences, Yu Zibo could almost figure out that the other party was not a reasonable person to get along with, so he directly dragged Jianchu back into the house. Jianchu stared at him angrily. "Why are you dragging me? That dead old man really doesn't make sense at all. What do you mean I am not polite? If I am not polite, their family will hurt our family for the first time. When the cockroaches came in, I just kicked the door. What the hell?" Yu Zibai said helplessly. "Forget it, it's hard to buy insecticides now. It's even harder to find a bottle than the masks before. It's normal if people can't buy them. We just need to close the doors and windows tightly. The community really needs to apply. But I applied for it from the very beginning, saying that it might be available in the next 2 days, and when we have the medicine, we will go get some and clean up the inside and outside of the house." Even if he was comforted, Jianchu was still very angry. Can't he speak well? At least an apology should be there, and he said he was rude. What kind of person is this? There were cockroaches crawling on the balcony of Jianchu's house, and Munan's house next door to their house would naturally be implicated, but their house sealed off the balcony, so those cockroaches that crawled along could only be in the climb outside the window. Originally, Munan didn't notice this situation, but one day he suddenly wanted to remove the sunshade inside the house to see what was going on outside during the day, only to see many cockroaches lying on the window outside their balcony. Because the temperature inside the house is low, and there is a layer of insulation on the outside of the glass, those cockroaches can't get in the house, and they probably want to find a cool place, so they sneak in through the gaps in the shelter to avoid the sun's exposure, and they are greedy for a little bit. The low temperature seeping through the windows is almost turning them into a nest outside the window. Seeing this scene, Munan immediately performed the tenor on the spot. Chin Huari was washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom. When he heard Munan's voice, he was so frightened that he ran out of the bathroom with his toothbrush in his mouth. Seeing that Munan was still jumping up and down on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong?" Munan pointed to the window. "The outside is going to become a nest of insects. It's so disgusting." Chin Huari brushed his teeth and said, "Don't move, wait for me to deal with it." Munan directly opened the curtains inside the house. For convenience, he specially installed a thin cotton rope on the outside membrane cloth. The warm cloth is pulled up. When Chin Huari came out of the bathroom, he saw Munan struggling to pull the rope, muttering, "I'll burn you to death. You'll be exposed to the heat." Chin Huari stepped forward amusedly. "Don't worry, the cockroach didn't die from the sun, but you got sunburned instead. There was a news not long ago. There was a family of children, 7 or 8 years old. When the adults were not paying attention, they opened the curtains in the middle of the day and wanted to look outside. I don't know why they haven't seen the sun for a long time. Or that child looked directly at the sun stupidly, and when the family found out his actions, they quickly pulled down the sunshade protection. The child's eyes were already white and he couldn't see anything, although it got better after a while. It was a little blurry, but the eyes were still blurred. Only after being sent to the hospital for examination did they know that many people had irreversible damage to their eyes due to the stimulation of strong light, and some even lost their sight due to it. Now seeing Munan trying to pull away the thick layer of membrane cloth outside, Chin Huari naturally stepped forward quickly. "I'll do it, you stay back." Munan also thought of the strong light outside, so he quickly took out 2 pairs of sunglasses from the space, and put on a pair for Chin Huari. "Don't look at the sun later. Just pull it up a little to disperse the cockroaches." As soon as the film cloth was pulled up, the scorching heat that invaded instantly caused the cockroaches that were greedy for cold to scatter and flee. After a while, all the cockroaches on the glass of their windows ran away. New Nan said, I ran away today, maybe I will come again tomorrow. Why there are so many cockroaches all of a sudden? In the last life, there was no solution to the sudden increase of cockroaches, and the situation became worse and worse later. Rats and insects and the like, there are more and more of them, but at that time, people's focus is no longer on the harm of those things, but whether they can be eaten, and no one cares why these things are more and more. If you can eat more, it is food. Chinhuari wondered, could it be because of the earthquake? New Nan was taken aback. You mean the abnormalities of the animals before the earthquake? But the earthquake will take at least 2 months. Could it be that those animals feel uneasy now? Although Chinhuari doesn't know, it's not impossible. Maybe it's not necessarily an earthquake, but the weather conditions in the whole nature are changing, so all creatures have become restless. New Nan didn't bother to delve into it. She made sure that the doors and windows of the house were covered, and then went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. It was dawn and the sun came out, and it was time for them to go to bed. Electricity has been slightly relieved due to periodic power outages, and most people have adapted to life without power for at least a few hours a day. However, as the high temperature remains high, there has been no rain in various regions for several months. The water level dropped sharply, and the water supply became more and more tense. It is said that in some communities, the water has been cut off for nearly a week. Water trucks are arranged to supply water every day. Each person can only receive 5 liters of water a day. The water given now is quite a lot, although there is no way to meet everyone's daily water consumption. Expenses, but at least some drinks are useful. Thirsty, save a little, and even take a bath every 2 days. Of course, if this water also needs to meet physiological needs, it is definitely not enough, so the public toilets that were once provided to passers-by or tourists have become places where many people meet their physiological needs. Many people go there, but because there is no, the water was cleaned up in time, and the environment inside was almost a date or 10 meters away. The situation on New Nan's side is a bit stronger, but they have also started to restrict water use. Unlike electricity consumption, electricity needs to be continuously consumed, so it can only be cut off periodically. However, water can be supplied at a certain time. Therefore, in order to meet the pressure of water use, the upper management also began to provide water in stages. Every night from 12 to 1 o'clock, water will come in for an hour, so that residents can prepare to receive water at home. Utensils to store enough water for a day's use. There is a lot of water in New Nan's space, and he doesn't even need to rely on containers to store water. He can gather the water in the space into a ball, like a lake, but the water that is put in like that wants to be taken out sometimes. It can only be taken out by his hand. When it was not difficult to close the water at home before, New Nan put a large storage box in the bathroom every day, and when it was full, he stretched out his hand to collect it. He could not collect the storage box and directly put the water inside into the space. Although the space does not take up space, a storage box is also a bit expensive. At the beginning, he also collected water in boxes. Later, he really didn't have so much money to buy so many containers, so he tried to collect water directly. Didn't expect it to work. But even though there was a lot of water, he didn't dare to waste it at all. So after restricting the water, New Nan looked at Chinhuari. Do you want to use our cat litter? Chinhuari felt that this was not necessary for the time being. After all, it can still provide 1 hour of water every day. So he said, let's put it away for now. Cat litter may be able to trade with people in the future. New Nan also felt a little embarrassed. If he wanted to be alone, it would be fine, but now there are 2 people, it's a bit embarrassing, not to mention that it's really not to that level now, so he temporarily dismissed this idea. Store water diligently at one point. It's just that when the normal amount of water in the faucet decreased day by day, and finally turned into a trickle, the pressure of dissatisfaction with water broke out. Chapter 35. The government's control over people's hearts is still very accurate. Knowing when to make which decisions can calm the restless people's hearts to the greatest extent. When New Nan's community's water supply also became difficult, their local news station and the community also announced the announcement. Starting from Monday, residents of each community will go to a specific place to receive state subsidies according to the notified time. Everyone needs to bring their own ID card to collect daily necessities, and they are not allowed to pick them up on their behalf. If there are special groups of people with limited mobility who cannot go out, they must report to the community, and the community will pick it up and distribute it to their homes in person. At the beginning, the materials given were optional. Each person had a choice of 3 bottles of 1 liter of water, 2 kattis of rice, or 1 bag of 5 small bags of instant noodles. There was really no way to do it in terms of dishes. Rain, no matter whether it is vegetables or grain grown in the open air, almost none of them are exposed to the sun. Although there are some high-end vegetables grown indoors, those that specialize in soilless cultivation, the amount of indoor cultivation is only so large, let alone supply it can't afford a city, and maybe even a district can't satisfy it. With such a scarcity, there is really no resource from above to distribute to the masses for appeasement. Moreover, these supplies are received every 3 days, that is to say, such a small amount is a 3-day ration for one person. This is completely excluding living consumption and only giving the minimum survival needs. But even so, many people are still appeased. At least they can get food for free, even if the amount is small, but they can't starve to death. That's good. After all, many people have been forced by high prices. There is nowhere to go, and even if you are willing to spend money, you can't get many things at all. When it was Mu Nan's turn to pick it up in the community, except for Jiang's family, the others on their floor had agreed to act together. Now the outside is already a bit chaotic, with speeding people, people blocking the road, people entering the house, and everyone else. This kind of robbery has even become blatant, but the binding force of the law is still there, so most of those people will find some single ones, or those who look easier to bully, and run away after the robbery for fear of being caught. They are a group of big boys, one of them is tall and burly, and they are not easy to mess with, so if they go together, they will feel more secure. Since the last time Mu Nan got food poisoned, Chin Huari never let him go out again, but now because he couldn't pick up the things on his behalf, he could only let Mu Nan go out, as a way of letting him go. When the agreed time came, the 3 families almost got stuck in time to go out together, just in time to meet at the elevator entrance. As soon as they met, Jianchu asked the other 2 families, "Are there many cockroaches in your house?" He felt that he had already suffered from cockroach anxiety, and he always felt that there were everywhere in the house. Zhu Ming smiled and said, "Fortunately, I got a lot of pet deworming from the hospital, which is also somewhat effective against cockroaches, but the hospital is out of stock for the time being, and a batch will arrive next week. Do you have any? If necessary, I can help you settle down first." Mu Nan glanced at Chin Huari, and seeing Chin Huari nodding, he hurriedly said, "We want it. Can we just take a box?" Zhu Ming said, "It depends on the quantity of goods arriving at that time. Let's see when the time comes. If you can get more, I will try to get you a box." Jianchu was more realistic. Even though she wanted it very much, she still asked, "How much is a bottle?" Zhu Ming said, "I can directly take the current purchase price of the hospital, 361 bottles, 500 milliliters, mainly for deodorizing and insect repelling, such as cockroaches, mosquitoes, and fleas and ticks that pets are more likely to provoke. The purchase price of these is very cheap, 70 or 80, now as long as it has something to do with bugs, the price will skyrocket." Hearing the price, Jianchu couldn't help sighing, "It's so expensive, forget it, it's cheaper to kill insects manually." The elevator came soon. Fortunately, the elevator was relatively empty. After all, they came out a bit late, because today they can go to collect things for free. Jianchu looked at the spray fan in Mu Nan's hand, and said with a smile, "You're pretty good, just spray the fan, the wind blows on the face with the coolness of water vapor. Why didn't I expect to be able to buy this?" Mu Nan took a spray fan and sprayed it on Jianchu twice. "I used to draw cartoons at home. In summer, I can stay away from the house for several months and stay in the air-conditioned room. When I saw this kind of fan that can spray water, I thought it was very interesting, so I bought it." It is true that he bought this fan before, but he did not expect that it would relieve the heat much more than ordinary fans, so after being reborn, he specifically looked for this kind of fan and bought a lot of it, but Chin Huari would rather use the hand fan instead. "I don't want to hold such a cute little fan with its own spray." Looking at Chin Huari, who was fanning with a hand fan, Mu Nan took the spray fan in his hand and sprayed it on his face a few times to help him add some water to cool him down. Chin Huari just took a look at him and let him go. Because there are more people going out at night, the street lights outside have been reinstalled later, not to mention bright as day, but definitely denser and brighter than the previous street lights, and some street lights are specially installed above them. Mosquito traps, the swarms of mosquitoes are crackling around the mosquito traps. They walked out of the community, and along the way, many people had already received the supplies and returned. Some were saying that the government was stingy, and that giving such a small amount of things would not be enough to fit between teeth. Some people are lamenting that the government's goods are provided in a timely manner. If there is no distribution of these materials, the family will have no food. They just don't know how long the materials can be distributed. Many people hope that they can be distributed until their lives are back on track. Otherwise, they will be laid off and unemployed. The high temperature and the lack of food, without these subsidies, they might not be able to survive. Jianchu said as he walked, I heard that some communities have already started to install solar power generation. With the heat of the sun and the sunshine time, it is not easy to generate electricity. Zhu Mingdao, that kind of community should be a villa area. If you want to provide solar energy for a residential building, unless you paste solar energy on the outer walls of the entire building, that may not be enough. Only the buildings in the villa area it's very suitable. If we live in a community like ours, if we want to rely on solar power to generate electricity, the electricity we supply may only be able to maintain the consumption of elevators and street lights. Yu Zaibai said, however, if the current high temperature and sunshine will become the norm in life in the future, then the popularity of solar power generation is absolute. I just don't know if this is just for a while, or it will be like this in the future. Jianchu said, it's too scary to be like this. With so little rain and so much sunshine, the water on the earth will be dried up, and people will have no way to live. Zhu Ming asked them as they walked, it seems that there is a wave of returning home now. Many people can't stay in the city and want to let the government arrange to farm in the countryside. Qin Huari didn't see similar news on the internet, so he asked one more question. How about the educated youth going to the countryside like before? Zhu Ming, it's definitely not the kind of educated youth going to the countryside. Even if the country wants to make such an arrangement to relieve the pressure on the city, those who live in the countryside may not be willing to accept it. Besides, there is no surplus land for planting, and the wasteland wants to be developed. It doesn't take a moment to come out, not to mention the native city people, who know how to farm. With the current high temperature, they may not be able to grow even if they have land. Jianchu was also curious, how did that happen? Zhu Ming, maybe there will be a household registration check at that time. Those with rural household registration should return to the village as much as possible. Some people will see this opportunity and want to spend money to go with those who can go back to the village. They want to settle down in other villages. People are now looking for such resources around them, and it is said that if they can help them settle down, they don't need to settle down. As long as they can have a place to live and a little land, they will be able to receive millions of thanks. Having said this, Jianchu was even more puzzled. With so much money, why don't you just go to the countryside to buy a house? How big is it? And you need someone to take it with you? Zhu Ming smiled when he heard the words. Do you think there are only good people in the city now? Seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, among other things, in our thousands of years old concept, as long as there is land, it is better than others. There are more people to survive, especially in this kind of natural disaster. People who live in the city, once the water and electricity are cut off, they will die. They all flock to the countryside, which is equivalent to dispersing their original resource interests of the rural people. At the very least, the wasteland they could have reclaimed by themselves will be occupied by outsiders. If there is no relationship at this time, they will go to the countryside. Except, people have long been united together to reject xenophobia. What Zhu Ming said is correct. Niu Nan also heard about this in his last life. It was after he had gone to those private bases and heard people there say that when the temperature was high, some people seeing that the situation was not right, I wanted to move to the countryside. As a result, no matter whether I went early or late, if I did not have the help of relatives and friends in the village, I would be pushed out in the end. Those who bought relationships, but later, the money was worthless, so those who spent money to buy in were also driven away. At the beginning of his rebirth, he had no idea of going to the countryside to settle down. First, farming is not something you can think about and think that you can be fine. Second, even if he went to the village a year before the order collapsed, he would still be punished in the end. As a possibility to be driven away by outsiders, at that time, he will have no home in the city, and he will not be able to live in the countryside. Hearing Zhu Ming's words, Jianchu sighed, glanced at Yu Zaibai, and said with some regret, we have no such relationship. There is no good thing about the demolition of villages in the city, and the poverty alleviation policy cannot be enjoyed, and the conditions for farmers to make a living are even worse. No, a city's yucca used to be very popular, but looking at it now, it's useless. Yu Zaibo said, my grandfather is from the countryside. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him, even Jianchu. Although he and Yu Zaibai had known each other for many years, he didn't know much about Yu Zaibai's family. He knew that Yu Zaibai's mother had left for a long time. It's been 20 years, his father remarried, and he has a half-brother who is 10 years younger. It's already a new family, so it has nothing to do with Yu Zaibai anymore, but Yu Zaibai didn't mention his grandfather much. Seeing their gazes, Yu Zaibai shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "It's a pity that I haven't even seen my grandfather. My grandfather left very early. At that time, my mother was still young. She lived under the fence and struggled out of the countryside, and never went back." Jianchu sighed. "You said that those who struggled hard to get out of the countryside only to find out in the end that staying in the village is the best way. What would those people think? But I didn't expect that the last life would be in the countryside, and I don't know if they will have a kind of sadness of being played by fate." Zhu Ming smiled. "Who knows, this is fate." Walking out of the gate of the community, on the road all the way to the supermarket, there are already sporadic sales stalls. It is estimated that seeing that subsidies have been issued in the past few days, the flow of people on this road has increased, so I saw the opportunity to do some business. To make some money, in addition to selling some lighting toys, there are also clothes for daily use, and some people bring freezers and generators and sell popsicles directly on the side of the road. New Nan glanced over there. There were two signs on the freezer, one was 30 and the other 50. It was estimated that it was directly divided into two sides, one for 30 yuan and the other for 50 yuan. Curiously, he walked over to have a look, wanting to know what was sold there. He poked his head in and found that the popsicles that used to cost 2 or 3 yuan were now directly sold for 30 yuan, and those that were slightly more expensive for 4 or 5 yuan were directly sold for 50 yuan. 10. It's been a while since he went out. Qin Huari was afraid that he would be hot, so he asked, "Buy one?" New Nan shook his head. He was just looking at it. Besides, he has enough space to store these things. Why not eat them in a low-key way when the house is closed? Why buy them outside where they are so expensive, and can only eat them ostentatiously on the road? He is not stupid. New Nan directly pulled Qin Huari away, and as soon as they left, a child ran over from behind, pointed at the popsicle on the freezer. "Dad, I want to eat this." When the child's father saw the price marked on it, he stretched out his hand and wanted to pull his son away. "Hurry up, let's go get the things and go home. It's so hot." The little boy insisted, "I want this, Dad, I want ice cream, I want it, I want it." The child's father probably felt hot and dry, and he was not happy that the child was making a fuss, so he slapped the child on the back of the head. "Whatever to eat, you can't afford it, and you still have to eat expensive ice cream. Can you understand something?" The child was beaten and cried loudly. The father dragged him away without any regrets. The passers-by just turned their heads and looked at it. None of them were troublesome. As for the outrageously expensive popsicles, no one was too talkative. Yes, now anything that can cool down, be it popsicles or water, is not cheap. 30 to 50 is already considered normal, and some places sell it for 1 or 200. When they finally reached the supermarket, there was still a bunch of people queuing up at the door, and all the people who distributed supplies were men in camouflage military uniforms, and there were 2 men with guns next to them. They were not supermarket employees at first glance. There was also a large advertising cloth beside those people, and a few headlights shone on the advertising cloth, clearly illuminating the words on it. Both Qin Huari and New Nan's eyesight are very good, so they could read the content clearly from a long distance. It was written about the rules for the distribution of supplies. They can be picked up once every 3 days and cannot be picked up on their behalf. Parents have to bring their household registration to receive it, but they must be immediate relatives of the parents. If they are over 12 years old, they have to bring their children to collect it. There is no upper age limit for the elderly. Those who can move come by themselves, and those who cannot move report to the community, and the community will collect and distribute. New Nan took a small fan and sprayed it on Qin Huari's face and neck, so that the wind on his body would not be so hot. "Brother, do we want rice or noodles?" Qin Huari, "Just the same for each person. You get the rice, and I get the noodles." Yu Zaibai, who was behind them, said to Jianchu, "We are all the same." Zhu Ming, who was standing at the front, looked back at the 4 people behind him. "Looking at you, I suddenly feel that the freedom of being alone is not good in an instant." New Nan comforted, "It's okay, you still have a dog, although it belongs to another family." Zhu Ming said, "Speaking of dogs, do you know that many cats and dogs in the community have been beaten to death recently?" Jianchu frowned. "Do you eat meat after beating?" "Cat meat too." Zhu Ming also looked disgusted. "People are extremely negative, they eat grass roots, and cats are nothing. That is to say, but he really hates this behavior, although he knows that it is also forced to survive. But some people who have never had pets will never understand the feeling of treating pets as family members. In peaceful times, there are still many people criticizing some people who do not hesitate to spend money on pets, let alone now. Zuming can only be thankful that although he is a veterinarian, he doesn't have any pets, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to accept that the pets he raised with his own hands will be eaten by others. The team moved quickly, and they arrived in a short while. When it was Chinhuari's turn, Chinhuari handed in his ID card for registration and asked, "Can I still go to the supermarket to buy things now?" The soldier in charge of supplying the supplies said, "Yes, scan the code over there and follow the prompts to enter the online supermarket. You can get the pickup number from the online transaction and go directly to the store to pick it up. Remember whose ID card you bought. Goods also cannot be collected on behalf of others, and the purchase is limited to once a week, and the purchased products are also limited, so you can know the specifics by scanning the code." Chinhuari took back his ID card, took the water and instant noodles and thanked him, then went to the side to scan the QR code. Soon Yunnan got the water and rice. Chinhuari opened the bag and asked him to put the things in the bag. Yunnan also scanned the QR code with his mobile phone, planning to take a closer look when he got back. Looking back, seeing Yu Zaibai packing the water that Jianchu had received into his bag, and seeing Chinhuari directly carrying the things for two people, he couldn't help laughing. Chinhuari packed up his bag, and when he looked up, he saw him smiling at him, and he couldn't help laughing. "What's the matter? What are you laughing at?" Yunnan picked up the fan and fanned Chinhuari. "I laugh when I think of something funny." Chinhuari didn't ask any further questions, and took a wet towel from the outside of the backpack to wipe Yunnan's sweat. After wiping the wet towel on his forehead and neck, he fanned the wind and it became much cooler. "Just let you wear a vest and come out. Must wear short sleeves." Yunnan looked at the people who didn't even wear tops. The ones who don't have clothes on don't mean they are sweating. With his white body and slender arms and legs, he doesn't have the nerve to wear a vest outside. After Yu Zaibai and the others also scanned the QR code of the supermarket, they returned. On the way, Jianchu couldn't help registering the app that had just been scanned. He wanted to see what was on it, so he couldn't help saying, "A bottle of water is 25 yuan, and the purchase limit is 5 bottles, and you can only buy it once a week." Yu Zaibai said, "How many liters?" Jianchu, 500 milliliters. Zuming sighed. It seems that the water resources are really tight. Even the official supermarket has this price. Have you noticed those people who distributed the supplies today? They are all soldiers. The supermarket closed more than 10 days ago and caused a lot of trouble. There was a panic, and later it was said that it was rectification, and the door would be reopened soon, but when the door was opened again, there would be no ordinary employees. Jianchu also sighed. The situation is serious. Soon he will become a homeless person again. When the smog had not cleared, he was doing errands in this supermarket. After the smog cleared, the weather was too hot. He didn't want to run errands to deliver goods, so he found a logistics job, mainly to deliver goods. Now their logistics seems to be closed, and the next one has not been found yet. With the current price, anyone who has a job can afford it. I'm sorry, when I don't have a job, I really can only rely on these materials issued by the government to survive. Knowing Jianchu's pressure, Yu Zaibai patted him on the shoulder twice to comfort him. Although he didn't have much money in his hands, it was better for two people to be together than to suffer alone. When they were queuing before, they just talked about killing cats and dogs for meat. On the way back, they heard dogs screaming violently, and then saw a motorcycle, and the people on the back seat of the motorcycle were dragging a golden retriever's hind legs, and the entire golden retriever's front body drove forward with the motorcycle, and were forced to drag on the ground, screaming and rubbing a dark trace on the road. The speed of the motorcycle was very fast, and it passed by them in no time, but the screaming of the dog almost caused all the passers-by to stop and watch. After the motorcycle dragged the dog past for a while, a girl behind who should have lost her shoes was holding a half-cut traction rope in her hand, crying and chasing, probably to the point where she was really without strength. She fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. The girl's hands and feet were covered in blood, and she was still screaming for rupees heart-piercingly. The desperation and helplessness in the voice made the hearts of the listeners ache. Chinhuari stretched out his arms to embrace Yunnan, and put one hand on the back of Yunnan's head, forcing him to turn his head and stop looking. Zuming handed the backpack to Yu Zaibai. "You guys help me take it back. My clinic is very close here. I'll take her to treat the wound. Guzi obviously can't get it back, but if anyone can help, please help." Yu Zaibai responded, and couldn't help sighing. Seeing Zuming walking towards the girl, he said, "Let's go home. When you get home and close the door, you won't see so many suffocating tragedy." Chapter 36. I didn't want New Nan to put too much thought on the matter just now, so Chin Huari found something for him to do as soon as he got home. Look at what kind of rice the rice is distributed. If it's okay, we can keep it for food. If not, it's not very good. You can put it away first. This kind of 2 katis and a small bag is vacuum packed, and it will be convenient to do business with people in the future. As far as the current situation is concerned, the trend of trading food in the future is certain. Although they may not have anything to trade with others, there is always a contingency in everything. Using such things issued by the government to trade with people can still save a lot of things. New Nan didn't need to look at it to know that the rice was ordinary rice, with some coarse grains mixed in, which was obviously prepared by the government for distribution of supplies later. It should be quite ordinary. Look, there are coarse grains in it, which are all made up for the amount. Let's save what you got. The noodles are not tasty, they taste like mushrooms. Mushroom flavor and seafood flavor are the least popular among instant noodles. Of course, there must be a small number of people who like to eat them. Otherwise, there is no market and they will not make these 2 flavors, but most people don't like them. The rush to buy food before the closure, and the frenzied hoarding of goods later, it is not that there is no choice, people will not start with these 2 flavors. Unexpectedly, these 2 flavors still attack them, and the free supplies distributed by the government are not up to anyone to choose. Some people couldn't help complaining on the internet. Eat this, it's really not delicious, don't eat it, the family is about to run out of food, the government doesn't think about them at all. Can't they try to distribute some tastes of the public as much as possible? There are some people who are very lucky. It is estimated that there are a lot of people in the family, and each person gets a portion. For a family of 4 or 5, there are several bags. What they get is either the pepper flavor or the braised flavor. New Nan sighed. His luck has never been very good. Oh, it can't be said that, in other things, such as his daily life, playing games, lottery draws and so on, he will always be the top African chieftain. Maybe it's just because he put all his life luck was used to meet Chin Huari and gain space. Thinking about it this way, he felt that he was absolutely God's own son, and Ouyou Huang had no choice but to run away. After Chin Huari came out of the shower, he saw Mu Nan leaning on the bed and scrolling through his phone, laughing, and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Is there anything interesting?" Mu Nan took the phone and turned the screen to Chin Huari. "Look at other people's houses, they all taste like pepper and braised. How lucky you are." Chin Huari, the shiitake mushrooms are also fine. Don't eat the seasoning package, just take out the noodle cake and cook it yourself. Now many people may not have much food at home, but there should still be some seasoning. Except for salt, you looking at the online supermarket, there are more restrictions on purchases such as pepper and monosodium glutamate, and the seasoning packets can be used as soup packets in the future, and although there are not many dried vegetables, they are still vegetables. Chin Huari didn't say anything, but Mu Nan really didn't expect it to be like this, probably because he couldn't turn his head around and thought that the instant noodles with mushrooms can only be eaten with mushroom flavor. Let's keep it for now. We don't eat it anyway. What shall we eat next? Or eat shrimp and cold noodles? The one we used to eat it was the one we used to eat. I bought a lot of them later. Unfortunately, shrimp is so expensive. If it weren't for the money you called me all these years and I hadn't used it, and I could buy some things with the savings, I was thinking at that time, should I sell my house and live with you, and buy some money supplies? Their old houses are not very easy to sell. Although the location is very good, the environment is very bad. Even in the central city, they can't sell at a price. A large part of Mu Nan's refusal to sell the house is troublesome. Transfer, find a buyer. If you have that time, you might as well go to places with high food production to buy goods, and getting a loan is faster than selling a house. When Chin Huari just came back, Mu Nan seldom mentioned the past. Most of them were planning for future stockpiling, and the most he told him was what kind of protection could he buy in the extreme situations he had dreamed about in the future their lives. Listening to Mu Nan occasionally mentioning the past, talking about some things that happened when he was buying supplies and hoarding goods, and what happened between him and his comic editor and comic readers in the past, although he still seldom mentioned life in school. But Chin Huari is very happy to be able to do this. The distance is not alienated in a day, nor can it be shortened in a day. Seeing the expression on his face while taking the shrimp out, carefully peeking at him, for fear that he would not let him eat it, Chin Huari's heart softened for a while, but he still had a firm heart. Put it in the oil. Mu Nan grimaced for a second. Chin Huari smiled. You are allowed to eat 2 servings of steamed shrimp. The little bitter face smiled instantly. Shrimp and cold noodles were obviously not enough for the two of them, so Mew Nan took out a plate of cold edamame, a plate of dried shredded lotus root, and a large portion of soup dumplings. I found a lively variety show on my notebook, and the two sat on a small stool, happily sucking shrimp around the small round coffee table. Brother, turn on the small fan too, it's a bit hot. The temperature of their air conditioner is not too low. If they don't move much, the temperature is just right, but eating is sometimes a physical effort, especially eating shrimp. In addition, I just came back from the outside and just took a bath, and my heart is still not calm. After getting down, the heat on the body did not drop naturally, so turning on a small fan was just right in such an air-conditioned room. Chin Huari got up to turn on a small fan, just like the old USB fan, a little bigger than a palm, put it in front of them while eating and blowing it. It won't be too cold but just enough to dissipate the heat. The prawns are naturally delicious if eaten separately. Mew Nan didn't rush to eat cold noodles, but peeled all the steamed prawns and put them on the plate, so that if Chin Huari wants to eat them, he can just dip them in the ingredients and don't need to dirty his hands. But Chin Huari just ate 2 or 3 of them. If he didn't eat one, Mew Nan would definitely stuff it in his mouth. Seeing that Mew Nan didn't even spare the shrimp heads, Chin Huari said, "There aren't many shrimp roe, don't bother." Mew Nan clicked his tongue lightly. "Besides the shrimp meat, this is the most delicious thing. I will finish it one by one slowly." He used to love to eat it, and now he can't waste it. After all, this is one less portion at a time. Something. Chin Huari thought to himself, besides the meat of a shrimp, there is only a shrimp head left, but seeing that Mew Nan picked carefully, and also paid attention not to eat the dirty things in the shrimp head, so he let him go. After a while, there was the sound of the elevator door opening in the corridor. The sound of footsteps should be a person. Mew Nan's hands were dirty peeling shrimp, so he asked Chin Huari to ask in the group if Su Ming was back, and what happened to that person just now. Soon Su Ming took his bag from Yu Zaibai's house, returned home and entered the air-conditioned room, and then said in a voice, "That girl got burned a little bit, her shoe ran off while chasing the dog, and her foot was cut by the gravel on the road. It was broken, and she ran barefoot again. I could only do a simple emergency treatment for her, found her a pair of shoes, and drove her home by bike." Jian Chu asked in the group, "Is the perpetrator from our side?" Su Ming, "Probably not, that girl is from our community. She said that many cats and dogs in the community have been killed recently, so I am a little worried that people in the community saw her walking their dogs and staring at their dogs. That's why I wanted to go home as soon as possible after taking a stroll outside, but I didn't expect that the dog was snatched by 2 people on the motorcycle during the walk. It should be a crime of running away, probably because of the temporary motive of seeing the dog. A big golden retriever is obviously a well-raised big golden retriever. With the hair and bones removed, there is still a lot of meat. There is only a little girl walking the dog. Naturally, it is very eye-catching. Seeing this kind of crime is luck that fell from the sky for those who committed the crime. If you don't grab it, you will be sorry for this luck. In order to be able to eat a bite of meat, who cares what that dog means to that girl? This is the way of the world today. Looking at the shrimp in his hand, Mew Nan suddenly felt that it was not very tasty. It can only be said that we don't have pets at home, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable for this kind of thing to happen. Chin Huari picked up a piece of shrimp meat and handed it to his mouth. "Eat quickly." This little incident was quickly let go by them. There are too many misfortunes now. If they are all kept in mind, that day will not be over at all. So Mew Nan was a little depressed for a while, and then he was more motivated to give the food to him. Eat up. The more it is at this time, the more you have to eat well, so that you have the strength to face a more difficult tomorrow. They ate the takeaway that Mew Nan bought before. After eating, they packed up the lunch box and put it in the space. After accumulating it together, they can find an opportunity to throw it out when no one is around. Otherwise, throwing it now is a little afraid of some people. Going through the trash, although it's a little too careful, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. After they finished eating, it was almost 12 o'clock, and the water should be coming soon, but just as they were thinking about it, they heard the faucet ringing in the kitchen. Although they still supply water for 1 hour a day, the water is too little. When it is a little better, there will be a small trickle from the faucet. When it is not good, the water will drip out drop by drop. There is not enough water for a basin of water every hour. But even so, Mew Nan and his family still receive water every day when the time arrives, and the faucet is not turned off. Put a basin or a bucket under it, and the water will be automatically connected when it comes. Because water is scarce now, even though Mew Nan has stockpiled a lot of water, he doesn't dare to waste it in such a big environment, so starting from water restriction, he and Chin Huari basically don't wash clothes, anyway. A pair of shorts is enough for them at home. The clothes that have been worn out are also put directly in the space, and I plan to take them out for washing in winter. As for short-sleeved or vests of similar styles, they directly wholesale tens of thousands of pieces. They were originally purchased from the factory, and the price of a vest with simple fabrics can be as low as 3 to 5 yuan. In winter, I take out the clothes accumulated in summer and wash them in batches. After washing, I can still wear them next summer. Fortunately, the space is constant. The two have space, but they are still very careful in their small days. I saw some people in their group complaining about the restrictions on online supermarkets and the price is still expensive, but fearing that the situation will be more difficult in the future, they still grabbed a lot of goods. Although ID verification is required, there is a limit to what each person can buy, but at least a family of 3 can buy 3 copies, so there are still many people in their community carrying things bought from the supermarket in and out every day, so Mew Nan and Chin Huari also. Then I bought some, and now that there are more people buying, they will not be so conspicuous. Online supermarkets have restrictions on the purchase of almost everything, even clothes and slippers that are not food, and other items such as rice, flour, grain, oil, and salt. People rob them all. This online supermarket has also been in operation for a few days. Everyone has figured out the time. The goods will be updated at 12 noon every day. At that time, grain and oil will be on the shelves, but if they are sold out, they will have to wait until the next day. Online grab. At this time, the advantage of having young people in the family is reflected. If there are only old people in the family, then there is really no way to compete with young people for this thing. Mew Nan doesn't rob them of those things, he avoids all the hot ones. Anyway, he has them. There is no need to rob other people's opportunities, so he mainly looks online for things that are expensive now. Are they worthwhile for others? Unusual snacks, such as biscuits and chocolates, spicy potato chips, brewed oatmeal and milk powder, and even milk tea. 8 treasure porridge. These things can also fill the stomach, but they are not a meal after all, and the price is still expensive, so I buy them now. Not many people. The current situation is that although life is difficult, it is still normal. Of course, there are more people who are restless and start to do some illegal activities because of today's difficulties, but most of them have not yet reached that point, and the price is expensive. But the money can still be used, and there are many laid-offs, but there are still people who are still working. Many shopping malls are closed, but supermarkets are still operating normally under the control of the government, so many people think that it is the end of the world now. But the national government is still there, and the order is not too chaotic. I still feel in my heart that as long as I get through this difficult period, it will get better later. Even if the climate in the future is like this, people can always find a way to survive after adapting. Therefore, most people have not yet reached the point where they can grab food when they see it. The main focus of hoarding is rice, flour, grain and oil, on a daily staple food. After adding a wave of shopping carts, Mew Nan took them to Chin Huari to have a look. Look at these things, delete the ones that are not suitable for you to buy, and pay for the ones you can buy. I bought them with your mobile phone, and I will buy them later. I'll use my mobile phone to buy it again, and I can only buy it once a week, so we just bought it together and went to get it together. Chin Huari glanced at it. There were not many items, but the price was high. Even if he only bought the limited quantity, it would cost several thousand yuan. The 30 or 41 boxes of chocolates used to cost almost 200 now. No wonder now not many people buy these, and this kind of food that can't fill you up is too expensive to be worth it. Chin Huari felt that these things were nothing, since they were displayed in the supermarket. They were for people to buy, so he looked at the others, added some daily necessities, made up a round number of 5,000 yuan, and then placed the order. When Mew Nan was shopping in the supermarket with his mobile phone, he saw that all the people in the community group were in 8, so he hurriedly said to Chin Huari, "The water truck is here, and we are going to start water supply from the water truck here too. Are we going down now?" Chin Huari glanced at it, then got up and put on his clothes. "Go down, everyone else is short of water, although no one may notice, but it's better to go with the flow. It just so happens that there are 2 large buckets at home, let's take them down together." Mew Nan was still very active in getting water, and she could leave with a set of clothes, but she couldn't help but sigh. "You have to take a shower at least once when you go down." But now they save water in the shower, just use that kind of water spoon to shower on the body twice and it's over, and they need to take a big basin to continue, and the shower water is reserved for flushing the toilet. Originally, it was just sweating a little from the heat, and I didn't do any dirty work, so I didn't need to wash it too delicately. However, some Liashan toilet water will be added to the water to cool and remove the smell of sweat, and the toilet will smell fragrant after flushing the toilet. Among other things, the toilet water is quite useful for preventing prickly heat, because many men are too hot to wear clothes, so Munan felt itchy when he saw patches of prickly heat on many people's backs and necks. Chin Huari walked ahead with the bucket, and Munan followed behind and sent a message to the small group on their floor. Although he didn't know if they saw the large group, it was just a matter of waving a finger to remind them. The people next door to them did not see the news of the community group. There are a lot of information in the community group every day. In addition to the notifications of the community, many people like to talk in it, so if the sound is not blocked, the message reminder can be heard all day long. Therefore, such news that requires immediate action may not be received accurately every time. When Yu Zaibai and the others came down, Munan and Chin Huari had already lined up to the front. Although the community notified them immediately, those who lived on the lower floors, or simply gathered people downstairs to chat, also notified their own families immediately people. So when Munan and the others came down, there was already a long queue. There are also regulations for the water truck to receive water. They can also provide water supply for 1 hour a day, but the water volume is very low, so another water truck has been arranged. Therefore, it is the same as receiving food, fetching water once every 3 days. One person can receive 10 liters of water at a time. Wait until the water is completely cut off here, and then arrange again. When fetching water, you also need to register your ID card. You can swipe it on a machine connected to a computer. It is estimated that it is a specially developed software. It avoids someone's opportunistic duplication of water. The current ID card still needs to be used with the help of some different apps. For example, if you swipe the water, you can only see the information of the water, and you can only see the person who received the material. After the earthquake later, the country began to replace the ID card. After that, you only need to swipe your ID card, all the used information can be seen, and virtual currency can also be entered, and there are no real coins. You can only swipe your ID card to spend money, and you can only swipe your ID card to make money. If you have any bad information, your reputation will be damaged, and it will affect the use of your currency. Although the government has tried its best to reduce the occurrence of some crimes, many people still take risks in such a difficult time, but it is very good to be able to do that. You must know that in foreign countries at that time, the chaos was so chaotic that man-made disasters were worse than natural disasters. Much more. 10 liters of water seems to be a lot in a bucket, but it takes 3 days to get it again after eating, drinking and chewing. That is to buy water directly from those whose families have a large population or have stored water at home. By cash. Munan saw it for a while, and the group of people had already traded several times. The big buckets of the old drinking fountains had been filled with several big buckets. They were placed on the tricycle behind them, and they were probably also for the business of pouring water. The people who are distributing water not far away don't care. Anyway, the water is given to you. Whether you take it back or exchange it for money is your own business. If you run out of water and die of thirst, you deserve it. Seeing that they traded another one, and the trader took a wad of money and an empty water bucket, and walked away briskly, Munan couldn't help but said, I don't know if those who sold the water will buy it in a few days. Regret. This kind of pouring of water has not yet formed a climate. It is just some opportunistic things done by scattered people, so the upper level is currently in a state of laissez-faire. Munan knew that the government suddenly mobilized force to liquidate a batch, seized a lot of stored water that was ready to be sold, and expanded part of the national treasury resources. Chin Huai said, at least they feel that they have made money now. Didn't you make money? The supermarket now costs 25 yuan for a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water, and there are only 2 bottles for a liter of water. At 50 yuan, you can double your income, and it's still free. Water, if it's not enough, you can still go to the supermarket, and you will make money no matter what. If you plan carefully, of course you choose to sell it. The people behind them also sighed. It is estimated that there is enough water in the house, so I don't care about it. I can exchange money and buy other things. In our community, there may not be many people who are short of water. Before there is a water supply station in the back. The big bucket of water costs 12 yuan a bucket. When the weather starts to get hot, the sales volume soars, and later it rises to 20 yuan a bucket. Because it is nearby, it is also convenient to buy. Sometimes, many people save a lot at home, fearing that one day the heat will cut off the water. New Nan asked, "Is the water station still open? Is there still water for sale?" He also knew about the water station, but at that time he was afraid of buying too much and saving it at home, so he didn't buy too much. He bought 2 or 3 barrels every few days, and later it was so hot that he couldn't go out during the day. After several phone calls, there was no stock there, so I didn't continue to buy. The man said, "The door was closed early. I heard that the boss regretted his death. He always said that if he had known that it would be hot like it is now, then he should have stockpiled a warehouse of goods. Now a bucket of water sells for more than 1,000. The warehouse is still not profitable. That kind of big barrel usually costs 15 to 18 liters. At the current water price, 1,000 barrels is more than enough." Someone behind sighed, "If I knew it, I would have bought more at that time. Now I can support my family by selling water." The tone of the speech revealed a great regret for missing a windfall. How can there be so many people in the world who knew it earlier? If they had known it earlier, those who have saved water will probably not sell it no matter how much money they make. Chapter 37. Just when everyone thought that the high temperature of 50 degrees was the limit, and they were gradually getting used to the heat, the temperature reached a new high. In just 3 days, the temperature rose directly from 489 to 50. 3 or 4, there is no process of adaptation for people at all, and the temperature in some places is even as high as 55 or 6 degrees due to the geographical environment. But in a bunch of bad situations, there is nothing to be happy about. That is, when the temperature exploded, the cockroaches that became a disaster some time ago finally stopped running to human residences. It seems that the temperature is too high to bear, so I ran to hide in a cool place underground, and people finally didn't need to worry about piles of cockroaches for the time being. With the sudden rise in temperature, those slightly older air conditioners in the house completely went on strike. Even if the outside was covered, the high temperature could not be brought down. The explosion of the air conditioner happened, not to mention from the internet. It was in the community where I lived, and I could hear the explosion several times a day. If you are lucky, the explosion will explode, and there will be no other losses. If you are unlucky, it will definitely be a fire with extreme escape. If the fire occurs during the day, it will be really cold. If you don't escape, you will die. It is also death. The sun can tan on the skin, and the skin can be cracked in 2 or 3 minutes. So many people dare not use the air conditioner at all during the day, and can only cook with the residual temperature of the air conditioner at night. But even if it is residual temperature, the indoor temperature can be more than 30 degrees or even 40 degrees, especially those who live on the roof, which is no different from a sauna room. Open the door, it will only be hotter outside than inside. This day is very hot, and the water is consumed quickly. There are countless examples of dehydration and death due to too much heat. They would rather eat 2 sips of food and drink 2 more sips of water. In just a few days, the spiritual outlook of the entire residents of Mu Nan's community has undergone earth-shaking changes. Before that, there were nocturnal people sitting downstairs, chatting while blowing on electric fans. The air-conditioned mahjong room is still operating normally. Because of the staggered time for receiving supplies, many people come in and out every night. The whole family chats while collecting things, and when they meet neighbors they know, they stop to talk about it. Sentences give back some information to each other. But now, everyone looks tired, their lips are chapped, their eyes are dull, and their hair is stuck to their scalps. Some girls are fine, and some men have a strong body odor. You can smell the strong sweat on each other's body from a long distance away. There is no way to avoid this situation because you have to line up to receive supplies. Even if you keep fanning with a fan, the suffocating smell mixed with the suffocating temperature will really suffocate you. Fortunately, the amount of supplies is limited, and if you are notified of the date to pick it up, there will definitely be one. So when queuing up at the supermarket, everyone tacitly keeps a little distance from each other, although at this time everyone almost don't dislike anyone, but you can't ignore the smell of the other person because you can't dislike others, so you can feel a little better if you are farther away. Knowing that the situation outside is difficult, Mu Nan didn't bring that kind of misting fan when he went out. At this time, he can still spray water to cool down. Maybe he will become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. However, he still brought that kind of cooling wipes, otherwise it would be so hot, even if there is no sun at night, he would still suffer from heat stroke, so he was always prepared to take it with him. Just as they were queuing, a woman in front suddenly fell to the ground. The woman should have come to collect the supplies by herself. After she fell, no one she knew stepped forward, and even the people in front and behind immediately retreated and stood guard. The soldiers of the supermarket order rushed over and carried the fainted people aside for emergency cooling. The current 120 is basically unable to get through. A community can faint a dozen people a day, a district, a city. How many people get dizzy every day? It is luck to be able to get an ambulance. And the woman who just fainted is obviously suffering from heat stroke, sweating, convulsions, cramps and pains, which is a typical reaction to heat stroke. If she can get medical help at this time, she might even save her life. Organ failure and death. Since the high temperature, I don't know how many people have died like this. The number of deaths has long been higher than that of the previous poisonous mycelium infection. Some people even saw 3 or 4 people who fell to the ground and finally died when they went out at night. So most people are numb to this kind of sudden collapse. In the end, it was estimated that the phone could not be connected, so a soldier carried him into a military vehicle and sent him directly to the hospital. The supplies in front continued to be distributed normally, and there were some rustling conversations in the crowd, but they soon became quiet again. Zhu Ming, who was standing behind Qin Huari and the others, couldn't help but said, "That man can't be saved." Niu Nan turned to look at him, and Zhu Ming sighed. In the past, the medical treatment was not so stressful, and we could do our best to save this kind of heat stroke that had obviously produced convulsive reactions, but now, the hospital can't save it at all. If you send it away, you'll just wait to die. Although he is not a human doctor, there are some things in common. The woman's heat stroke reaction just now is a manifestation of excessive temperature in the organs. It is estimated that she has been so dizzy and uncomfortable for at least a day or 2, but some people I always want to endure it, or take a break and drink more water. Maybe I will be fine, but in the end, once the reaction gets worse, it is a signal that the body can't bear it completely. When encountering today's tense medical resources, only one died. Generally high-temperature heat stroke, except for frail and elderly people who will suddenly feel aggravated or fainted in a short period of time, such as within 1 or 2 hours. Most of them actually have aura, such as palpitation, dizziness, nausea, or even abdominal pain and discomfort. In fact, you should be alert to this kind of situation. It is best to go to the hospital immediately, or simply stay in the air-conditioned room and don't go out again. But many people think it's just too hot, so they feel a little dizzy. Take a rest and the situation will ease. Don't take it seriously, or feel that this degree of discomfort can be tolerated, and continue to work and live normally, but you don't know that you have heat stroke when you have mild symptoms. After Zhu Ming gave them a little science education, he emphasized, so if there is such a symptom, either stay in the air-conditioned room and drink plenty of water, take some medicine to relieve heat, or go to the hospital and wait until you really can't stand it and faint. I was able to save it before, but now it is equivalent to stepping on both feet in the coffin. Don't be negligent because of a small problem. Jianchu sighed deeply, thinking about the girl just now, and thinking about the future. She just felt flustered. Among them, Zhu Ming only knew that Jianchu worked outside. He didn't know what the jobs of Qin Huari and his brothers were, but they didn't have to go out. Yu Zaibai worked at home, so he asked Jianchu said, "You who work outside, especially you should pay more attention." Jianchu heard the words and sighed again. "What class is there? I was dismissed yesterday, and now I'm squatting at home." Niu Nan saw that he was downcast, so he comforted him. "It's better to stay at home at this time and be safer. Now that the state distributes water and supplies, I will never die of hunger." Jianchu smiled at him when he heard the words. Fortunately, the supplies are being distributed now, and 5 packs of noodles will be eaten for 3 days, so at least 1 meal can be full every day. To be honest, he actually envies Niu Nan quite a bit. This kind of envy can be regarded as human nature. When he was closed at home before, he could see that their family conditions are good, and he doesn't need to worry about money. If they sell it, their family can afford it. His brother seems to be capable and protects him. In such a hot day, everyone has a sour smell, and although they are also sweaty, they have a faint smell. The smell of toilet water. Facing such a gap in life, if you say you don't have the slightest envy, it's a big heart. But it's just envy. Envy at this time, the closeness of the 2 brothers who depend on each other for life, and he himself doesn't know if he will have the opportunity to show his heart in this life. Hearing his sigh, Yu Zaibai took out a piece of paper and wiped his sweat for him. "Now I rely on the state to support me, and I can rest at home with peace of mind. If the government abandons the masses because of the current harsh environment, then there is no need to worry, everyone. Let's die together." Jianchu took the paper, and Yu Zaibai asked the people behind him, "Do you want it? Wipe off your sweat." Zhu Ming smiled, "I brought it, no need." Qin Huari also shook his head at him, "We have it. Even paper is very expensive now, if they have it themselves, there is no need to use someone else's." Jianchu turned her head lightly, looking at the empty road without a car due to the high temperature, lack of supplies, and lack of oil, sighed silently, with indiscriminate gentleness, reluctant to let go. The worst thing. The front line was delayed for a while, because a man took his father's ID card and wanted to pick it up on his behalf, saying that his father was too old to go out in such a hot day, but there were regulations above that he could not pick it up on his behalf. If there is a problem, the community will be responsible, so of course it is impossible to distribute supplies here, probably because it is too hot, and life is too difficult. The man couldn't hold back his temper, and after yelling impatiently, he started directly. Of course, the final result must be subdued. As a soldier, subduing an ordinary person who has not been trained is naturally a matter of minutes. It is probably because of this that the distribution of supplies has been controlled by the army from the beginning, and it has never considered recruiting ordinary people. Seeing that the front was stuck, Qin Huari directly tore a pack of single-piece wet wipes to wipe Mu Nan's sweat. Seeing that he couldn't wipe the back, he reached out and wiped the back of his neck and back for him, holding his collar. Fan the wind inside, hold on a little longer. Mu Nan was going to tear a bag for Qin Huari to wipe, but was stopped by Qin Huari. "I don't need it." While fanning him, he asked, "Are you dizzy?" Mu Nan shook his head, but he was so hot that he didn't want to talk anymore. He had long since lost the spirit of going out, so it's no wonder that those people seem to have been hollowed out one by one. Those who may not be able to eat enough at home will be even more spiritless. Although I have experienced it once, it is still very difficult to do it again. Qin Huari pursed his lips, his eyes were distressed, but he still didn't say anything. They really didn't need to suffer this crime because of a few bottles of water and a bag of noodles, but if they couldn't handle it at the beginning, what would they do later? So as long as If Nan can still insist, he will not prevent him from going out to acclimatize. It was the same day to pick up the supplies and the water truck. Just as they walked into the community, they saw the water truck approaching, so Jianchu took Mu Nan to line up, and asked Yu Zaibai, Zhu Ming and Qin Huari to go upstairs to put things and then get the buckets. This also saves time. When Qin Huari and the others came down with the bucket, there was already a commotion downstairs, and the place where the commotion happened was the water wheel side. Qin Huari's heart tightened, and he quickly ran over there. Seeing Mu Nan was very happy standing next to Jianchu while queuing up and watching the excitement, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Mu Nan shook his head. Seeing that his breath was not stable, he quickly wiped his sweat with a tissue. "It's okay, you ran here in just a few steps. We didn't arrive so fast, and there are still elders ahead." Qin Huai glanced at the people who were still arguing over there, and it was the Jiang family who unexpectedly had a conflict, so he asked, "What are they arguing about?" Mu Nan said, "They have a lot of families, 5 of them, 10 liters of water per person." When those water buyers saw it, they went up and asked them if they sold it. It was the boy who asked, and then his grandfather came over immediately, protecting his grandson and pushing him away. The guy who asked if he wanted to sell water ended up getting into a fight, and during the fight he overturned a bucket of water in Jiang's house, and that's how it ended. Seeing that the troublemaker had nothing to do with them, Qin Huari didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, so he stood in the line, replaced Mu Nan, and asked him to stand away a bit. Fetching water is not something that everyone can surely get. The car water, it's over when it's over, so I'm afraid I won't be able to line up, so the line is naturally tighter, and the closer it is, the hotter it is. Anyway, Mu Nan is standing next to him with a bucket, and the people behind will know this. There are family members queuing up. It's not just them. The people who come down to fetch water are all families. One of them is in line. It's normal for the rest of the family to stand next to them. If you jump in front of the queue, the people behind will generally not care about it. In the end, the farce over there was suppressed by people in the community. Of course, it is impossible to compensate you for the water that was poured down. You can't just give you an extra bucket just because you make trouble. Some people will not get water. Although Jiang Jianwen is very dissatisfied, he is not as tough as the community. Now the community exists to maintain the order of the community, but it is no longer serving the people with a service mentality. If you really want to make trouble, you will suffer in the end. As for those water collectors who cause disputes, the community also beat them down. Letting them in is also a principle of voluntary trading. If they cause trouble in the community again, they can only be asked to leave. You can't even enter the community, because there are many people fetching water, there are many people going up and down the elevator, so there is a queue to go upstairs. When New Nan and the others were queuing up with buckets and waiting to go upstairs, people from the Jiang family walked in cursing, blaming the community for not doing anything, blaming the community for taking black money from other water collectors, blaming the community for colluding with others. Li took a little bit of power and didn't pay attention to these owners. New Nan didn't look back at them, but couldn't help but rolled his eyes in his heart. They belong to the community neighborhood committee, not the property management. The property management only pays a garbage fee every month, and then the cleaners hired by the community help them remove the garbage, that's all. Why should the owner be taken seriously? Unexpectedly, Jiang Jianwen cursed, probably saw Jianchu, who had a dispute with him before, recognized that they were residents on the same building, and even pointed at Sang and scolded Huari, "We are not united at this time, why don't we just wait? Don't be fooled by others. Some people are really sharp-minded, and they don't know that distant relatives are not as important as close neighbors. Today's young people are really indifferent and selfish, and this generation is in their hands." Jianchu knew who he was accusing Sang and scolding Huari, and was about to have a fit of unbearable, but Yu Zaibai held his shoulder. "You can just scold, and you won't lose a piece of meat. If you really want to get into a fight with this kind of old man, what can they do if they lie down on the ground?" On the other hand, New Nan, seeing Jianchu gnashing his teeth, Yu Zaibai seemed to be blocking something, looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Yu Zaibai glanced at the old man of the Jiang family, who was still cursing behind him, then shrugged his shoulders to express his helplessness. New Nan was bewildered, and realized belatedly that Jiang's family was on the same floor as them, so the distant relatives were not as close as neighbors, so they couldn't help looking at Qin Huari, and asked in a low voice, "What does he mean? Blame us for not helping him just now? If this is the case, then this person's brain is too sick, and he is not familiar with him. He hasn't even had a face-to-face meeting since he moved back. They are not hot-blooded young people who embody justice. Besides, when it comes to justice, this cursing old man may not be the party of justice." When they got on the elevator, the old man of the Jiang family was still grinning non-stop, while the rest of the Jiang family had expressions of forbearance, as if they couldn't bear to curse like this, or in other words, when everyone was waiting quietly for the elevator, "It's embarrassing for you to swear all by yourself. But I guess Jiang Jianwen usually behaves like this at home, and no one can refute, so his family can only bear it." Coincidentally, the elevator they were waiting for happened to have all the floors on their floor loaded. In the enclosed space of the elevator, the old man's nose was not his nose, and his eyes were not his eyes. When he got off the elevator, he deliberately walked a few steps faster and bumped into Jianchu, who was walking in front, almost spilling the water in his hand. Water is so important now, 3 days of eating and drinking is all it takes. After all, the faucet can't release water at all, and a few drops are no different from stopping the water. I had endured all the way, but now Jianchu couldn't bear it anymore, put the water aside first, and then said, "Damn old man, do you owe it?" Jiang Jianwen suddenly became angry. It was the first time in his life that he was called to death as an old man, so he turned around angrily, and even wanted to grab Jianchu's clothes. "You brat, do you have a tutor?" Jianchu grabbed his hand, regardless of whether he was an old man in his 60s or 70s, he was so energetic, he was probably in better health than young people like them, so he just pushed him violently, and raised his foot towards him. He kicked the middle-aged woman who was supposed to be his daughter-in-law at the side, and kicked the bucket in her hand over. At this moment, several members of the Jiang family became angry, and Jiang Jianwen rushed over to beat someone. "Who is Jianchu? He doesn't seem to have any lethality. He is almost as thin as Munan next door, but he grew up in a better environment. Not pure, remarried mother, drunk and gambling father. If he didn't have the ability to protect himself, he would have been beaten to death by his drunken father who likes to fight." So Jianchu went directly to those Jiang family members by herself. Grandma Jiang couldn't bear this kind of scene. She kept trying to persuade the 2 men of the Jiang family, but she couldn't hold back the anger of the 2 men of the Jiang family. The little grandson of the family also wanted to come forward to help, but his mother held him tightly. "Little ancestor, don't make trouble." Jiang Zikeng is also a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Seeing his grandfather and father being beaten, how could he stand by and watch? So he pushed his mother away and rushed forward, but he was the one who was so big in a honey jar. The child, how could it be Jianchu's opponent? He was slapped as soon as he approached. This Jianchu started. Of course Yu Zaibo couldn't be watching, but he tried to separate the entangled people, but was pushed several times by Jiang Jianwen's son Jiang Yi. These people started fighting as soon as they got off the elevator, and Zhu Ming couldn't get in, so he could only shout from the side, "Don't fight. If you get injured, you can't even get in the hospital now. Please calm down." Unfortunately, the voice he shouted, "It's all futile." Qin Huari, on the other hand, opened the iron gate of his house very calmly, and pushed Mu Nan, who was stunned by the situation, in front of him. Mu Nan put away the bucket he brought up, and saw the bucket Jianchu put beside him. Several times he was almost knocked over, so he hurried over to pick up the bucket and hid behind the iron gate of his house. Qin Huari gave him a funny look, then stood in front of the iron gate, and didn't say he wanted to help, but he didn't go in either. In the end, Jianchu kicked Jiang Ziking to the ground. He couldn't hit the old guy hard, and he was at a disadvantage if he played well, but he was not polite to young people. Jiang Ziking is the treasure of the Jiang family, and a group of people rushed to help him. Jianchu touched the corner of his mouth that was sore from the beating, looked at the members of the Jiang family and said viciously, "I don't cause trouble because I'm afraid of you, because I don't want to be troublesome. I'm afraid this kid wasn't even born when I was hanging around outside. I warn you, old man, if you don't keep your mouth clean, if you mess with me, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Don't say you're not afraid. You're not afraid. Ask your grandson if he's afraid, and kill this little chick. A slap is enough. If you don't believe me, try it." Jiang Jianwen suffered several blows on his body, and now it hurts everywhere. He is usually angry because others are afraid of him. Now that he meets someone who is not afraid of him, he is so angry that he almost has a heart attack. He pointed at you for a long time and said, "Can't say a complete word." Jianchu sneered, "Damn you, before you swear at Sang and Huari next time, think about whether your grandson can eat my 2 punches before you speak. Oh yes, you want to call the police, right? Report, now there is still food in there, wait for me to come out." Jianchu didn't say the following words, but his eyes turned around Jiang Ziking's body. To deal with this kind of old thing, beating him is useless. Only by pinching his weakness will he know that he is afraid. Chapter 38. The anger in Jianchu's heart was vented fiercely, and the breath of the whole person was smooth. Sure enough, if you are angry, you can't hold it in. If you hurt others and yourself, you must choose the former. The old man of the Jiang family was so angry that he was so bullied by a stinky boy who didn't even have full hair. He didn't care about Jianchu's harsh words before. He said fiercely that he would call the police, and pointed at Zhu Ming, Qin Huari and the others and said, "You've all seen this bastard. You can't sleep at night with this kind of person living here. I want to call the police, and you need to testify to me. He was the one who started it." Zhu Ming was already very tired and hot. Seeing that they stopped fighting, he didn't bother to join in. The 2 shouts just now cost a lot of saliva, so he turned around and walked towards his home with a bucket in his hand. Seeing this, the old man of the Jiang family stared angrily. At this time, Mu Nan was holding Jianchu's bucket. Here. Jianchu went over to pick up the bucket and thanked him. The Jiang family didn't expect that they were all in the same group on their floor. Grandma Jiang seemed to recognize Mu Nan, and looked at him with a look of hatred. "Nan Nan? Are you Nan Nan? Oh, why are you hanging out with this kind of person?" Qin Huai asked Mu Nan to enter the house directly, but Grandma Jiang ran over and seemed to want to grab Mu Nan and talk about it, but was stopped by Qin Huai. "Sorry, we don't seem to know each other well." Grandma Jiang frowned and looked at Qin Huai, with a bit of disgust in her eyes. "You are a kid from the Qin family, right? You have grown so big all of a sudden. I am your Grandma Jiang." Qin Huai seemed to smile, and said bluntly, "I'm sorry, Nan Nan's grandma and I are living well in heaven." After speaking, he closed the iron door with a bang. I probably didn't expect them to have such an attitude. This made the 2 old people of the Jiang family very angry. They couldn't even understand why they seemed to be targeted by several residents on this floor at the same time. "They just moved when I came back. I didn't do anything. It was so inexplicable." After returning to the room, Jianchu rubbed the corners of his mouth. Yu Zaibai frowned and stepped forward to help him check, but he couldn't help but said, "You're too impulsive." Jianchu pushed his hand away. "I have a natural temper, and I can't suppress it." Yu Zaibai sighed. "The current world is very chaotic. You don't know how others will retaliate against you." Jianchu looked at him, afraid of being retaliated. "Do you just listen to others scolding?" Yu Zaibai, "I just don't want anything to happen to you. In this situation, safety is more important than anything else." Jianchu remained silent, and Yu Zaibai knew that he had such a temper, so he sighed and went into the kitchen with a bucket. Jianchu walked to the bathroom. He was quite experienced in fighting and knew how to protect himself, but he was still hit on the face. In a short while, the corners of his mouth were turning blue. He had won the fight. At this moment, I feel inexplicably uncomfortable. I really didn't expect that today's outing would end with a fight. The main reason is that the fighters were beyond his expectation. He thought that Jianchu was just like him. At the beginning, Jianchu had a bad complexion, looking sickly and weaker than him. Why this life is like a different person. New Nan knew that this was a man who just acted decisively. He is a seasoned fighter, and he doesn't match Jianchu's frail appearance at all. Seeing Qin Huai's unsurprised appearance, New Nan asked, "Brother, did you realize that Jianchu is quite capable of fighting?" Qin Huai shook his head. "That's not true. What's the matter?" "New Nan, you don't look surprised at all. Wow, is he a King Kong little white rabbit? Have you seen that? The 3 men in the Jiang family can't beat Jianchu." Qin Huai said with a smile, looking at Jianchu's way of fighting. "They are all wild ways, but you can ask him for advice and learn some insidious tricks to defend yourself. He has learned Sanda for many years and has formed a system, but he has great strength and quick reaction, so if he encounters some bad guys, he can solve them with his own skills. But New Nan is different. He has just started to practice. One is that he has not yet formed muscle memory. He cannot do an instinctive reaction to fight back, and the other is that his strength is weak. If he really faces some reckless people, he can only take a break. On the other hand, Jianchu knows how to use her strengths. Although those experiences seem to be accumulated from fighting with others, they are very suitable for New Nan." New Nan said with emotion, "I didn't expect that there would be a day when I was wrong." Qin Huai said, "He is indeed somewhat unexpected." New Nan waved his hand. "It's not this one who was wrong, it was him and Yu Zaibai. I always thought of the two of them. Yu Zaibai was the protector, and Jianchu was the one who was protected. Now looking at it this way, I'm afraid they will be overthrown from top to bottom." Qin Huai didn't understand. "What's up and down?" New Nan chuckled. "Don't you know they are a couple? You didn't see it? I saw it. He is an online cartoonist. He has never eaten pork or seen pigs running. For a while, Tanmir novels were very popular, and some people invited him to serialize comics, such as Romance and Lily. Although they seem to be a little different in this life, the atmosphere between the two of them is definitely not an ordinary friend relationship just because of their fate in the previous life." Qin Huai's eyes instantly became a little unclear. "You understand very well?" New Nan didn't notice the change in Qin Huai's eyes, and shared it with him. "This can be regarded as the normal culture in our circle, brother. You don't still think feudally that the combination of yin and yang is the kingly way?" Qin Huai, "That's not true. No matter what others do, they won't disturb my life. But how did you find out?" New Nan can't say that he saw it from their last life, and can only say the atmosphere between them is very intimate. This kind of intimacy is beyond the level of ordinary roommates. Qin Huai took off his shirt, took the cold drink that New Nan handed over, held it in his hand but didn't drink it, but looked at New Nan and asked, "Then don't you think we are closer than them?" New Nan looked like you were talking nonsense. "How many years have we known each other? How many years have they known each other? Can it be the same? We have napped together, ate a pot of rice, called brother for so long. If not after all these years you have been away, we can still get closer." Qin Huai smiled helplessly. Seeing that he was going to turn on the small electric fan, he urged, "Go take a shower first, and you'll be cool after a shower." New Nan had no choice but to get up from the bed, glance at Qin Huai's undisguised six-pack abs, and take a look at his clothes. Because of running and practicing Sanda every day, he now has abs, but he has to work hard to stretch them. Only when it's tight can you see a little shape. Unlike Qin Huai, it's almost like growing on the body. It's always there. So I couldn't help leaving envious eyes, sighed softly and walked to the bathroom. Qin Huai, who was inexplicably hot when New Nan glanced at him, turned on the small fan by himself, drinking a cold drink and trying to cool down. After taking a shower and blowing on the fan for a while, New Nan felt cool down. Seeing that Qin Huai had sprinkled water on the inside and outside of the vegetable pot, he asked, "Can our chicken survive the high temperature? If you can't, kill it and do it, or you won't be able to eat it if it's too hot." Qin Huai, "For now, it's okay. The air conditioner over there is not very good. It is a bit old, so it is only turned on every night, and the chickens are released every night for activities, and they are placed in their kitchen during the day, because the air conditioner that New Nan bought can completely withstand the current situation. The temperature is high, so even if it is open during the day, a door is opened in the kitchen to let the air conditioning air in, a piece of ice is placed, a few chickens are kept in cages, and a urine mat is laid on the floor, so there is no need to wash the floor, etc. The peeing mat is very dirty, and I can replace it with a new one to save water. The chickens seem to be in good spirits, and I feel that I can continue to raise them." It is estimated that it is very hot now, and the chickens do not know why they refuse to cuddle. After a few eggs were necrotic, Chinhuari trapped the rooster alone. Although the eggs were also less afterward, several hens could at least pick up the eggs every day, to an egg or two, but it's also good not to nest now, otherwise the hatched chicks may have difficulty surviving. New Nan let out a sigh. Chinhuari said it was okay, so let's continue to raise chickens. Anyway, when he first started raising chickens, he didn't have any hope of raising chickens. It's not bad to eat. Seeing that Chinhuari was busy with his internal and external affairs and was about to take a bath, New Nan asked, "What are you eating today? Do you want to see the menu?" Chinhuari laughed, "You also made the menu?" New Nan, idle is idle. I haven't drawn for a long time. I can't help but want to draw. 2 days ago, Chinhuari saw New Nan writing and drawing with his drawing book in his arms, but he didn't go over to look at it. Although they don't have much privacy when they live like this now, sometimes they have a private space. I can still give it away, but I didn't expect New Nan to be drawing a menu. Let me see. New Nan hurriedly handed him the menu. Chinhuari took it and looked through it. The drawing is not bad. Cartoon style, several dishes on one page, and coloring. It is very pleasing to the eye and whets the appetite. Snail powder, fried eel noodles, spicy tofu, spicy shredded chicken, boiled fish slices, kung pao chicken. Next to each dish is a cute chili. 1 is mildly spicy, 5 are very spicy. Chinhuari smiled, said, "Are you drawing all the dishes stored in your space?" New Nan took his own recipe book. "Not yet. Let's draw 1/5 of it." "So much? How can I draw it all so quickly?" "Just take your time. When this book is finished, it will be almost done, brother." "What are you going to eat next?" Chinhuari said, "I'm going to cook a pot of rice. I haven't eaten raw rice for several days. Take out a plate of spicy tofu, a steamed sea bass, and stir-fried cabbage. You can see what else you want to eat. Let me first go wash the rice, cook the rice, and then take a bath." Chinhuari took a quick shower, and came out a few minutes later with the smell of toilet water. New Nan let him cool down for a while, and then he heard the rice cooker beeping in the kitchen, and then took out the ready-made dishes from the space, and he took an extra plate of braised pork. Although the weather was very hot and made people lose their appetite, New Nan suddenly wanted to eat braised pork. A mouthful of braised pork, fat and thin, full of gravy with rice, one bite feels that life has been sublimated. Chinhuari looked at him and smiled. "You didn't like this when you were young." New Nan, "That's when I was a child and didn't understand the delicacy of the world." Thinking of what happened just now, New Nan was a little worried. "Brother, will the Jiang family call the police?" Chinhuari said, "No, although the old man of the Jiang family will definitely not be able to swallow this breath, his family will stop him. The grandson who was finally begged has grown to such a big age. What is the baby like? Unless he Jianchu caught him and never let him out, otherwise he would call the police, and this would really be a deadlock. So Jiang Zikang's grandma and mother would not let his grandpa call the police." New Nan, "That's good, otherwise this matter is really confusing. It's a pity for that bucket of water. The bucket of water that was kicked over by Jianchu has cooled the corridor, which is a pity." New Nan swiped his phone and let out a snort. "Brother, look, when we were picking up the things just now, that man fought with Brother Bing." Chinhuari took a look. "What's wrong?" New Nan said, "The group is talking about him. Someone smelled a strange smell at the door of the house. It was the smell of a corpse, and told the community, and he was temporarily detained because he did something with the person who distributed the supplies. Can't come back." The community asked someone to open the door, and then saw one of the rooms in his house. The body was so hot that it belonged to his father. It seemed that he went out to collect supplies last time, and he died not long after he came back. He probably died from the heat. That man didn't let his father be dragged away, so he just wanted to stay for 2 days and take his father's ID card to pick up his things again. A bottle of water and a few bags of noodles. If this incident had happened after the earthquake, it probably wouldn't have caused such a big reaction from the masses. After all, at that time, for a little food, anything was really possible, but it's not yet that time, and the country is still distributing supplies and water, so this man's behavior is really chilling. Some people even asked in the group whether this kind of behavior constituted a legal crime and whether it could be arrested. Of course, there is no way to get caught. It depends on what kind of punishment will be received for this kind of proxy behavior. But in the end, I heard that the man was detained for 15 days. Of course, these 15 days were not the kind of being locked up in a detention center to eat, but he was taken to a construction site to move bricks, and those construction sites are the ones that the government plans to build. Summer base. After that time, they didn't meet people from the Jiang family for a period of time, and they probably avoided them on purpose. When receiving supplies again, Zhu Ming was also laid off. Now pets have become a meal for many people, and even a few wild dogs can't be seen on the road, and now a catty of rice can't wait for hundreds of dollars. Who still has the money to go to see a doctor for pets, and many medicines can't stand the high temperature, so the clinic can't continue to open, so it's closed for now. Let's talk about what happens later. Zhu Ming said, looking at Jin Chu, Qin Huari and the others. There are still some medicines in stock at the clinic. Do you want to get some? Anyway, it doesn't cost money, and the power will be cut off when the clinic is closed, and those medicines will probably be useless later. Jin Chu had never kept pets before, so she didn't know much about it, so she asked curiously, what kind of medicine? The medicine used for pets can also be used by people? Zhu Ming, of course not all of them are available, but some are actually interoperable, such as some anti-inflammatory products, insect repellent spray shared by pets, oh yes, and cat and dog food. Do you want to move some back? When there is no food left, these are still edible, but they have no taste and are not very tasty. Of course Zhu Ming was half joking when he said this. Of course he could eat it, but he couldn't have imagined that there would be a shortage of food in the future to the extent that he would need to eat cat food and dog food. New Nan asked, is there a pea mat? Zhu Ming nodded, yes, but what do you want a pea mat for? New Nan, I raised a few chickens, and I used a urinal to catch the chicken droppings so as not to clean it up with water. He also had some urinals in his space, but he didn't expect this thing to be of any use to them before. It's not too big, and it can't be used as a bed sheet. It can't be used as a mat or a cover. It's not possible to pee on the pea mat and then roll it up and throw it away. Anyway, I also prepared cat litter, the gift from the manufacturer. I didn't expect it to be just right for chickens. Zhu Ming and the others know that their family has chickens. In the past, the big roosters would crow every morning, and sometimes they could hear the crowing while waiting for the elevator. It was just that they didn't expect to raise chickens with a urine pad, but now there is such a shortage of water. Under the circumstances, in order to maintain the sanitation of the environment, it is quite feasible. Zhu Ming said, then we can go and have a look after we get the things later, and move home as soon as possible if we need anything. The electricity in the clinic was just cut off yesterday. It should be fine today, but in 2 days, there is a fear of it's hot and rotten. If there are things that don't cost money, naturally they don't want them for nothing, so they decided to go together later to see what's worth taking. Zhu Ming walked along the queue while giving them popular science pet supplies. When they got to them, they realized that they had no choice but water and instant noodles, and there was no more rice, and a flyer. New Nan remembered this when he saw the leaflet. The government directly expropriated large shopping malls in various places and changed the layout of the entire shopping mall. After solar energy is installed, they will open one by one. At that time, the entire shopping mall will provide 24-hour cooling, and it will be provided free of charge to people with special circumstances, such as some elderly people without houses, elderly people who have lost their only child, and people with particularly difficult families. For example, on the roof of Mu Nan's building, there was an old man with abnormal mind. During the epidemic, he was taken away because of a group buying dispute, but he was released later, but the temperature was too high not long after he came back. The building is air-conditioned, and there is not even a place to use electricity. The high temperature will kill you every minute. Later, people in the community placed the single old man in the community service center. There are now several widowed and lonely old people there. If the government's cooling resettlement site is opened, these people will be the first to be sent in. A shopping mall is so big, and the country's investment in reconstruction and solar energy is not small. Naturally, there are ways to recover some costs. After all, there are many families who dare not turn on the air conditioner during the day, and the air conditioner at home is breaking through the high temperature of 50 degrees. In the end, it can't be moved at all, so if there is such a cooling point, it will solve the problem of many people using air conditioning during the day, and the cooling point will be charged according to the head of time. Qin Huai carefully looked at the leaflet. The fee can be paid directly, and the existing materials can be exchanged for the usage time of the cold spot at the current market price. But the government's undisguised behavior of recycling materials is enough to show that the situation in the future will really get worse. But at present, this is the best way, because many people hoarded goods crazily in the early stage, but there is no way to preserve those hoarded things with personal strength. In such a hot day, even some preservatives can be stored for a long time. I am afraid that all the things I have are almost unbearable. Instead of letting the masses hoard them at home and waste them, it is better to recover some of them in this form and let the state keep them. New Nan heard someone looking at the leaflet and saying, 300 yuan can be used to stay in the cold for a day. This summer vacation cost is not cheaper than food. Compared to life and money, life is naturally more important. The temperature is really unbearable during the day. At this time, the state still needs to collect money. This is not forcing the common people to their death. 300 yuan, my family has no money, so let's continue to suffer at home. If you die, you will be relieved. After Yu Zaibai and the others finished receiving the supplies, Qin Huari and the others walked back together. Jianchu asked New Nan, will you go? New Nan shook his head, probably not. My air conditioner was just replaced this year, and the place where it was installed was originally on the patio to avoid the direct sunlight, and I also set up a shelter. It seems that it can still withstand it now. Antibody, Jianchu said. Fortunately, I saw that the situation was not right this year, and I replaced it with a large capacity air conditioner early. If the cooling point is opened, those who are not at home during the day will not need electricity. It should not be so by then. Let's cut off the power periodically. New Nan took the flyer and fanned the wind. Who knows, hope will continue. Seeing that Jianchu was walking side by side with him, and obviously looking for a topic with him on purpose, New Nan gave him a rare and sensitive look, and asked in a low voice, did you quarrel with Yu Zaibai? Jianchu looked at New Nan in astonishment. Why do you ask that? He didn't make it obvious either. New Nan smiled. It feels like that. Although I used to chat with him when we were getting supplies and fetching water together, this apparent reluctance to walk with Yu Zaibai was indeed a bit too obvious up. Jianchu said, no, it's just that there are some things that need to be thought about. New Nan said, sometimes it's not good to think too much about some things. Who knows if there will be a tomorrow in the current life? It's so tiring to waste time on entanglement and thinking. It's better to live one day at a time. Jianchu heard the words and said with a smile, that makes sense. Thinking of what Qin Huari said last time, New Nan turned to Jianchu and said, my brother said that you are very good at fighting, so teach me 2 tricks when you have free time. I'll exchange the stewed chicken wings my brother made for you. Jianchu felt a little embarrassed. What's so powerful? It's just a vain trick, and you can only deal with that kind of stubborn old man. If you change to someone who is a little bit capable, you will only get beaten. But if you want to learn, I can teach you. You don't need braised chicken wings, it's so expensive now, you can keep it for yourself. But I think your brother seems to have learned some kung fu. Why don't you learn from your brother? Whether a person is a showman or has real ability, sometimes it can be seen from his temperament, and with Qin Huari's physique, it looks like he has been trained. New Nan said, my brother also teaches, but my brother said that your fighting style is more suitable for me. Let me learn more skills so that I won't suffer in the future. This is true. Jianchu thinks that if it becomes more and more difficult in the future, it is good to learn more skills. At least when being bullied, it is not powerless to fight back. Speaking of this, Jianchu glanced at Yu Zaibai in front of him, and smiled. Speaking of which, he taught me some moves. This time New Nan was even more stunned. Huh? He can also kung fu? Jianchu nodded. I have practiced taekwondo. New Nan suddenly felt that maybe even Zhu Ming was a hidden master. Could it be that he was the only one fighting the 5 scum on their floor? But after being surprised, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Although he didn't know whether he guessed the reason for their quarrel correctly, if it happened to him, he felt that he would be very angry or sad too. That day when Jianchu was fighting with members of the Zhang family, Yu Zaibai only stood aside to fight, but didn't help the fight. Although Yu Zaibai is right intellectually, human beings are essentially emotional animals. Chapter 39. New Nan thought about it for a while, and felt that if his brother just fights but doesn't help him in this situation, he will be very sad. But his brother is sad, and facing the person he likes, wouldn't it be even more sad? No wonder Jane at the beginning, I had an awkward fight with Yu Zaibai. New Nan took a look at Jianchu, and didn't know what to say. This matter couldn't be resolved with just a few words of persuasion from outsiders, so he couldn't help but sigh. Jianchu laughed and said, why did you suddenly sigh? New Nan glanced ahead, and deliberately amplified his voice. My brother is also very good at fighting. Yu Zaibai, how long have you been learning taekwondo? I don't know who is better, you or my brother. Yu Zaibai turned back and smiled, looked at Qin Huari, and said very self-aware, that must be because your brother is very good. I learned taekwondo when I was very young. I didn't learn taekwondo after my mother passed away. I just practiced it occasionally. New Nan let out an "oh," and then said to Jianchu, my brother rarely fights, almost never. he is not a person who likes to use violence to solve things, but do you know why my brother fought with that person in the corridor last time? Fight? Jianchu didn't know why Mu Nan brought this up suddenly, but she was really curious. Why? Mu Nan said, that person is my brother's good classmate, but he lied to me once, and my brother broke up with him. He didn't give up and found him again. My brother helped me vent my anger and beat him up. I was beaten up. Of course, the process of the matter certainly cannot be explained clearly in just one sentence, but those are not important. Mu Nan concluded, isn't someone like my brother super reassuring? To find a future partner, you have to find someone like my brother. Only unreasonable protection can make people feel at ease, right? Chin Huari, who was suddenly included as the first choice for the future spouse, was actually just a persuasion tool. Has his brother opened his mind? Jianchu, who seemed to understand what Mu Nan meant after making such a big circle, rolled his eyes at Yu Zaibai from the corner of his eye, and hummed, indeed, whoever can be your sister-in-law in the future will be really lucky. Yu Zaibai, who has already felt that he has been a little awkward with him these 2 days but doesn't know the reason, seems to understand something, a little funny and a little helpless. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them seemed to have become a little weirder, Mu Nan came back to Chin Huari's side, and he could only help them so much. Because I decided to go to the pet hospital to see if there was anything useful to move back, so after receiving the supplies, several people went home directly and put down their things. It happened that Mu Nan specially built a small trailer when he bought the soil and transported it up, so went with a small trailer, in case anyone wants to get some dog food and cat food or something. The pet clinic where Zooming works is not far from the community. At the beginning, it was because he worked here that he rented a house in their community. He just wanted to be close. A group of people can walk to a road through the back door of the community. There was a whole row of noodle shops on the road before, all selling some snacks. Every night, there would be an electric stove in front of the shop for some barbecue. This kind of snack street is very crowded at night, but now, it is deserted. The street lights were on, and there was no one in sight. Mu Nan pointed to one of the shops and said to Chin Huari, the pot helmets made by this shop are super delicious, and the ingredients inside are very rich. It's opened by a big brother from the northeast, but unfortunately they can't take away. Every time you want to eat, you have to go down and buy it yourself. There's a long queue. When Chin Huari left, this street was still a dilapidated street, and there was a row of old low buildings waiting to be demolished. Although it has been repaired now, it is a pity that the coldness is not as cold as it was in the past. Following Mu Nan's guidance, Chin Huari imagined Mu Nan's life in the past few years when he was away. Arrive. The clinic doesn't have a big facade, but it's deep inside. There are 2 floors. The first floor sells goods and pets are bathed. The second floor is for treatment. Because the clinic is relatively small and there are no large treatment equipment, most of the people who come here they were sent by some nearby pets to take a bath. After Zooming opened the door, he put down the light baffle inside, and then turned on the light. Because the power was cut off yesterday, it was very hot inside, even more stuffy than outside. Zooming said, look at what you can use, take whatever you want, anyway, if you don't take it, these things will be broken. Jianchu asked, the boss of the clinic won't pursue the goods if they are gone? Zooming smiled, the boss of the clinic has left long ago, not only this one store, but several others, and the boss didn't give me this month's salary, saying that he wanted me to sell these things in his store. If you sell it, you will sell it, and it will be considered cash. But how many people are willing to spend money to buy pets now? Even if he even sells and gives away, he probably can't find a buyer, and he has to work hard. Forget it, there's no need to be so tired for a month's salary. It's a favor to be a cheap neighbor. If the situation gets worse in the future, he can have a few people who come in and go out together. They can understand some products by themselves, but they can't understand medicines without Zooming. After all, many medicines are packaged in single capsules, not in boxes. Zooming opened the medicine cabinet that was still warm, and took out the medicines that had been dispensed before. These are anti-inflammatory, and these are for treating coughs and colds. Although they are for pets, if there is really no medicine, people can also use it. The whole bottle of cough water has not been opened, and it should be stored in the refrigerator for a while. This pile is for treating trauma, gauze, and hemostatic powder. They can also be useful. Who do you want? Chin Huari said, put it on the trailer and take it away first. It's too hot here, so we can't wait too long. Everyone agrees when they hear it. Anyway, they take away what is useful, so we can wait until we go back. When they were checking the medicines, Mu Nan successfully found the urine pads. He almost took all the biggest ones and put them in stacks on the small trailer. All kinds of pet snacks and cans are swept into the box, so that you can get more, whether it is useful or not. Let's take it away. Jianchu followed suit and found a bunch of empty boxes. He took whatever he saw, and didn't even let it go in the cabinet. This was the first time he did this kind of thing, and he suddenly felt that it was good to sweep the goods without money. It's cool, although it's all for pets. A few people were lucky enough to find a few boxes of pet body wash in the back container. Although it is for cats and dogs, people can also use it. I heard that pet body wash is more expensive than human use. It doesn't matter how you wash it. When the last group of people came out of the small clinic was almost empty, and the small trailer was already full. Chin Huari and Yu Zaibai pulled it in front, and Mu Nan and the three of them occupied a direction to protect the boxes of things, so as not to fall off when dragged. On the way back, they also saw two young men sneakily opening the locks of other people's stores. Seeing them, the two ran away with a guilty conscience. Probably because life is hard, seeing that there are no people on this street, so I want to go into the store to see if there is anything valuable. What Mu Nan thought when he saw this was that now he would feel guilty and run away when he saw people, and later, when he saw them dragging things in boxes, his first reaction was to rush over and rob them. A few people returned to the community hot and sweaty, and a familiar neighbor saw them dragging so many things back, and asked curiously, "Where did you buy the goods?" Zuming smiled and said, "No, these are dog food. My boss has closed the door and run away, and the salary has not been paid. There is still some dog food left in the clinic. Let's drag it back and see if I can sell some." The man lost interest immediately, and couldn't help complaining, "People can't afford to eat these days. Who cares about dogs? I think you are wasting your time in vain." Zuming sighed, "Then what can I do? Life is going to be difficult. Let's try." Back on the 17th floor, Zuming asked, "Who should put the things first?" He only turned on the air conditioner in the bedroom. Obviously there was no extra room to distribute these things. Chin Huari didn't speak. Jianchu said, "Let's put it there. Our living room is quite spacious." Zuming raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning after all this tossing, so he said, "Why don't we go to distribute it now? Because we don't need to collect supplies tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so we don't have to go out." Jianchu also felt tired, so it was settled once and for all, so there was no objection. Only then did Chin Huari say, "Okay, let's go back to the bathroom first, and come over later." After being outside for so long, he felt that he needed to add some water. Now that water is scarce, there is no need to drink other people's. When he got home, Mu Nan directly took out a pack of unsealed wet wipes from the space. Towels also require water, so it is better to use wet wipes, so he bought a lot of wet wipes, thinking that even if the water shortage is too high in the future you can't take a shower, just wipe it with a wet towel. Chin Huari brought him a bottle of water from the refrigerator. "Drink some, it's too hot." Mu Nan drank in small sips. Drinking too fast is refreshing, but people who will freeze after a while are not comfortable. Drinking in small sips can quench thirst and relieve fever. After drinking more than half of a bottle of water, Chin Huari took it and Mu Nan didn't finish it. "I drank it all in one gulp." Mu Nan fanned the wind and handed a wet wipe to Chin Huari. "Wipe it quickly, your face is flushed. This is the first time we go to someone else's house. Do you want to send something?" And Dr. Zhu, although the things are not his, but without him, we would not be able to get these now. Among other things, those pee pads are indeed very useful. Do you want to thank them? Chin Huari said, "Take 2 bags of frozen buns you made." After Mu Nan thought about it, he thought it was okay, so he brought out 2 bags. He was carrying the big buns, and a small plastic bag with 6, so it was just right to give away. She probably didn't expect them to bring something with them, so Jianchu quickly refused. "Just give it to Dr. Zhu. How expensive these buns are now. You can keep the rest for yourself." Mu Nan said, "I packed these when I was idle at home during the epidemic. I still have some at home. These have been frozen for a long time. Take them, don't be too polite." Several. Jianchu was really embarrassed, and they didn't help anyone. This box of things belonged to Dr. Zhu, so it was a bit of an advantage to take buns for nothing. But seeing Mu Nan's irresistible look, he subconsciously looked at Yu Zaibai. Yu Zaibai had no choice but to go forward and take it. "Thank you, it's the same sentence. If you have something to shout, nothing else, I still have some strength." Mu Nan smiled, and handed the other copy to Dr. Zhu. "Would you like to take it back and put it away first, and don't thaw it later?" Zuming was not too polite, and nodded simply. Okay, share the things with you. I have already taken some back before I can use them, so I won't divide them among you. Jianchu was afraid that they would be hot, so although the air conditioner was turned on in the living room, he still took out a fan to fan the air. You guys take it first, we don't know how to use these things. After Munan made sure that they didn't want peeing pads, he put all the peeing pads on his cart, and then told Jianchu to pour out the boxes. This is dried meat, no added chicken and duck. Would you like to open a bag and try it? Jianchu took a look, and simply opened a bag, which indeed smelled like meat, and it was still crispy. It didn't taste like anything in your mouth when you first ate it, but it was quite delicious after chewing a few times. This can be eaten. Munan will take out the few bottles of insect repellent spray shared by pets. We bought a box of this before, so we don't need it. We will take some anti-inflammatory, gauze and hemostatic medicine for this medicine, and you can take care of the rest. Take it, there is still canned food here. Can food be eaten? Zhu Ming, who put the steamed stuffed buns home, just came here, and when he heard Munan's question, he said, there is meat in it, and the meat content is quite high, but the taste may be a challenge. Munan clicked his tongue. Forget it, we don't want it anymore. Okay, we just need the urine pad and these medicines, and you can deal with the rest. Jianchu looked at several boxes, including shower gel, and asked, you guys should take some of this, too. There are no more daily necessities, and such a big bottle can last for quite a long time. Munan didn't lack this, but he still took some. The rest were really useless, so they were all handed over to Jianchu. Looking at the things all over the floor, Jianchu said, you said if I go downstairs to set up a stall, can these things be sold? Munan gave him an idea. Look, don't these dog foods come in small packages? When the time comes, you open the small packages for people to try. Maybe someone will buy it if they think it's edible. Jianchu was full of suspicion. There is no such person. He knew it was dog food. Setting up a stall is just an idea. After all, there are still some edible things. Anyway, they are all unemployed and have nothing to do at home. It is better to find something to do. If they really want to sell some money, they can buy more things. I don't know if it's their wish come true or the market demand. The day after they moved back from the clinic, someone asked in the group if anyone wanted to join the trading group, and sent a group code to their community group inside. The residents in this area are allowed to join voluntarily. They are all people who live in this area. If you have any extra things in your hand and want to exchange them for other things, you can trade with them in the group. Of course, this transaction is also discussed separately. Safety should also be paid attention to separately. The group owner only provides a communication platform, and there is no extra ability to guarantee the others. Thinking that it's okay anyway, if you go in and have a look, you can get some more information. So Munan joined the group, and soon Jianchu also joined. When they joined, water was being sold in the group, and the 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water was 70 yuan a bottle, with unlimited purchases. Even though they are an old community, there are quite a few rich people. Many tenants here are here for business and have some savings in their hands. It's just that those businessmen are used to being cautious, and the situation was not good before. At that time, I was afraid that something might happen in the future, and I had the confidence to have some money in my hand, so I didn't buy much at that time. But looking at it now, it is obvious that money cannot bring confidence, and life is difficult now, and the general environment has become like this. I am afraid that I will not be able to buy things if I have money in the future. It is the most scarce water now, and there are many people who buy it. During the time when it was closed before, there were a lot of group buying scams, and they could be scammed at that time, let alone now, and many places are in chaos now. Murders and robberies happen every day, and the police can't take care of them. Like this kind of scam for those who cheat money, although the case is still filed for you, there is really no manpower to investigate and manage it, so people no longer believe in group buying. Now when buying things, they pay for the money and deliver the goods, and they are even afraid of being scammed. They always make an appointment with some acquaintances to act together. The more people they know, the more secure they will feel. Munan didn't follow those people to buy water, 70 yuan a bottle. Even if Jin Huari still had some money, it would be a waste if he didn't use it up, but he would rather buy a few more boxes of chocolates than buy such expensive water. Soon Munan saw the dog food news posted by Jianchu in the group, 300 yuan for a bag of 10 kilograms of dog food, and also posted a photo of the dog food packaging bag, which can be delivered to the door at a short distance. There are many transactions in this group, but most of them are food and drink. This is really the first time for dog food and cat food. Many people complained. People can't get enough to eat these days. Who cares about these cats and dogs? Can people eat this food? How does it taste? Jianchu quickly replied to the person, it's definitely edible, but it's tasteless, like salt-free biscuits, crispy, and the meat content is also high. The basic nutritional needs must be met. Probably the person just asked curiously, and there was no more after the question. Jianchu was not discouraged, and continued to send some cat and dog snacks, canned food, and pictures taken before to the group. However, most of the inquiries were about cat and dog body wash. They dragged back several boxes of those. Even if they used it themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to use it up until the expiration date, so Jianchu planned to sell some. They were all in big 1-liter bottles, and Jianchu was all 501 bottles. Nowadays, the purchase of toiletries also needs to be restricted. Although water resources are scarce nowadays, everyone may not have the conditions to take a bath, but no matter what time it is, there are rich and poor, so don't look at the many people outside who are dirty and smelly. There are also many people who need to take a bath every few days. Jianchu didn't expect that there were quite a few people who were interested in the things he posted. Many people chatted with him privately. In addition to selling a few bottles of shower gel, there were many inquiries and few purchases. In the end, Jianchu simply posted a time in the group, saying that I will go down to set up a stall tomorrow, and then I can try dog food and cat food on the spot, and take it away if I think it is acceptable. After finishing all these things, most of the night passed. Mew Nan has been watching in the group, occasionally making jokes, and said wow on the pet snack picture posted by Jianchu, this looks delicious, this is a meat bar or something, yes, as much as you can attract. It's just that Jianchu's hands hurt when he was chatting with people on the mobile phone, and Mew Nan sat cross-legged on the bed, eating Chin Huari sliced watermelon while watching the excitement. Until he ate a watermelon, Mew Nan put down the fork. I thought they really wanted to keep these things for themselves, but I didn't expect there to be a trading group, so I really came up with whatever I wanted. Chin Huari took Mew Nan's endless watermelon to clean up for him. Before, Mew Nan's habit of eating watermelon was to cut half of it and dig it out, but he couldn't finish half of it at once. No matter how long it takes, there will be no change, but after taking it in and out, and putting it in the refrigerator repeatedly, it feels not so fresh. Now Chin Huari cuts a watermelon, cuts it all at once, and puts it in a box. Take a box directly when eating. Eat as soon as you can finish a box, and finish it if you can't finish. Seeing that Jianchu posted in the group that he was going to set up a stall, Mew Nan asked Chin Huari, then shall we help? Chin Huari, they will go as soon as they open their mouths. As soon as Chin Huari finished speaking, Jianchu sent them a message, telling them the time to set up the stall, and asked them to bring the cart with them. Jianchu's thought was very simple, these things belonged to Zhu Ming, and they carried them back together, so even if he came to set up a stall, the money earned would be shared equally by the three of them. If it was divided by head, then Zhu Ming would suffer more, yes, and this thing was originally Zhu Ming's, so it was simply divided according to the family. Zhu Ming made the things, he contributed, and Mew Nan's family provided convenient transportation. How good it is! Even if you set up a stall in the community, there is still a risk of being robbed, so the few people who didn't plan to go out the next day all went out. A deterrent. Chin Huari originally didn't want Mew Nan to go out, but seeing that Mew Nan was in high spirits, he didn't stop him. Soon Jianchu put the table under a street lamp under their building. Mew Nan was still worried about the lack of light, so he specially brought a rechargeable light from home, and they were still putting it on the table. Some people who had just returned from receiving supplies from outside came to watch the excitement. What are these? Jianchu introduced dog food and cat food. Do you want to try it? It's all made of meat. It's nutritious and can fill your stomach. It costs 300 yuan and 10 kilograms. It's not a staple food. If you're usually hungry, eating a few can make you hungry. Hearing that you can try it, the person is not welcome. Although it is for cats and dogs, since it is made of meat, try it, but the taste is really ordinary, like a tasteless biscuit. What did that person say? The person who paid special attention to them from the group before and knew what time they would come to set up a stall, was walking over now, and asked as soon as he came up, can I see the date? Jianchu hastily said, yes, just take a look. Two men came down, one was in his 30s, and the other looked less than 20 years old. The younger one looked at the date on the dog food bag. After confirming the date, he confirmed the anti-counterfeiting label. Looking back at the person who should be his brother, no problem, the date is quite fresh. The older man said, can we get cheaper if we ask for more? Seeing that they really planned to buy it, Jane said, 250 bags, but they won't be delivered to your door. The man thought for a while, then nodded, okay. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone, scanned 1,000 yuan on the payment code that Jianchu took out, and directly took 4 bags of large packed dog food. The people who tasted it before did not expect that someone would actually buy it, so they hesitated for a while. 250 bags, Jianchu said with a smile, that's what people get more, but you are the first to see it, so I'll give you this price. Do you want to? If you want, I'll help you choose something delicious, and I'll eat all of them. However, the taste is also good and bad. That person didn't know what kind of mentality it was. He probably saw that someone bought it, and felt that he would lose money if he didn't buy it, so he simply nodded, okay, I'll buy one too. New Nan, who was squatting on the flower bed opposite them, couldn't help but said to Chin Huari, brother, do you think they bought it for themselves to eat, or did they have pets at home? If they eat it by themselves, then the taste is quite unique. Yes, anyway, he had tasted it, and it was a bit scumbag in his mouth, not tasty at all. Chin Huari, those two people must have pets at home. Well, they probably ate them by themselves. New Nan shrugged, okay, anyway, they are all edible. Maybe this bag of dog food can really save lives in the future. This is really what New Nan thought about. The person who bought the food just took a look at it. Nowadays, a catty of rice costs more than 100 yuan. It is more than 200 for such a big bag of food. I want to buy it back and put it away. Well, it's not much money. Then there was an earthquake, the world was in chaos, and there were not many edible things dug out of the ruins. Their family really survived to the survivor base opened by the government with this bag of dog food. I entered the base and found a job as a coolie, and finally survived. Chapter 40. The stalls that have been set up for several days in a row. The first thing to sell out is the body wash, and the bug repellent spray shared by pets. Those snacks that look like pure dried meat are also selling fast, and he sells them. One bag, 113 bags, because it is real meat that can be seen. So for those who think that these are eaten by cats and dogs, the acceptance is slightly higher. In the end, there were still a few bags of dog food left, and the 200 bags were all sold to the two brothers who took 4 bags on the first day. After all the goods had been cleared out, Jianchu began to share the money equally, because there were more body washes and the price was higher, but there were also more people who bought them, so they made a lot of money these days, and the family could share 12,000. New Nan couldn't help but sighed as he watched the money coming in from his mobile phone. The money hasn't been spent yet, and I've made another fortune. Chin Huari said, why don't you go buy some painting books and some paintbrushes? Food and daily necessities are expensive now, but these things are very cheap. I remember there is a stationery store in our community, ask him if he sells there. Before Mu Nan prepared things for future disasters. He didn't spend the money on his hobbies, but now he can't buy too many things, and there is still a lot of money left, and those ordinary paintbrushes can't be bought. How much money? Maybe you can buy some canvas paints. But he doesn't seem to be very interested in oil paintings. New Nan really didn't buy these things. The pens for drawing recipes were all stock that he bought before. Later, when he had money and didn't know where to spend it, he didn't think about buying these things. After all he thought about was the difficulties in the future. There is no place to paint in a leisurely way, so now that Chin Huari proposed it, he was naturally a little moved. Buying some paintbrushes is not expensive. Isn't this another unexpected harvest? Then why don't you ask the price first? Seeing that he wanted it, Chin Huai searched in the community group, found the WeChat account of the stationery shop owner, and added him privately. It is estimated that there are quite a few people who want to buy stationery privately, and the boss and friends pass through very quickly. After all, there are many families with children who cannot go to school now, but they always think that they will recover one day in the future, and their studies cannot be delayed, so they will buy some exercise books and either teach them by themselves or enroll in some online courses. There is always a need for classes, so there is also some market. Although these things are not necessities of life, they are basically shut down now. Even for this kind of stationery, there is no place to buy them, so the price has risen slightly, like the 72 colors of colored pencils in the past, which are cheap. A box of more than 100, now it is about 150 to 200, but you can still buy it now, and the price is not bad. Chin Huari asked the boss about the inventory. There are not many colored pencils for painting books, and there are not many boxes of goods in total. Offered a discounted price. However, online transactions are not accepted, and they do not deliver goods to the door. It is estimated that there have been too many delivery accidents in some transactions recently, so I am more cautious, so I made an appointment and asked Chin Huari to go directly to the stationery store and wait for them to go directly to the stationery store. The store picks up the goods. When Chin Huari was pushing the small trailer and Mu Nan was waiting at the door, seeing a few people messing around with a shared bicycle, Mu Nan said, "I don't see this kind of shared bicycle now, and I don't know where did these people come from? Since the bus exploded in the hot weather, the public transportation on the road has been suspended. Later, when the temperature was unbelievably hot, the subway was also suspended. Only some lucky cars can still travel at night, but as the price of oil has gone from high to not being sold to private individuals, only the community can report to buy oil, and there are not many cars on the road. Those energy vehicles that were not widely accepted by the public in the past instantly became popular, but at this time, energy vehicles are no longer available to ordinary people. When it is difficult to travel on the road, this kind of shared bicycle is being watched. Now Mu Nan can no longer see the shared bicycles parked on the side of the road and basically they are all taken as their own. He also prepared a bicycle in his space. It was a gift from someone when he bought the oven so that he could cook some food at home. It was still new, and the foam film wrapped on it had not been torn off. Chin Huari said, "Maybe it's luck, I just met you by chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the stationery store came over, covered in sweat. Mu Nan subconsciously hid behind Chin Huari. Although it smelled of sweat, his brother smelled better than others. The boss directly opened the big iron chain, opened the gate of the stationery store, and led them into the store. He was not afraid of any malicious intentions from them. They were all made of pens and paper, and they could not eat or drink. But one of them looks white and harmless, and doesn't look like a villain. While rummaging through the cabinet for what they wanted, the boss said, "You guys have got your point. In 2 days, you will have nothing to ask for." Chin Huari said, "There are so many things here, are they all sold out?" The boss sighed, "Where are they sold out? Even food is a problem now. No matter how important it is to study, it is important to have enough to eat and live. Not many people buy it. The city can't survive it. So I'm ready to go back to my hometown, which still has a piece of land." Chin Huari smiled and said, "That's good, there are still rural areas to go to. Now the rural areas are more popular than the cities. Many people have no way to go if they want to go." Speaking of this point, the boss can't tell whether he should be proud or depressed. At the beginning, he worked hard to pass the exam in the countryside. During those years of hard work, he did not know how many ups and downs he had suffered. Chien opened this store, worked from dawn to dusk, paid off the debts, saved up money, struggled for so many years and finally bought a house that belonged to the young couple. Although it was a second-hand house, there was still a place to settle down of bricks. Originally, I thought about working harder, saving more money, selling the house here, replacing it with a bigger one, and taking out my parents from my hometown to take care of them. But now, I went back and forth to find a way out. But compared with some people in the city, it is really a very lucky thing to have a way of life in the countryside now. I don't know when the current situation will recover. I hope it will come back one day." Chin Huari said, "Yes, if you want to leave, boss, if the things here are cheaper, my brother and I will buy some more. Although these are not like food, but those books are easy to turn yellow after being left for a long time, and they will be eaten by bugs if left unattended." "What, it's cheap for you?" Chin Huari thanked him and asked Mu Nan to choose. Mu Nan picked up some pens, some notepads, a few boxes of tape, ink, and erasers, and all kinds of scattered things filled almost a box, plus his drawing books, colored pencils, and various watercolor pens. There are also a few boxes. In the end, the boss only charged them 3,000 yuan, and he could sell some of them before leaving, purely as a travel expense. Chin Huari pulled the trailer home, and Mu Nan followed beside him with longing. "It would be great if our family had a rural one, then I would definitely go back early to buy a house, install solar energy on the roof, and build a big house. In the yard, there are 2 big wolf dogs, and the iron gate of the yard is still electrified. If anyone has malicious intentions, they will be electrocuted to death, and then a deep well will be dug in the back, and the deepest one will be dug, and a hot can will be built, just like the one in the northeast. Once it burns, the house will be warmed up. How nice it is." Chin Huari smiled and said, "Farming is very hard. Mu Nan, nowadays, farming is mechanized, and I can't grow fields that are afraid of heat." He couldn't help but sigh again. "I don't know what the future will be like in the world." He didn't live long in his last life. He only survived 1 winter, and he didn't even survive the summer of the next year, so he didn't know what happened next. Chin Huari rubbed his head with one free hand. "What are you thinking about so much? Let's count it as a day." On the way home from the stationery store, they would pass by the junior high school they attended. New Nan pointed to a blind corner of an alley. Brother, do you still remember there? Chin Huari glanced sideways and couldn't help laughing. Of course I remember. At that time, New Nan graduated from elementary school and had no summer homework. He played like crazy throughout the summer vacation. He was promoted from the second year of junior high school to the third year of junior high school, so the school was tight, and he started making up lessons shortly after the summer vacation. He didn't have much time to accompany him in class. Looking at New Nan climbed over the courtyard wall from that corner with a stack of waste cardboard boxes to bring him iced milk tea every day. Once he came to get milk tea and was seen by the teaching director. At that time, New Nan hadn't cut his hair for the whole summer vacation. His hair had grown to a doll's head that could be braided. It was white, his eyes were big, and his stature had not yet begun. I thought it was a little girl at first glance. Thinking that he had caught a student who had a puppy love, the dean ran over bluffing. New Nan was so frightened that he turned around and was about to climb over the courtyard wall, but he was so panicked that he didn't climb up. Fortunately, he continued below and fell into his arms this time. The dean was very irritated, and it was in front of her. In the end, he was severely criticized and educated, and asked the parents angrily. After a fuss, he found out that New Nan was a boy. He just climbed over the wall and came in to give him a milk tea, which made his homeroom teacher speechless. New Nan said, "You don't know. Later, I was afraid to meet that director. Sometimes she was checking in at the door in the morning, and I wished I could disappear because I was afraid of meeting her eyes." Chin Huari chuckled. "You don't know." After that time, the director wandered around the school every day when he had nothing to do, and later he really caught two couples secretly dating. New Nan sighed. Sin. This is really their sin. When the two walked downstairs in the community, their clothes were already sweaty, but in the past few days, they came out almost every day, either setting up stalls or fetching water to get supplies, or going to the supermarket to get things purchased online, so the heat is about the same. I got used to it, but I didn't know whether to say they were lucky or not. As soon as they entered the building, the elevator came. However, several members of the Jiang family stood in the elevator. Although there was room for a small cart and the two of them, New Nan didn't want to go up. It wasn't that he hated the Jiang family. He has no enmity with the members of the Jiang family, not to mention hate, but simply can't stand the smell of other people in the confined space of the elevator, and he smelled a suffocating smell before he got on the elevator. Sweat sour. Chin Huari, who knew New Nan very well, didn't get on the elevator, but said to the people inside them, "Let's wait for the next trip." There were elevators on both sides, and the other side was about to come down, but when they reached the 5th floor, there was a bang, and the whole building was dark. New Nan stretched out his hand towards Chin Huari subconsciously. "Brother." Chin Huari held his hand, took out his phone and looked at the time. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was not yet time for the power outage. "Let's go out and wait, maybe a call will come later. You can spend a little time outside. There is a bit of natural wind, and there is no wind at all here." New Nan said, "Should we take advantage of the darkness and put away our things first? Even if we have to climb the stairs later, it would be more comfortable to have empty hands." Chin Huari saw that there was no one around, and there was no need to worry about the camera when the power was off, so he said, "Okay, you put it away first." As soon as the words fell, he felt that his hands were empty, and the entire trailer was put away by New Nan. The entire community was cut off, and it was dark outside without moonlight. New Nan followed Chin Huari and sat on the small flower bed. Seeing that there was no one around, he pretended to take out 2 fans and a bottle of cold water from his small backpack. "Brother, hurry up and drink." Chin Huari took the fan in his hand and fanned him. "You drink first." New Nan didn't argue with him, and took a few sips by himself, which dispelled some of the heat from his body, then took the fan in Chin Huari's hand, and asked Chin Huari to drink some too, while he fanned the two of them. Wind. After drinking a bottle of water, New Nan put the empty bottle in his bag. This bottle can still be filled with water and kept on ice. This kind of container is also a very important material and should not be thrown away. They sat downstairs for a while, and other people came back from the outside. Seeing that the community was so dark, they naturally guessed that there was a power outage, so they complained one by one. They were already tired and hot, thinking about receiving supplies. "Hurry up to go home and turn on the air conditioner. There is still a power outage, and I don't know what time the call will come. If you can't come at night, and you dare not turn on the air conditioner during the day, you will really die." Many people in the group are the person in charge of the 8 community. The phone in the community has been ringing, but the power outage is not just their community, but the whole area. It took a long time to find out that it was their community. The power supply equipment in the entire area was broken, unable to withstand the high temperature and supercapacity load, and finally went on strike. As for when the call will come, this is really uncertain. After all, they have no way to ask the detailed situation, but obviously it will be in a while. There is no way to fix it. The number of people coming back from the outside increased, and there were 10 or 20 at random, but none of them planned to climb the stairs. They all gathered together and waited for the call. Even at night, it was as hot as an oven. The air conditioning in the room without electricity can't last long. Climbing upstairs at this time may really kill people with a slightly weaker body. So someone called the community, and after a long conversation, he said to everyone, wait, the community is trying to find a way to use a generator to generate electricity. First run the elevator. Someone asked, is there anyone in the elevator? If you are trapped, you won't die from the heat, right? Chin Huari, who was sitting silently by the side, said at this moment, there are people, 7 or 8 people. 1 or 2 is enough stuff, and there are 7 or 8. I can't take a shower diligently and my body smells bad. Now I'm stuffed inside, I'm afraid I will really suffocate. So someone quickly called the community again and told them that someone was trapped in the elevator, and if they didn't generate electricity quickly to open the elevator door, they might have to drag out several corpses later. New Nan was next to Chin Huari with lingering fears. It's a good thing we didn't get into the elevator just now. Otherwise, there are so many people in the elevator, and he wouldn't be able to get things out of the space, but if he doesn't, it might really kill him if he gets bored in it. Simply incomprehensible. Chin Huari looked at New Nan's face with the light of the phone. Is it hot? Is there any discomfort? He was afraid that New Nan would not be able to bear it if it was too hot for a long time. New Nan shook her head. It's just that I'm a little panicked. Chin Huari took out a wet towel and wiped it for him. It wiped off the sweat and cooled down the temperature. The small fan kept blowing, which could relieve the heat a little bit. After a while, people from the community ran over sweating profusely. There are 7 buildings in their community, and there are 4 elevators on the left and right sides of a building. First of all, it is necessary to confirm which elevator has people in it, and first determine the elevator with people generate electricity, otherwise time will be delayed and something will really happen. Seeing that there is not enough manpower in the community, someone stepped forward to help. Fortunately, in order to prevent this from happening, the community has enough generators and oil reserves, but the engineers who can use them are not in the community. Wait for the community to prepare everything. The engineer came here on a bicycle, and almost half an hour had passed before and after. Of course, the people in the half-hour community were not just waiting. They checked each building. Some buildings were lucky. Someone happened to be waiting for the elevator, so they could not only confirm whether there was anyone in the elevator, but also determine which floor the elevator stopped on. If it is a low floor, then directly try to force open the elevator door, and first rescue the people inside. At this time, the WeChat group in the community also played a very important role. Some people are in the community groups of their respective buildings. I hope that someone can knock on the elevator on each floor to see if there is anyone in the elevator, or which floor to stop on. After all, the lower floors can be checked a little bit, and the staff on the higher floors cannot climb up. By the time Yunan and the others finally generated electricity to run the elevator down, an hour had passed. As soon as the elevator door opened, the people inside ran out as if fleeing for their lives. Nowhere was dry, and there was a puddle of water on the floor inside the elevator. Those who could move a little ran outside, and after 2 steps, they limp on the ground with their mouths open like stranded fish, and those who could not move fell inside, and the community members hurriedly carried them out. Although an ambulance was called when the power went out, it has been so long and there is still no ambulance. Fortunately, the people in the community are able to cope well, and they have already started to prepare vehicles, but Munan and his building have elevators. After the door was opened, the car to the hospital hadn't returned, so the fainted person could only be carried outside, and a group of people sprinkled water and helped fan the wind. The woman who fainted on their side was a woman in her 40s, her son was not very old, he looked less than 20 years old, kneeling beside him with a flustered expression and a pale face, calling for his mother while spraying the fan with water. The hoarse voice was full of crying, and someone beside him couldn't help comforting him. Don't worry, if you can still feed the water, you will be saved. The car in the community will be back soon, and you will be fine when you send it to the hospital. The comforting words seemed to reassure the boy. Although the hand feeding his mother was still shaking, it was obviously much calmer than when his mother was just carried out. Someone also advised him to drink a little. I was locked up for more than an hour, don't worry about my mother now, and I will collapse by myself the next time. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, the car came back, the fire was still alive, and everyone rushed to help the boy carry his mother into the car. As a result, within 2 minutes of the car leaving, there was an exclamation, and someone fell down again. Everyone saw that it was an elderly man who had just come out of the elevator. Someone said just now that the old man was in good health and was locked up. After talking for more than an hour, the young man couldn't stand it anymore. He was fine, but before the heat of the words passed, he collapsed. As soon as the person fell, the people around naturally dispersed quickly, not because they were afraid of causing trouble, but to make room for the air to circulate as much as possible. As soon as the crowd retreated, Mu Nan saw who the fallen person was. It was Jiang, the grandfather of the family, had a fight with Jianchu a few days ago. Just now, their whole family was in the elevator, and the little grandson of the Jiang family was also sitting on the ground with a pale face and limp body. When he saw his grandfather collapsed, even rushed over in a hurry. But the car just left not long ago. Unless the ambulance came, even the fastest way to go to the hospital would take at least 20 minutes to go back and forth. If there is no way to send them to the hospital in time, it is natural to try their best to rescue them on the spot first. Everyone downstairs was busy, but those who should go home still had to go home. When Qin Huai and Mu Nan walked inside, Jiang Jianwen's face was already pale and grey. Looking at the elevator, Mu Nan even subconsciously hesitated to go up. If it was locked, those people outside would suffer. Qin Huai took his hand to reassure him, "It's okay, it's electricity, it won't stop anymore." Returning home in shock, although there was no electricity in the house, the air conditioning was still there. As soon as he entered the house, Mu Nan sat on the ground in fear. "I was scared to death, almost." Qin Huai turned on the rechargeable lighting in the house, went into the bathroom to get a towel, then went into the kitchen and took a bottle of ice water and poured it on the towel. First wiped Mu Nan's forehead, then gave him a cold compress on the back of his neck. "Yes, is there any discomfort?" Mu Nan hummed, "A little dizzy." Qin Huai said, "You take out the swimming pool and take a dip in the water." Although I was a little dizzy, I was still able to move, so I got up, took out the pool that had been filled with water, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. After I got out, I soaked in the water for a while before I recovered. Qin Huai is more resistant to heat than him, and probably has a higher psychological endurance than him, so the reaction was not so big. After confirming that Mu Nan had recovered and his face was not so pale, he went to take a shower and washed off the sweat on his body. Then they came out and soaked in the pool together. The air conditioner at the side was blowing, and Mu Nan was pouring at the edge of the inflatable swimming pool. He might be sleepy, or he might be exhausted after being frightened. He looked at Qin Huai drowsily. "Brother, if when I got on the elevator, and it was unbearably stuffy inside, would you let me take things from the space?" Qin Huai said, "Yes, nothing is more important than life." Mu Nan, what happens after the secret is revealed? Qin Huai, naturally, I will take you out of here and hide before the order completely collapses. After the order collapses, change to a place far away from here. Chapter 41. After soaking in the water for a while, Qin Huai let Mu Nan get up, and didn't let him soak for too long. Although after what happened just now, he was frightened and lost his appetite, Qin Huai still made Mu Nan eat a bowl of cold porridge. Maybe they couldn't eat any hot food anymore, so the two of them went to bed after they were full, probably returned to a familiar place, and Mu Nan fell asleep quickly with someone who felt at ease by his side. Qin Huai looked at him for a while, and seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he also closed his eyes. This time, the power outage lasted for a long time, and the two of them slept until almost noon. Because there was no air conditioning, even though there was residual air conditioning in the house and the constant blowing air conditioning fan, the temperature inside the house still rose as the sun shone outside. So he was woken up by the heat, and the mat on the hot bed was printed with a human shape by sweat. Mu Nan sat up a little hot. Even though there was no light in the room that was blocked, the heat seemed to seep into the room continuously. Qin Huai got up and turned on the rechargeable light. Mu Nan rubbed his eyes and tried to wake himself up. "It's so hot." Qin Huai said, "I'm afraid I'm going to kill a chicken later." Mu Nan looked up at him, and Qin Huai said, "It's too difficult to raise such a living thing at this temperature." Mu Nan felt a little regretful. "Dead?" Qin Huai, "No, but he is dying." Mu Nan sighed. "Yesterday, I used an air conditioning fan for a few chickens and put ice cubes on them. Forget it, don't torment the chickens. This temperature is too difficult to raise. Let's kill them. Let's toss them, those dishes. Although there will be no fresh eggs to eat in the future, he bought hundreds of boxes of eggs before, and one a day is enough for the past few years. The electricity has not yet come, the generator has been used all night, and there is not much electricity left. Fortunately, they have a lot of stock, so they took out another fully charged one. After the two of them washed up, Chinhuari carried a cage of chickens into the bathroom, skillfully bled and wiped his neck, and let Munan take it into the space when he was out of breath. There was no electricity at the moment, and the temperature in the house was too hot. There is no way to boil the water to pull out the chicken feathers, so I can only let it go. He scooped up a few spoonfuls of water and took a shower to wash away some of the hot sweat on his body and the ***** smell in the bathroom. When Chinhuari came out, a gust of cold air rushed over his face. Naturally, the electricity did not come, but yesterday's swimming pool was put away, and another inflatable swimming pool without water was taken out. Several large ice cubes were placed in it, and 2 air conditioning fans were blowing on the bed. Seeing him coming out, he quickly asked him what to eat. Chinhuari walked over and sat on the bed, fanned the wind and said, "It's better to eat cold porridge, it's too hot to eat anything else." Munan took out 2 bowls of porridge from the space, and took out a few side dishes that went with the porridge in a box, and had a fairly comfortable breakfast with the cool breeze blowing from the air conditioner. Munan is used to looking at his mobile phone while eating, and sure enough, people in the group are talking about power outages. Their house is cooled by ice cubes and air conditioning fans, and the house is still cool. Others' house is really a stove sauna right now. Well, once the sun shines at noon, some people's houses are only separated by a layer of light-blocking cloth, not the thick and heat-insulating film cloth outside their houses, so the temperature in the house is even more unnecessary. I'm really going to die. Is there anyone to save me? It's so hot. When will the call come? I don't care about the explosion. I have to turn on the air conditioner during the day. When will that cold supply point open? I really can't take it anymore. I want to live in it even if I lose my fortune. What's the use of saving money and dying? I won't come out after I live in it. Who can give me 2 bottles of water? I bought it at a high price, and I could fetch water today. If the electricity doesn't come on, how can I fetch water if I can't even go downstairs? Isn't it possible to use elevator power generation? The elevator was powered on for a while yesterday, and it was turned off in the middle of the night. The oil is so expensive now, how can we consume the generator to generate electricity all the time? When can we build a solar energy in our community? Don't say anything else, keep the elevator running. It's okay to run smoothly. Some people asked for help in the group, saying that their old man was dying, and some people kept visiting the 8 community to ask the community to provide power for the elevators. The community is already too busy, let alone walking outside in broad daylight. Even hiding under shady buildings can cause people to get dizzy from the heat. They are also human, so they can't go out at this time, except try to comfort them in the group. There is no other way. After all, I am also a drag on the family. If it weren't for the fact that the government can still provide 3 meals a week, and distribute supplies to support the family once a week, it is such a time. Who would want to do this? Almost I have to contact the dead every day, and I try my best to plan for others, but I am still blamed and complained that I can't get a good job. However, the topic in the group was quickly interrupted by yesterday's elevator incident. They don't know what happened to those people who were locked in the elevator in other buildings yesterday. Although they are in the same community, the spread of information is not so fast, but in this building, 5 of them were sent to the hospital yesterday. After Chinhuari and Munan went upstairs, there were a few who didn't react right afterward. Some were lucky enough to be sent to the hospital in time and hanged themselves. After a bottle of water, I recovered, but if I had one, it was not good enough. I had convulsions on the way to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, there was no room for people in the emergency room. There were too many people, and there were only a few doctors for rescue. Couldn't even turn the shaft, and finally the man died in the hospital. Yesterday, 2 of them died when they got out of the elevator in this building. One was a very thin young man, not very old, less than 30 years old, and he suffered from convulsions on the way to the hospital. The old man, Jiang Jianwen. Munan was stunned when he saw the news. Grandpa Jiang next door died. Chinhuari was also taken aback. Dead? Didn't he be rescued? Munan shook his head. That's what the group said. The people from the Jiang family probably haven't come back yet, so they didn't hear any movement outside. Yesterday, there was a very smart person who thought that there was a power outage here. If there was no call during the day, it would be too hot to stay at home, so he actively helped the community to send people who were so hot that they were dying to the hospital, and then stayed with them in the hospital. He won't come back, but he didn't care until he entered the hospital. The hospital is very strict now. In such an important place, the power supply must never be cut off. It is strictly stipulated that a patient can only be accompanied by one family member. So that person accompanied the very thin man to the hospital, and then helped other people in their community to run back and forth, lending a hand whenever he could, so he was the first to know who was not rescued. Well, this person is still in the hospital, and if there is any news, he will send it to the group. But when Jiang Jianwen was mentioned, the man couldn't help but sneer. Some people don't understand why. This person guesses that there is nothing wrong at the moment, so he complains to the group about some things he heard. There were 7 people locked in the elevator on their side yesterday, the Jiang family of 4, a mother and child, and the young man. The elevator was closed for so long, stuffy, hot and suffocating. The first one who couldn't bear it was the middle-aged woman, but she took her son out to deliver water to the old mother who lived in the same community but in different buildings. Yes, he was trapped in the elevator when he came back, and there was nothing that could be used for first aid. Seeing that he was so bored, his son naturally asked others for help, asking if they had water, and he was willing to pay for it with any amount of money, begging them to give his mother a bottle. The thin young man had nothing on him, and it seemed that there was no water, but the members of the Jiang family were carrying bags. Although they didn't know if there was water, but they were the only ones carrying bags at the time, the boy naturally begged on their heads, almost kowtowed to them on his knees. But the old man in the Jiang family only said that there was no water, and they only had some clothes in their bags. I don't know if it's the fear of being taken advantage of, or some incomprehensible brain circuit. After being locked in for nearly an hour, the people in the Jiang family were also extremely hot and stuffy, but they didn't drink a sip of water, standing upright. As a result, except for Jiang Jianwen's wife who twisted his feet, it was inconvenient for them to go out. The 4 of them went out to collect supplies that night. The middle-aged woman was sent to the hospital at the first time, and was rescued later. After the old man of the Jiang family fell to the ground, the car just got out, and it took more than 10 or 20 minutes for the car to return. When it was sent to the hospital, everyone is dead. That Jiang Jianwen probably feels that his body is very strong. He is healthy and pain-free on weekdays. He feels that he is stronger than some young people, so he can bear it, but he doesn't want his body to be strong. He is also in his 70s. In the end, because he refused to take out the water, he took his own life. New Nan was dumbfounded by the twists and turns in this process, and was very puzzled. What on earth is this Grandpa Jiang thinking? Just because he didn't want to give the water to others, he refused to drink it himself, and he was bored for almost an hour. Isn't his most precious grandson also bored in it? It's too unbelievable to lose his life because of the water. Qin Huai said, when some people get old, their thinking will change somewhat. This is the inevitable result of brain aging. So many young people can't understand the thinking of some old people. They feel that they are unreasonable and stubborn. In fact, it is only because they are old and their brains have degenerated, so it is really hard for others to understand what they think. Like Jiang Jianwen, he is used to saying the same thing on weekdays. No matter how unreasonable his behavior is, his children and grandchildren dare not refute it. His usual strength and stubbornness are the main cause of this tragedy. New Nan sighed softly. It's not worth it to lose his life in this typical way of harming others and benefiting oneself. Thinking of the information he saw in the group before, New Nan asked, is Grandma Jiang alone at home now? Qin Huai glanced at New Nan. It should be. What's wrong? New Nan, then, do you want to take a look? He thinks that Grandma Jiang is the same age as their grandma. Now that the electricity is out, the house is so hot that something might happen to an old man in the house. After all, they live on the same floor, and everyone has no big grudges. Yes, if there is really something good or bad, their family members are back, maybe because of this they will blame them and cause trouble instead. But if I manage it, I am afraid that others will think that they are young and soft-hearted, and they will rely on them for anything in the future. After all, as far as the brief contact with Jianchu last time when they fought, he doesn't like the Jiang family very much. Say they are all bad guys, but they are all too selfish. Qin Huai didn't want to care about them, not to mention the people in the Jiang family. He was already very disgusted. This dislike accumulated since childhood, but he didn't mind being a good person for Mu Nan. But before they could act, Zhu Ming, who lived next to the Jiang family, went to see it first. He probably learned about the Jiang family from the group, thinking that an old man was at home. Although something really happened, they can't help much, but it is still possible to give some ice water at home, but it is not appreciated. Because the three families over there lived relatively close together, they could hear any movement from each other, and Jianchu and the others lived in the living room. So when they heard Zhu Ming knock on the door of Jiang's house, they opened the door curiously. He opened the door and took a look. What's wrong? Zhu Ming looked at Jianchu, who was holding a mobile phone for lighting. Didn't you watch the group? Shaking his head, not yet. Zhu Ming said, look at the group, I'll see how the old man in their family is doing. Jianchu closed the door with a yell. Although there was not much air conditioning in the house, it was still several degrees lower than the outside, so the hot air would come in after the door was opened for a long time. Back in the house, I groped and climbed onto the bed in the darkness, and then I found out the WeChat group. I saw that the chat was 99 plus, so I climbed the stairs and turned slowly. When he saw the news about the elevator, he said, that old man Jiang is dead. Yu Zaibai, who was half asleep and half awake, froze for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, who? Jianchu almost slammed his phone screen on his face. The old Jiang family next door was locked in the elevator last night. As a result, his family brought a backpack of water, but because they didn't want to give it to others to drink, they also endured it. If you don't drink, you will be bored for almost an hour, and then you will be cold. I will go, selfish enough to take my life. This is the first time I have seen this kind of death. Yu Zaibai flicked him on the forehead. The person is gone, so don't say such things. What's going on next door now? Jianchu, the old lady of the Jiang family, didn't go out yesterday because she sprained her ankle. Now she is alone in the house. Dr. Zhu probably saw that he was old, and now the electricity was cut off. He was afraid that the old man would not be able to bear it, so he went to see the situation. Before Jianchu finished speaking, he heard an angry cursing voice from the next door. What are you doing? You can't let me sleep in broad daylight. Knock what? It's so noisy. Roll away. Jianchu was stunned. What's the situation? It's so fierce. Yu Zaibo heard that there was no movement outside, and then heard the sound of the door closing. Probably Dr. Zhu had gone back, and then said, it is estimated that the old woman is at home alone. Knowing that it is not safe now, she thinks that others want to treat her alone. What did their family do to drive people away fiercely? As Yu Zaibai guessed, Grandma Jiang breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that there was no knock on the door. Her wife and grandson couldn't come back because of a power outage, and she was the only one at home. What should I do if I have snatched away all my belongings? I turned on the phone, and with dazed eyes, dialed the first number recorded in the phone book with a vague outline, but no one answered it. It was broad daylight. I don't know where they are hiding from the sun, whether it is safe or not. Jianchu poked and poked Dr. Eitsu in the small group on their floor and asked if he had been raped by Lu Dongbin. Dr. Zhu just sent a helpless shrug emoticon, and Mu Nan sent a question mark. He hurriedly explained what happened just now, and then concluded, in the future, we can stay as far away from this Jiang family as possible. This kind of person can't be provoked. Mu Nan clicked his tongue. Sure enough, I can't provoke you, so let's avoid it in the future. Qin Huari patted his side, let Mu Nan lean over, then fiddled with the computer for a while and played him a doomsday disaster movie. Mu Nan said as soon as he saw the title, I've seen this one. Qin Huari said, then read it again. Putting Mu Nan on the bed to watch a movie, he got up to check the vegetables in the house and next door. The temperature was too stuffy, and those vegetables were sloppy. Qin Huari knelt down and fiddled with them twice. Before the air conditioner was on, these dishes could still be raised, but now that the power is off, it's only been one night, and the dishes are already too bad to look at. They are all like this indoors, and the farmland outside is probably dry and cracked after being exposed to the sun for a long time. Halfway through Mu Nan's movie, he saw Qin Huari's bare upper body and sweaty carrying a bag of muddy vegetable seedlings. When the sweat flowed down the lines of his abdominal muscles, Mu Nan felt a twitch in his head. Dizzy, before he could think about why he was dizzy when he saw Qin Huari sweating, his attention was instantly diverted by the things Qin Huari was holding, and he said with a bitter face, no, the vegetables are also dead. Qin Huari, the high temperature of more than 50 degrees is really embarrassing for them. Mu Nan sighed and lay back on the bed. Another way of life has been cut off. Qin Huari said with a smile, didn't you buy a lot of seeds? You can store these soils in the space later. We will see if we stay here or change places. Let's talk about it later. You collect these seedlings first. When the time comes, wash it, and you can still eat it after stir-frying. Mu Nan got up from the bed and put a small sack directly into the space. Only then did Chin Huari go into the bathroom and take a shower to wash away the smell of sweat on his body. As soon as he came out, New Nan handed him a box of ice cream. Chin Huari sat by the bed, took 2 bites and then gave it back to him. He doesn't like to eat this kind of sweet and greasy food. Even if he eats ice cream, he prefers to eat popsicles with a refreshing taste. Of course New Nan knew that Chin Huari didn't like to eat this kind of creamy ice cream, but he loved it. If Chin Huari couldn't eat it in 2 bites like this, he could eat up the whole box. It's a pity that before he took action, Chin Huari predicted his plan. I can only eat half. New Nan fell to the side, turned sideways, put the ice cream on the mat, supported his head with one hand and looked at the computer, scooped the ice cream with the other and ate it bit by bit, without responding. Chin Huari turned his head to look at him, smiled, and leaned on the bed to scan his phone. After New Nan finished watching the movie, Chin Huari said, after watching the movie, New Nan lay on his back on the bed, looked sideways at Chin Huari next to him, and thought for a while. The protagonist Halo is not dead. Chin Huari raised his hand and nodded on his forehead. 80% of the accidents come from acquaintances. If you look at the protagonist in this movie, he was framed by acquaintances several times in distress. Only then did New Nan know Chin Huari's intention for letting him watch the movie. Just tell me no, let me watch the movie again. Chin Huari said with a smile, I said that you may not be able to remember. I know you think that the other party is about the same age as our grandma, and they are old neighbors who have known each other before. If it is a complete stranger, you probably won't. I was debating whether to go and have a look, but many things often happen to people I knew. New Nan said, I know, I don't soften my heart so easily. The essential reason why he was hesitating whether to go and see, to put it bluntly, was that he was worried that something would happen to the old man at home, and her family turned their resentment towards them, thinking that living on the first floor together. He saw many such situations in his last life, and he thought that even if they were to go to the government's refuge base in the future, they would still have to live here for a while. How troublesome it would be to offend a family who hated them behind their backs. Chin Huari pinched him lightly on the face. It's best. But since you discussed it with me and didn't take any direct action, it's worth rewarding you with a stewed shrimp today. Although it was very hot, New Nan's appetite was whetted by the words braised shrimp in an instant. The bowl of porridge he poured just now took almost a movie to digest, so Chin Huari quickly pushed away the computer and ran go to the small round table and take out food from the space. The braised shrimp he brought out was the one that Chin Huari cooked before. It was his favorite flavor, and it was even better than the ones made outside. When Chin Huari cooked it last time, he didn't even give him a few. Chin Huari saw that he was going to do a big job, so he couldn't help but said, eat less, you will have nothing after eating, so you can save some for the future. If he doesn't stop him, he can finish a big pot in one go without even thinking about it. My stomach can't stand it. New Nan thought about it, so he took a clean lunch box and grabbed a little out of the big pot. Seeing that there were few, he stretched out his hand to grab a few more, and then put the pot back into the space. Eat less at a time. Brother, do you think that if people can adapt to this extreme environment in the future, can our life return to the way it was before? Chin Huari said, it will definitely be possible. Look at the period of rapid development throughout the ages, which was not accompanied by various natural disasters and man-made disasters. As long as human beings can survive it, it will be a break and then rebuild, so we have to live well until the order is restored. Time to see the new world that was broken and then built. Chapter 42. Until it got dark again, the electricity still didn't come. However, after dark, people in the community came to generate electricity for the elevators. Many people who had been locked up at home during the day couldn't wait to run outside. Some natural wind, the doors and windows of the house are closed, but it is even more stuffy. Many people think that if they don't call tonight, they really have to find a place where they can survive during the day, otherwise even if they hide back at home, that's too much. The consequences of life and death. The ice cubes in New Nan's room were changed once, but he didn't waste the frozen water and directly moved it to another inflatable swimming pool filled with water. When it's too hot, it's just right to soak in it. Because the 2 air conditioning fans are used at the same time, the power consumption is a bit higher. Before 7 or 8 hours, the battery has reached the bottom. New Nan can only take out a new one. Fortunately, this kind of battery, the price is not expensive, so he prepared 2 or 3 of them himself, and later Chin Huari bought a lot in City B, all of which were fully charged. Even with such consumption beyond their means, they could still last for more than half a month. If there is no call for more than half a month, then the generator can only be dispatched. Although Munan doesn't have much memory of this power outage, because in his last life, power outages were frequent at this time, sometimes for a day or two, and his memory is not so good that he can remember everything clearly, so he also I don't know how long it will last this time. Anyway, for now, they are quite comfortable at home. It's really thanks to Chinhuari who took the trouble to dump some ice cubes. When it's winter, he freezes big ice cubes from one swimming pool to another. With the temperature in winter, the water in one pool is placed in a ventilated room. It can be frozen solid in one day and one night. A lot of money can be accumulated throughout the winter, which is enough to support the consumption in the coming year. When Munan was sitting on the ground drawing recipes, Chinhuari was wiping the mat with a towel diluted with toilet water. Although the room wasn't that hot, he would sweat a little if he slept in one position for a long time, so he had to wipe the mat every day. Seeing Munan sitting on the ground greedy for coolness, Chinhuari said, "You can take a shower later. Why don't you put on some prickly heat powder? I think you bought some of that." Prickly heat powder was sold in all the pharmacies in the past. Thinking of the time when the sun would not be seen every day, Munan bought a lot of vitamins and cleared his medical insurance card. When he saw prickly heat powder on the shelf, he did it. "I bought a few boxes, but it seems that I can't use it. At least in the last life, no matter how hot he was, he never had prickly heat, so he didn't prepare much." Hearing what Chinhuari said, Munan touched his neck. "I don't have prickly heat. Chinhuari, it's just prevention," Munan said indifferently. "All right." Then the alarm clock set by Munan rang. Munan turned off the alarm clock, and then took out 2 packs of palm-sized airtight bags from the space. One bag contained various vitamins in yellow, white, red, and flake capsules. "Brother, come quickly, take vitamins. If you don't see the sun for a long time, your body will have problems." But now the sun can't be exposed to the sun, so Munan prepared a lot of vitamin calcium tablets early, and bought some adult supplements specially, which are the kind according to age. For extra nutrition, a small bag contains all kinds of eyesight, liver protection, calcium supplement, cardiovascular protection, and so on. A single small bag is the daily intake, which is very convenient. He just puts it in that small bag. Some vitamins have been added. Anyway, they are health products that are not bad for people. Chinhuari washed his hands, took the bag, swallowed it twice in one gulp, and then Munan handed over a pack of ginseng liquid in a stick. After drinking it, he watched Munan swallow the medicine one by one. It was a bit funny. "You are full after eating this bag and drinking water." Munan glanced at Chinhuari. "Then what can I do? I can't swallow it all at once." "Chinhuari, I haven't eaten much of these things before. It's too early to start various health regimens when you are in your 20s. Munan sucked on the ginseng stick. "Brother, you said that if human beings live in such an environment without light for a long time, will their eyes evolve, the kind with super clear night vision?" Chinhuari said, "It will definitely be. The most amazing thing about the genes of organisms is that they will gradually change according to the environment, although this may be a very long process." While rubbing his full stomach, Munan got up from the ground to take a shower, thinking about washing his hair. Although his hair is still short, it has not been washed for a few days, and the dregs of his hair are also a bit greasy. When Munan came out again, with the aroma of body wash and shampoo all over her body, she rubbed her hair and walked in front of the air conditioning fan and said, "I feel like I'm alive again." Chinhuari stretched out his hand and turned the air conditioning fan to the side. Instead of blowing directly on him, he wrapped his whole head with a towel and wiped his head. "I'll let you dry it a little before you come out to blow air. Every time you blow it wet, the next day, the nose must be clear." Munan raised his head and let Chinhuari wipe his head. "It's so hot, it's hot even in a cold shower." He said it was a cold shower, but the water in the bucket was steaming on his body, which was nothing like a hot bath. What a difference. The short hair dries quickly, and it's almost dry after just a couple of wipes. Chinhuari asked Munan to take out the prickly heat powder and spread it around the back of his neck. "As soon as the air conditioning fan blows, I feel refreshed instantly. This smell brings me back to my childhood." Chinhuari smiled. "You haven't used prickly heat powder since you were 5 years old. Can you remember what happened before you were 5 years old?" Munan shook her head. "I don't really remember, but the taste is very similar to when I was a child." After putting on the prickly heat powder, Munan climbed directly onto the bed, brought the notebook over, and rummaged through variety shows while urging Chinhuari to take a bath. He was already powdered, so Chinhuari had to do it too. Someone in the small group sent a message. Munan opened it and saw that it was Jianchu, who asked them if they wanted to go downstairs. New Nan replied in the group, I can't get down anymore, it casts a shadow on the elevator. Jane Chu. New Nan, yesterday, my brother and I almost got on the elevator. I was scared to death. Jian Chu, that's really lucky. I heard that there are dried vegetables selling downstairs. We plan to go down and have a look. New Nan, what dried vegetables? Dried plums. Jian Chu, although you can't afford to buy dehydrated vegetables, let's join in the fun. Anyway, it's hot at home. Zhu Ming, I'll go down, wait for me. New Nan, then if you want to buy it, let us know in the group and bring some for us. Jane Chu, okay. Chin Huari also took a thorough bath and felt a little better. New Nan quickly took prickly heat powder and threw it on him. Jian Chu and the others went downstairs and said that there are people selling dehydrated vegetables downstairs. I said that if they buy it, and bring some for us. Chin Huari said, at this time, dehydrated vegetables are probably expensive. They have a lot of dehydrated vegetables. Although they can be stored in fresh space, they also prepare a lot of dehydrated vegetables. Things like this that are suitable for extreme environment preservation are also very important materials. When Jian Chu and the three of them went downstairs, the dehydrated vegetable sellers at the entrance of the community were already crowded with people. However, in order to prevent people from taking advantage of troubled waters, the stall owners did not let others approach the stall. Li stood in front of the stall with a mallet, and there was a sign on the stall. If you want to buy, you can go up one by one, and you can't swarm. Jian Chu stood on the flower bed and took a look inside. After seeing the words on the sign clearly, he said to Yu Zaibai and Zhu Ming in shock, a package of 1,000 yuan is only 300 grams, not even a catty. Yu Zaibo said, after rehydrating this thing, 300 grams should have a few catties of vegetables. Zhu Ming shook his head, it's good to have a couple of catties, and what he sells is mixed, which can only be boiled after soaking, but this bag can be eaten several times, considering the current price of vegetables. 1,000 packs, which is considered cheap. After all, if you want to eat this food, you need water, and now water is more expensive than anything else, and 1,000 is probably the bottom line in many people's minds. The most important thing is that the government is still distributing supplies, and rice, flour, grain and oil can occasionally be grabbed by hand. Although it is expensive, at least it can be bought, and the instant noodles that are handed out have vegetable packets inside. If these are fresh vegetables, no matter how expensive the price is, people will snap them up. But these are dehydrated vegetables. Although they are convenient to store, people who don't accept dehydrated vegetables are not very good. For example, they will feel that the vegetables are dehydrated and the nutrients are lost, just like the vegetable packets in instant noodles, which cannot be called vegetables at all. Jian Chu looked at Yu Zaibai, then shall we buy some? Anyway, there is extra income, and I always feel that now that I have money in my hand, it is better to replace it with food and drink, and the money is not safe anymore. Yu Zaibai thought for a while, then nodded and said, buy some, you can ask Chin Huari and the others, didn't they say they want to bring some, and see how much they want. Jian Chu picked up the phone and took a photo of the stall and sent it to Mu Nan. After a while, Mu Nan replied and transferred 5,000 yuan. Jian Chu, they want 5 packs, what about us? Yu Zaibo, let's take 3 guarantees. Zhu Ming said, I'm alone, I'll take 2 packs, exactly 10 packs. Yu Zaibai asked Jian Chu to stand on the flower bed, so as not to be crowded by the spectators below, and then he and Zhu Ming got into the crowd, because these burly men were guarding, and the price was too expensive for some people. It can also be regarded as ridiculously expensive. Before there is no first person to eat crabs, most of them just wait and see, and they don't dare to go forward. Yu Zaibai and Zhu Ming bought 10 packs without haggling with the boss. They just scanned the QR code to pay, and then took 10 packs and left. The whole process was quite straightforward. Seeing that someone bought it, the people behind couldn't help stepping forward. Since the violent sun hung in the sky, they don't remember how long it has been since they ate vegetables. They heard that there is no way to grow them in the fields today. Those who hadn't yet harvested were either sunburned to death or harvested in advance. The government dared not report the loss of crops across the country, for fear of triggering famine and riots. Some people say that the current situation has far surpassed those natural and man-made disasters in history. At that time, although the crops were not harvested and there were severe droughts everywhere, at least the climate was normal compared to now, and people could go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables to wrap their stomachs. Now the sun is so strong that it wants to dry out the land, so as not to leave any way for people to survive. Judging from the current situation, even if the national treasury is full of grain, if it has been unable to grow it, it may not be possible to buy it after a while. People follow the crowd, the more people buy, those who didn't plan to buy can't help but join the scrambling army, and soon the vegetable stalls are sold out. Jian-Chu and the others sat downstairs with black plastic bags for a while. Because the room was too hot, there were quite a few people who came down. The small garden in the entire community was full of people, and some active children ran away without fear of the heat. Running around, those adults who brought their children down seemed to have no energy to manage. They just held water in their hands and called the children back to feed them a few sips of water from time to time. The boss who opened the mahjong room downstairs before didn't know if it was originally there, or he built a battery somewhere. A big fan was placed at the door and blowing to the outside. The fan shook its head, blowing the heat that brought people together. It's been a little bit looser, and now there is such a little wind. Everyone is very content. Some people are still lamenting. If they knew that they would have a battery at home, the air conditioner can't move it, and the fan can still blow it. There are already many clever people who have started to try to remove the battery from their own electric vehicles, but connecting the wires requires a little skill. Those who don't know the circuit can't understand it even if they follow the online tutorials. But since ancient times, folks don't, there is a shortage of talents, and some people really know how to do it, so those who don't know how to get some food and drink ask for help. Even if there is a call later, this thing will always come in handy. As long as the three of them sat downstairs for a while, they saw at least 3 people bring their electric car batteries and wiring boards to the boss to help them modify them, and some even pushed their electric cars over and waited in line. Jian-Chu, nowadays, there is indeed a skill that is popular everywhere. In just a short while, I earned 3 bottles of water. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a few dejected and emaciated people passing through the crowd. Jian-Chu quickly sent a message to Mu Nan. The people from the Jiang family are back. Mu Nan was eating popsicles with her legs crossed. When she saw this message, she hurriedly said to Qin Huari, who was at the side. Jian-Chu said that the people from the Jiang family are back. Qin Huari didn't care too much. I'll just go back, and it has nothing to do with us. Mu Nan nodded. That's true. Qin Huari glanced at him, then turned to the computer screen. This celebrity looks familiar. What's his name? Mu Nan turned his head and glanced at the computer. In the next second, his hands were empty, and when he turned around, he saw Qin Huari taking away the half-eaten popsicle. Mu Nan, people do things? If you want to eat, tell me, I have a lot of space. Qin Huari, half is just right for one person. Qin Huari ate up half a popsicle in 2 or 3 bites, but instead of throwing away the popsicle stick, he rinsed it with water and handed it to Mu Nan to put it away. These things can be recycled, and it is just right to use them in winter. When Qin Huai returned to the bed, he heard a burst of crying from the corridor. The voice was Grandma Jiang. The cry was loud and full of energy. To be honest, the 2 old people in the Jiang family are in good health. It was so sweltering that many young people couldn't bear it, but that Grandma Jiang seemed to be fine. Mu Nan sighed. Did they bring the ashes back? Qin Huari said, it shouldn't be that fast. Too many people died. A district can reach hundreds of thousands of deaths every day. How many people can you say in a city? Where can the crematorium be burned? And it is said that there is no way to collect the ashes now. There are too many dead people, and it is unrealistic to burn them one by one, and the corpses cannot be kept for a long time. There are not so many ice houses to store the corpses. It rots faster. Everyone knows that if the corpse is not disposed of as soon as possible, the germs and viruses will multiply rapidly. A little carelessness will lead to another large-scale plague. Even if the citizens cannot accept the ashes of their relatives, the government does not allow it in an already dire situation. Another avoidable crisis occurred. But these are just the information Qin Huari saw from the comments under some news on the internet. Whether it is specific or not, there is no official confirmation or official refutation of the rumors, but as far as their community is concerned, it seems that those bodies that were dragged away did not seem to be seen. Can get ashes back. Regarding the death of her old man, Grandma Jiang naturally couldn't accept it. She was just going to get some supplies, so why was she locked up in the elevator because of a power outage? Unable to bear the blow, Grandma Jiang almost fainted from crying. She hugged her little grandson, who was also crying into tears, and wailed, "The old man is gone. What will happen to our family in the future? My grandson has no grandpa. What will happen in the future? Do it." The reason why Jiang Jianwen is strong is because he is the pillar of the family. Whether it is financially or spiritually, his son Jiang Yi grew up under his father's strength. His father was so taciturn and submissive, but he was just a 16-year-old boy who was spoiled and brought up. What could he do? So once Jiang Jianwen is gone, the Jiang family will lose their backbone, and they will not know what to do in the future. Especially when he heard his mother say that there were still people knocking on the door during the day, wondering if it was because there was only one widowed old man in their house and what he wanted to do. Jiang Yi was so panicked that he became dizzy. It can't be improved, and the whole world can't be restored to the way it was before. How can he carry this family? How can he afford such a big family? Thinking of the future, Jiang Yi's eyes turned black, and he felt that this time, his innocence was about to collapse. When Jianchu and the others came back, the Jiang family was still crying and huddled together. Zhu Ming had already suffered a loss, so naturally he would not be that kind person again, and just ignored their crying family. He went back to the house neatly. What's more, there is no need for a lonely family to care about a big family. Jianchu sent Mu Nan a message in advance, and after waiting at the door for a while, Qin Huari came to open the door, and then handed them the 5 packages of dried vegetables. Fortunately, I went early, and they were all sold out half an hour later. Qin Huari said, "Thank you. How is the situation outside? Is there any news about the incoming call?" Jianchu shook his head. "No, anyway, a group of people are sitting downstairs, and many people are trying to find a way to refit the battery to the power strip. The boss of the mahjong room dragged a fan outside, and many people sat there blowing the wind. Fans, more and more people, can't sit still, and when there are too many people, it gets hot, so we went up." Qin Huari said, "If you have batteries, I can help you modify them." Jane was pleasantly surprised at first, and then sighed. "Then you have to have an electric car first." "Forget it, it's more practical to pray for a call." The crying on the Jiang family side lasted for a long time, but Qin Huari's side was fine. They were separated by a corridor, closed the iron gate and their own gate, and turned up the computer sound a little bit to cover it up. The 2 families next door to the Jiang family suffered, especially Jianchu and Yu Saibai who lived in the living room. But no matter how annoying the crying was, they couldn't do anything about it. They lost someone at home, and they were sad. If they were bothered, it would be too much, so they could only endure it. Fortunately, they didn't hold back for too long and called. This time they could hear the cheers from downstairs on the 17th floor. Those who were enjoying the cool outside hurried home to turn on the air conditioner. Jianchu and the others also hurriedly turned on the air conditioner. They opened their notebooks while charging their phones, and put whatever for the show. As long as the crying from the next door is covered, they will all feel better. Hearing the sound of a beep, Mu Nan couldn't help sighing. There's a call, and life without electricity is too difficult. Qin Huari laughed. "It's not warming you up, this big block of ice hasn't melted yet." Mu Nan, "It's not as comfortable as the air conditioner. When the air conditioner comes up and the temperature drops, we'll eat again. When the electricity comes on, my appetite will go up." Qin Huari, "What do you want to eat? What's ready-made or what I cook?" Mu Nan thought for a while. "Eat ready-made ones. It's too hot, cooking will be even hotter." Qin Huari leaned on the bed and flipped through the recipes drawn by Mu Nan. "It's okay, there is no chicken at home now. You can open the kitchen door, and when the kitchen cools down, it won't be too much trouble to cook 2 dishes. What do you want to eat?" Mu Nan picked up the existing ingredients in the space in his mind. "I want to eat fried oxen with peppers, hot and sour potato shreds, and vegetables. Do you want cabbage or chopped lettuce? Then just take it from the space." Qin Huari nodded. "Eat the lettuce, you take out the vegetables, I'll wash and chop the peppers." After Mu Nan took the dishes out of the space, he took the inflatable swimming pool with ice cubes into the space, and Qin Huari took the dishes into the kitchen. There was a bucket of clean water in the kitchen for washing vegetables. Seeing that Qin Huari had started cooking, Mu Nan didn't stay idle, so he charged up a few exhausted batteries, thinking that he would always have to take a shower later, so Mu Nan went to the next door to collect those earthen pots. Woke up, although both raising chickens and growing vegetables died halfway, but Mu Nan was actually mentally prepared early in the morning. People like him who have never raised chickens or grown vegetables may not be able to feed them when the weather is normal. After all, he is a person who can even kill a cactus, so he didn't plan to do it all at once. Anyway, there are soil and seeds in the space, so let's try it slowly. At least in recent years, they don't need to worry about food for their livelihood. Chapter 43. The electricity was cut off for a day and a night, which made many people who complained that they couldn't live a better life feel that their lives would be even more difficult, so they even silenced their complaints, and all of them just prayed that such days of power outages during the day would not happen again. Yes, there are still many people who have been waiting for the opening of the cooling point on their side. They were still hesitating before, after the power outage, they decided to drag their families to live in no matter what. Eat 2 less bites, but the heat is really unbearable. I don't know if it's the stimulation of coal supplies that can be used for cash, or this kind of life that can't see the future makes people too collapsed, and there are more and more crimes in the city. Some of them are not so courageous, and gather some like-minded people to watch those closed stores. At first, their goal is the restaurant, thinking that if they can find some long-lasting rice noodles, grains and oils in those stores, that would be the same. I made a profit, but I picked the locks of several restaurants, but they all went to nothing. In addition to the seats and benches that cannot be taken away, there is not even a bottle of spices such as pepper and soy sauce. It is estimated that the boss took everything that could be taken away when he left. Later, I found that there was really nothing that could be entered in this kind of store, so those people started to pry the doors of some daily necessities stores, such as those selling clothes, shoes, and daily groceries. Many people have reaped a lot. After all, they are all inedible. Some stores want to recover some funds. In terms of food and water, the price of goods is skyrocketing, and few people put money on hundreds of thousands of clothes and shoes at that time, so the goods are backlogged. Thinking about this kind of thing without worrying about the high temperature, so I simply locked it in the warehouse of the store, so it was cheaper for the current door burglars. In comparison, these shoplifters still have a bit of conscience, moral constraints and human nature are still there, and they only want money but not life. Another type of burglary is really devoid of humanity. Some stalkers break into empty doors and steal all the food accumulated in other people's homes and then leave. It's not fatal, but there is a group of people who stalk and wait for someone at home to break into the house, not to mention robbery, but also killing people to vent their anger. Those who are really rich and live in high-end residential areas can't move with their current abilities, so these people focus on living in ordinary residential areas, some grassroots carders' homes, some with a little money but not rich or powerful self-employed households, small foremen or employees who can still work in state-controlled supermarkets even after the closure of many shopping malls in high temperature. These people are the targets of those frenzied thugs. Perhaps their goal at the beginning was to seek money and goods, because the people they were targeting had more channels to accumulate materials than ordinary people. But then life became more and more difficult, and what they did became more and more rampant, until they broke through the bottom line of being a human being, from seeking money to killing people for fun. These people even named their gang Doomsday Thugs. Just like the news that broke out around this time in the last life, a group of people started committing crimes recklessly, lurking in the building at night, and quietly picking the lock to enter the door while others were sleeping during the day. The thing is to wipe the neck of the owner of the house. Some people didn't even realize it in their sleep, and their throats were cut with a knife. Those who were vigilant could not avoid a fight, but those who broke into the house all carried knives. The difference was nothing more than a death without struggle, and a painful death after being stabbed several times. During this fight, it is inevitable that some neighbors will be disturbed. Now everyone is shutting down work and production, and no one can come out under the violent sun outside. There are no human voices, no industrial noise, and the voices in the next room are naturally obvious in the silence. Some out of self-preservation, not to mention opening the door, wish to move all the people who can block the door in the house to block it, for fear that after robbing the neighbors, they will rob their own house. Those who dare not open the door for self-protection are mostly fine, because if someone snatches their target, they will leave immediately with their things. And those who opened the door and wanted to help were either severely injured or killed directly. There are too many similar news. The 4 characters of Doomsday Thugs have become shadow killers lurking around everyone. No one knows where they will appear next time and who their next target will be. Some people complained about the government's inaction on the internet. Such a terrible criminal gang allowed them to run around. Does it mean that there is no so-called order now, and the government people have long since cared about the lives of their people? Some people even related this matter to the charging method of the cold supply point, saying that the cold supply point is just a pretext for the search for supplies. Preserving the country's elite power, the current policy of the government is natural selection, weeding out a group of old, weak, sick, disabled and useless people first, so the higher-ups don't care at all. Otherwise, in the past, such a terrible criminal would still be a gang crime, has long been caught. Newnan knew that the government didn't ignore them, but that they really couldn't recruit people. The people in this government are also people. It doesn't mean that the people working inside are omnipotent. Well, whether it is distribution of supplies or not, it takes a lot of force to preserve these things. Otherwise, ordinary people who have not received professional training will panic if they encounter a group of radical people. As long as a place is robbed once, it will stimulate other places to follow suit. So from the very beginning, the military and armed police control the distribution of these materials, trying to eliminate the source of possible confusion from the very beginning. Most of the power is used to ensure the basic life of the masses, and the crime rate at this time is almost rising in a straight line. In addition, the cameras at the street intersections are exposed to the high temperature every day. In fact, many places have broken down. It was too late to repair and replace, which also made it very difficult to investigate the flow of this group of people. But Newnan knew that these so-called doomsday thugs would be caught in the end, and in order to achieve the purpose of deterrence, these people were directly sentenced to death. This was the first time in history that the death penalty was broadcast live in public. The above used the words heavy code in troubled times to the extreme. After the doomsday thugs were executed, they really shocked many people for a while. Those who can't wait to follow the desperation and seek wealth have retracted within the moral line. In the previous life, Newnan was also one of the people who at Mellon's watching the execution on the internet. This kind of unprecedented event may only be seen once in a lifetime. And the information of those doomsday thugs was also released at that time, but Newnan didn't look carefully, but just casually glanced at the photos above. But even if he saw it at that time, he might not be able to remember it now. After all, they were all related to him, people who have never had any intersections in their lives. But he didn't expect that in this life, he would actually see something alive, even so close to him. As usual, after the sun went down, he and Chinhuari woke up from their sleep and made some refreshing food, which was equivalent to breakfast. After eating and playing computer games for a while, it was almost 12 o'clock, and now the sun was going down. It was very late, and it was almost 9 o'clock before they disappeared completely, so they didn't bother at home for long, and it was time for them to go to pick up supplies together. It has been almost 2 months since they received supplies once every 3 days, and Jianchu is still sighing, not knowing when this day will end. Newnan thought silently in her heart, the days when she can live a normal life like this are indeed coming to an end. When he came out of the building, Newnan immediately saw several men squatting on the flower bed at the entrance of their building, smoking. There were 4 people in total, 2 squatting, 2 standing, all talking to each other. They chatted leisurely, as if they were ordinary people who came out to let the wind go, but Newnan recognized the bald man squatting and smoking at a glance. He was one of the doomsday thugs. Now bald head is really normal. In order to save water and make themselves more comfortable, many men shave their hair directly to avoid greasy, itchy and uncomfortable, so the bald head is not conspicuous at all. What stands out is that from the back of the ear to the chin, there is a scar that looks like a centipede. The key point is that this person has a round head and a very kind smile, with big eyelids, a bit like Maitreya Buddha. Even with an expressionless face, he still looks like a good person. At the beginning, it was because of the great contrast and the scar behind his ear that Newnan took a second look at the photo. Of course, he didn't deliberately remember a group of people who had been shot to death. He had nothing to remember what they were doing, but when this person appeared in front of him, Newnan recognized it immediately. But he doesn't remember anyone in his community who was attacked by doomsday thugs. He doesn't know if it didn't happen, or it happened in another building but the news didn't break out. The WeChat group in the community only glances occasionally, and doesn't pay attention all the time, so now he doesn't know if there is any difference between the 2 lives, or if he just missed some information in the last life. And these people are squatting under their building now, so their target is not the people in their building. Thinking about it this way, he even felt a chill all over his body, and his nervous stomach throbbed a little. Those are all perverts who kill without batting an eyelid. He has killed many people until now. Even if he is reborn once, he is still just a mortal body, and he will panic if he should panic. Seeing that Newnan's footsteps slowed down, and his expression was a bit strange, Chinhuari frowned slightly. What's wrong? As soon as they stopped, the 3 people walking in front looked back. What's wrong? If Chinhuari was the only one, then of course Newnan would have said it right away, but now there are outsiders around, so what can he say? Squatting under their building now, watching those people who receive supplies come in and out, maybe they are choosing targets. Newnan grabbed Chinhuari's hand, and when he was hesitating, Chinhuari turned to Usaibai and the others and said, "Go first, we'll be here later." Seeing that they seemed to have something to talk about, the 3 of them took a step first. After taking a few steps, Jinchu couldn't help but look back, and saw Chinhuari bent slightly, holding Mu Nan's face in one hand. With worried eyes he was comforting Mu Nan, who suddenly turned pale for some reason. That gentle and meticulous look was not quite like the way a brother treats a younger brother. After the outsiders left, Mu Nan pulled Chinhuari nervously, and noticed that there was no one around, so he pulled Chinhuari closer, and whispered to him, "I just saw that the Doomsday Thugs are downstairs." Chinhuari was taken aback for a moment, seemed to recall a bit, and said uncertainly, "Those people who smoked at the flower bed." Mu Nan's eyes widened slightly. "How do you know?" "Chinhuari, the aura is a bit different. Although the aura is somewhat inexplicable, sometimes you can really judge a person by the aura. Just like a soldier, even if he wears ordinary clothes, the aura around his body is different from that of ordinary people. The aura is different between those who have done something and those who have not experienced it. The aura around someone who has killed people is even more difficult to hide. When you meet experienced veterans, you don't even need to touch them, you only need to look at them to smell them." The opponent's body smelled of blood. Mu Nan looked at Chinhuari nervously. "What should we do? Shall we go home and lock the door? Shall we tell Jianchu and the others? We won't be so unlucky to be targeted." Chinhuari rubbed his head comfortingly. "Don't worry." Mu Nan frowned. "There's no rush. Thinking of the news I've seen before, these people are so rampant that when they encounter a door that they can't get in, they directly chop with knives without any scruples, and they only choose to act during the day, even during the day. It's the police can't come, so they don't worry about making noise at all. Anyone who dares to come out and meddle in other people's business will just kill them. It's really a group of crazy thugs, so that no one dares to take care of other people's houses' life and death. How can you count on the quality of your own anti-theft door? No matter how hard the quality is, can it withstand a whole day of hacking?" Thinking about it this way made me panic even more. Mu Nan couldn't help covering her stomach. Chinhuari hurriedly supported him. "Does your stomach hurt?" Mu Nan nodded. "It hurts, brother. Should we stay in a hotel for a day?" Thinking that they might lurk into the building later, waiting for the day to make a move. The people in the whole building are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. I felt terrible. Let him take advantage of the fact that the prophet strikes first. Mu Nan never thought about it. Those people have killed many people now. Even if he knows that they are doomsday thugs, he can't deal with them now, not to mention the value of force. He was originally a war scum. Even if Chinhuari had some skills, he would never let Chinhuari take any risks. As for calling the police now, what can he say if he calls the police? He can't think of any other way except to hide. Chinhuari knew that he was panicking, so he repeatedly comforted him. "It's okay, Nan, look at me. Since we found out their identities in advance, whether we can get rid of them is the second priority, but our own safety can definitely be done. Guaranteed. Think about how many things there are in our space. When the time comes, all the furniture in my room will be piled up on the aisle behind the anti-theft door. The door is broken, and there are so many things behind the door, they can't get in, and we are not without weapons. Compared to the knives in their hands, our weapons can shoot from a long distance." After being told by Chinhuari, Mu Nan felt that it was really bad luck that he was targeted, and it seemed that he was not completely powerless to fight back, so he calmed down a little. "Then what should we do now? Jianchu and Dr. Zhu, do you want to be reminded?" Chinhuari said, "I'll take care of these things, let's go home first." Mu Nan glanced in the direction of the supermarket. "I haven't received the supplies yet." Chinhuari frowned. "I won't take it anymore, it's just a few bottles of water. I'll go back and take my stomach medicine first. Is the pain severe?" Mu Nan shook his head. "Let's go and get it. Anyway, it's just a few bottles of water. Just now I suddenly found that the group of people were nervous, and now it doesn't hurt so much." Mu Nan insisted on picking up the things. Originally, it was once every 3 days. The two of them added 6 bottles of water and 2 big bags of noodles. Don't be too picky. Moreover, he felt that he needed a buffering process. Those people were a little flustered when they met such a small citizen who had never even been in a police station. When they walked to the supermarket, Jianchu and the others were already lined up. As soon as he saw Mu Nan and Chinhuari, Jianchu waved to them. "Come on, this way." Chinhuari said, "No need, let's sit in the back row." Jianchu stretched out his hand and pulled them in. "It's okay, I told the people behind us that there are still 2 of us who haven't come, and I took up a seat for you." "What did you do just now?" "Mu Nan, are you okay?" Mu Nan shook his head. Chinhuari said, "It's nothing, it's just that my stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Jianchu looked at Mu Nan with concern. "Are you okay? It seems that your face is indeed a little pale." Zhu Ming said, "Do you have stomach medicine at home? If not, I have some over there." Chin Huari smiled. There are some at home, so go back and eat after you get something. They arrived soon, but after Chin Huari received the things, he went to the soldiers guarding the supplies behind and said something. The soldiers looked at Chin Huari, as if they were weighing something. Chin Huari smiled and said a few more words. The soldier nodded. When Chin Huari came over, New Nan quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Chin Huari put the water and noodles in his hand into his bag, and said in a low voice, "It's nothing, we'll talk about it when we go back." Probably thinking that New Nan was not feeling well, so the few people did not walk slowly on the way back, and returned to the community soon. When they got to the bottom of their building, those people were still there. Chin Huari held New Nan in his arms, put one hand on the back of his head, didn't let New Nan look over there, and took New Nan away as if nothing had happened. Enter the building. After getting out of the elevator, when everyone went home, Chin Huari said to them, "Everyone, close the door tonight." Chin Huari is not usually someone who cares about whether others can close the door properly. If Su Ming said this, they might not think it was a big deal, but Chin Huari said that it felt like something was wrong. But Chin Huari didn't say much. After saying this, he took New Nan home. Back home, Chin Huari hurriedly dug out the medicine and watched New Nan take it, then said, "I just told the soldiers that there are some unfamiliar people in our community who don't feel right." New Nan said, "Will they believe it? I feel that they probably won't believe it. Just one sentence, it doesn't feel right, it's too general. If they believe it, then they probably have to deal with countless people's opinions every day." The predicted Oolong event. Chin Huari said, "I told them that I can't guarantee anything else, but those few people must have been stained with blood." New Nan, how did they know that without asking you? You are too risky. What if they arrest you as an accomplice? Chin Huari said with a smile, "I said that I have participated in Fisley's training camp for 3 consecutive years. So I still have the ability to predict. These things can be verified, so don't worry about them thinking too much." New Nan was full of doubts. What training camp? Chin Huari explained, "It is a semi-military training camp in foreign countries. The instructors inside are from the top international special forces, and there are also special mercenaries hired from outside. There are 2 training methods. One is official training, which is held every year. Gather talents from the military departments of various countries for exchanges and discussions. One is privately run. The privately run is mainly for some wealthy children. They will train personal abilities such as crisis response and self-help in adversity. After leaving that man, he took me. I was thrown into the training camp, where I met Lu Sen, the rich second generation who worked with me, and then went there for 2 consecutive years, until his test tube baby was successful and he no longer cared about me, and then he stopped going." New Nan couldn't help poking the muscles on Chin Huari's arm. "Your father, who doesn't do anything, did something good. At least he taught you some real skills." Chin Huari smiled and said, "I did my best in the training at the beginning. Okay, let's not talk about him. Go take a shower and lie down for a while." New Nan said, "I'll go and block the door first. If it's not blocked tightly, I won't be able to sleep at ease." The convenience of the space was once again reflected. New Nan put away the furniture in Chin Huari's room, and put it behind the anti-theft door. Sense of security. After finishing her work, New Nan went to take a shower. There was still a dull pain in her stomach, and she was not very comfortable. New Nan lay on her side with her pillow on her back and watched the computer. Chin Huari saw that he was frowning so tightly, and after the heat on his body dissipated, he also went to bed, turned New Nan over and rubbed him gently. "You are really a mood sick." Probably because he was comfortable being rubbed, but this time New Nan didn't feel itchy. Hearing what Chin Huari said, she squinted at him. "Just say I'm cowardly." Chin Huari smiled. "It's fine to be timid, at least timid will not do reckless things." New Nan snorted. She had just woken up not long ago, but she seemed to be drowsy again. Seeing that his eyelids became heavy, Chin Huari said softly, "Go to sleep, you will feel comfortable when you fall asleep." New Nan fell asleep, but he didn't sleep soundly. He kept dreaming that someone broke into their house, and then Chin Huari hid him under the bed, and put books under the bed to block him out. After a while, a group of people found the room and said they wanted to lift the bed to have a look, which frightened him to death. He was anxiously thinking why his space could not be entered by people, but before the group of people lifted the bed, they hearing movement outside the window. Someone yelled that someone was running away, so hurry up and chase after him, and then a group of people chased out with a whoosh. So they staged a chasing battle with Chin Huari. Even though it was a post-apocalyptic movie, it instantly turned into a war between cops and bandits. When the group of people blocked Chin Huari in a dead end, and took out a gun from their arms, there was a bang, and New Nan jumped out of his dream. Woke up. Chin Huari hugged the startled New Nan into his arms, and covered his ears with his hands. Don't be afraid, I'm here, don't be afraid. New Nan was still in a daze, but then he heard 2 gunshots and woke up completely. How could this be the same as what he dreamed about? The Doomsday Movie instantly became a police movie.